Title: The Heart-Reading Technique, a comedic tale of redemption through rebirth. Lingyu found herself inexplicably transported into a book, assuming the role of a tragic supporting character forced into a marriage. Upon awakening, she narrowly escaped death at the hands of a tyrannical ruler. To survive, she donned the guise of a dramatic performer and an eager admirer, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am sincerely enamored with you." Yet, amidst her desperate thoughts, she lamented the unfortunate fate that awaited her, as she was destined to be dismembered. The tyrant, taken aback, declared, "What audacity!" and sentenced her to a life of labor in the fields. With tears in her eyes, Lingyu vowed, "I shall devote my life to watching over your Majesty." Fortuitously, she was sent to the cold palace, sparing her from the chaos of a six-nation rebellion that might have led to her demise. But wait, had she inadvertently administered a fertility potion to the tyrant? It was a waste of several acres of harvest, yet she pondered with curiosity about the nature of the impending offspring. The tyrant, bewildered, exclaimed, "Am I to have a biological child?" As the tyrant lay gravely ill, she wept passionately, crying out, "Your Majesty, should you pass, I shall not survive alone." She mused about finding a multitude of handsome men to enjoy life with. At that moment, the dying tyrant suddenly opened his eyes, fixing her with a fierce gaze. "Just how much enjoyment are we speaking of? Count me in." Chapter 1. Alas, I have been branded a sorceress by the tyrant. A suffocating sensation enveloped her. The pain was excruciating. Her neck felt as if it were on the brink of breaking. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her blurred vision slowly focused on a pair of menacing eyes. "Lingyu, how audacious of you and your family to dare deceive me under my very nose. For this treason, I could have your head today." The cold voice reverberated in her ears, and Lingyu's eyes widened in shock. Lingyu. Wasn't this the name of the tragic supporting character from the melodramatic novel she indulged in during her exhausting research sessions? The man's features became clearer as tears fell from her face. His long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and the resplendent red wedding attire adorned him like a blazing flame. The golden eyes beneath his elegantly arched brows resembled shooting stars in the dark night, captivating and fierce. He gazed down at her, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that accentuated his sharp, indifferent features, and the crimson at the corners of his eyes seemed to revel in her. Suffocating despair, bloodthirsty and ruthless, he was none other than the novel's ultimate antagonist, the ancient tyrant, Xiao Mo. In the story, he waged wars to unify the Six Nations, only to be betrayed and poisoned by the very protagonists who would later liberate the realm, dismembering his corpse as a grim trophy for the neighboring kingdoms he had once oppressed. What a tragic fate awaited him! Xiao Mo's expression froze, incredulous as he beheld the tightly pressed lips of Lingyu. She remained silent, yet he could hear her thoughts. How could it be that he, the illustrious emperor who commanded empires, was merely a villain in a tale? In the future, he would succumb to a malady dubbed love-struck, relinquishing his dominion to a woman who dared to betray him. The man whose name once sent legions fleeing would find no resting place in death, his remains reduced to a macabre spectacle for those he once ruled. Ugh. Lingyu grasped her throat, gasping for breath, unable to resist stealing glances at Xiao Mo. His golden eyes shone even in the dim light, matched with his chiseled features and towering physique. He resembled a majestic predator, regal yet bloodthirsty. A fervor ignited within her gaze. Xiao Mo's brows furrowed, tinged with disdain. Countless women adored him, yet here was Lingyu, a mere infatuated fool, eliciting no surprise from him. Yet, sending such a superficial woman to him seemed a deliberate act of humiliation. But in an instant, her inner thoughts ignited a fury within him. Lingyu's excitement surged. This body. In the novel, Xiao Mo was not only strikingly handsome but also possessed extraordinary talents, capable of recovering from a lethal toxin in mere days. If not for the heroine's treachery, he would have been difficult to kill. What a splendid subject for research! She longed to explore Xiao Mo's body, envisioning significant breakthroughs for the medical field. And this exquisite physique, even if he were to become a specimen, it would be worth it. Xiao Mo's temples throbbed. He heard every thought she had, each word echoing in his mind. A specimen? The very term evoked the sinister practices of the treacherous small nations. Who dared to use such loathsome terminology in his presence? Song Lingyu. He seethed, grasping her face forcefully, forcing her to meet his burning gaze, his grip tightening with rage. The scheme to deceive me was birthed from your father's treasonous mind. If you confess, I may spare your life. Does the tyrant not comprehend his own words? The original owner of this body had knelt before him all night, bleeding from her forehead, yet he had still ordered her tongue cut out and her execution carried out. Song Lingyu wore a blank expression, internally mocking him. As he listened to her thoughts, Xiao Mo's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched tightly. He had not intended to let her go, yet, in a moment of theatrical inspiration, Song Lingyu shed tears. Your Majesty, my heart belongs solely to you. I wish only to be by your side. Please, Your Majesty, do not hold my father accountable for my heart's devotion. Cursed heroine. Song Qingwu, you troublemaker. The entire Song family, even their loyal dog, had always been devoted to the Daxia dynasty. Yet, in pursuit of true love, Song Qingwu eloped with a hero from the opposing faction, convincing her confused mother to conspire with her, thus coercing the original owner into a wedding carriage. The tyrant believed this was all sanctioned by her father, which solidified his suspicion of the Song family's treachery. The entire clan, over 100 souls, faced the dire consequences of being implicated. The Song family must not face ruin. I must devise a plan to buy time for my escape. Xiao Mo's eyes churned with tumultuous waves, struggling to maintain composure. Could it be that the Song family was innocent of treason? Had he been misled by false information? But in the blink of an eye, his chilling demeanor was concealed behind an impenetrable facade, his icy gaze fixed upon Song Lingyu. Did she think to flee? Before the truth is uncovered, this sorceress shall not escape. Seize Song Lingyu and cast her into the cold palace. Song Lingyu, what? The tyrant spares my life. Xiao Mo's pale golden eyes remained cold, a palpable aura of menace causing Song Lingyu to swallow hard. Thank goodness, it is the cold palace and not a prison. This indicated that Xiao Mo could be easily deceived. Yet, she still pondered how the original owner had provoked his wrath to the point of execution. The tension in her mind eased, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. I have survived worse than a cold palace. Spending a year and a half here is no issue. Once Xiao Mo meets his end, I shall seize the opportunity to claim his remains and perform a swift dissection. How delightful. With this thought, tears of excitement streamed down her face, her hands clutching Xiao Mo's robes, her eyes brimming with fervent emotion. Your Majesty, even in the cold palace, I shall forever hold you in my thoughts. Thoughts. Your flawless frame. Frame. Again with the frame. Is his physique truly so captivating? Xiao Mo sneered. Since you miss me so dearly, you must be unable to eat. Your daily meal shall be halved, and no meat shall be permitted. I shall see how deeply you truly care for me. The last 4 words were spoken through gritted teeth. Song Lingyu felt a crack within her. Not enough to eat, and no meat. Damn tyrant. You won't have any heirs in the future. Watching Song Lingyu being dragged away with a look of shock, a subtle delight stirred. Within Xiao Mo, let them curse. Once Song Lingyi's figure vanished from the palace, Xiao Mo's gaze turned icy, and he commanded from the shadows. Investigate. Scrutinize everyone connected to the general's manor. And keep a close watch on Song Lingyu. Chapter 2. The heroine appears. The tyrant's heart is captivated. One wonders why this wretched cold palace was built so far away. Dressed in a bright red wedding gown, Song Lingyu endured the peculiar gazes of the palace attendants for a full hour before finally arriving at the dilapidated cold palace. The roof fled in the wind, and there were mouse holes in the corners. Even the lock on the door was broken. Is it necessary to be so realistic? She had traversed time, not to participate in a transformation contest. Seeing the door collapse with a mere push from her, Song Lingyu felt tears welling up, wishing to crush the tyrant's head. Yet, she was not truly the pampered daughter of the Song family. After a moment of despair, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to tidy up and then lie down. Ding! Successfully saving the lives of 120 from the general's manor, the shop is now open. A chilling mechanical voice startled Song Lingyu, and before she could comprehend it, a pale blue light screen materialized before her. Shop? Has my golden finger finally arrived? Song Lingyu excitedly examined the panel. Wow, These items are astonishingly powerful revival. Immense strength, oh my, I am about to soar. A row of bizarre items neatly lined the panel, resembling modern shopping software, yet all options were grayed out, except for the initial few items, whose names were concealed. Curiously, Song Lingyu reached out to click, but nothing happened. Cannot use? Confused, she pondered, when suddenly, a flash of red text appeared on the panel. Current progress 21 will fully activate the shop upon task completion. Task: within 3 days, become the queen acknowledged by the tyrant. Failure will result in the host's death, reverting to the original owner's fate. Song Lingyu felt a crack within her. This wretched shop doesn't even have a name and requires me to become the queen to fully open. Am I not the queen now? Or am I your father? Staring at the still inactive shop, Song Lingyu had to calm herself. No, wait, I am a substitute bride. Xiao Mo does not recognize my identity. The image of Xiao Mo's cold smile as he left flashed in her mind, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Even if he later becomes lovesick, it is for Song Qingwu, the heroine of the novel. She lacked the ability to alter the preordained plot. Her gaze suddenly fell upon a dagger on the panel, and an idea flashed through her mind. In the original plot, not long from now, Xiao Mo will be assassinated, resulting in an incurable brain ailment. If I can save him with my own life, even if Xiao Mo despises me afterwards, wouldn't I be able to make demands based on the life-saving grace? I am truly a genius. In the distance, within the golden roof study, a man, deep in thought, suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light passing through his gaze. A revival item? What on earth is this mysterious shop? And an assassination. As the emperor of a nation, living within this heavily guarded palace, how could someone dare to attempt his assassination? And succeed? Your Majesty, I am innocent. Why must I kneel? A high-pitched female voice resonated from within the Golden Flower Hall. Led by the chief eunuch to the entrance, Song Lingyu abruptly halted, her eyes widening in disbelief at the familiar lines. The hall doors swung wide open, revealing a man and woman kneeling at the center. From her angle, Song Lingyu could see clearly. The man, with black hair and a powerful build, appeared worn and ancient, a fierce scar running from his brow to his mouth. He was none other than her biological father, the general of the nation, Song Bihuai. Beside him, though kneeling, a woman stood tall, embodying defiance. Wasn't that Song Qingwu, the heroine who was unyielding and unique in the novel? So, it was true. This morning, Xiao Mo's sudden summons was due to Song Bihuai bringing the runaway Song Qingwu to the palace to plead for forgiveness. And Xiao Mo, was he not captivated at first sight by Song Qingwu? With Song Qingwu present, forget the system and the task. This imperial edict of summons was no different from announcing her death. Suddenly, a chill ran down Song Lingyu's spine as she looked up to see Xiao Mo's golden-hued eyes narrowing, his icy gaze locking onto her. You deceived the emperor by entering the palace as a substitute bride, committing the grievous crime of deception. Song Lingyu, do you not kneel to confess your sins? With a sudden furious shout, Song Qingwu turned, her clear eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Song Lingyu, as if Song Lingyu were the most heinous of criminals. Beside her, Song Bihuai seethed with rage, glaring at Song Lingyu. Kneel down at once. Do you wish for your sister to bear the blame for your selfish desires, jeopardizing our entire family? Faced with their furious expressions, 1,000 curses surged through Song Lingyu's mind. Song Bihuai, you old fool. Do you dare to use that war-hardened brain of yours to think properly? Could the original owner really force Song Qingwu to elope with a man? One could easily deduce that she went willingly. It was the original owner who was coerced. Ultimately, it was the original owner who suffered a cruel fate at the hands of the tyrant, the most innocent of all, believing the whispers of Song Qingwu's mother, only to be betrayed by Song Qingwu later, with no treasonous intentions, yet branded a traitor and exterminated by the tyrant. Then you will regret it. As this thought crossed her mind, Song Lingyu shuddered. That perverse Xiao Mo won't suddenly become lovesick and kill me to absolve his precious Song Qingwu of her sins, will he? Every word of Song Lingyu's silent thoughts was heard. By Xiao Mo, the veins in his temple throbbed. Another lovesick fool. What a bizarre affliction this was. Merely seeing Song Qingwu could trigger such a reaction, making him overlook the deception of the substitute bride. Xiao Mo took a deep breath, his golden gaze swiftly shifting from Song Lingyu to the poised Song Qingwu. At just a glance, his eyes trembled. An inexplicable emotion seemed to seize him. While Song Qingwu's appearance was not extraordinary, there was an odd allure about her. He could not help but, goodness, that look in the tyrant's eyes. He has indeed fallen in love at first sight. Song Lingyi's mocking thoughts exploded in her mind, and Xiao Mo suddenly snapped back to reality, a ruthless glint overshadowing his gaze. Silence. His furious shout startled everyone present. Chapter 3. What? The heroine exits so soon. Song Lingyu, do you admit to deceiving the emperor and the matter of the substitute marriage? Under Xiao Mo's chilling gaze, Song Lingyu felt a shiver run down her spine, sensing something was amiss with this man. Since her arrival, the trajectory of the original plot seemed to have shifted. Nevertheless, her priority was to safeguard her own life. Your Majesty, I am utterly devoted to you. Song Lingyu pinched her thigh fiercely, tears cascading down her cheeks. Since childhood, I have admired Your Majesty and longed to marry you. Although you ultimately chose my sister as your empress, I resolved to bury my feelings deep within my heart and wholeheartedly bless my sister and you for a lifetime of happiness. Together, yet yesterday, during the wedding festivities, I inexplicably fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in Your Majesty's palace. Song Lingyu's fair cheeks glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Observing the shocked expressions of Song Bihuai and Song Qingwu, she couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The original owner was innocent, but Xiao Mo is far from blameless. Song Bihuai only came to believe that the ruler he loyally served harbored treasonous intentions when the poisoned wine was delivered to the general's residence. Even at the last moment of drinking, he harbored no rebellious thoughts. The court was already fraught with internal strife, and after this incident, there was no one left around Xiao Mo he could trust, leading to the guards being misled by traitors and assassins, seizing the opportunity to strike. Though the assassination attempt failed, Xiao Mo was left with an incurable affliction, often plagued by excruciating headaches. Xiao Mo's cold gaze surged with tumultuous waves, his handsome features darkened by a chilling aura. Indeed, he had tasked the imperial guards with a significant matter, one that bore great implications for his own life. It seemed this enchantress spoke the truth. But who, then, was the traitor? Xiao Mo regarded Song Lingyu with a more complex gaze, pondering for a moment before parting his lips. General Song has served the great Xia with unwavering loyalty. In light of General Song's merits, I shall not pursue the matter of the bride's substitution further. Since Song Lingyu harbors such affection for me, let her remain. I wish to see just how deeply she is enamored. Upon hearing this, Song Bihuai trembled, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. He had initially thought that given the emperor's suspicious nature, he would surely view the Song family's accomplishments as a threat and punish them severely. To his astonishment, he was wrong, by heavens. Song Lingyu's eyes widened, barely able to believe her ears. The tyrant has changed his ways. While you may evade death, you cannot escape punishment. My wedding has encountered such a mishap, and the guards of the Song residence were lax. Thus, I shall penalize you by withholding a year's salary as a lesson. As for the lady, Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes. Song Bihuai was loyal, and the enchantress's sentiments could attest to that. But Song Qingwu, the sensation of being manipulated lingered in his memory as the sovereign. Could he allow a woman to sway him? It was utterly detestable. As he spoke, Song Qingwu stood frozen, confusion and shock etched across her delicate features. This was not how it should be. Song Qingwu stared at the sullen Xiao Mo upon the dragon throne, feeling that the disdain in his gaze should not be directed at her like this. Yet Xiao Mo cast her but a glance before shifting his gaze back to Song Lingyu. She had been cast out of the palace, while Song Lingyu remained at Xiao Mo's side as the empress. It was baffling that although both had been embroiled in the issue of bride substitution, only she faced disdain and punishment. Suddenly, Song Qingwu clenched her fists, hatred flashing in her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on Song Lingyu's retreating figure. Throughout her life, she had never been rejected by someone who chose her. Song Lingyu exhaled in relief, casting a peculiar glance at Xiao Mo. This fellow, in matters of romance, had not faltered. Could it be that because she had not met her demise, the butterfly effect spared him from falling for Song Qingwu at first sight? But such matters were trivial. What mattered was that her life was preserved. Her mission to remain by Xiao Mo's side could now be deemed accomplished. Your humble servant thanks your majesty for your grace. Song Bihuai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Though Song Qingwu had been sent to the labor camp, this outcome was far better than he had anticipated. Turning to Song Lingyu, he noticed her somewhat pallid face, and his prior anger dissipated. Ultimately, it was his prolonged absence that had deprived him of fulfilling his duties as a father, leading to this calamity. Fortunately, His Majesty still trusted the Song family. He would take the time to guide her in the future. With a pang of guilt, Song Bihuai glanced at Song Lingyu before departing with Song Qingwu. Xiao Mo observed Song Lingyu, who stood dazed, his lips pressing together as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by the excited shrieks of a woman nearby. Powerful pills, the Tyrant's soothing talisman, a day pass for the Empress experience. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. No wonder the shop is named Defeat the Tyrant. All the items here resonate with my very soul. Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled as she beheld the familiar blue light board before her. The previously gray item icons had transformed into vibrant colors, with the names of the items clearly displayed. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as she sensed Xiao Mo's dark gaze fixed upon her. Though his expression remained unchanged, it felt as if his demeanor had darkened further. Song Lingyu, to replace me, to eliminate me, and to aspire to become the Empress? Xiao Mo's fists clenched. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed ominously, his murderous intent thickening in an instant. What are you staring at? As my maid, can't you see that I am thirsty? Pour me some tea. Taken aback by his words, Song Lingyu paused. Maid. Is he addressing me? Realizing Xiao Mo's increasingly grim expression, she quickly comprehended that within a mere span of moments, her status had shifted from a cast-off concubine to Empress, and now, to Xiao Mo's personal maid. Indeed, men. Even they have their unpredictable days each month. What tea would your majesty like to drink?
Just pour the tea.
No need to quibble with one who is at death's door. Upon hearing her thoughts, Xiao Mo's gaze hardened sharply. Impudence. He was the sovereign of the land, and someone dared to wish him dead. Opening canals, distributing land, these were all his achievements. Yet, observing Song Lingyu's outwardly respectful demeanor while harboring rebellious thoughts, his emotions grew increasingly complex. What did this enchantress truly believe? What did others think of him? Did they also perceive him as a feudal relic, stubborn and unyielding? Chapter 4. A gentle approach to the tyrant. In a fit of rage, Xiao Mo slammed his palm on the table, his light golden eyes glimmering with fury. What is this? Has the general's residence not even taught you the most basic tea etiquette? Song Lingyu was taken aback, cursing under her breath. Yet, she knew better than to confront him directly. With a keen understanding of survival, she discreetly rolled her eyes and quickly fetched some tea, presenting it with respectful hands. However, Xiao Mo did not even glance at her. Too cold. Bring another pot. Gritting her teeth, Song Lingyu complied and fetched a pot of hot tea. This back and forth occurred several times before Xiao Mo finally regarded her with his full attention. Your Majesty, please drink. The tea is now at a suitable temperature.
Drink.
Live, father. With each smile that graced Song Lingyu's lips, she cursed him anew in her mind. Xiao Mo's fingers paused, a shadow passing over his brow. Suddenly, the voice of a eunuch echoed from outside, announcing the arrival of the leader of the Imperial Guard, Guofei. Guofei? Isn't he the only confidant Xiao Mo trusts? The one tasked with all significant matters, a martial expert? The excited thoughts reverberated in her mind, and Xiao Mo had long grown accustomed to hearing her inner musings, remaining calm as long as they were not insults directed at him. But why was she so fervent? His gaze fell upon Song Lingyu's slightly flushed cheeks, her posture straightening as she eagerly peered towards the door. Could it be that she harbored feelings for Guofei? Xiao Mo's brows knitted in displeasure, a wave of discomfort surging within him. Yet, upon reflection, this enchanting woman possessed the ability to foresee events, and her disdain for him seemed misplaced. If she favored Guofei, it would give him a leverage over her. With this in mind, his desire to summon Guofei grew urgent. The matters of assassins and traitors all intertwined with him, and if he could extract more prophecies from her, he would have him enter directly.
Goodness.
Is there such urgency in the dead of night? Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, recalling her previous readings in the novel, her excitement for Guofei mounting. With a series of deliberate and powerful footsteps, a robust man clad in black armor, a silver blade at his waist, strode in. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Guofei's countenance was grave as he knelt upon entering the hall. Your commands have yielded results, but... He hesitated, his steely gaze shifting from Xiao Imo to a newcomer, a tea-serving maid whose face was unfamiliar. The frequent changes in attendance by the emperor's side had not caught his attention. Yet the way this maid looked at him felt peculiar, as if he had committed some transgression. Pay her no mind. Focus on your duties, Xiao Imo said with a knowing smile, interpreting Song Lingyu's unerring gaze as a correct assumption. Yet the next instant, her uproarious laughter erupted in his ears. Is this the character who has become so popular, even surpassing the leads? Although Xiao Imo is enamored with Song Qinggu, he has a steadfast companion in Guofei, the ruthless tyrant and the stoic commander of the Imperial Guard. You guard the realm, and I guard you. This is far more exhilarating than the love-stricken narrative of Song Qinggu. The fanfiction and derivative works are piling up to 10 stories high. Song Lingyu not only read but was thoroughly engrossed. Now that the main character is before me, this athletic figure with an impressive physique and unwavering loyalty is simply delightful. Xiao Imo heard her thoughts clearly, even questioning if his ears were malfunctioning. He, the emperor of a nation, male. Guofei, the leader of the Imperial Guard, male. How had such a connection arisen? And yet, you guard and I guard you. Xiao Mo's handsome visage darkened in an instant, his fingers clenching tightly. His murderous gaze seemingly ready to dismantle Song Lingyu piece by piece. Song. Ling. You. Daring to slander me as soft-hearted. You shall pay dearly.
Crash.
The sound of metal clattering echoed as Song Lingyu felt an icy chill sweep past her. Upon glancing down, a long blade was now dangerously close to her neck. Before her, Xiao Mo's eyes bore an intensity that suggested he might kill her. Your Majesty, this is unnecessary. If you wish for me to leave and not disrupt your romance, I can simply depart. I came to join this household, not to tear it apart. Song Lingyu swallowed hard, unable to resist stealing a glance at the equally astonished Guofei behind Xiao Imo. His imposing figure loomed, his rugged features paired with Xiao Imo's fierce demeanor, creating an unexpectedly delicate atmosphere. Have I truly been standing in the wrong place all these years? Oh, Tyrant, it must indeed be you. A crack appeared in Xiao Mo's cold expression, his grip on the blade trembling slightly. Had it not been for the importance of imperial dignity, he would have spat blood in Song Lingyu's face.
Ding.
A familiar mechanical sound interrupted his fury. Before he could express his anger, he noticed Song Lingyu's eyes growing vacant, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Song Lingyu stared in confusion at the suddenly appearing shop interface, knowing that it only materialized upon summoning. Soon, she understood as she glimpsed her personal points displayed in the bottom right corner. The system had mentioned that completing tasks would yield points, and now that the points were credited, could she purchase items? As this thought crossed her mind, the interface shifted, displaying several glimmering items arranged neatly before her. Bone Weak, 50 points Pear Blossoms in the Rain, 100 points Deep Affection, 150 points Goodness. These items are exorbitantly priced. Seeing her meager 200 points, Song Lingyu did not hesitate to select the cheapest option, Bone Weak. What effect could this Bone Weak possibly have? The system responded, target has been autonomously selected. Confirm? Just as she completed the exchange, a message popped up on the screen. Closest target? Song Lingyu's gaze lifted in confusion, only to find Xiao Imo before her, his usually indifferent golden eyes now revealing a rare flicker of panic.
No.
Bone Weak. Closest target? Xiao Mo's mind erupted. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late.
Ding.
Exchange successful. Target effect activated. Chapter 5. Encountering the Tyrant with a cheeky attitude clang. The long blade fell to the ground, and Xiao Mo's complexion turned pale, his body swaying unsteadily. Your Majesty, Guofei exclaimed, rushing to support him, only to be forcefully pushed away by Xiao Imo. I am fine. Xiao Imo gritted his teeth, yet his voice betrayed a hint of weakness. The Bone Weak effect has taken hold. Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled with delight, eager to observe the miraculous effects of the item she had acquired from the shop, something that would command a fortune in the modern world.
Now.
A living example was before her, and she was determined to watch closely. However, contrary to her expectations, Xiao Imo did not collapse in weakness but rather appeared to be in pain, straightening his back instead. How could I be harmed by such witchcraft? Song Lingyu, how dare you use this on me? Once I recover, I shall personally ensure you pay for this. Xiao Imo seethed, his body drained of strength, sustained only by sheer will. The dignity of an emperor would not allow him to show any sign of weakness before anyone. Yet the next moment, her questioning thoughts halted him in his tracks. Is the effect insufficient? Could it be the dosage was inadequate? Song Lingyu scrutinized Xiao Imo's strained countenance, seemingly unaffected. The purchased items had only a time limit for use, with unlimited doses, so without hesitation, Song Lingyu clicked on Bone Weak once more.
Ah!
A low grunt escaped from Xiao Mo's lips as his legs suddenly buckled, and he slumped into the chair, his entire being soft and languid, akin to a cat that has just awakened, retracting its claws. If one were to overlook the murderous glint in his eyes, one might find him quite endearing. Your Majesty! Guo Fei rushed forward again, his eyes filled with concern. Yet, mindful of the emperor's dignity, he could only lower his head and express his remorse. It is my incompetence that I have yet to procure the item you mentioned. I have caused you worry and fatigue. Please, punish me as you see fit. Oh dear. Oh dear. He is distressed. Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fragility of Xiao Mo in this moment was simply astonishing. The ruthless emperor finally reveals a vulnerable side. The cold-faced general has softened and confronted his emotions.
Oh.
I am simply overjoyed to witness this exchange firsthand. Having captured the heart of a beauty, Xiao Mo will surely thank me in the future. Such a sly one. I spent 50 points, and yet you find joy in this. A gleam of exhilaration danced at the corners of Song Lingyu's lips, a sight that was painfully glaring to Xiao Mo were it not for his current weakness. He would have obliterated this enchanting woman and her accursed marketplace. His fists clenched, cracking ominously, as a tide of murderous intent surged within him. However, his expression soon hardened, as the woman's thoughts brushed against his mind, casting a shadow over his gaze. What a pity for Guo Fei, such a loyal and capable minister. That traitor is a scion of the Tyrant's maternal clan, having infiltrated the imperial guards under the guise of royal lineage. Who would have thought he would conspire with assassins, nearly leading to Xiao Mo's demise, and ultimately become a cripple in his attempt to save him? And yet, he met his end on the journey home. At that time, Xiao Mo faced the annihilation of the Song family, with loyal ministers manipulated by the leads of the protagonists, leaving him utterly isolated. No wonder he met such a tragic fate, scorned by posterity. Song Lingyu gazed regretfully at Guo Fei, lamenting the fleeting opportunity to witness the principal character before her eyes. Once Xiao Mo has perished, and I have studied his demise, I shall lay these ill-fated lovers to rest together. Unable to obtain Song Qingguo, I shall offer you Guo Fei, a man of loyalty and righteousness. Xiao Mo's countenance turned rigid. He had not anticipated that the traitor would emerge from the maternal clan. His fingers gradually tightened into a fist, feeling his strength return. Observing the subtle shift in Song Lingyu's expression, he understood that the time limit of this cursed artifact was nearing its end.
Song. Ling.
You. He growled through gritted teeth, startling her into submission. She hastily lowered her head, realizing that the tyrant was not to be trifled with. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mo regarded Song Lingyu, who was stealing glances at him and Guo Fei, her eyes aflame with fervor, igniting a desire to strike her down.
Get out.
He hissed through clenched teeth. Song Lingyu nodded vigorously, casting one last glance at the two men as she exited. Are they finally going to express their feelings? But as Xiao Mo shot her a glare, she quickly closed the door. This is not to be trifled with. The tyrannical emperor's affection is far too indulgent. Listening to the incessant thoughts swirling around him, Xiao Mo pinched the bridge of his nose, gradually regaining his usual commanding demeanor. Casting a calm gaze upon the bowed Guo Fei. You were sent to seek the Tian Nan divine herb, yet it seems someone is obstructing your efforts? Guo Fei looked up in shock. Your Majesty possesses remarkable insight. I know not who has leaked information, but our lead on the herb has been abruptly severed. Xiao Mo smirked coldly. Had it not been for the enchantress's words, he would have remained oblivious to the traitor lurking so close. For now, you shall pretend to be unaware of this matter. Continue with the plan, but I require you to undertake an additional task. Such a vile spy shall not be permitted to act with impunity around the Emperor of the Great Xia. Chapter 6. The Emperor's peculiar preferences at this moment. Gazing at the two doors of the cold palace that refused to close, one could read the word fitting in Xiao Mo's eyes. The two maids stationed at the entrance of the cold palace beheld the sight of Song Lingyu, her cheeks flushed, cradling her face, lost in a reverie. They exchanged knowing glances, both arriving at the same conclusion. This false empress truly is madly in love with the Emperor, just as the rumors suggest. My lady, we have been assigned from the laundry bureau to attend to you. The night is deep. It is time for you to change and rest. One of the maids, dressed in the attire of palace attendants, adorned with a peach-pink ribbon in her hair, resembled a freshly ripened peach, her hands respectfully offering a box of garments. Seeing her expression of confusion, Chun Tao, despite her curiosity, respectfully extended the clothes towards her. I am Chun Tao. Following closely was a more composed voice. Song Lingyu noticed a taller, slender maid behind Chun Tao, who appeared a few years older, exuding a calm demeanor and bowing her head in greeting. Even the maids around the dog emperor are so striking. At least he has the decency to send someone to care for me. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Xiao Mo paused, his expression darkening. Here he was, the first emperor to unify 6 kingdoms, a figure unparalleled in history. And yet, someone dared to call him a dog emperor. Were it not for Song Lingyu's usefulness, he might have shown her no mercy. Let alone banishing her to the cold palace, he would have thrown her into the dungeons out of kindness. With a crack, the pen snapped under his grip, and Xiao Mo closed his eyes, suppressing his anger, exhaling slowly to regain his composure. On the other side, Song Lingyu was about to speak to the two maids when suddenly a translucent screen appeared before her, blocking her view. A floating display bore a bold message. Task: make a name for yourself. Please elevate the Empress's notoriety within 5 days. Completion of the task will yield a reward of 300 points. Failure will result in the original fate of death for the host. Song Lingyu felt as though struck by lightning. No one informed me that, even as an empress, I must toil to establish my renown. What has Xiao Mo been doing all these years, if not to make my existence known? Failure means death. How can I, in this cold palace, achieve such a feat? Frantically, she scratched her head. The crown weighed heavily upon her forehead, reddening and itching, yet it was too cumbersome to relieve the itch, much like this insurmountable task, exasperating. Chun Tao, noticing the fluctuations in Song Lingyu's expression, felt a pang of sympathy for her. It must be that she is deeply enamored with the emperor. To the point of losing her sanity, Chun Tao's voice softened. My lady, if the crown is uncomfortable, may I assist you in removing it? Song Lingyu halted her anxious scratching. Believing she had consented, Chun Tao stepped forward to remove the crown. As the weight lifted from her head, Song Lingyu felt a lightness in her neck and a clarity in her mind. Uncomfortable crown? Song Lingyu glanced at the removed headpiece thoughtfully. It was evident that it was crafted a size too large for her head. Moreover, the sleeping robe Chun Tao had handed her was also considerably smaller in fabric. This was clearly tailored to the measurements of Song Qingwu. A flicker of realization pierced through Song Lingyu's muddled thoughts. It seems that those outside are unaware that the Empress has changed. To make a name for oneself indeed refers to this notoriety. Suddenly, she snatched the garments from Chun Tao. Her vacant gaze now accompanied by a bewildered smile, sending chills down the spines of both Chun Tao and LV Tiao. Chun Tao's face paled, fearing she had inadvertently triggered something in Song Lingyu. My lady, forgive me. Chun Tao did not intend to offend. I was merely concerned for your well-being. LV Tiao hastily knelt, attempting to explain calmly. Song Lingyu, perplexed by their reactions, questioned whether she appeared so fearsome. Just then, she saw Chun Tao's pale face, trembling as she too knelt in supplication. In her fright, she accidentally dropped a booklet from her sleeve, which clattered loudly on the ground. Echoing in the stillness of the hall, Chun Tao's complexion turned ashen as she rushed to retrieve it. Yet, Song Lingyu was quicker, snatching the booklet and curiously examining the cover. The characters of the Great Xia bear a resemblance to Oracle bone script, making them difficult to comprehend. She could only discern the words prince. What book is this? Chun Tao cast a fearful glance at her, hastily burying her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I dare not say. Song Lingyu grew even more curious. It was merely a book. Why the trepidation? Fear not. I shall pardon your transgression. Just speak plainly. Only then did Chun Tao stammer out a few words. It is the romantic escapades of a dashing scholar and the prince. Song Lingyu.
What?
Repeat that. What escapades of whom? Internally, Song Lingyu was profoundly shocked. If it were a domineering CEO's passionate affair, she would not be so astonished. In the Great Xia of thousands of years ago, even the ladies of the capital's boudoirs have a penchant for such things. It appears she alone is bound by feudal constraints. A vision of Xiao Mo's expression, one of longing for her to leave as she closed the door, flashed through her mind, and enlightenment struck. If the monarch harbors such interests, the common folk would naturally not abhor them. Isn't this an opportunity? If this succeeds, not only will she gain fame across the realm, but she would also become an unparalleled empress. Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled as she seized Chun Tao and Lu Tiao. Who among you can read? I can, Lu Tiao nodded. Song Lingyu promptly thrust the script into Lu Tiao's hands, her excitement evident as her lips curled into a smile. Fetch a stack of white paper. I shall dictate. And you will write. Adhere to the format of this book. Observing Song Lingyu's impatient demeanor, Chun Tao appeared bewildered, a flicker of sympathy crossing her face as she wished to intervene. Lu Tiao shook her head and soon procured brush, ink, and paper. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Xiao Mo furrowed his brow, unable to concentrate on the memorials. His mind was preoccupied with Song Lingyu's recent musings. What on earth could stir such excitement in this enchanting woman? Could she achieve what he accomplished only through unification of the realm, merely by indulging in her boudoir? Gua Aiching. Xiao Mo, driven by curiosity, set down the memorials and turned to Guofei, who had been vigilantly guarding the hall since the assassination incident. Do you know what women most enjoy doing in their chambers? Guofei's resolute face betrayed a hint of confusion. Needlework? Grooming? Xiao Mo shook his head. What Song Lingyu described was not the usual pastimes of common women in their boudoirs. From her description, it sounded akin to literature. Noticing Guofei's clear-eyed expression, Xiao Mo felt a moment of exasperation and instructed, You are yet to marry. I doubt you comprehend these matters. Go to the bookstore outside the palace and procure for me several of the latest books favored by women. Guofei, puzzled, could only nod in agreement, wondering why His Majesty would want books that interest women. Could it be related to the newly wed empress? As Guofei pondered this, he unexpectedly encountered someone and, upon recognizing the Vice Minister of Rights, hastily stopped him. Lord Jiang, Your household has many wives and concubines. Do you know what women most enjoy doing in their boudoirs? Guofei, being straightforward, caught Lord Jiang off guard, his face shifting from pale to flushed. Though he had 18 concubines, being questioned so directly by a colleague left him at a loss. However, the iron-willed Guofei, who only knew of warfare, was inquiring about matters of the boudoir. Lord Jiang, with a teasing smile, remarked, General Guo, could it be that you have a lady love? I am inquiring for His Majesty. His Majesty. Lord Jiang, incredulous, scrutinized Guofei several times, noting he had indeed just emerged from the imperial study and quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He dared not conceal the truth, pulling Guofei aside and lowering his voice. In such matters, if they are too traditional, they will undoubtedly bore a young lady. General Guo, there are shops in the southern part of the city where you can purchase specialized whips. Listening to the various implements Lord Jiang described, a gradual flush crept across Guofei's rugged features, his eyes wide with shock and uncertainty. Do women truly favor such things in their boudoirs? Gazing into Lord Jiang's earnest eyes, Guofei resolved to also procure a set of these tools when he bought the books for His Majesty. General Guo, should this endeavor prove successful, do not forget to mention me before His Majesty. The two parted ways at the palace gates. And as Lord Jiang observed Guofei's retreating figure, he turned back to glance at the palace, marveling at the audacity of His Majesty, who approached even matters of romance with such vigor. Chapter 7. Upon learning that he would be the protagonist of the novel, the tyrant split open with a gaze full of longing. Song Lingyu squatted at the palace gates, eagerly watching the desolate pathway. How goes it? She sprang up, striding forward, only to discover Chun Tao's eyes were red-rimmed, her face resembling a weeping rabbit. Had the book not sold? A jolt of anxiety coursed through Song Lingyu. She hastily grasped Chun Tao's hand and asked, What has happened? Your Highness, hic. Your Highness, wah. Chun Tao sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. Failing to articulate a single coherent sentence, her grip tightening around Song Lingyu's hand as her tears flowed uncontrollably. Sensing something amiss, Song Lingyu turned to Lu Tiao. The girl's eyes were also red, and if Song Lingyu read her expression correctly, there was a hint of pity in her gaze. Your Highness. The bookshop owner wept upon reading the manuscript, immediately agreeing to purchase it. As per your instructions, we sought an exclusive contract, which he readily accepted, and he even called for a storyteller. The shop is nearly besieged by patrons. Lu Tiao choked as she handed over a package of coins. Your Highness, look. This is the payment from the bookstore, and we've earned this much today alone. The gleaming silver coins spread across Lu Tiao's cloth, leaving Song Lingyu momentarily speechless. You've earned the money. Why are you both still crying?
Wah.
The storyteller was so moving. Chun Tao wailed, her tears unabated. Your Highness, I feel for you. You have silently devoted so much to His Majesty. Why is it that you cannot compare to General Guo? It was you who first captured His Majesty's heart under the apricot blossoms in the drizzling rain. He only sees you as a substitute for General Guo. Wah. You risked your life to save His Majesty, comforted him in heartbreak, and even played the role of a decoy in his pursuit of his beloved.
Wah.
What have all the beautiful moments and sacrifices of these years amounted to? Song Lingyu. They amount to seaweed, to burning winter, to your attentive gaze.
All right.
Perhaps I was a bit too forceful. It was a three-person film, and she had merely added her name quietly. Who would have thought ancient people could be so sensitive? Song Lingyu felt a twinge of guilt but, in order to maintain her persona, pinched her thigh sharply.
Ouch.
No need to grieve for me. All of this is willingly borne. With misty eyes, Song Lingyu grimaced.
Damn.
That hurt. Chun Tao, wiping her tears, firmly grasped her hand. Determination igniting in her eyes. Your Highness. You are the Empress. I believe in you. The main consort will surely triumph over the male rival. Lu Tiao nodded in agreement. So do I. How touching. Song Lingyu felt awkward, her toes curling in embarrassment, and upon hearing male rival, hastily covered Chun Tao's mouth. Casting wary glances around. True love turned rival. Fortunately, Xiao Mo did not overhear. I merely sought to add some flair to your romance. Just a casual scribble. And it became a hit. Imagine adding some illustrations. As Song Lingyu contemplated the silver in her hands, a bolder idea took shape in her mind. Perhaps purchasing an illustration skill from the system's marketplace would enhance the book, elevating its popularity to new heights. In the imperial study, a drop of ink fell on the nearly completed title, and Xiao Mo's brows knotted tighter. The thoughts of this enchanting woman grew increasingly elusive. He could not comprehend, yet an unsettling feeling persisted. A eunuch announced Guofei's request for an audience, prompting Xiao Mo to swiftly conceal his emotions and summon Guofei into the hall. At a glance, he noticed the package Guofei carried. His handsome features remained impassive, but curiosity gnawed at him, and he could hardly wait for Guofei to report. Have you acquired the items?
Present them to me.
Your Majesty. The way he avoids eye contact seems as if he fears being devoured. Xiao Mo's conviction that something is amiss deepens. Why does Guo Qing feign such coyness typical of a young lady? Am I not permitted to gaze upon this? Xiao Mo's tone grew heavier, his narrow eyes squinting with intensity, a sinister aura suddenly enveloping the grand hall. Guo Fei's face flushed crimson, as if struck at the core, hastily presenting the item and retreating swiftly. It was a book, accompanied by a hefty package. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow in disdain. Merely a book. Why such an uncharacteristic display from Guo Fei? However, as his gaze fell upon the title, the Tyrant Emperor's unrelenting love. General, I shall claim you. Xiao Mo's pupils constricted in shock. Opening it, both his and Guo Fei's names boldly appeared on the first page. Captivity, coercion, tyrannical affection on the bed, outrageous. Xiao Mo hurled the book to the ground, his chest heaving with fury. Well done, Song Lingyu. After a brief respite, you have been clandestinely concocting such filth. I shall decree your execution today. Thud. Guo Fei suddenly knelt, resolute and prepared to face death, locking eyes with Xiao Mo. Your Majesty, I am the only son in my family, deeply indebted to your grace, yet my aged mother longs for me to marry and bear children to continue the lineage. Guo Fei bowed repeatedly, his stern visage flushing with embarrassment as he stammered. I have heard of a renowned courtesan in Jiangnan, skilled in the pleasures of the boudoir. Should your Majesty desire, I shall journey south to bring her to you.
Get out.
Xiao Mo kicked him away, his expression dark enough to spill ink. Song Lingyu has gone mad. Guo Fei, have you lost your mind? The thought of a revered emperor being depicted in such lewd literature, especially authored by his own queen. Xiao Mo trembled with rage, his malevolent gaze fixed on the fallen Guo Fei, wishing to pry open his skull to see what lay within. Guo Fei was sent flying 2 meters, yet he exhaled with relief, an unmistakable ease on his countenance. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. He bowed and staggered out of the imperial study. Xiao Mo's chest heaved continuously, his eyes sweeping over the package Guo Fei had brought, and in a fit of anger, he sent it crashing to the ground. The contents, seemingly heavy, clattered to the floor. Xiao Mo's furious expression froze. There lay a whip, shackles, and a candlestick. A gentle breeze fluttered, causing the papers to rustle, the explicit words illuminated by the candlelight, and Xiao Mo's underlying brutality surged, his handsome face trembling with intense wrath.
Song Lingyu. Xiao Mo's fists clenched, cracking ominously.
Suddenly, a woman's excited and lascivious laughter echoed in his ears, jolting him from his stupor. Did that wretched Song Lingyu intend to include imagery as well? Absolutely not. My reputation. Xiao Mo's expression shifted drastically as he stormed out, heading straight for Ninghua Palace. Chapter 8. The Tyrant's Fury, a death sentence. It is astonishingly lifelike. The flickering candlelight rendered the man's abdominal muscles on the paper vividly clear, almost animated. Song Lingyu rubbed her hands together, her gaze predatory. She had not anticipated that the props exchanged in the marketplace would be so powerful, resembling a 3D print, albeit lacking color. With delicate phoenix eyes, slanted brows, and ink-black pupils resembling an unfathomable abyss, the entire figure exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. It was as if Xiao Mo had stepped into the artwork. Everything unseen in reality was vividly captured on the canvas. The depicted Xiao Mo wore a garment that hinted at his physique, droplets of water appearing almost tangible, trailing down his 8-pack abs into the depths of his V-line. Notably, beside him lay a dazed Guo Fei. Though clad in formal attire, it subtly suggested something more, igniting the imagination. Song Lingyu chuckled, but after a few glances, she hurriedly adjusted the props to diminish the resemblance to the real persons. Less is more. The allure of mystery is most captivating. Beside her, Chun Tao and Lu Tiao blushed, their eyes glazed over, too frightened to glance at the table. My lady, must we truly proceed with this? Chun Tao's voice trembled, her mind racing with thoughts of her own demise. Lu Tiao appeared equally apprehensive. Song Lingyu calmly patted their shoulders, personally binding the sketchbook into the novel and handing it to them. Do not worry. Should the sky fall, I, the queen, shall bear the burden. Hurry and deliver this. The fans await the fresh release of the next volume. After all, it is Xiao Mo whose reputation is at stake. I have nothing to lose. Furthermore, this niche literature might just succeed, and if it does well, a comic adaptation could follow, bringing fame and fortune. Tremble, citizens of the great Xia. As Xiao Mo made his way to Ninghua Palace, he suddenly halted. The accompanying eunuchs, trembling with fear, immediately knelt. The emperor's countenance had been grim throughout their journey, and now, the lethal intent radiating from him rendered everyone weak-kneed, too terrified to utter a word. She truly illustrated it.
Song Lingyu, how dare you?
Xiao Mo gritted his teeth, his sinister gaze sweeping over the distant palace, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. None are to follow.
Xiao Montag backed,
flicking his sleeve as he quickened his pace, striding directly into the hall. My lady, Lu Tiao hesitated, the manuscript feeling scalding in her hands. Neither able to place it down nor hold onto it, her eyes darting to the entrance, where a broodingly handsome man in splendid attire stood. His fierce phoenix eyes were locked onto the scroll they held. Lu Tiao and Chun Tao's faces drained of color, trembling as they hastily knelt in greeting. Your Majesty. Song Lingyu jolted, realizing it was Xiao Imo, quickly attempting to conceal the scroll. However, Xiao Imo was quicker, striding over to them, first casting a chilling glance at Song Lingyu before towering over Chun Tao and Lu Tiao. Hand the scroll to me. Chun Tao and Lu Tiao, pale as sheets, a cold sweat trickling down, hid the scroll behind them, torn between giving it and refraining. Watching the two nearly frightened to death, Song Lingyu felt a wave of panic herself. This was something Xiao Imo must not see. Your Majesty, I have eagerly awaited your presence. I have missed you terribly. Song Lingyu pinched her thigh, forcing out tears as she stepped forward, shielding Lu Tiao and Chun Tao behind her. Xiao Mo's brows furrowed, his handsome visage darkening with increasing ire. His gaze like a blade, slicing through Song Lingyu's forced smile, revealing a clear mockery and disbelief. Song Lingyu silently gritted her teeth. How dare you, Tyrant? Do you think such a drawing is fit for your uninitiated eyes? Xiao Mo's temples throbbed with rage. How could she know? Damn, that's Song Lingyu. Xiao Mo's narrowed eyes flicked towards the now-flushed Chun Tao, and in a swift movement, he wrapped his arms around Song Lingyu's slender waist, turning abruptly. Before anyone could react, he snatched the scroll from Chun Tao's grasp. I must see how you have been pining for me in the cold palace.
Xiao montagsniert.
Watching Song Lingyu's flustered expression as he unfurled the scroll, the paper was small, plain white with black ink. Yet, the stark simplicity of the drawing depicted everything, causing Xiao Imo to feel darkness encroach upon his vision. Crack. The scroll was flung away, barely a second after being opened. Xiao Mo's handsome features twisted with rage, his large hand gripping Song Lingyu by the collar, his eyes reddening. Song Ling, you, explain this to me. Song Lingyu, struggling for breath, gazed at Xiao Mo's unraveling composure, unable to suppress her eye roll. I warned you not to look, but you wouldn't listen. Yet, Xiao Mo, you are too naive. Is this drawing excessively explicit? Seeing you so agitated reveals your innocence. A revered emperor still remains uninitiated. What a scandal. Perhaps it should be included in the next volume of the novel. You dare. Xiao Mo's angry expression stiffened, a flush of shame and indignation crawling up his cheeks. However, in the next moment, Song Lingyu unexpectedly grasped his hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she began to speak. Your Majesty, I truly miss you so much. During the days you do not visit me, I wait from dusk until dawn, and from dawn back to dusk. Do you know how many bricks there are in Ninghua Palace? Song Lingyu, brimming with deep emotion, finally found a purpose after 10 years of diligent study. Yet, before she could fully express her feelings, Xiao Mo impatiently interrupted her. Is this how much you miss me, Song Lingyu? With such fervor, you lay here with another man? Song Lingyu swallowed hard, gazing into Xiao Mo's eyes, which were swirling with menace. Realizing that today would not be easy to navigate, she knew that even mentioning Zhan Huan would be futile. She licked her dry lips, forcing a bitter smile, and began to fabricate her tale. Indeed, nothing escapes your Majesty's keen perception. This painting is an illustration from a work I admire, and the characters within bear a striking resemblance to you. I cannot be by your side, so I can only read this story to solace my lonely nights. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she felt almost moved herself. Your Majesty, how I wish to be the man loved by you in this tale. But alas, reality is not a story. Can you not fulfill this small wish of mine? Spring Peach was deeply touched by Song Lingyu's heartfelt confession. Your Majesty, the Empress truly loves you dearly. Please show her mercy. Spring Peach knelt before him, and Xiao Mo's veins throbbed in irritation, observing the tears in Green Strip's eyes. His lips twitched as he realized both women had been ensnared by Song Lingyu's charm. This only fueled his anger. Now, the entire capital likely believed that he, the illustrious conqueror of 6 nations, had only attained his position through deceit. Damn it. Perhaps he should bestow her a wedding gown instead. In the 9th chapter, seated upon the exalted throne, Xiao Mo's hand subtly crept up Song Lingyu's slender neck. With all this commotion, I wonder if those who have been covertly observing me and the Song family will lower their guard. Xiao Mo's hand froze, his senses sharpening, his breathing quieting. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu, with her tear-streaked eyes, innocently blinked, her voice laced with a hint of laziness. The contents of the letter seemed to concern some bandit troubles. If I recall correctly? Well, never mind. I can't seem to remember. I'll think of it later. Xiao Mo, think of it later. After a long pause, was that it? Was that truly all? Song Lingyu, you are no different than a child squatting to relieve herself, only to pass a mere whisper. Xiao Mo felt dizzy with anger, blood rushing to his head. Yet, Song Lingyu continued her performance. Crystal tears slipped from her eyes, her delicate fingers brushing upward as she bit her trembling lip, turning her face away, maintaining the posture of lifting her eyes. She softly murmured, Alas, fallen flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. Since your Majesty is unwilling, I shall withdraw, and this withdrawal shall last a lifetime. Xiao Mo's forehead was veiled in black lines. If he could, he would truly like to strangle this overly dramatic woman. With a cold laugh, he released Song Lingyu and pulled out a book, tossing it before her. Is this the work the Empress favors? The cover boldly read, "The overbearing emperor is deeply in love. General, I shall claim you." How absurd. The title is simplistic enough. How could a reclusive emperor like Xiao Mo possess such a thing? Observing Song Lingyu in stunned silence, a smirk finally graced Xiao Mo's lips. He dusted off his robe, his long fingers gently grasping Song Lingyu's hand, leading it to the author's signature. Cosmic Mother Zero. How serendipitous that the Empress's given name shares phonetic similarities with the author of this tale. How coincidental. After twisting around 800 corners, how is this considered clever? It's not like you are the little tyrant from my childhood. And here, Xiao Mo's voice softened, ignoring Song Lingyu's incredulous gaze as he gently flipped a page. The content, moving at 100 miles per hour, flushed Song Lingyu's face. Yet in the next moment, the man's teasing tone uttered a few words that drained her spirit. Xiao Mo, Guorfei, and the lovesick female supporting character Lingyu share phonetic similarities with both me and the Empress. What a strange coincidence. No wonder the Empress is so enthralled by this tale. Song Lingyu felt numb. This pun is costing me dearly. No one mentioned it would cost my life. Meeting Xiao Mo's seemingly all-knowing gaze, Song Lingyu stiffly forced a smile. Haha, it is rather coincidental. Your Majesty is so clever to have discovered this. For the sake of fame, for the sake of points, to eliminate the tyrant. I endure. Song Lingyu gritted her teeth, maintaining a smile while feeling the oppressive weight of his gaze. Suddenly, Xiao Mo's expression shifted, and he pushed her away. Since the Empress has such deep feelings for me, she shall move from the cold palace to my side to cultivate our relationship. Xiao Mo's handsome features were shrouded in coldness, but his alluring peach blossom eyes curved slightly, reflecting the flickering candlelight, reminiscent of a devil's seductive allure when hunting its prey. From now on, my daily needs will be overseen by the Empress herself. At the morning court tomorrow, I trust one will see the Empress upon rising? Song Lingyu felt speechless, laughter escaping her lips. Thank you, my dear father. Do I not have the right to refuse? While the 9-to-9 schedule is indeed detestable, the 5-to-5 routine is equally suffocating. Oh, how I wish to be a mouse. I have long ceased to desire life. Song Lingyu gritted her teeth, tears in her eyes. I am so moved. Your Majesty, you are truly too kind to me. Watching Song Lingyu's clenched jaw as she expressed her gratitude, Xiao Mo felt a sense of satisfaction, waving his sleeve as he departed with a light step. Wonderful. My lady. You have finally witnessed the clouds parting to reveal the moon. Spring Peach was even more elated than Song Lingyu, while Green Strip smiled gently, noticing the tears in Song Lingyu's eyes and thoughtfully bringing her a handkerchief. Is the Empress so overwhelmed with joy? Song Lingyu forced a smile. Indeed. The next day, before dawn, Green Strip dragged Song Lingyu from her bed. Still bleary-eyed, she was led to the small kitchen, dumbfounded at the sight of a pot and a table full of ingredients. Empress, you must awaken. This is your first time serving His Majesty at morning court. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. If you personally cook, His Majesty will surely feel your affection more deeply. Green Strip placed the spatula in Song Lingyu's hands, while Spring Peach, tending the fire, nodded vigorously in agreement. Faced with their earnest expectations, Song Lingyu's morning irritability faded, leaving her uncertain whether to express her displeasure. Ultimately, she channeled her frustrations into cooking, stirring vigorously, cursing the tyrant under her breath. She treated the vegetables in the pot as Xiao Mo, relentlessly chopping away. All you do is eat. If you keep indulging, you will surely squander your fortune. Humph. Did you expect this, Xiao Mo? I cannot cook. I will not trade my culinary tools from the marketplace. Today, I shall disgust you. And let's see if you dare to make me cook again. Song Lingyu's mind was a flurry of curses as she poured in a generous amount of salt and sugar, still feeling it insufficient, before reaching for the poisonous beans nearby. Oh no, Empress. Spring Peach's warning came too late, and a bag of poisonous beans was fully emptied into the mixture. Observing Song Lingyu's confident demeanor, Spring Peach's hand dropped, believing the Empress must have her reasons. Song Lingyu proudly presented a plate of her disastrous concoction, grinning from ear to ear. This whole pot of poisonous beans. Let it out. Release it. Tyrant. In the court, among the ministers, upon the exalted throne, let it all pour forth. In the Emperor's chamber, Xiao Mo listened intently to Song Lingyu's thoughts, a smile gracing his handsome face. The young eunuch beside him, trembling, nearly spilled the carefully served chicken soup. Unusually, the Emperor did not express anger today. Instead, he seemed in high spirits, consuming an extra half bowl of soup. Humph! How could he possibly eat the meal prepared by Song Lingyu? Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his enchanting peach blossom eyes. When the announcement came that the Empress sought an audience, Xiao Emo had already finished his breakfast. As the attendant prepared to clear the table, he lifted his chin and commanded, "No need. Bring the Empress in." As Song Lingyu entered the imperial chamber, holding the food box, she was met with the sight of the dashing man in splendid robes languidly reclining on the couch, elegantly wiping his lips with a silk handkerchief. In front of him lay a table with exquisite remnants of soup and dishes. Song Lingyu felt a surge of anger. Chapter 10. The crematorium scene, damn it. Xiao Mo, you sly fox, eating breakfast without telling me. Oh, the Empress has arrived, Xiao Mo said lazily, feigning surprise as he noticed the food box in Song Lingyu's hands. I have already dined, but alas, the Empress's good intentions are wasted. He raised an eyebrow, his beautiful phoenix eyes brimming with mischief. I do not wish to sadden the Empress, and since you have yet to partake in breakfast, it would be a shame to let your efforts go in vain. Song Lingyu felt her composure shatter. Words failed her, and her hand holding the food box trembled. Well, our family is grand. We can afford a bit of waste, she thought sheepishly. Oh, the Empress does not wish to eat. Xiao Emo smiled, a clear threat lurking in his gaze. Song Lingyu shivered. Historically, those who defied tyrants met grim fates. I know my place. I wouldn't dare. Song Lingyu forced a smile, holding up her bowl. Your Majesty's kindness brings me great joy. How could I refuse? With that, she scooped a large spoonful into her mouth, all the while silently weeping. So, what if I have to? I'll wreak havoc throughout the palace. Let us see who has left embarrassed. In any case, this food is no concern of mine. I shall embrace chaos. Oh no, it's too salty. I can't possibly finish it. Xiao Emo watched with amusement as Song Lingyu mechanically swallowed her food, her cheeks bulging like a hamster with its cheeks full. She was rather cute, were it not for her constant provocations. This enchanting woman, placed in the central palace merely as decoration, was not particularly bothersome. Finished? Xiao Emo asked, noticing Song Lingyu set down her bowl and chopsticks. He waved his sleeve and stood up. Unexpectedly, he grabbed her arm and strode out. To nurture our relationship, the Empress shall accompany me to court. Since Song Lingyu couldn't recall, he would take her to witness the court firsthand and root out the traitors. After all, he could hear her thoughts. If this enchanting woman harbored any treachery, it would be easy enough to eliminate her. Xiao Emo moved rapidly, and Song Lingyu stumbled to keep up. As they approached the Golden Hall, her heart sank. Wait, she had just consumed a meal that would surely lead to an embarrassing situation later. At the appointed hour, the main gate swung wide, and the officials filed into the hall. However, today the usually somber court buzzed with lively chatter. Have you heard the latest tale from the capital? I just learned that the new Empress is none other than General Song's youngest daughter. You are woefully behind on the news. Surely, you've not perused the story? It clearly states that the new Empress harbors deep affection for His Majesty, willing to risk her life to be by his side. Alas, her efforts pale in comparison to General Gua. Don't speak of it. I cried all night, ruining the pages of my book. I shall buy a new set for my collection. One night, I've wept 4 or 5 times. If this is true, I shall petition the Empress before His Majesty. It must be true. Such palace secrets, written with such genuine emotion, I suspect the author is none other than the Empress herself. Alas, her noble character, not easily understood by the world, permits her to fulfill His Majesty's bond with General Gua. The officials whispered among themselves, some even shedding tears, while others scoffed in disbelief. Until someone called out, Song Ho is present. If it's true or false, he will clarify. The gossip had reached the court, sending a shiver down the spine of the seasoned General Song Bihai, who stood at the forefront, his heart racing. Your Majesty, male. Guofei, male. Song Lingyu, his daughter. The new Empress of Daxia. Furthermore, they say the tale is scandalous, filled with vivid illustrations, surpassing even the most audacious tales. How could it be crafted by his shy, innocent daughter? Song Ho, as the Emperor's father-in-law and the new Empress's father, has the Empress confided anything to you? An acquaintance inquired, startling Song Bihai. At 50 years of age, a veteran with countless lives lost under his command, the iron-faced general turned crimson. What should she have revealed to me? Suddenly, someone interjected. You are all so behind the times. The gossip isn't even fresh. The crowd turned to see Jiang Shirling, who, holding a tablet, pointed at the officials and flashed a mysterious smile. There's more than just romantic tales in that story. A moment of eerie silence fell over the hall, like a depth charge detonating, causing a stir. What? The most upright censor gasped in shock. As Guofei stepped into the Golden Hall, he froze, the murmurs dwindling, replaced by countless admiring gazes cast upon him. Truly, His Majesty is a dragon among men. Guofei is in fine health. Guofei, I'm not going to say a word. Thank you. As the Emperor's appointed commander of the Imperial Guard, if he were in poor health, would this crowd of old men fare any better? A mere 10 steps felt like an arduous journey. He swore he had never regretted anything more in his life than possessing such exceptional martial skills. Suddenly, a chilling gaze fell upon Guorfei. He turned, locking eyes with the pained and resentful Song Bihai. Guorfei felt a twinge of guilt. Song Bihai snorted coldly, turning away, only to shed tears the moment he glanced back. His heart ached. His precious daughter was to become a rival to this brutish soldier. What if she were to be bested? Guorfei stared at the cold back of Song Bihai, words caught in his throat. His Majesty has arrived. Kneel. The eunuch's sharp call pierced the air. Dressed in a black and gold robe, Xiao Emo emerged from behind the curtains, his formidable presence radiating through the hall, silencing the previously lively atmosphere. All officials knelt in unison, but as Xiao Emo commanded them to rise, their eyes widened in shock at the figure following him. A woman adorned with a phoenix crown, her face veiled yet still revealing her exquisite beauty, overshadowed even her golden threaded garments. It was the Empress. Gasps echoed, and all eyes turned to Guofei. Palace secrets. I love you, you love him, he loves him. Could this be the crematorium scene mentioned in the tale? Excitement surged. Chapter 11. Surprise props and love transfers. Guorfei's stoic face cracked, his eyes betraying his despair. Help! Why is everyone looking at him? He was completely innocent. Guorfei buried his head in his chest, adhering to the belief that if he couldn't see them, they couldn't see him. The crowd resumed their scrutiny of Song Lingyu beside Xiao Emo. Xiao Mo's demeanor was colder than usual, and beside him, Song Lingyu appeared composed. Yet her slightly furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips exuded a subtle melancholy. It was a shared thought among the courtiers, who exchanged glances in silence. Look, the emperor has been fixated on Guorfei since his entrance, his gaze solely on Guorfei. The gentle and fragile empress seemed to evoke the heartache of a father whose beloved daughter had been betrayed by a scoundrel. But I have yet to marry. Observing Song Lingyu's pale visage, Song Bihui felt a pang in his heart. After years of warfare, he had missed his daughter's childhood, and now, as she reached adulthood, her path to love was fraught with difficulties. Overwhelmed with guilt, he dared not express his grievances towards the reigning emperor, only able to shoot a fierce glare at Guorfei for relief. Guorfei. This was Song Lingyu's first time standing in the Golden Lawn Hall, and she found it quite enchanting. Previously, she could only gaze from afar behind a barrier, but now, being so close to the gilded throne was exhilarating. If not for the dull ache in her abdomen and a certain impulse rising from within her, she would have reveled in the moment. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She bit her lip, fixating on Xiao Mo's imposing figure. No wonder they say he would be dismembered after death. He is truly wicked. If I had a knife now, I would certainly make him pay dearly. What to do? Which good-natured empress would publicly unleash such chaos? Even a fool could decipher the meaning behind her words. Such an elegant flower was shamelessly used by this enchantress to describe that area. The mission was accomplished, and the points had been credited. With a notification chime, a shopping panel suddenly appeared before Song Lingyu. The vivid display of 300 points danced across the screen, causing her eyes to gleam with joy, nearly bringing her to tears. Truly, heaven has not forsaken me. Xiao Emo, you're still too naive. Her jubilant cheer echoed once more, and Xiao Emo, noticing the sudden emptiness in her gaze, felt an ominous chill. He was reminded of the last time he had encountered that inexplicable object that left him utterly drained. Alarmed, his pupils dilated. Was she about to exchange for another peculiar item from that bizarre shop? Ecstatic, Song Lingyu scrolled through the panel, carefully selecting a suitable tool. With the initial mission's remaining points, she had a total of 400. The items were rather costly, but after much deliberation, she ultimately opted for a conversion tool for 50 points. Though it's a pity that it can only transform me from a spraying warrior into a flatulent valiant, at least I can stink up Xiao Emo when he is near. Fuming internally, she felt her stomach pain subside, only to be replaced by a slight bloating sensation, just as she prepared to close the shop. Her peripheral vision caught sight of an item in the corner radiating with a rainbow of colors. What? The system shop is having a promotion too? Surprise item. Love transfer. The probability of occurrence is a mere 0.0001. Now, at the bargain price of only 250 points. Taken aback, Song Lingyu felt an urge to close the interface due to her impoverished state, yet the description of the item piqued her interest. It could transfer any object to the target and, within a day of use, the target would unconditionally agree to any request from the host. This must be purchased. I would sell my possessions to acquire it. Xiao Emo, your father has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Lingyu clicked to exchange and immediately unleashed the item upon Xiao Emo gurgle. A sudden sound erupted from her stomach, and Xiao Mo's face turned ashen. A sharp pain coursing through his abdomen. His phoenix-like eyes widened in astonishment, his usually composed demeanor shattered, revealing a flicker of deep shock. Another rumble echoed from his belly, and his exquisitely handsome face, resembling a celestial being, was suddenly washed over with an ashen hue. Song Lingyu. Xiao Emo turned sharply, Casting a fierce glare at the crowned Song Lingyu, his teeth gritted, the tone of his voice laced with palpable malice. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Do you feel unwell? Song Lingyu, witnessing his pale complexion and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, recognized that the item had begun to take effect. Smiling brightly at him, she felt a surge of triumph. Old man, you thought you could play with me. Look who's in trouble now, haha. Xiao Mo's lips twitched as he endured the cacophony of Song Lingyu's triumphant thoughts. Observing her sly smile, his internal fury and indignation reached a boiling point. Song Lingyu, are you sent by heaven to torment me? Xiao Mo screamed internally, but before the court officials, he could not abandon his imperial poise. Suppressing the agony in his abdomen, he feigned composure and directed his attention to the courtiers, commencing the court session. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu stood behind, stifling her laughter. Although Xiao Mo was a tyrant, he was remarkably diligent in matters of state, having never missed a court session throughout history, even holding lengthy meetings from dawn until dusk. Let us see how long you can endure. Song Lingyu observed Xiao Mo's countenance for quite some time, realizing he was surprisingly resilient. Even now, he merely appeared sweaty and unwell, showing no sign of leaving. Your Majesty. Regarding the circulating texts in the capital that insult Your Majesty and tarnish the reputation of the Great Xia, I implore you to ban this book, to prevent it from being exploited by ill-intentioned individuals. Song Lingyu glanced down to see a man in his 40s, clad in the azure robes of a civil official, exuding scholarly elegance. Searching through her memories, she found no information about this individual. He cast a disdainful glance at Song Lingyu and declared, "This book disparages the royal family's dignity and shamelessly promotes an unnamed woman as the empress, portraying Your Majesty as a man of questionable character. Such malicious intent must be addressed. A ban and severe punishment are warranted." Chapter 12. The sound of flatulence. Song Bihuai, already burdened with guilt towards his daughter, felt his face darken upon hearing the insult directed at her. Master Jiang, what do you mean? Speak of the book if you must. But what concern is it of the Song family? My Lingyu has gained the emperor's approval. How dare you call her an unnamed woman? Are you insulting the entire general's household? Master Jiang was taken aback by the thunderous retort, his ears ringing. He silently cursed, wondering how this battle-hardened fool had suddenly become so sharp-witted. Moreover, reliable sources indicated that Song Lingyu was not favored by Song Bihuai. How could she dare to confront him in front of the emperor? The task assigned by that unscrupulous individual was truly unbearable. Having said that, Master Jiang knelt down, adopting a posture of righteousness and willingness to sacrifice for the royal family's honor, bowing his head heavily. Yet, Xiao Mo's expression was beyond his expectations. Xiao Mo sat upright, his brows furrowed in a mask of restraint, his once wrathful eyes now filled with a hint of confusion and shock. It dawned on him that when he entered the hall, the way the ministers looked at him held a different meaning. This tale had spread throughout the Great Xia. Recalling the graphic descriptions within the text, Xiao Mo's expression twisted. You all! He roared in anger, ready to unleash his fury. But his surging emotions caused him to completely overlook his abdominal pain. As he lost focus, a series of unexpected sounds erupted behind him.
PFFT, 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 PFFT.
Silence. A stillness akin to a stagnant pond enveloped the hall. The sounds were not loud, yet within the solemn atmosphere of the grand hall, the series of unexpected noises emanating from Xiao Mo became glaringly apparent, drawing everyone's attention. All present stared in shock, their eyes wide open, unable to believe their ears. Even the deputy minister Jiang reached for his ears, questioning whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. In a solemn manner, the official historian, after recovering from his shock, diligently took out his paper and pen to meticulously document the event. On this day, during the morning court, His Majesty emitted a resounding flatulence within the grand hall. Following a peculiar silence, a faint yet unmistakable odor lingered in the air. One courtier, stifling a smile, approached and exclaimed, Your Majesty is truly celestial. No wonder you are the true dragon of the realm. The sound of your royal flatulence is indeed extraordinary, akin to a melodious tune. Your Majesty is magnificent. Your Majesty's flatulence is remarkable. The flattery grew increasingly absurd, causing Song Lingyu to laugh uncontrollably. How I envy Xiao Mo. Even his flatulence garners such praise. It's a pity I didn't think to shift the blame for my own indiscretion onto Xiao Mo. I would love to see how this crowd would praise him for such a public display. Xiao Mo's face turned crimson with indignation as he observed the ministers below, who, despite their evident astonishment, pretended as if such occurrences were commonplace in the court. For the first time, he experienced the true essence of embarrassment. Unable to endure any longer, he turned to Song Lingyu, his gaze sharp yet filled with frustration. Not only had he failed to extract what he desired, but he had also lost all semblance of dignity. Court dismissed. Xiao Mo shouted angrily, pulling Song Lingyu along as they hurriedly exited. The ministers collectively sighed in relief, exchanging glances. I was ready to hold back a flatulence myself. I never imagined His Majesty would do such a thing. I thought someone of his stature was above such natural functions. Are you all not leaving? Then I shall be the first to seize the newly released volume of the Tyrannical Emperor. In the imperial study, the sound of flatulence echoed. Song Lingyu held her breath, standing by the window, reflecting on how breathing had become a luxury. Your Majesty, is your distance from me a sign of disdain? Xiao Mo's voice, filled with ire, cut through the air as he sat on a soft couch, his handsome face juxtaposed against the comical sounds emanating from beneath him. He appeared utterly distressed, glaring at Song Lingyu as if ready to strike. What nonsense! Your flatulence reeks. Surely, you've been indulging in leaks every morning. Xiao Mo's expression darkened, and he promptly intensified the flame of the incense burner nearby, attempting to mask the odor. Song Lingyu, seizing the opportunity, breathed in the fresh air and bravely approached him, forcing a smile.
How could that be?
My feelings for your Majesty are as vast as the heavens, and the sun and moon bear witness. How could I disdain you for your foul flatulence? Xiao Mo's forehead twitched, yet he had just released a loud flatulence before so many witnesses in the court.
Now,
confronted with Song Lingyu's sarcastic remarks, he had grown numb to it all. Though he too found it repugnant, he vowed not to rest until he avenged himself against this witch. I am pleased to hear that. Then please, massage my shoulders, Xiao Mo said, turning his back to her. Just then, a loud sound erupted. Song Lingyu burst into laughter, feeling as if her bangs had been blown away. Xiao Mo, you did that on purpose. You wanted me to stand behind you and be assaulted by your foulness. Internally, she cursed vehemently, but Xiao Mo had already assumed his position, leaving her no choice. With a flatulence, she pressed down with all her might. It's unbearable. Enough. After barely half a stick of incense. Feeling the pressure intensify upon her shoulders, Xiao Mo's face turned completely ashen. Behind him, Song Lingyu's sarcastic voice pierced through the air. Is your Majesty dissatisfied with my technique or speed? Song Lingyu, overwhelmed by the stench, felt stars dancing before her eyes. At that moment, despite the fragrant incense burning in the imperial study, it could not conceal the foul odor. He abruptly stood, striding to the door to inhale the fresh air. You did well, my queen. Henceforth, after every court session, you shall come to the imperial study to massage my shoulders, Xiao Mo declared, his face dark as he gritted his teeth. With that, he swept out of the room, his demeanor a picture of disarray. Song Lingyu followed closely, emerging from the imperial study as if escaping a near-death experience, inhaling the fresh air with fervor. Xiao Mo, you dog. You look so regal, yet your flatulence is horrendous. My entire being is nearly marinated in your stench. The mist enveloped the hot spring, and Xiao Mo, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders, leaned against the edge of the pool. The warmth of the water finally alleviated the discomfort in his abdomen. Chapter 13. The false emperor meets the true emperor. Xiao Mo exhaled, his striking eyes opening slightly, gleaming with a sinister light. Shadow guard. At his gentle call, a cloaked figure appeared silently at the pool's edge. Without a glance in the guard's direction, he stepped out, donning his robe as he coldly inquired, "What is the status concerning the queen?" The shadow guard respectfully lowered his head. There are now even more individuals secretly watching the queen.
Xiao Montag chuckled coldly,
a more pronounced malice gleaming in his eyes. This has worked out unexpectedly well. Who would have thought that Song Lingyu's antics would lead them to believe I orchestrated this, shifting their gaze from Guofei to the queen. Xiao Mo narrowed his slanted eyes, suddenly recalling Song Lingyu's triumphant expression. Very well. Let this witch learn a lesson. The shadow guard observed Xiao Mo's inscrutable expression and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, should I assist General Gua, or continue to monitor the queen? Xiao Mo had intended to direct him to assist Guofei, but he was suddenly distracted by faint singing. Is Song Lingyu so idle as to sing while bathing? The soft hum of her voice, mingled with her hard-ass whispers, compelled Xiao Mo to snort derisively, recalling how he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered earlier, igniting a spark of anger within him. No need. Continue to watch her closely. Xiao Mo's fists clenched unconsciously, his tone shifting from detached strategizing to agitation. Report to me immediately if there is any sign of movement. With a sweeping gesture, he strode out of the hot spring hall, just as someone from the imperial study announced that several high-ranking ministers had arrived. Your Majesty, this marriage was orchestrated by Song Lingyu to deceive the throne, and she gained her position through deceit. The coronation ceremony has yet to commence, and this which has already manipulated your Majesty into bringing her to court. We must rectify this situation immediately. We cannot allow a repeat of the previous dynasty as calamities caused by a treacherous consort. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This woman has been in the position for less than a month, and she is already causing such a stir. The minister seemed hesitant to continue, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Mo's impassive face before continuing, his cheeks reddening with fervor. The entire city is buzzing about this. Matters of the heart are the royal family's secrets, yet they have become fodder for gossip. This is a grave disrespect to your Majesty's reputation and the dignity of the imperial house. We implore you to expel Song Lingyu from the palace. Xiao Mo, expressionless, regarded the tearful old ministers who were so agitated they nearly resorted to self-harm in their fervor to advise him. A flicker of impatience crossed his gaze. Enough. This is more bothersome than Song Lingyu's incessant chatter. The teacup he had raised suddenly halted, his brows knitting together. How strange. Xiao Mo abruptly rose. The minister, who had threatened to harm himself, was once his former tutor, and he thought he could persuade him. His eyes brightened, and with swift stealth, he seized the golden pillar in the imperial study. Your Majesty, if you refuse to issue an order, I shall end my life here. However, Xiao Mo brushed past him without a single glance, stopping only at the door to instruct the steward, Liao Gonggong. The golden pillar in the imperial study was just completed this year. Find a cheap column for Minister Jiang. Minister Jiang. As he watched Liao Gonggong approach with a smile, Minister Jiang awkwardly released his grip on the golden pillar, shaking his head at his fellow ministers. With a serious expression, he adjusted his white beard and proclaimed, "The new columns in the imperial study are indeed impressive. They truly embody the essence of your Majesty's brilliance. They invigorate me, and I have suddenly found a solution to my dilemma. I shall take my leave." With that, he swiftly exited, thinking to himself, as long as I run fast enough, embarrassment shall not catch up with me. The remaining ministers exchanged glances, and after Minister Jiang's words, they pondered, should we not give it a try? Liao Gonggong observed the few power-hungry ministers vying to approach a pillar inappropriately, wiping the virtual sweat from his brow. Was it merely a delusion? It seemed that ever since the new empress entered the palace, the emperor had grown increasingly erratic, each minister outdoing the other in madness. At the Ninghua Palace, Xiao Mo had just arrived at the palace gate when a burst of laughter echoed from within. Noticing the lack of guards surrounding the palace, he frowned and interrupted his attendant before they could announce his arrival, striding boldly inside. Truly, the emperor was a dragon among men. Even the sound of his flatulence resonated like a great bell, a roar akin to a dragon's roar. The woman's deliberately lowered voice made Xiao Mo's brow furrow deeply as he beheld Song Lingyu, draped in a yellow bedsheet, mimicking the scene from the morning court session with a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor. His expression darkened instantly. Song Lingyu was thoroughly enjoying herself, even imitating the sound of Xiao Mo's flatulence, prompting fits of laughter from Chun Tao and Lu Tiao. Xiao Mo's patience snapped, his cold gaze swept around the room. Chun Tao and Lu Tiao were nearly rolling on the floor with laughter, but upon catching sight of Xiao Mo's stern, expressionless face at the door, they were instantly terrified. Your Majesty, forgive us, the two exclaimed loudly, hastily trying to pull the still frolicking Song Lingyu away. Empress, what are you doing? Xiao Mo's smile was devoid of warmth, his eyes clearly flashing with anger as a chilling aura enveloped the grand hall with his approach. Song Lingyu gulped nervously. Oh, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. My actions stem from my deep love for you. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, causing Xiao Mo to momentarily be taken aback, only to then frown deeply and instinctively take a step back. Yet, Song Lingyu grasped his sleeve, her gaze earnest. Your majestic presence during court sessions, your incisive words, only deepen my affection for you, especially when you can effortlessly produce such delightful musical notes amidst a tense atmosphere, so wild and unrestrained. Truly, unparalleled in history. I am deeply enamored by your charm, hence my desire to imitate it, so that those who have not witnessed your grandeur may experience it. Her passionate declaration only made her heart bloom with joy.
Ha, flatulenza muziek.
You've truly set a precedent. This tyrant's name shall be etched in history. Chun Tao and Lu Tiao exchanged glances, their admiration for Song Lingyu growing as they observed Xiao Mo's increasingly dark expression. And you, the Empress, truly a bold warrior. Xiao Mo felt the cautious glances from the two attendants and felt the veins on his forehead throb, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. My beloved, do you realize that impersonating the Dragon Emperor is a crime punishable by death? Song Lingyu froze. Not a chance. Chapter 14, Tyrant. Kneel before me. Wait, what? I was just praising you. You still want to kill me? You tyrant, your heart is smaller than a mustard seed. As she sensed the growing chill in Xiao Mo's gaze, her inner thoughts turned to curses. Attention! The surprise item is about to expire. Please use it promptly. A notification from the system rang in her ears, causing her heart to leap. How could I forget? I spent over 200 points on this high-level item. The most crucial skill is to make Xiao Mo act like a devoted servant. Prepare to meet your end, tyrant. Feeling the sudden intensity of her gaze, excitement and anticipation coursed through her. With the system's voice echoing in her mind, Xiao Mo's expression stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Although he was unaware of what a devoted servant entailed, it certainly did not sound favorable. A chill ran down his spine as he quickly disengaged from Song Lingyu. I have matters of state to attend to. His words rushed out as he turned to flee. However, it was too late. A voice rang out from behind him. Stop. A surge of energy coursed through him, and surprisingly, his legs remained rooted to the spot. It actually worked. Song Lingyu marveled, her heart racing. Unexpectedly, Xiao Emo stood as if under a spell, motionless at the entrance. A gentle breeze rustled his robes, and she felt an odd sense of vulnerability emanating from his tall, broad figure. Her pride swelled as she strutted confidently towards him, who remained frozen, his legs trembling as if he wished to move but could not. Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Mo's face flushed crimson, his phoenix eyes ablaze with fury as he surveyed her smug, challenging expression. Ah, the tables have turned. After 30 years, you remain unchanged, but now you are subdued. She surveyed his predicament, recognizing this rare opportunity. Why are you standing there? Kneel and call me Grandaunt. Silence enveloped the room. Chun Tao and Lu Tiao exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to believe their ears. They turned to Song Lingyu, whose triumphant expression was unmistakably genuine, then back to Xiao Emo, whose murderous glare was equally real. Song Lingyu. Xiao Emo nearly shouted internally, his brows furrowing tightly. How dare she demand he kneel? He, the sovereign of the Daxia, the revered emperor. Song Lingyu's audacity in demanding his submission was astonishing. His fists clenched tightly, recalling the unrestrained movements of his limbs, his expression growing darker. Wait a minute, Song Lingyu thought, sensing something amiss. A minute had nearly passed, yet Xiao Emo remained standing, merely staring at her. Beep, beep, beep. Item expired. Item expired. A warning from the system flashed in her ears, and she frowned as bold red letters appeared before her eyes. Damn it. Fuming, she believed she had acquired a powerful item. If this item cannot fulfill my desires and instead requires me to appease Xiao Emo to agree to my requests, it should be renamed the devoted servant item. Xiao Emo shifted his legs, realizing he was no longer constrained, and he breathed a sigh of relief, though his anger remained. With a dramatic turn, he seated himself in a chair, casting a scornful glance at Song Lingyu, who stood there in shock. Just now, the Empress suggested that I kneel and call you Grandaunt. A glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Recovering from her daze, Song Lingyu shivered, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. That treacherous marketplace. It has betrayed me. Do you believe I would willingly end my life for your amusement? Tears welled in her eyes, but admitting her mistake was out of the question. She would rather leap from the Ninghua Palace than acknowledge her error. In a swift motion, she lunged forward, catching Xiao Emo off guard as she slid to her knees, clutching his thigh and bursting into tears. Oh, Your Majesty, how could I dare? What I truly meant to say is that I owe my apologies to my Grandaunt, and even more so to Your Majesty. My Grandaunt fulfilled a wish I made at her grave, to remain by your side and serve you. I would endure anything to make you happy. But alas, the court officials do not recognize me, and I have become a hindrance to you. Song Lingyu's performance grew increasingly dramatic, even as she shamelessly wiped her nose on Xiao Mo's robe. Xiao Emo, what a masterful act of inverting right and wrong. Song Lingyu caught a fleeting glimpse of the disgust in his eyes and suddenly found a new avenue to pursue. With a softer tone and a more affectionate gaze, she said, Your Majesty, those who are close to vermilion are dyed red, those who are near you are sweet. Even the sound of firecrackers on New Year's Eve cannot compare to how much I long for you. This is the back of a hand. This is the back of a foot. You are. Her words flowed like a deluge of cheesy romantic lines, and Song Lingyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She wondered where this enchanting woman had learned such shameless and cringeworthy phrases, successfully nauseating him. What are you staring at, Tyrant? If you keep looking, I'll pluck your eyeballs out. How disgusting. I once swore to disdain all those who utter cheesy lines. And now it's my turn. Xiao Emo narrowed his eyes, observing Song Lingyu's affectionate gaze and her seemingly deranged sobbing, and suddenly felt a strange pleasure. He was not thrilled by insults. He was not the perverse character depicted in novels. Instead, no matter how much this enchanting woman cursed him internally, in reality, she still had to sweet-talk him, didn't she? Xiao Emo raised an eyebrow, and upon this realization, he found Song Lingyu's heartfelt expressions less jarring. Watching her feigned affection, a rare smile curled at the corners of his lips. Since the Empress holds such deep feelings for me. Xiao Emo emphasized the last four words, his slanted eyes scanning Song Lingyu's face like a predator eyeing its prey, and he softly uttered, It is time to discuss the coronation ceremony for the Empress. You should prepare diligently in the days to come. As his words fell, Chun Tao and Lu Tiao gasped in shock. Who among them did not know that Song Lingyu was the proxy bride, her identity painfully awkward. If the coronation ceremony was not held, this Empress would merely be a figurehead. However, they did not anticipate that His Majesty must have been moved by the Empress's heartfelt confession just now. Chun Tao and Lu Tiao exchanged glances. Lu Tiao barely suppressed her laughter, while Chun Tao nearly leaped up to embrace Song Lingyu, but refrained, mindful of Xiao Mo's presence. Song Lingyu was momentarily stunned, two words slowly surfacing in her mind. Impressive. As expected of a special item costing 200 points, it's simply extraordinary. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Xiao Mo's expression darkened immediately, casting a meaningful glance at Song Lingyu before turning on his heel and striding out of Ninghua Palace. Song Lingyu found his sudden change of demeanor baffling. Nevertheless, her spirits were high today, and she chose not to quarrel with the tyrant. Xiao Mo marched down the palace path, brushing aside the dragon carriage carried by the palace attendants with a wave of his hand, his expression grim. Although he had intended to bestow the title upon Song Lingyu after the recent impeachment incident involving the chancellor, being manipulated by an item to push this matter forward left him feeling quite displeased. Song Lingyu, one must remain vigilant of this individual. Chapter 15. Has the Great Xia produced a male empress? Ninghua Palace. Winter had arrived, and the once cold palace now felt even more desolate. Although Chun Tao and Lu Tiao kept her company, the courtyard and hall remained eerily quiet. Ordinarily, the lively Song Lingyu would not tolerate such stillness. She would either be tinkering with odd contraptions or engaging in a battle of wits with Xiao Mo in the study. Today, however, Song Lingyu was unusually diligent, tidying up her little abode. Your Highness, are you planning to run away for marriage? Chun Tao stood at the door, watching as Song Lingyu nearly emptied the room, collecting anything valuable that could be taken. Upon saying this, Chun Tao appeared particularly delighted. Your Highness, are you finally bidding farewell to your romantic delusions? Chun Tao. Lu Tiao immediately interjected, it's fine to read from novels, but one must not casually adopt their vocabulary. She glanced at the direction in which Xiao Mo had departed, ensuring he was indeed far enough to be unheard, before letting out a secret sigh of relief. Chun Tao seemed quite aggrieved, clinging closely to Song Lingyu. With His Majesty absent, and your words now widely circulated in the capital, everyone is eager to learn these novel phrases. After saying this, she was met with a glare from Lu Tiao, who tugged at Song Lingyu's sleeves, feeling utterly wronged. Song Lingyu touched her nose, feeling somewhat guilty. It seemed that everyone had been led astray by her. Their speech had grown increasingly wild. Though Chun Tao and Lu Tiao had only been by her side for half a month, they genuinely cared for her well-being. One's persona must not be discarded. The charade must continue. Song Lingyu feigned a lovesick demeanor, tilting her head and cradling her face as if lost in the joy of newlywed bliss. Lu Tiao's brows knitted tightly. Your Highness, this matter is absolutely not permissible. You have entered the palace. To leave rashly may disrupt the established order and invite scandal. In the study, listening once more to Chancellor Zhang's incessant attempts to persuade Xiao Mo to depose the Empress, he subtly raised an eyebrow. Returning to the Song family, along with the letter Song Lingyu had previously mentioned, Xiao Mo recalled the embarrassing moment when Song Lingyu had mimicked him in front of them, and his expression darkened. Out of sight, out of mind. Chancellor Zhang's grizzled beard trembled. Your Majesty, the matter of the Song family's daughter being a proxy bride is of great significance. This concerns your authority. Why not directly seize the Song family's military power? Xiao Mo shot him a cold glance, interrupting the remainder of his words. It was you who proposed I marry a daughter of the Song family to solidify our relationship with them, wasn't it, Chancellor Zhang? The Song family has served loyally as generals for generations. I cannot hold their ignorant children accountable for their family's past, but rewards and punishments must be clear. Now that I am reinstating her title, I believe there will be no more rumors about the Empress's illegitimacy after the ceremony. Chancellor Zhang wished to say more, but was abruptly silenced by Xiao Mo's words. The attending eunuch, keenly perceptive, gestured for the guards to swiftly escort Chancellor Zhang away. Watching the figure depart, Xiao Mo's phoenix eyes narrowed. He was well aware of the intentions of this former tutor from his childhood. The Song family's power was formidable. Using this opportunity to reclaim military authority was indeed a clever strategy. Initially, he had intended to proceed this way as well, had it not been for Song Lingyu's intervention. Great Xia might have already changed hands. Enemies are cunning. This maneuver only muddles the waters further. Xiao Mo paced to the corridor, gazing at the vast sky above, and let out a self-mocking smile. This was an unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of Great Xia. Yet, as the rumors spread, they became increasingly exaggerated, eventually evolving into tales that portrayed Song Lingyu as utterly despised by His Majesty. Out of pity for her unrequited love, she was merely expelled from the palace, while His Majesty intended to reside within the palace with General Guofei. What is this? In novels, this is referred to as a coming out for love. The Empress is truly pitiful. Her status is already precarious, and with the coronation ceremony imminent, a man is set to usurp her position. Our Great Xia is truly on the brink of having a male Empress. Little palace maids and eunuchs huddled against the wall, chattering excitedly, feeling an overwhelming sense of sympathy for Song Lingyu, and they eagerly purchased the newly released domineering emperor to relive the drama. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu's carriage came to a slow stop in the bustling market. Lifting the carriage curtain, the sign emblazoned with the characters Song Fu came into view. At the entrance, a crowd awaited her arrival. Leading the group was a beautiful woman clad in fox fur, exuding warmth and softness in her gaze. Upon seeing Song Lingyu descend from the carriage, she took a few eager steps forward. Song Lingyu squinted, her heart churning with distaste at the woman's seemingly warm but insidiously sharp smile.
Wow.
What kind of insight does Song Lao have? How could he not discern such a heavy green tea aroma emanating from the mother of the novel's heroine? Humph. Trying to morally bind me, are we? As long as I have no morals, you cannot bind me. Song Lingyu maintained a singular attitude. Do not get involved. Fong Ling's smile faltered. And while she had intended to come up with a few words of consolation, Song Lingyu's attention was suddenly drawn to a woman in the crowd holding a child. This woman was dressed warmly, her hands wrapped in fox fur gloves, tightly clutching a young boy of several years between her arms. She appeared quite young, perhaps only a few years older than Song Lingyu. Under the flickering candlelight, her delicate features exuded a hint of arrogance and defiance. Song Lingyu exclaimed softly. This woman seemed somewhat unfamiliar. What are you staring at? Su Chaoshi let out a cold snort, noticing that Song Lingyu was staring at her intently. Her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. My child has even fallen asleep waiting. The implication was clear. This woman was likely Su Inyang, the new concubine favored by her father. Upon entering the household, she had quickly gained affection. Rumor had it that she possessed a difficult temperament, and the original owner of this body, being timid, had avoided her, resulting in a lack of familiarity. Yet, Su Inyang appeared to be only a few years older. Her face youthful and rosy, and when angered, she retained some traces of girlish innocence. Though she was indeed holding a child, a comical image of a large doll cradling a smaller one.
Damn.
Song Laodeng is shameless. Even a young girl is in his sights. How can a poor mother deal with such a lecherous old father? Why not let Song Laodeng open a page in the household register just for himself? Chapter 16, Song Laodeng, with a green aura above his head, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, a sweet yet sharp-tongued stepmother. Isn't it just poking at Song's pride? You've finally done something right, Song Laodeng.
Poor Su Inyang.
This must be my brother, all grown up. I used to hold him when he was little. Come here for a kiss, dear brother. Song Lingyu grinned, unabashedly displaying her fondness for Su Chaoshi. If not for a sliver of rationality, she would have reached out to pinch the little lord's cheeks. Chun Tao and LV Tiao followed behind, offering a graceful bow. Su Chaoshi was taken aback. Facing Song Lingyu's warm smile, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, leading her to question whether she had spoken too gently just moments before. Moreover, she had never met her son before. Could it be true, as the rumor suggested, that she had become infatuated with the emperor? Humph, no need to get too close. Su Chaoshi cast a cold glance sideways, immediately hardening her expression, letting out an aloof huff, embodying disdain. Song Lingyu, rebuffed. Damn. I love her even more. The delicate and helpless illegitimate daughter and the sharp-tongued beautiful stepmother. Who could resist such a delightful pairing? Oh, it's me, Song Lingyu. Oh, how unfortunate. In the end, the beautiful stepmother meets a tragic fate. Alas, if only she hadn't perished, her merchant caravan could have aided Xiao Imo during his dire straits, surrounded by enemy forces. At that moment, Xiao Imo, in the Imperial Study reviewing memorials, paused. His elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within. Stepmother, Song Bihuan's third concubine?
Idoricol.
Years had passed, and now someone was accusing Song Bihuan of shamelessness, of an old bull consuming tender grass, seeking to repay his debts of gratitude. The caravan she belonged to turned out to be a pivotal change in his future misfortunes. With a bold stroke of ink, he covered the original annotations on the memorial. Xiao Mo's eyes darkened, and after a moment, he cast aside the impeachment document presented by the censor, commanding, Go. Summon Song Ho and Guo Fei to see me. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu continued to lament. Damn that novel's protagonist. Song Qingwu. During the Tyrant's purge, Song Laodeng abandoned his wives and concubines, only seeking to ensure their survival.
Yet,
Song Qingwu and Fong Ling harbored resentment towards Su Chaoshi for the grievances they suffered while favored in the Song residence. And they went so far as to frame her with accusations of infidelity. They cruelly broke her legs, forcing my beautiful stepmother to wander the streets, enduring humiliation until her demise. Moreover, leveraging the Su family's affection for their youngest daughter, they schemed to usurp the entire Su family fortune, handing it over to the male protagonist, providing him with ample resources to prepare for his future assault on Xiao Imo. And this poor little dumpling? Song Qingwu whispered sweet nothings to the Tyrant, feigning sympathy for her younger brother, imploring the Tyrant to spare him.
Pa.
How could she be so benevolent? In reality, she colluded with the male protagonist, directly delivering the little lord to the enemy nation, long suppressed by Song Bihuan, trading him as a bargaining chip for a formidable army against Xiao Imo. Thus, the Tyrant's gruesome dismemberment was truly deserved. Dismemberment. The word had become numbing to Xiao Imo. Yet the only thing stirring his emotions was the tragic end of the Song family. The Song family's dismal fate, The future of his own downfall. Was it all a blade he had willingly thrust into his own heart, stemming from his suspicions of the Song family? Xiao Mo's gaze flickered, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Song Lingyu gazed at the little dumpling in Su Chaoxi's arms, sighing, her affection growing stronger with each glance. A sharp rebuke captured Song Lingyu's attention. Fong Ling adjusted her headpiece, casting a scrutinizing glance at the maidservants behind her, embodying the demeanor of a matron. They were not unsympathetic towards Lingyu, but how dare this heartless lot neglect her under her very nose, as if she, the head matron, had perished?
Oh.
She's starting to play tricks. Song Lingyu raised an eyebrow, opting not to interject, observing the scene as Fong Ling smiled at her. Lingyu, do not be upset. Regardless of what others say, you are still a daughter of our Ho residence. Even if the emperor despises you and casts you out of the palace, our Ho residence will never abandon you. The art of the White Lotus. She would not believe Fong Ling had not watched Zhen Huanzhuan at least 10 times. Song Lingyu did not miss the flicker of resentment that crossed Fong Ling's face when she initially addressed Su Chaoxi. Has she been triggered? Old White Lotus. When Song Laodang had no currency and married your sister, you were proud and haughty. The moment you secured a great general's return, you were the most sycophantic of all.
Damn.
Unable to ingratiate yourself, you resorted to poison, resulting in your sister's demise, and Song Laodang still looked down on you. Resorting to the trope of drunken seduction. How well you know the script. Old White Lotus. Such a pity. Playing with tropes, you will inevitably be played with in return. Did you not expect it? The one who led to your downfall was not Song Bihuan. Yet you continue to feign innocence, consuming the benefits of the deceased for so many years, with Song Laoding's concubines still being raised one after another? How many characters do you occupy? You have no self-awareness. The truth revealed, you were exiled to Ningguta, and you finally behaved. Song Lingyu's thoughts raced, akin to a machine gun. All right, we are truly in a book now. Open the door. Release Xiao Mo. Bite her. In the imperial study, Xiao Mo's lips twitched violently. Song Lingyu's fervent thoughts echoed in his ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. He felt that even a simple response would be inadequate to match her fervor. Your Majesty, Xiao Mo shot a glance, and the young eunuch attending to the ink and brushes collapsed to his knees, trembling as he pointed at the broken pen in his hand. Your Majesty. The pen. Xiao Mo looked down and realized he had inadvertently crushed the pen. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, then opened them again, select a few of the imperial hounds from the east third courtyard, and send them to the Song Ho residence. The young eunuch, puzzled by the sudden command, nodded and hurried to comply. However, Xiao Mo suddenly called him back, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. Send the fiercest, the loudest. All to the Empress. Once the young eunuch departed, Xiao Mo leaned his forehead against the dragon throne, his striking brows revealing a profound sense of helplessness. Song Lingyu's thoughts were indeed incredibly effective. So effective that he had not anticipated that he, the supreme ruler of a nation, would one day be reduced to eavesdropping on the private matters of his subjects. Song Ho was wearing a green hat. Xiao Mo's temples pulsed, and the image of Song Bihuan's face filled his mind, as if a green glow was emanating from above. Chapter 17. He loves his father-in-law. It seemed that his biological mother had a weak stomach. Had she stuck her head out while in the toilet? Oh dear. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I could have had LV Tiao bring a few imperial physicians from the palace to check on you. Your eyes and ears seem a bit off too. Surely. Age is catching up. There's no need to pretend. Let Su Yinyang handle the household matters from now on. You should refrain from exhausting yourself. Fong Ling's smile froze. Trembling with anger, she could discern the veiled insults in the other's words. Although she did not grasp the full intent, she knew she had to maintain her pure and benevolent image as the matron, forcing a stiff smile. You child, what illness do I have? Why would I need an imperial physician? Song Lingyu replied, that is difficult to assess. There exists a certain sense of futility when one expounds upon the quintessence of national culture to an audience that remains unresponsive, akin to a deaf individual offering a thumbs up in acknowledgement. She silently signaled to the attendant, who grinned widely and produced a golden token. Rest assured, my lady. If the Empress has spoken, we can summon the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend to your ailments, without hesitation. This gleaming insignia, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, granted unrestricted access to the palace, a privilege reserved for only the most esteemed individuals. Fong Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, her face gradually flushing with a deep crimson, as she began to comprehend the implications. The mention of royal physicians and the ailments of hearing and sight was utterly unfathomable. How could this be? Her esteemed Qingwu had been dispatched to the labor camps by the emperor. There was no way he would genuinely allow this illegitimate daughter to remain. Song Lingyu, observing her stunned silence, continued to press on with a smile, arching an eyebrow in feigned surprise. Isn't your stepmother afflicted with a chronic hearing impairment? I recall reading in my father's notes that when you first met him, you sustained an injury to your ears while attempting to rescue him. Upon uttering this, Fong Ling's complexion turned ashen, akin to that of a corpse. Those in the residence knew well of the hearing impairment belonging to her late sister, who had passed long before the marriage alliance was formed. Meanwhile, on the palace path, Guofei, equipped with a long sword, appeared somewhat restrained, dutifully following in the footsteps of Song Bihuai. Does General Song truly believe that my methods are applicable within the military? I have drafted a detailed proposal and would appreciate your guidance in the future. Song Bihuai stroked his beard and cast a sidelong glance at his companion. Despite his dissatisfaction with the youngest commander of the palace guards due to previous matters, he grunted in acknowledgement. After all, he was known for his clear delineation between public and private matters. Guofei was indeed a talent worthy of recognition. Had it not been for his entanglements with the emperor, which had even harmed his only daughter, he would have been eager to forge a connection with such a person. The previously awkward atmosphere between the two began to thaw, evolving toward a more amiable discourse. Suddenly, hushed whispers erupted from the palace, maids flanking the path. Although their voices were low, both Song Bihuai and Guofei, being trained warriors, possessed extraordinary hearing. Oh, the empress is truly pitiable. She has entered the palace only to be expelled by the emperor himself. Soon, we may have a male empress in our midst. What kind of tone is that? General Gua and the emperor are a perfect match. I ship them wholeheartedly. The protagonists of those stories are clearly the emperor and General Gua, the ultimate pairing. Utter nonsense. The empress is the one who truly loves the emperor. What has General Gua done to deserve this? Why must only the empress be sacrificed? As their voices crescendoed, a quarrel ensued, and two figures could be seen grappling in the distance. Guofei and Song Bihuai exchanged glances, their bodies stiffening, their expressions darkening. Who is this male empress they speak of? Guofei was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could I be unaware of this? In a few days, you shall become the emperor's empress." Song Bihuai's voice rose, his eyes reddening with fury. Guofei, slightly taller, tilted his head back, his mixed strands of white hair trembling with rage. Guofei felt as though he might shatter. What empress? Why had he not been informed? Was the emperor truly intending to impose such a fate upon him? His mind raced with chaotic images from countless tales, and he shivered at the thought that the emperor intended to confine him within the palace as depicted in those stories. Noticing Guofei's stunned silence, Song Bihuai assumed he was too embarrassed to retort, his eyes widening with indignation. Seizing Guofei by the collar, he shoved him against the wall. "You shameless wretch! Is this how you express your supposed respect and admiration for me?" With gritted teeth, Song Bihuai raised a fist, poised to strike Guofei. But he hesitated upon noticing the palace attendants drawn to their commotion. He suppressed his anger momentarily, releasing Guofei and striding towards the imperial study. Lingyu was his daughter, and he would not allow her to be subjected to such ridicule, not even by the emperor. Watching Song Bihuai prepare to leave, Guofei felt a surge of desperation. This was his most esteemed mentor.
No.
I can explain. I have no desire to become the male empress. General Song. Guofei rushed to intervene, but Song Bihuai, a seasoned warrior with over a decade of experience, was not easily deterred. In the midst of their struggle, a sudden rip echoed through the air, the sound of fabric tearing. Silence engulfed the scene. Guofei gazed in shock at Song Bihuai's torn sleeve, noticing the deepening pallor of his face and the cold sweat trickling down his brow.
Ah.
My eyes. What have I witnessed?
Goodness.
This isn't in the stories. Is this a classic reenactment? He loves him. He loves his father-in-law. Two palace maids peered from the shadows, their eyes alight with the flames of gossip. Who understands the plight of an aged man being subjected to such baseless slander? Song Bihuai's expression cracked as he stared at his tattered sleeve, then at Guofei's conflicted face, trembling in disbelief. This lad, surely he does not please. Allow me to explain. Guofei, now numb with shock, noticed the peculiar expression on Song Bihuai's face and instinctively sought to clarify. Words failed him, leaving him to gaze mournfully at the heavens, a single tear of anguish slipping from the corner of his resolute eye. Your Majesty, you have put me through such torment. Chapter 18. Your Majesty, I do not wish to be your male empress. In the imperial study, Song Qingwu, not being of Song Bihuai's bloodline, felt no qualms about dealing with the woman who would one day bring him great suffering. Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes dangerously, realizing that the matter of the forced marriage was already in motion. The only remaining players in the scheme, seeking to sow discord between him and the Song family while colluding with his maternal relatives, were a handful of his uncles.
Ha.
Had I not glimpsed Song Lingyu's innermost thoughts, I would not have anticipated that these cowards would dare to entertain such audacity again. He recalled how they had cried out during his rise to power, only to fall silent when he eliminated those who dared to speak too loudly. When he initiated war, they feigned submission. As soon as he unified the 6 nations, these old fools, akin to his father, began to plot behind the scenes, attempting to seize power. This time, they had learned their lesson and refrained from making noise. Very well, let us play this game. Should I catch you in the act, your skin will be flayed and your muscles torn. Listening to Song Lingyu's startled thoughts echoing from the Marquis's residence, a faint smile curved Xiao Mo's lips. Though his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth, instead reflecting a bloodthirsty intent. Since he intended to bait a trap, Song Lingyu was the most fitting bait. After all, this woman possessed a plethora of odd contraptions that would not easily lead to her demise. Come forth. With a soft command, Steward Liao approached respectfully, bowing before him. Xiao Mo gestured for him to lean in closer, whispering his instructions. Upon hearing them, Steward Liao's expression shifted to one of alarm. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps interrupted the moment as Song Bihuai burst into the hall, appearing disheveled, with one sleeve missing. Steward Liao immediately reprimanded him. General Song. To barge into the imperial study uninvited is a grave offense. Xiao Mo's expression turned inscrutable, a flicker of surprise crossing his dark gaze as he witnessed Song Bihuai kneel heavily before him, his countenance filled with righteous fury. Guofei, in a state of panic, followed closely behind, flustered and clutching a piece of fabric. Your Majesty, I implore you to take action. This shameless scoundrel, Guofei, just attempted to undress me. Song Bihuai's voice rose in pitch, his face flushed with shame and indignation as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Xiao Mo's composure began to waver. He gazed at Guofei in shock, disbelief etched in his eyes. His most trusted confidant had surprisingly engaged in such reckless behavior behind his back. Guofei, taken aback by Xiao Mo's astonished yet admiring gaze, felt a tremor run through his tall frame. He stammered, struggling for an explanation, but unexpectedly, Song Bihuai suddenly knelt on the ground, his face a portrait of grief and resolve. Since Your Majesty has already chosen another, I dare to plead for mercy on behalf of my daughter Lingyu, requesting that she be granted a chance at life. Before today, let it be as if she has never set foot in the palace, still an unwed maiden. His dark, resolute face even flushed with embarrassment as he dared not meet Xiao Mo's gaze. I am truly unworthy of the position of empress, moreover. Our dynasty has no precedent for a male empress. I assure you, I am fond of women. In his haste, he turned and bowed deeply to Song Bihuai. General Song, I merely intended to clarify. This misunderstanding arose in the heat of the moment. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Xiao Mo's gaze fell upon the two ministers kneeling before him, their foreheads pressed against the floor as his grip on the dragon throne tightened. Was the sequence of events not clear enough? All this turmoil stemmed from the nonsense penned by Song Lingyu. Xiao Mo clenched his fists, vowing that one day he would bind Song Lingyu and those scripts together and burn them. A male empress. What more did he require? His anger simmered beneath the surface, culminating in a violent outburst as he scattered ink, paper, and brushes across the floor, glaring at the two men. This is Song Lingyu's ascension ceremony. Guofei, do you possess any sense? Song Ho, have you lost your wits as well? They exchanged glances, each recognizing the embarrassment reflected on the other's face, particularly Guofei, whose expression was a mix of indignation and tears, almost begging to cling to Xiao Mo's leg. Indeed, the emperor was benevolent. Henceforth, his innocence was clear. Your Majesty, I shall go and apprehend those who spread these rumors. Guofei volunteered, and Xiao Mo nodded, his teeth gritted in agreement.
Rumeur manger shall fasse dire conséquence.
Every palace steward who neglects their duties will be punished severely and exiled to the farthest reaches. At the mention of exile and punishment, Song Bihuai's expression shifted slightly. While those who spread rumors were detestable, he and Guofei's gullibility would also warrant repercussions. Song Bihuai promptly knelt again, seeking clemency. Xiao Mo shot him a cold glance, recalling that Song Bihuai, at his age, had been humiliated by his own wife. Thus, he refrained from pressing the matter further. As for Song Ho, with the coronation ceremony approaching, it would be best for you to remain in the capital. After so many years away from home, it would be an opportunity for you to reunite with your family. A peaceful household will enable you to assist me in expanding our territory. Song Bihuai was overwhelmed with gratitude, but sensed a deeper meaning behind the emperor's words. Song Lingyu wrapped her fur collar tightly around herself, silently surveying the dilapidated courtyard before her. Weeds thrived in the overgrown space, and the cracked walls were adorned with climbing ivy, while the distant sounds of vendors echoed from the street beyond. The cramped courtyard could barely accommodate a few people. Even her servants had to wait outside. Yet Fong Ling appeared quite pleased, noticing Song Lingyu's scrutiny of the surroundings. She comfortingly patted her hand. You always loved this courtyard. It was quiet, and few would disturb you. It was simple and remote. If it caught fire, who would even know? The master had grown accustomed to living here, but who among the good and virtuous relishes hardship from birth? Classic. Truly classic. Were she not entangled in this situation, Song Lingyu would have liked to give a thumbs up to this old white lotus for her professional acumen and suggest some constructive ideas for domestic conflict. The delicate, helpless concubine and the kind yet cruel legitimate mother. Wasn't that a story worth telling? Chapter 19. The imperial edict arrives faced with Fong Ling's air of magnanimity. Song Lingyu forcefully withdrew her hand, clearing her throat as she glanced behind her. Lu Tiao cast a disdainful glance at the humble courtyard, shaking her head. This hardly befits a lady of your stature. Song Lingyu feigned disapproval, nodding repeatedly at the courtyard's modest conditions. How pretentious. Better late than never. She raised her chin with a haughty demeanor, inciting Fong Ling's ire. Was entering the palace truly such a grand feat? Had it not been for her own clear Wu being sent to take her place, Song Lingyu would not have stumbled upon such a significant opportunity.
Now.
She dared to send a mere servant to play tricks on her. Fong Ling's smile briefly faltered, unwilling to be outdone, and immediately wiped away her tears, feigning grievance. Madam Song, please reconsider. Lu Tiao interjected sharply, shedding any pretense of politeness. Your Highness's status is changed, if Madam insists on confining her to such a place. Is it not a deliberate affront to the royal family? If you genuinely care for her, why not move her mother's memorial tablet to the main courtyard for worship? It would be far more fitting and spacious. As Fong Ling's face drained of color, Song Lingyu wished she could leap up to applaud Lu Tiao. Lu Tiao. You go, girl. Keep talking.
Xiao Montag.
Men are useless. It's our Lu Tiao who is precious. Fong Ling's complexion turned a shade of green. Coming from a humble background, she had not grasped the gravity of Lu Tiao's words until now. Yet, as a lady of the house, how could she endure being lectured by a mere servant? After many years of marriage to Song Bihuai, she had never experienced such humiliation. But even in her fury, Fong Ling maintained her maternal facade, casting a dubious glance at Song Lingyu before letting out a long sigh, feigning disappointment. What was this? No bruises to her face? Song Lingyu quickly realized that Fong Ling had not fully believed Lu Tiao's words, just as she noticed Li Mama stepping forward. Her eyes filled with disdain as she addressed her sharply. What a grand display. Sneaking into the palace to replace the eldest miss. Who doesn't know you were cast into the cold palace by His Majesty? Now you've been thoroughly expelled. Madam has shown you mercy, disregarding your previous insolence. Yet here you are, bringing in whoever you can find to pose as a palace maid and deceive the household. Do you not know your crime? Li Mama stood resolutely in front of Fong Ling, who shook her head behind her, seemingly reluctant to let her speak so bluntly. Who is being deceived here? Chun Tao could not restrain herself from speaking, but Lu Tiao quickly pulled her back, both turning to Song Lingyu, awaiting her response. Song Lingyu's expression remained apathetic as she surveyed the self-righteous demeanor of Fong Ling and her maid. It seems this game is not merely one of advantage. The opponent has willingly exposed themselves, offering their heads on a platter. But I must also blame that tyrant. He has placed me in this precarious position. No one of the merchant system demands I prove my identity. When men fail, women suffer. Fong Ling was reveling in her triumph, believing that Song Lingyu had matured but was still too naive to play with her. However, as her gaze met Song Lingyu's, she suddenly sensed something unsettling. The girl's eyes held neither fear nor apprehension, but rather a hint of excitement. Just then, a voice called out from outside, announcing the arrival of an imperial edict. Song Lingyu raised an eyebrow, observing Fong Ling furrow her brow inquiringly at the little maid who had brought the news regarding the edict. Moments later, Master Liao entered the courtyard, followed by a long procession. The Ho residents heed the edict. The entire group knelt in unison, for Master Liao, who stood beside the emperor, had come to deliver significant news. The eldest daughter of Song Bihuai, Yu, from a prestigious lineage, is to be my primary consort, positioned in the central palace. A date will be chosen for her coronation, and she will be granted the title of Empress. Fong Ling was struck dumb, her head turning stiffly towards Song Lingyu, disbelief etched across her face. She never expected that this lowly girl would truly capture the emperor's attention. What then would become of her clear Wu? The voice of the eunuch Liao continued to resonate. The second daughter of the Song family, Song Qinggu, has behaved improperly, causing a disturbance before the court and showing contempt for the imperial authority. Considering she is the sister of the empress, leniency will be granted. However, she shall never enter the palace again and must present herself with a black veil. The decree struck Feng Ling like a thunderbolt, leaving her weak on the ground. In the Great Xia, a woman who appears with a black veil signifies her moral failure. She would be treated no better than a beggar on the street, deserving of scorn. Song Lingyu exclaimed, "What the heck? Xiao Mo, you wretched fellow, you unleash such a devastating blow right at the start. That is the female lead. You've effectively declared Song Qingwu's social death. Though the tyrant knows you will surely pursue your wife with fervor later, this proclamation feels so satisfying. Ha ha ha." A sense of relief washed over Song Lingyu, who even began to find the tyrant somewhat handsome. Indeed, in the face of absolute interest, there are no eternal enemies. With this decree, Xiao Mo had essentially informed their adversaries that Song Qingwu was rendered useless. The opponent, cunning and strategic, would never ally with someone as powerless as Song Qingwu. Song Lingyu's smile suddenly faltered. Damn that old schemer. I wondered why you would kindly issue a decree acknowledging my status as empress. With Song Qingwu out of the picture, they must surely be eyeing me.
Hey.
You think you can have it both ways, don't you? You're starting the game of hiding a beauty, enduring humiliation for love, right?
Today,
You declare the proud female lead's downfall, but I wonder how you'll fare when you pursue her in the future. After reading the decree, eunuch Liao departed. Song Lingyu resisted the urge to storm into the palace and berate Xiao Imo, casting a cold glance at Fengling. So, my esteemed mother, do you now believe me? Song Lingyu's tone was far from courteous, and she watched as Fengling's complexion visibly paled. Everyone knows how I entered the palace. Do not feign innocence before me. I have yet to settle the score with you. Under Song Lingyu's frigid stare, Fengling clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with resentment. She had not anticipated that Song Lingyu possessed such capabilities. Now that she was the empress, being in her sights meant trouble for the days to come. Observing Fengling's ashen face, Song Lingyu snorted coldly and strode out of the courtyard, instructing the maids stationed at the gate, lead the way to the Golden Sparrow Pavilion. Since I'm here, I shall occupy the best room in the Marquis' residence. It shall also be Song Qingwu's room. Chapter 20, Eunuch Liao. The Emperor and the Empress are indeed true. The Crimson Palace bathed in the glow of the setting sun resembled a red sparrow spreading its wings. The sign of the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, adorned in gold and red, hung high above the red building, dazzling in the sunlight, nearly blinding Song Lingyu with its brilliance. How gloriously extravagant. Where's my Italian cannon? I'm going to compete with you wealthy folks. Song Lingyu was infuriated. Without comparison, one could not appreciate the suffering. The original owner's modest courtyard paled in comparison to Song Qingwu's Golden Sparrow Pavilion, which could hardly be considered suitable even as an outhouse. Can your family manage your old, White Lotus? You risk your life earning a salary while she feasts on your earnings behind your back. Turning her head, Song Lingyu immediately noticed the sarcasm and disdain in Su Chaoxi's eyes. Like her, she was laughing in frustration. Old White Lotus, you truly know how to exploit. Why not offer a tutorial? It's clear that the third concubine is no pushover. With her wealthy family background, she has devoured all the dowry brought in.
well,
What a double-edged sword. Not only does she sow discord between you and Song Laodang, but when the Song residence is seized, every last piece of gold and jewels will end up in her pockets. Meanwhile, you are trapped in isolation, while your love-stricken brain still saves to buy rare treasures for the female lead, oblivious to how she mocks your foolishness behind your back. In the imperial study, while listening to reports, Xiao Mo's expression suddenly darkened, causing those present to panic, believing they had misspoken, and they all knelt down in fear. Xiao Mo's face was grim, his mind racing back to the day he had encountered Song Qingwu in the Great Hall. As if bewitched, his fists gradually tightening. His disdain for Song Qingwu grew even stronger. Trapped in isolation and still saving to send that woman precious gifts, he, the emperor who unified the Six Kingdoms, could not allow himself to be manipulated by a woman with such a frivolous mindset. The female lead? He wished to see how she would fare if he rendered her so-called favored companion powerless. Lingyu, if you truly wish to reside here, it is not impossible. However, this is your elder sister's courtyard. Even if you have taken her place in entering the palace, should you claim this courtyard as well, the outside world will surely have much to say about you. Fengling's pretentious voice resounded nearby. Song Lingyu cast a cool glance her way. Noting her deliberate obstruction at the doorway, Fengling maintained her carefully cultivated gentle smile, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze filled with concern for her. Had she not seen empresses in the palace, she might have been deceived by your feigned sincerity, as if her biological mother thought too highly of herself. Such a splendid house would be wasting away, if not occupied. Song Lingyu scoffed inwardly, her hand moving with the grace of Tai Chi, effortlessly brushing past Fengling to slip inside. Fengling's expression changed, attempting to block her, but Chun Tao swiftly elbowed her against the door. That little girl has some strength. Inside the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, the room was furnished with sandalwood furniture and adorned with antiques and treasures. Song Lingyu's eyes darted around like radar, surveying and mentally valuing everything. Growing increasingly impatient with desire, the female lead, Song Qingwu, would later possess wealth rivaling nations, and the items she casually gifted would be rare treasures. Within the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, it was likely that even a fraction of her small treasury could not be found. Green Tiao, that jade vase, such a precious item, should not be left out in the open. Put it away. Song Lingyu commanded immediately. Green Tiao understood perfectly, promptly removing the treasures from the antique shelf, including the jade vase. Your Highness, what about this ancient painting?
take it.
And this set of bone china teacups? Collect it. And this chair? Take it all. Harvest. 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 If not now, when for the new year? Rouge and powder, tables and chairs. Ancient people had their own version of zero-cost shopping. Today, I too have experienced the joy of being a schemer. In a short moment, the Golden Sparrow Pavilion was nearly emptied. Wherever Song Lingyu pointed, Green Tiao cleared it out, while Chun Tao huffed and puffed, hauling boxes from outside. At this rate, even a passing cockroach would be collected by Song Lingyu. Looking at the filled boxes, Song Lingyu felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Is this the confidence of the wealthy? What kind of bitter days have I endured before? Song Qinggu and her White Lotus mother must have profited significantly from Song Laodang's military titles. I must find a time to secretly seize their hidden treasures. I truly wish to capture that Xiao Imo to see this place. It is more comfortable than his quarters. Surely, he doesn't have so many fine items in his sleeping chambers. Not enough to eat. Not warm enough to wear. The room I slept in had cockroaches at night. Damn that dog emperor. A miser. Not even providing a bride price to marry me. No formal proposals whatsoever. In my view, ancient emperors are the true capitalists. Without spending a dime, he gets to marry a stunning beauty like me, served like a lapdog for a lifetime, and yet only gives a paltry monthly stipend. All while the palace profits, and he spends. In the end, it all falls into his pockets. The wicked capitalist. This position, in modern times, would be scorned by even dogs. What are you doing? Seeing the golden sparrow pavilion stripped bare, Fangling trembled, glaring at Song Lingyu with an expression of disbelief. Song Lingyu shrugged her shoulders. Well, since my sister has been sent to the Zenziku, it would be a waste for these items to remain unused. Without mercy, Song Lingyu plunged a metaphorical knife into Fangling's heart. Fangling's face visibly darkened, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Song Lingyu, unable to articulate her words. Her lips moved, seemingly preparing to curse her. Song Lingyu continued to smile, one hand resting on the chest, deliberately displaying a look of grievance. My stepmother always says she treats us equally. Surely she wouldn't be so stingy as to deny me what she gives to my sister? Fong Ling's face turned green with anger, and after scanning the surroundings, she realized that Su Chaoshi and the servants of the manor were all staring at her, forcing her to swallow her indignation. Since you have spoken as your mother, I naturally must agree. Fong Ling's smile was strained. Seeing that Lu Biao and Chun Tao had already moved the exquisite golden silk namu tables and chairs outside, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her and quickly found an excuse to leave in haste. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Xiao Imo for the umpteenth time interrupted, angrily threw down his brush. As the emperor of a nation, marrying a queen as a tribute to the state was a great honor. Discussing money was so vulgar. Moreover, he was a miserly man, while Song Lingyu was nothing of significance. Haha, the sandalwood. It could sell for several hundred taels. And this, the rouge and powder cannot be wasted. Sell them all. The inner thoughts of Song Lingyu flowed in rapid succession. Xiao Mo's expression darkened further. If the princess truly sold off the valuables, he could hardly maintain his dignity as emperor. Your Majesty, the edict has already been issued, came the report. Xiao Imo shot a fierce glance, his handsome brows shadowed by a heavy coldness. Count all the furs and treasures from the western regions for me. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something, his brows furrowing deeply, and added, You, personally select what treasures from the storeroom should be gifted to the queen as a betrothal present. Betrothal gifts? The eyes of Chief Steward Liao widened in shock. The queen? Betrothal gifts? He couldn't have misheard. To be chosen as a concubine by the emperor was a glory bestowed by ancestors, let alone being the queen. Now the emperor intended to provide her with 3 letters and 6 betrothal gifts. This was unprecedented in the Great Xia, and even in previous dynasties. Could it be that the rumors were false, and the emperor's affections were not for Guorfei, but for the queen herself? According to the tales told by the queen, she and the emperor were the true couple. Was our entire Great Xia merely a pawn in their game? Truly, the emperor was remarkable. Chief Steward Liao, as if enlightened, directed a stunned gaze at Xiao Imo, who showed no intention of retracting his words. As he resumed reviewing the memorials with a deep breath. Chapter 21. Little girl, how can you have 2 faces? The next day, Song Lingyu awoke amidst a pile of gold and silver treasures. Her waist ached, and her rear was numb. The sudden wealth was overwhelming, yet joyfully so. Especially after waking up to a lavish feast. As she watched Chun Tao present the dishes, her eyes sparkled with delight. After a meal consumed with great gusto, Song Lingyu felt refreshed, glancing at the similarly gluttonous Chun Tao and Lu Biao, waving her hand. Get a couple of shovels. Let us get to work. Remember the mission. Stay true to the original aspiration. Little Xian, tremble beneath my iron shovel.
What?
A breakfast costing 100 taels. In Yusin Studio, Fong Ling slammed her palm on the table, causing the maid reporting the news to tremble with fear.
Yes.
The young lady had devoured Buddha jumps over the wall and roasted suckling pig, all prepared to palace standards. And she had even shared with her 2 servants and generously rewarded the manor servants. Fong Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing that Song Lingyu not only feasted herself, but also shared with the servants, she was instantly consumed with rage, her head steaming as her hands trembled. The thought that Song Lingyu had likely taken the money from the Jinkei pavilion only fueled her ire. At that moment, someone rushed in urgently to report. Not good, madam. The young lady has gathered a crowd. It seems she intends to dismantle the Jinkei pavilion.
What?
Fong Ling sprang to her feet, her entire body trembling with fury. That wretched girl. The Jinke Pavilion was something she had painstakingly built for Qingwu. Looting it was one thing, but now she wanted to tear it down. How dare she? Everyone in the courtyard, follow me. I want to see this audacious girl's boldness. A throng of people stormed to the Jinke Pavilion, where they heard shouts from within. The courtyard was in disarray, soil overturned everywhere, and Song Lingyu sat lazily in a chair on the porch, propping her chin as she directed the servants. Yes, yes. Dig deeper by the wall. Doesn't your stepmother feed you? Can't you swing a hoe? Most of the workers were Fong Ling's people, who usually only obeyed her. Yet now they nodded and bowed, laboring diligently under the scorching sun. Fong Ling was instantly furious. They were using her money, bribed by her. And now they were tearing down her daughter's courtyard. Was she merely a figurehead in her own household? What are you doing? Stop! Fong Ling shouted angrily. The workers all looked up. Upon seeing her, they hesitated, unsure whether to continue or not, glancing back at Song Lingyu for guidance. As if just noticing Fong Ling's arrival. Song Lingyu lazily turned her head.
Oh.
My stepmother has arrived. She gestured to the workers. You all continue. Not bothering to stand, she slowly cast a puzzled look at Fong Ling. I'm merely moving earth in my own courtyard. Hoping to find a good feng shui spot for my birth mother's memorial. Why is my stepmother so angry? Fong Ling momentarily froze before shrieking. In my daughter's courtyard to set up a memorial? Song Lingyu, have you lost your mind? Someone, apprehend her. The servant stared in shock at Fong Ling's hysterical outburst, momentarily forgetting to follow orders. The first to react was Li Mama beside Fong Ling, rolling up her sleeves and charging towards Song Lingyu. However, Song Lingyu merely raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of dodging. As Li Mama seized her wrist and pulled her up from the chair, she saw a figure storming in angrily through the doorway. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, her voice pitiful. Father. Fong Ling froze. Turning to see the dark expression of Song Bihai, his court robes tattered, a gaze filled with fury shifting from the tearful Song Lingyu to her. A reprimand escaped his lips, low and heavy with authority. Fong Ling shuddered, poised to speak, only to see Su Chaoshi gracefully approach from behind, tenderly draping a cloak over Song Bihai's shoulders. While I am away, this is how you bully my daughter. Fong Ling bit her lip until it bled, glaring fiercely at Su Chaoshi and the boy by her side. All these years, despite her status as the mistress, aside from the initial drugging that led to Song Bihai's conception of Qingwu, he had never touched her again. Otherwise, how could she only have one daughter, Qingwu? She had been mimicking her sister's gentle and virtuous demeanor for over a decade, yet could not compare to Su Chaoshi, who had only entered the manor a few years ago. But what wrong had she committed? She merely wished to help her daughter pursue true love, just as she once had with him. Hatred flickered in Fong Ling's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, tears brimming. I know Lingyu does not like me as her mother. She can resent me in private as she pleases, but this Jinke Pavilion belongs to Qingwu. Before Fong Ling could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Su Chaoshi's cold snort. In the cold palace of the imperial court, one can dwell and even commit the foolish act of replacing a bride. Having done so many outrageous things, what is the big deal about tearing down a courtyard? If you truly cared for her, why not build her more courtyards to dismantle and vent your frustration? After all, you weren't hesitant when constructing courtyards for your daughter. Su Chaoshi's words were merciless, sharp, and unyielding. Fong Ling's complexion turned pale as she immediately glanced at Song Baihuai's expression, hoping he would be enraged by Su Chaoshi's insolent remarks and punish her. To her surprise, a hint of pity appeared on Song Baihuai's face. His voice grew more intense, laden with implication. What do you mean by substituting for marriage? Lingyu is my own daughter. She would never engage in such a thing. She is now the empress, appointed by the emperor himself. Fong Ling's face darkened. This was only the second time in many years that Song Baihuai had directed such anger at her, both times due to the two wretched individuals, Song Lingyu and Su Chaoshi. Song Baihuai hesitated, glancing at Song Lingyu, who had already noticed the uneven pits dug in the courtyard. Seeing the tears in her eyes and recalling the rumors, he felt a surge of guilt. Lingyu, what are you doing in broad daylight? If you're unhappy, why not speak to your father? Digging around in the yard will only make you dusty. What if you choke? With a gentle tone, almost coaxing, Song Baihuai spoke to Song Lingyu, a warmth in his demeanor that even Song Qingwu had never experienced in her childhood. Fong Ling was struck dumb. This was entirely different from what she had anticipated. Song Lingyu was equally astonished. Was the old man under some sort of spell? Where was his usual sternness towards the original owner? His current demeanor left her unsure of how to respond. Faced with Song Baihuai's concerned gaze, Song Lingyu awkwardly wiped her tears and smiled, explaining, it's nothing. I'm just relieving stress by digging in the dirt. Song Baihuai's expression softened even further. Fong Ling thought, what about the words you just said to her? Relax. Just moments ago, you spoke of releasing your mother's memorial tablet. The girl had two faces. Chapter 22, The Esteemed Empress, Selling Ivory. You speak nonsense. You clearly wish to enshrine your mother's tablet here. Song Lingyu interjected with wide, innocent eyes.
Stepmother.
What are you saying? This is a residence. How could I possibly enshrine my mother's tablet here? Fan Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger so intense she seemed on the verge of fainting. But before she could finish, Song Bai-Huai shot her a stern look. Silence. He scrutinized Fan Ling, observing her disheveled hair and distorted expression, stirred by agitation. Gradually, his brow furrowed as he recalled how Song Qingwu had only managed to escape the marriage under Fan Ling's protection. A wave of anger surged within him. Look at you now. You hardly resemble the mistress of this household. If only your sister were still here. Song Bai-Huai's lips moved, but the latter part of his sentence remained unspoken, replaced instead by a profound disappointment directed at Fan Ling. She felt a chill run through her as she met his cold, disappointed gaze. Why did he still hold onto the memory of her sister, who had been dead for so many years? A powerful sense of crisis engulfed her. Trembling, she clutched the hem of Song Bai-Huai's garment, tears streaming down her face. Lord, do you not remember? That year, amidst the apricot blossoms and light rain, you saved me. Have you forgotten all the affection from those days? Yet Song Bai-Huai's brow tightened further, as if each additional word only fueled his ire. He shook off Fan Ling's hand, interrupting her. Enough. I do not wish to hear any more. Song Lingyu found herself amused by the unfolding drama, but her attention was suddenly drawn to the small figure trailing behind Su Chaoxi. A chubby little boy peeked out from behind her, his curious, dark eyes fixed on her. Hello, little darling. Song Lingyu couldn't resist, forming the words with her lips and waving at Song Ji. Who could refuse such an adorable child? Song Ji, as if summoned, brightened with excitement and hurried over to her. Sister.
Sister.
His youthful, innocent voice melted her heart.
Oh.
How I adore you. Song Lingyu, enchanted, bent down to scoop him up, but he grasped her clothing, pulling her down as he whispered conspiratorially, Sister. Are you looking for something? Taken aback, she glanced towards Su Chaoxi, who was engaged in conversation with Song Bai-Huai and hadn't noticed them. How do you know? She inquired. With a soft smile, Song Ji proudly declared, I just know. I saw Sister Qingwu hiding something. I know where it is. Song Lingyu's eyes widened in surprise. What? You know where it is? Look, it's right here, Song Ji said, tugging her towards the side room of the Jin K pavilion. In disbelief, Song Lingyu followed him to a large ebony cabinet, from which he dived in, emerging with a white, glistening piece of ivory. Here it is. Seeing the astonishment on Song Lingyu's face, Song Ji, with his small hands, presented the hidden object. I found it. You always look a bit confused, so I helped. Taking the ivory, she examined it closely, still in shock. How ingenious of Song Qingwu to hide a secret letter in an ivory piece. Who could have thought? Without Song Ji's assistance, she might have searched through the entire Jin K pavilion, without success. The ivory was light, and to conceal something within it, it must have been hollowed out. Its color resembled jade, and its size and quality would fetch a handsome price in the modern antique market, certainly tens of thousands. What a waste. If it's hollowed out, it loses its value. Feeling as though she had been robbed of a fortune, she lamented the peculiar shape of the ivory. Why must it be polished? The raw form is more appealing. The smooth texture feels nice, but, oh, the polished portions are worth the money. At that moment, Xiao Mo, who had been sitting upright and sipping tea, spatted out in shock. Ivory? Had he heard correctly? In the context of the Great Xia, ivory was the most exquisite material for intimate items, reserved for the women of noble families. But Song Lingyu intended to sell it? How could the Empress of Great Xia stoop so low?
Liao Zhongguan.
Xiao Mo called urgently. Liao Zhongguan hurriedly entered, only to witness an uncharacteristically flushed emperor, who, usually aloof and unapproachable, now appeared almost bashful, as though he had just glimpsed something unspeakable. Xiao Mo's cheeks burned with humiliation. The mere thought of such an embarrassing matter was unbearable to him, and anger swelled in the depths of his eyes. The bridal price. Double it. No, triple it. His chest heaved, slightly, and he truly yearned to storm into the Marquis's residence, pry open Song Lingyu's head, and see if it contained anything but money. How impoverished could she possibly be? Song Lingyu expressed her gratitude to Song Ji, repeatedly promising to buy him copious amounts of candied hawthorn and not to inform Su Chaoxi. Only then did the little one willingly hand over the ivory, additionally pointing out several places where Song Qingwu hid his secret stash. Naturally, Song Lingyu claimed them all. She instructed Chen Tao and Lu Tiao to guard the door before stealthily slipping into her bed, cradling the ivory as she examined it meticulously. Chapter 23. Vital Information. A pivotal turning point. The future of the Song family, whether they could defy destiny, relied entirely on this item in her possession. Song Lingyu could hardly contain her excitement. Previously, she had cleverly maneuvered the matter of the proxy marriage before Xiao Mo, helping Song Bihua temporarily evade the suspicion that could lead to his demise, thus earning several hundred points. With the secret correspondence between the male and female leads of the novel now in her hands, the fate of the Song family was irrevocably changed. Those points would be a boon indeed. As she explored the ivory, she soon discovered a slender fishing line at the bottom. The interior of the ivory had been hollowed out, but the top and bottom remained sealed. Pulling on the thread with a bit of force, the bottom lid sprang open, revealing several tightly rolled letters the size of a finger. Extravagant woman. Why hide such a trivial thing in such a massive piece of ivory? Woe is me, my money. Without delay, Song Lingyu opened the letters to examine their contents. What she read ignited a fire of indignation within her. What the hell? Song Qingwu, you truly are a traitor. You don't seem foolish, yet you've been brainwashed by Rong Jianglin, the male lead of this novel. He claims that Song Laodang has caused countless deaths on the battlefield, and you actually start leaking secrets. If he doesn't kill, does that mean he should court the enemy generals on the battlefield? Should he just stand there like a fool waiting to be stabbed? He proclaims the tyrant calls for conscription and is excessively brutal, and you believe him? Have you even checked the facts? Xiao Mo indeed misuses the populace, ruling with tyranny. Yet how could he unify the 6 states without this force? In ancient times, where would the artillery come from without conscription? Remember, truth only lies within the range of cannon fire, and dignity rests upon the edge of a sword. Moreover, before encountering Song Qingwu, he had done his fair share of good deeds. Simply unifying the 6 states and ending the era of feudal lords amidst calamities was a grand achievement. Without Song Laodang accompanying Xiao Mo to battle, unifying the 6 states amidst chaos, you wouldn't even survive stepping out of your door, let alone have the chance to elope. What a joke. Song Lingyu's inner thoughts echoed in Xiao Mo's ears like a rapid-fire barrage. Accustomed to being irritated by her thoughts, he instinctively furrowed his brow. However, upon realizing the content of her thoughts, he was rendered speechless. His gaze flickered, and he was unexpectedly moved by her words. He had always believed that Song Lingyu's constant reference to him as a tyrant reflected the same disdain as others, who deemed him a warmonger and a cruel ruler. Yet, he had not anticipated that she would be the only one to comprehend his struggles and ambitions. Xiao Mo's expression trembled, momentarily unable to accept this revelation. And he inadvertently uttered Song Lingyu's name. In the council chamber, the ministers, deeply troubled by the banditry issues, suddenly heard this name and were taken aback. Several high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their eyes revealing shock. Could the rumors be false? The one whom His Majesty truly loves is the Empress. After only 2 days apart, could he long for her to this extent? The ministers exchanged looks, witnessing the same astonishment and dawning realization reflected on each other's faces. Then what about the matters they had just discussed? Your Majesty, with the resurgence of banditry in the southwest, should we send Marquis Song once more? The minister who spoke cautiously observed Xiao Mo's expression. Song Bihua had achieved remarkable military feats and was undoubtedly the foremost general in the court. Yet, this fierce warrior had returned empty-handed from his last campaign against the bandits, infuriating the emperor. Given that His Majesty had just mentioned the Empress's name, could it imply a hint? Did the emperor intend for Marquis Song to go again, granting him a chance to prove himself? Wonderful. Previously, it was Gua Fei. Now it was Song Lingyu. It seemed to them that their emperor thought of nothing beyond love and romance. Seeing the ministers struggling to conceal their curiosity, Xiao Mo's expression darkened. He had intended to clarify, but it felt somewhat like a case of miscommunication. He composed himself and said earnestly, "Indeed, Marquis Song possesses ample experience in dealing with banditry, and trusting this matter to him grants me peace of mind. After the Empress's coronation, I shall have Marquis Song lead the troops at once." As soon as Xiao Mo's words fell, he suddenly heard Song Lingyu's disdainful voice.
Song Qingwu.
It's no wonder you and Fangling are mother and daughter. Turns out the banditry in the southwest is instigated by remnants of the 6 states. Song Laodang returned empty-handed from his last campaign, not even catching a ghost. It was you who leaked the information. You're even more infatuated than Xiao Mo. Rong Jianglin expressed a desire to meet you, but worried about the banditry in the southwest, and you carelessly revealed the time of the bandit suppression operation that Fangling disclosed. This is not all. To facilitate your elopement with Rong Jianglin, you even tricked Fangling into promising to relay messages in the future. Fangling loves Song Bihua so much, yet you deceived her into passing information to the traitors. She naively believed that his confidence could protect him, only to result in calamity for 9 generations. One foolish, the other wicked, truly a disaster. The southwest is inherently easy to defend but difficult to assault, hence the delay in dealing with the bandits. Rong Jianglin has seized this opportunity to stockpile vast resources in what appears to be a dangerous, yet secure bandit lair. Subsequently, Rong Jianglin employed a slight ruse, intercepting the supplies meant for the refugees from the Great Xia, posing as a benefactor and donating them in his name to the unsettled populace, easily turning them against us. They utilized the resources of the Great Xia, secretly forming their own army, while the tyrant, ensnared by Song Qingwu's charm and aided by internal traitors, failed to notice any issues. Xiao Mo's expression froze. Observing the ministers below, who were dutifully kneeling to receive orders, his heart shattered. The truth was like this. He had not anticipated that Song Qingwu's elopement partner would be Rong Jianglin, the very individual opposing the Great Xia, claiming to halt war in pursuit of liberty, yet failing to serve the people, instead inciting instability to incite war from within. Initially thought to be a mere rabble, the opposition had not only allied with the remnants of the Six States, but had also reached into the residences of the high officials of the Great Xia. He could not believe that no one had acted as a bridge in this matter. A fierce rage surged within Xiao Mo's eyes, and he slammed the brush in his hand onto the table. The ministers below were startled, quickly kneeling to offer their apologies. Regarding the bandit suppression in the southwest, Guo Fei, you shall proceed in place of Marquis Song. Chapter 24. Delivering the ivory as a gift to Old Song, the minister named Guo Fei was bewildered, unsure why His Majesty had suddenly changed his mind. After all, Song Bihua had more experience in this matter. Yet, the emperor's will was inscrutable. So Guo Fei knelt and accepted the command. Xiao Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Rong Zhonglin had gone to such lengths to sow discord between him and Song Bihua, fully confident that he would once again dispatch Song Bihua to deal with the bandits. Now, however, he was determined to catch them off guard. Recalling Song Lingyu's mention of the substantial resources within the bandit lair, Xiao Mo's lips curled into a smirk. I command you to set out at once. Xiao Mo issued an order. All present were trusted close aides, yet they were perplexed by his words. Although the banditry in the southwest was indeed troublesome, it was not an immediate concern. Guo Fei stepped forward urgently, exclaiming, Your Majesty, this cannot be. How can the dangers in the southwest compare to your safety? To pacify the Six States, the capable generals around Your Majesty have already been diminished by more than half. The realm is in disarray, and the court is in dire need of talent. Not to mention, there are many within the Six States who feign submission while harboring ambitions to seize power. Guo Fei was frantic. What would happen if he left the capital and someone attempted to assassinate the emperor? Your Majesty, Guo Fei wished to continue, but a mere glance from Xiao Mo silenced him. My mind is made up. You shall depart for the southwest tonight. Internal traitors and assassins were indeed formidable challenges. Yet Xiao Mo was not merely reliant on intellect. He was proficient in martial arts and horsemanship as well. This time, he intended to root out the vermin within the court all at once. A fierce determination surged within his eyes, when suddenly, the mental voice of Song Lingyu caught his attention, raising his brows. Having a daughter like me, Song Lao, you should be secretly pleased. I'm about to change your fate, but first, let me show you how Song Qinggu communicates with her little lover. You'd better not let this information reach Xiao Mo. The tyrant is far too suspicious. Lao Deng, you reckless man, don't let your secret message raise his doubts right after submission. I've worked so hard to keep you alive. Alas, this family will fall apart without me. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow, feeling inexplicably uplifted by Song Lingyu's cheeky thoughts. She intended to hand over the secret correspondence between Song Qinggu and Rong Zhonglin to Song Bihua for handling. That was indeed more clever than he had anticipated. A hint of an unrecognizable smile flickered in Xiao Mo's eyes. He suddenly became curious about the expression on Song Bihua's face upon discovering that Song Qinggu was a killer. However, his amusement was short-lived, as Song Lingyu's mental voice froze his smile in place.
Song.
Ling.
You.
What is with Chun Tao and Lu Tiao's expressions? Is there gold growing on this ivory? Why are they staring at me? Is this thing worth more than I thought? Although Xiao Mo is quite annoying, who am I? I am Song Lingyu, and I understand the ways of the world. If I give you this ivory, you can't make me go through any more trouble. Joyfully clutching the ivory, Song Lingyu stepped outside and immediately noticed the bewildered expressions on Chun Tao and Lu Tiao's faces. In her haste to find Song Bihua, she hastily handed a pearl necklace to Chun Tao. Realizing what had happened, Chun Tao and Lu Tiao were taken aback and rushed to pursue her. But it was too late. Song Lingyu strutted into Song Bihua's courtyard, brandishing the ivory before the astonished onlookers. Father, this is for you. She presented the ivory to Song Bihua, her eyes gleaming with pride as she said, I found this exquisite piece at Jinkei Pavilion. Now that I reside in this courtyard, everything within it is rightfully mine. This ivory is beautifully crafted and surely valuable, so I wish to gift it to you as a token of filial piety. I can't bear to part with it. Truly can't. Xiao Mo thought, this face will still be needed. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu was still entrapped in her emotional turmoil as the people in the courtyard gaped in disbelief. What kind of hellish scene was this? A daughter gifting her father ivory, an intimate object from a bedroom. The most outrageous part was that this ivory seemed to belong to Song Qinggu. The servants exchanged glances, astonished that the seemingly aloof young lady had such a hidden side, playing so recklessly. That was ivory. After the unification of the Six States by the current emperor, no woman had dared to engage in such wild behavior. What nonsense are you spouting? Fong Ling was the first to react, exploding with indignation as her face flushed red. This cannot possibly belong to Qinggu. She has never even glanced at a man. How could she possess such lewd items in private? Lingyu, if you dislike my strict discipline towards you, direct your grievances at me, but why tarnish Qinggu's reputation? Fong Ling, in a state of panic, explained that Song Qingwu had incurred Song Bihua's wrath due to her elopement with a man. Thankfully, she had managed to divert attention by invoking her sister's name.
Now,
If this matter were to resurface, it would irreparably damage Song Bihua's trust. Song Bihua cast a hesitant glance at Fong Ling, recalling previous events, and frowned as he looked at Song Lingyu. She still held the ivory, her expression one of regret, seemingly unintentional. Lingyu, do you know what this is? What? ISN, it's just a piece of ivory? Lao Deng, what kind of look is that? It's as if I'm running naked in the streets. Unfortunately, although it had been polished, the original form would likely be even more valuable. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings, and moments later, uproarious laughter erupted. The hastily arrived Lu Tiao rushed to Song Lingyu's side, whispering urgently, "Your Highness, you've made a mistake. This ivory is..." Lu Tiao, blushing, leaned close to Song Lingyu's ear and whispered, "It's an object used by women in their boudoir." Song Lingyu was petrified. What kind of decent person gifts such a thing as a token of love?
no.
Are ancient people really this wild? And they hide love letters inside. Playing you within me, I within you? Am I just a part of your twisted game? Song Lingyu's mind was spinning as she finally understood the meaning behind the gazes directed at her. They're definitely looking at me like I'm a pervert.
Oh my.
Life is becoming increasingly absurd. In just one day, I, Song Lingyu, have outdone all the users in the nation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Song Lingyu's eyes were filled with resentment. Chun Tao stammered, feeling wronged. We all thought your highness wanted to keep it. Song Lingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Collecting the intimate toys of Song Qingwu and her lover? How daring of them! Lingyu, you are now married. While you may use such items, Qingwu is still a pure young lady. If these were associated with her, what would happen to her reputation? Fong Ling's voice rang out. Song Lingyu turned to see her clutching her heart, looking utterly devastated, still rambling. Qingwu has suffered enough. She bore the emperor's wrath and was exiled to the Xinzhou warehouse. If her reputation is tarnished because of this, what will happen to her marriage prospects?
Ha.
Old White Lotus, you're the only one who knows how to cry, right? Trying to place the blame on me? Wailing, Song Lingyu plopped down on the ground, sobbing louder than Fong Ling. Father, I truly didn't know. What should I do? Qingwu will be left with no suitors. If she plays with ivory in secret, she'll never marry and will end up alone, perhaps even becoming a nun. Fong Ling was dumbfounded. Wait, those are my words. Chapter 25. Becoming a proper villain. Song Lingyu continued to cry, and Song Bihua felt a pang of sympathy, reaching out to comfort her. Seizing the opportunity, Song Lingyu deliberately shook her hand, and the ivory crashed to the ground, revealing the hidden letter inside. No one expected it to contain a missive. Fong Ling reacted the quickest, her expression changing drastically as she lunged to snatch it. However, Song Bihua was quicker, tearing open the letter, his face turning ashen. Wu Bao, although we are not yet wed, we have pledged ourselves to one another. Each day apart from you intensifies my longing, and I trust you feel the same. I sought out this ivory for you. When I am not around, treat it as if it were me, just as I am with you. Song Bihua suddenly shot a furious glare at Fong Ling, causing her to shudder. No, Lord, this must be a misunderstanding. Ignoring her, Song Bihua continued reading, his expression growing darker. Brother Zhonglin, my father is truly ruthless. Although those people are traitors, they are still human.
How could my father kill them outright?
Couldn't he have reasoned with them, persuading them to genuinely submit to our dynasty? If this matter were to be handled by my elder brother, he would certainly not be as cruel and unfeeling as my father. As his daughter, I sometimes feel a sense of dread. Song Bihai's forehead throbbed with anger as he forcefully tossed the letter onto Feng Ling's face. His chest heaved with emotion, his resolute visage marred by fury as he fixed a gaze upon Feng Ling that was fraught not only with anger, but also with a sense of unfamiliarity. He could hardly believe that while he fought valiantly at the front lines, the backyard of his home had become a sieve, especially regarding Feng Ling. His eyes, when directed at her, brimmed with a heightened sense of ire. Reflecting upon his late sister's dying wish, he had, despite her carrying another's child, wed Feng Ling formally, believing he had treated her with nothing but sincerity for over a decade. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Song Qingwu and Feng Ling harbored such sentiments about him behind his back. Lord! Feng Ling's face turned ashen as the letter struck her. Trembling as she read its contents, her eyes filled with disbelief. I do not know. I truly do not know what Qingwu wrote. She shook her head vehemently, crawling over to tug at Song Bihai's trousers. Upon lifting her head, she was met with his expression of disappointment, causing her to momentarily freeze. For all these years, although she was acutely aware that Song Bihai did not harbor romantic feelings for her, he had always treated her with respect as his wife. Never once regarding her with such a look. Feng Ling became panicked, gripping his trousers tightly, disregarding the onlookers as she desperately explained, My lord, I really had no knowledge of this. You know how deeply I love you. If I had known Qingwu spoke of you in such a manner, I would have certainly set things right. Song Bihai allowed her to wail, his face set in a cold demeanor with no response. Fengling's throat tightened, biting her lip as tears began to flow more freely. Is it true that you no longer believe in me? Very well, I am but a lonely girl. Had my sister not departed this world so soon, she would have undoubtedly believed in me. Silence. Song Bihai bellowed, his gaze toward Fengling now filled with greater disappointment and frost. How dare you mention your sister? I once thought you possessed her wisdom and kindness. Yet today, I find the disparity between you sisters to be insurmountable. This phrase echoed repeatedly within Fengling's mind. She stared blankly at Song Bihai, her lips quivering, as if something had shattered her spine, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Song Bihai took no notice of her disheveled state, regaining his composure. He continued to examine the confidential letter.
Rong Jianglin?
This scoundrel. How dare he conspire with such a traitor? Song Bihai's complexion darkened considerably, reflecting on how, as a general of the realm with countless military achievements, he had raised a foolish daughter. Now that the world had just stabilized, there were still many petty individuals intent on causing chaos, with Rong Jianglin being the most troublesome among them. It was said that this person was a figure from the underworld, with influence scattered throughout the land, yet he masqueraded under the banner of serving the people, all the while disrupting the various policies being implemented by the emperor. Yet, they had never managed to capture this shadowy figure, Rong Jianglin. Little did he expect that Song Qingwu would entangle herself with him. Previously, when the Song army set out to suppress the bandits, such military secrets were leaked by you. Upon reading the contents of the letter regarding the last expedition against the bandits, Song Bihai's hands trembled with fury. He could not believe that the prior failed attempt to quell the bandits was due to betrayal from his own household. Even more shocking was the revelation that the southwestern banditry was connected to this scourge of the underworld, Rong Jianglin.
Fool.
Song Bihai could not restrain himself from casting a fierce glare at Fengling, shattering the nearby table with a slap. Do you even possess a brain? Will you next conspire to take my life? And regarding the matter of arranging for Lingyu to marry in my stead, you dared to deceive me. This letter states clearly in black and white how you schemed against Lingyu. She is the Emperor's daughter. How dare you? Were it not for the Emperor's trust in our Song family, we would have likely faced the dire consequence of being implicated and meeting our demise. Song Lingyu maintained a stoic expression, internally stifling a small critique. What trust and leniency? The suspicious Emperor is more wary than ever. He nearly had you all executed last time. Faced with Song Bihai's fury, Fengling could only shake her head repeatedly, attempting to defend herself and Song Qingwu, but found herself at a loss for words. Song Bihai kicked her hand away, his tone frigid. As the matriarch, you have failed to manage your household, committing such a grievous error. Chao Shi, from now on, you shall oversee all matters of the household. He directed this at Su Chao Shi, who stood behind him. Fengling's expression turned momentarily to one of shock, followed by disbelief as she gazed at Song Bihai, seemingly unable to comprehend that he would truly confine her, even stripping her of her authority over the household. However, with no time for her to react, Song Bihai's men had already taken her away. Song Bihai turned, casting a fierce glance at those present in the courtyard. In an instant, the aura of slaughter that surrounded him was palpable, causing everyone to tremble beneath the weight of his presence. From this day forth, the residence is sealed. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, no one is to leave. The matriarch and the legitimate daughter of the house colluding with outside traitors suggested that there were many unclean individuals within this residence. Song Bihai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing each person with a sharp gaze. This matter must be probed, and it must be done meticulously. Su Chao Shi accepted the key to the household management taken from Fengling, a smile gracing her lips. Just 2 more days. Song Bihai said nothing further, merely snorting coldly before departing the courtyard. Song Lingyu watched Song Bihai's retreating figure, her lips curving into a triumphant smile. Ah, my dear father, you are truly my greatest ally. Song Qingwu can rendezvous with Rong Jianglin. Without someone assisting her, it would be difficult for her to even exit the gates of the... It seems my father is indeed astute enough to consider this angle. Internally, Song Lingyu applauded wildly. She had been pondering how to unearth the spy that Rong Jianglin had embedded within the Song family. The novel indicated that even Song Qingwu was unaware of this spy's existence, who conveyed messages in a mysterious manner to aid her and Rong Jianglin's clandestine meetings. The text did not provide a clear account, leaving Song Lingyu uncertain of the identity of the servant. However, since Song Bihai had already sealed the residence, it would only be a matter of time before he uncovered this detail. She decided it was best not to involve herself further in this matter. As she took a few steps, a familiar light screen suddenly appeared before her. Task: the evil antagonist. A qualified antagonist always manipulates the protagonist at will. Task completion reward, points, 500. Diminish Song Qingwu's protagonist halo by 10%. Chapter 26. I am not his biological child. Song Lingyu stared in bewilderment, rereading the task multiple times without grasping its meaning. Have I violated a heavenly decree? Must I always guess the meaning of each task? What does it mean to be an antagonist? Am I becoming the villain? However, if it can reduce Song Qingwu's protagonist halo, does that mean Xiaoma will be less affected in the future? Perhaps I won't meet my demise so quickly. The rewards are quite generous. I suppose I can accept them. Meanwhile, Xiaoma felt a sudden silence after hearing Song Lingyu's thoughts, becoming agitated. What did she mean by the protagonist halo? Remembering that day, when they merely exchanged a glance, he felt as if he had encountered a ghost, losing control of his faculties. His expression darkened. Regardless of Song Lingyu's intentions, this task must be completed. Antagonist? Manipulating people is his forte. Liao Zhongquan. Xiaoma suddenly set down his brush. At this moment, several close ministers had just exited the hall, and the vast chamber echoed with Xiaoma's voice, cold yet tinged with suppressed rage. Liao Zhongquan emerged from the shadows, observing Xiaoma's contemplative expression with surprise. The emperor's mood had become increasingly erratic of late. The old servant is here. What are your thoughts on the empress? Xiaoma spoke suddenly, not even glancing at him. Upon hearing this, Liao Zhongquan knelt in alarm. The empress is the daughter of Lord Song. She is deeply devoted to your majesty, thus she is quite admirable. Xiaoma listened, casting a fleeting glance. And what else? And what more? Liao Zhongquan's expression grew increasingly anxious as he observed Xiaomo's impassive demeanor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Having served Xiao Imo since his childhood, he felt he had a fair understanding of the young man's temperament. Could it be that he was yearning for the empress? After all, knowing the emperor's character, should he become enraged, he might very well imprison the empress. This time, the emperor had made an exception by incorporating folk customs into the empress's coronation ceremony, which surely would evoke gratitude from her. However, the old servant had heard that according to the customs of betrothal, the groom must personally deliver the betrothal gifts. Liao Zhongquan anxiously watched Xiao Imo, uncertain if he had deciphered the young man's intentions correctly. Indeed, Xiao Imo finally lifted his gaze, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Since you have suggested it, let us adhere to the customs of the common folk. Prepare the carriage, and I shall personally deliver the betrothal gifts to the Song residence at dawn. Upon hearing this, Liao Zhongquan exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he followed Xiao Imo to the storeroom to tally the gifts. Yet, he found no sign of Song Qingwu, and with this troublesome antagonist absent, he decided to stroll around the small courtyard that once belonged to the original owner's mother. Having visited yesterday, Song Lingyu paused at the entrance of the secluded courtyard, suddenly struck by disbelief. Had she been dreaming, or was it merely an illusion? In just one night, the dilapidated wooden door had transformed into an opulent, intricately carved entrance. Even the lanterns hanging by the door were adorned with floral patterns, resembling those in the main lady's courtyard. Incredulous, Song Lingyu blinked and pushed the courtyard door open, astonished to find it truly was not a daydream. However, upon entering, the scene within left her utterly speechless. The courtyard had been meticulously tidied. A plum tree stood in full bloom, its fallen petals scattered upon a stone table beneath it, creating an ethereal ambience. Though it could not rival the finery of Jinke Pavilion, every detail exuded elegance, making her feel at ease amidst such beauty. Miss. After the third concubine took charge, she immediately arranged for the servants to tidy up this courtyard, restoring everything to its former layout, a servant explained as she approached. Song Lingyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Su Chaoshi to possess such thoughtfulness. Oh my seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted stepmother. Who could have been so moved? Ah, it's me, Song Lingyu, she thought, smiling at the maid sent by Su Chaoshi before stepping inside. The interior was simply decorated yet undeniably refined, igniting her curiosity about what lay within. Upon entering, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, soothing her restless spirit as she carefully surveyed the room. The furnishings, small couches, tables, were quite ordinary and paled in comparison to the exquisite pieces in Jinke Pavilion. Yet, it was evident that the courtyard's owner had a keen aesthetic sense. The style was cohesive, with books and scrolls scattered about, suggesting that the original owner's mother was a person of grace and distinction. As Song Lingyu casually picked up a book and flipped it open, she discovered elegant calligraphy inscribed on the pages. The neat handwriting and intriguing content piqued her curiosity about the identity of the original owner's mother. The novel scarcely delved into the backstory of the original character, and she only knew that the mother had passed away shortly after giving birth. However, the scene before her suggested that the original mother was no ordinary woman. With such refined taste and literacy, how could she have been relegated to a mere concubine? Moreover, why had no relatives from her family surfaced all these years? Your Highness. A hand grasped her shoulder, and Song Lingyu turned to find Chun Tao with tear-filled eyes. Your Highness, do not be too sorrowful. Take care not to harm your health. Chun Tao choked out. Song Lingyu was at a loss for words. Did the girl truly believe she was mourning her deceased mother? A glance at Chun Tao's companion, LV Tiao, confirmed her suspicions, as he too wore a worried expression. Well, their assumptions were not entirely unfounded, having taken over the original owner's body. She decided to honor her mother with a stick of incense. The memorial tablet was situated in the main hall of the courtyard. Song Lingyu took 3 incense sticks, and LV Tiao promptly lit them. As the fragrant smoke billowed upward, she respectfully bowed 3 times before the tablet. From my body and skin, I owe my existence to my parents. Since she had assumed the body of Song Lingyu, the person represented on the tablet could be considered her kin. With genuine sincerity, she bowed, a rare seriousness overtaking her usually carefree demeanor, while LV Tiao and Chun Tao stood quietly behind her. Silence enveloped the room. Just as Song Lingyu was rising, Chun Tao suddenly remarked, "Your mother's background must be quite extraordinary." Song Lingyu raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "What do you mean? Do you know my mother?" LV Tiao pointed to the name inscribed on the tablet, explaining Mu Xinyu. One can discern her mother's remarkable talent and status from such a name. No ordinary person would dare to bear it. Song Lingyu was taken aback. She had not been mistaken. Could it be that the original mother was a concealed powerhouse? With both LV Tiao and Chun Tao affirming this, her curiosity deepened. How could a woman of such stature become a mere concubine to Song Laoding? She found herself gazing intently at the tablet when she suddenly noticed a rolled-up painting beside it. Driven by curiosity, she reached for it and unfurled it. The painting appeared to be quite old, the paper yellowed with age, yet the image of a woman nestled closely against a man was still clear. This woman was undoubtedly the original mother, Mu Xinyu. However, the man beside her bore no resemblance to Song Bihua. Song Lingyu's expression darkened. What on earth? Am I not even Song Laoding's biological child? Could this be why the original character allowed herself to be bullied without retaliation? No way. This is far too shocking.
Meanwhile,
Xiao Mo, grandly making his way to the Song residence with the betrothal gifts, stumbled slightly. How is it that a mere marquis's household could spawn such a tangled web of relationships? Even Song Lingyu was not the biological child of Song Bihua. A rare flicker of sympathy crossed Xiao Mo's usually indifferent eyes. The Song Marquis had sacrificed too much for this world, and now even his home had been usurped. Chapter 27. Song Laoding in the atmosphere of the world. The carriage awaited at the entrance, the cold wind howling past, lifting a corner of the black veil to reveal Song Qingwu's somewhat pale face. She had known from the start that this place could not contain her for long. "Miss Song," a voice suddenly called out to her. A robust-looking man, panting heavily, stopped before her, carefully presenting a few pieces of cake wrapped in a handkerchief. "This is what I've saved up, Miss Song. Please take it with you for the journey." He handed over several ordinary osmanthus cakes, and while Song Qingwu felt a tinge of disdain, she masked it with sweetness. "Thank you, Brother Li, but you should keep these for yourself." Li, who was momentarily taken aback, his dark complexion flushing deeper as his eyes brightened while gazing at Song Qingwu. "I'm a grown man, and not fond of sweets. You needn't worry about me," he stammered bashfully, scratching his head. "Miss Song, after you leave, will we have the chance to meet again?" Song Qingwu frowned slightly. Li, who was the lowest-ranking guard in the palace, stationed near the Zinseku, and though he was a decent fellow, she had perceived his feelings. However, she already had roamed Jianglin in her heart, and a man as ordinary as Li, who could not capture her interest. Yet, Qingwu would remember this kindness. She nodded gently, her demeanor a blend of distant yet familiar warmth, further enchanting Li Hu. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a small matter," he exclaimed, elated. Especially upon hearing her mention the possibility of future encounters, which only reinforced his belief that she held a modicum of affection for him. Otherwise, how could such a cool and aloof lady, who dared to speak back to the emperor, accept his assistance? After forcefully shoving the cakes into Song Qingwu's hands, he departed. Song Qingwu cast a mocking glance at his retreating figure before taking her leave with the help of her maid. At that moment, whispers suddenly filled the air. How shameless! Even after being exiled to the Zenziku, she still spends her days trying to seduce men. She ought to be wrapped in that black veil from head to toe. Who could argue otherwise? This woman is utterly lazy, living off the favors of Li Hu, who remains blissfully unaware. When he is preoccupied, she certainly has not refrained from seeking assistance from other men. The murmurs and disdainful glances directed at Song Qingwu caused her expression to darken considerably. Were they not all willing participants? On what grounds do they dare to criticize her? With a frigid demeanor, Song Qingwu swiftly entered the carriage and ordered her maid to dispose of the pastries given by Li, who without hesitation, she touched the black veil upon her face, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. In the Song residence, Song Lingyu had just finished paying respects to the memorial tablet of Mu Xinyu when Su Chaoxi's maid approached her with urgency. "Is there something of great importance you seek from me?" Upon hearing the maid's explanation, Song Lingyu's countenance brightened with joy. "Let us go at once." Song Lingyu harbored a genuine fondness for Su Chaoxi, and recalling her earlier promise to bring candied hawthorn for Song Ji, she instructed the maid to include it as well. Upon arriving at the main courtyard, she observed many individuals bustling about, carrying various items. As they noticed Song Lingyu's arrival, they greeted her with warmth and a hint of envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, Su Chaoxi stood beside a pile of redwood boxes. her expression serious as she checked something with her maid. You've arrived, Su Chao, she said, handing a list directly to Song Lingyu, her head held high with pride. Although the palace has everything, a girl must carry some essentials. Take a look at this list. Is there anything missing? Song Lingyu was taken aback. Is this the dowry? After being forced into marriage, Fong Ling did not provide anything at all. Is my stepmother preparing a dowry for me? She gazed at the list with excitement. It was a fortune. Heaven knows the pain she felt when she first arrived, seeing the bare private treasury. No, this is sufficient, she thought, not wanting to be greedy, as long as her dowry mirrored that of Song Qinggu. However, as she continued to peruse the items on the list, words caught in her throat. Wait a moment. The items listed are not even from the Song residence. Has my stepmother truly dipped into her own pockets? Suddenly, she looked up, her gaze intense, making Su Chaoshi feel a bit shy. The woman turned her face away, still insisting, as a lady from a marquis family. You must present some of that grandeur. How could you enter the palace without a proper dowry? We must not tarnish our family's reputation. Midway through her admonition, Su Chaoshi paused, realizing her tone had been too harsh, and glanced at Song Lingyu. To her surprise, the girl appeared blissfully cheerful. It was only after managing the household accounts that Su Chaoshi learned of Song Lingyu's harsh treatment. Her monthly allowance was less than that of a servant, and the girl seemed unaware of how to resist. What would happen when she entered the palace? As Su Chaoshi's anxiety grew, her brows furrowed deeply. In just a few days, you will be the Empress of Daxia. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Before she could finish her warning, a sudden shadow loomed, and Song Lingyu embraced her tightly. You are so wonderful. She inhaled the faint fragrance from Su Chaoshi, feeling comforted and elated. Do not speak further. I comprehend. If you continue, I might genuinely burst into tears. Imagine, she is even supplementing my dowry. Oh my.
Shong Lao.
You have accumulated such fortune in your lifetime to have such a remarkable wife. Su Chaoshi's face flushed from the embrace, and though she considered pushing Song Lingyu away, she relented upon seeing her excitement. This child clearly had never experienced kindness. Nearby, Songji approached, tugging at Song Lingyu's sleeve. Looking down, Song Lingyu saw the little one gazing at her with teary eyes. Sister, are you leaving? Song Lingyu nodded, unable to resist pinching Song Ji's soft cheek. Yes, why? Do you not want me to go? Song Ji pouted, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, pointing to an unfinished box in the courtyard. I want to be with you.
Sister.
I want to be part of your dowry and go with you. Is that all right? His innocent request elicited laughter from everyone present. Song Bihai emerged from the courtyard, witnessing this heartwarming scene, and for a moment, softness graced his usually stern features. His gaze fell upon Song Lingyu. Recalling her years of suffering and the hardships she endured when schemed against to enter the palace, a flicker of guilt igniting within him. He felt remorse for the promise made to her biological mother. Handing Song Lingyu a list, he said, what you received earlier was from your stepmother. This is what I have prepared for you. Song Lingyu accepted it, perplexed. Song Bihai cleared his throat, his expression awkward. You have suffered all these years. Please take a look and see if anything else is needed. The voluminous dowry list differed significantly from what Song Bihai had described. Numerous additional items had been added to the original dowry meant for Song Qinggu. Oh, my dear father, you are the father I never had by blood. But can I truly accept this? My conscience seems to protest. Song Lingyu rubbed her hands nervously, hesitant to take it. After all, she was not truly Song Bihai's daughter. If she accepted it, her conscience would weigh heavily. If she refused, it would feel like a betrayal to herself. As she wavered, Song Bihai sighed softly, gently patting her back. I did not realize how much this mattered to you. Regardless, you will always be my daughter, and I shall not shortchange you in any regard. Chapter 28. The powerful aura of a female protagonist. Song Bihai hesitated, then fell silent, gazing at Song Lingyu with tenderness. Recently, while managing the household and scrutinizing the accounts, he discovered how Fong Ling had controlled the family and was unaware of how steadfast this child had remained. He had intended to place portraits of her biological parents prominently, believing she should not forget those who sacrificed everything for their people, only to inadvertently lead her to misunderstand that she was not a true member of the Song family. She had silently endured for over a decade. What does this mean? Did he know my origins from the very beginning? Good heavens. So, this old Song is quite perceptive, yet it is perplexing. How come neither child is truly his? Could it be that Mu Xinyu, like Fong Ling, was rescued by him after some calamity?
Wow.
A war god with a saintly father attribute. That is quite remarkable. Song Lingyu thought to herself, wanting to give Song Bihai a thumbs up for his unexpected depth. Without a second thought, she exclaimed, Saint Father, even the less Han giant Buddha would yield its seat to you. Song Bihai looked perplexed. Flustered, Song Lingyu quickly clarified. I meant to say that you are sacred in my heart, even more so than my biological father. Song Bihai was unaccustomed to such closeness with his children, especially with such straightforward praise from Song Lingyu, causing him to blush further. He produced a palm-sized wooden box, solemnly placing it in Song Lingyu's hands. This was left behind by your mother. I was instructed to give it to you on the day of your marriage. Inheritance? Song Lingyu accepted the ebony box, feeling its lightness, curious about its contents. Just as she was about to open it, a sharp voice pierced the air. Song Lingyu. Upon entering, Song Qingwu spotted Song Lingyu holding the box, her face reflecting a mix of fear and urgency as she rushed over, calling out. Startled by the sudden shout, Song Lingyu's hand trembled, nearly dropping the box. She turned her head, and a woman with half of her face veiled in black stood in the corridor. The pair of eyes that were exposed were exceedingly beautiful, fixated intently on the wooden box in her hand. Song Qingwu. Upon seeing the black veil, Song Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, not by Song Qingwu's sudden appearance, but by the possessive gaze she bore. It was as if the box was meant to belong to her. A chill ran down Song Lingyu's spine. What the hell? Song Qingwu, the protagonist of the novel, has such luck, always the first to discover treasures and claim them before anyone else. Could it be that what her original mother left behind is something truly precious? As soon as she arrived home, she started yelling at her sister. What kind of behavior is this? Song Bihai's voice was low, and he no longer regarded Song Qingwu with the previous affection and pride, but rather with profound disappointment and scrutiny akin to that of a traitor. Song Lingyu was utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? How shameless. Is that excitement? My sister has perfect vision. Your expression practically screams that you want to snatch the dowry left for me by our mother. Who do you think you're fooling? Shut the door. Let old Song go. Damn her. Seeing Song Bihai lift his leg, Song Lingyu silently cheered him on in her heart. Old Song. It's time to prove your intelligence. Discerning the White Lotus is a necessary skill for a warrior. However, under Song Lingyu's eager gaze, Song Bihai raised his hand and gently grasped Song Qingwu's shoulder. Song Lingyu. She turned her head in disbelief, repeatedly confirming that the towering man before her, clutching his chest with a pained expression of guilt, was indeed the warrior father she had just wholeheartedly accepted. Where's the secret letter? Where's the traitor? Are you pretending to be a spy here? But why does your gaze seem so familiar? Didn't Ti Xiao Mo have that same deadpan expression earlier? Song Bihai's eyes were vacant, as though he could no longer see anyone. His feelings shifted from anger to tenderness towards Song Qingwu in mere moments. Is this the power of the protagonist's halo? Does everyone love her unconditionally? Song Qingwu smiled faintly, reminiscent of her previous impression within Song Bihai's heart, and shook her head, exhibiting a remarkable understanding. Father? As long as the Song family thrives, my brief hardships in the labor camp for Lingyu are of no concern. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly turned towards Song Lingyu. Don't come over here. Song Lingyu felt a shiver, nearly resorting to a frantic shout, fearing that Song Qingwu's protagonist aura might render her a fool. Song Qingwu's beautiful eyes sparkled in the sunlight, and when she fixed her gaze on someone, there was an undeniable allure. Song Lingyu blinked, tightly closing her mouth, afraid that in the next moment, something shameful might escape her lips. Yet, as seconds ticked by, there was no response. Instead, Song Qingwu smiled and spoke first. It is indeed a good time. Lingyu has always been deeply devoted to His Majesty. This will surely fulfill my sister's destiny. She shall become the Empress. This was a gift prepared by Father for Lingyu, right? Glancing at the list, it was still the same as before, with a few additional items that posed no issue. As long as Lingyu could marry gracefully and joyfully, she would be content. Song Qingwu's expression turned to one of sorrow, quickly shifting to self-consolation. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the ebony box in Song Lingyu's hand, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. However, after Lingyu's marriage, I will be the only daughter left in the family. Alas, the palace is not so easily entered. Sister, what is it that you hold? Perhaps it would be better to leave it with me, as a memento. Song Lingyu was astounded by her audacity. What the hell, are you really that bold? That set was for you to understand. Where would a village woman like Fong Ling get a dowry for you? Isn't that dowry drawn from the Song family's accounts? And as for the position I want to even start, who is it that ran away from marriage? Not wanting to be the Empress? You really have no self-awareness, do you? Trying to take what was left by our mother? I have the key. How many do you have? Angered, Song Lingyu scoffed, turning to see Su Chaoshi, who had been quietly tugging at Song Bihai's sleeve with a solemn expression. Lord. While it is heartwarming to see the sisterly bond between Lingyu and Qingwu, this item is ultimately a relic left by Lingyu's mother. How can it be carelessly given away? Su Chaoshi smiled faintly at Song Qingwu. There are plenty of good things to be had. We can always exchange for something else. However, Song Qingwu remained silent, continuing to gaze at Song Bihai, a hint of determination gracing her lips. Song Bihai's expression, which had initially softened, grew resolute once more as he slowly turned to Song Lingyu and reached out to take the box. It's just a broken box. What is the harm in giving it to your sister? Chapter 29. A storm is brewing. Song Lingyu's anger surged. This was the only item left to her by her mother. With a resounding slap, the courtyard fell into stunned silence. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even Su Chaoshi was taken aback. What are you doing? Song Qingwu's shrill scream followed, her gaze fixed on the box in Song Lingyu's hand, filled with unwillingness. How could you strike father? This is outrageous. Song Qingwu immediately turned to complain to Song Bihai, yet he stood there in a daze, his eyes vacant. What had he just done? How could he have been so bewitched as to wish to appropriate the only item left to Yue by her mother? Yue! Song Bihai covered his bruised half-face, feeling aggrieved as he looked at Song Lingyu. It was evident that his eyes had become clearer. Wait, can a single slap truly break the protagonist's magic? Does this mean I can just slap anyone I want from now on? Song Lingyu silently averted her gaze from Song Bihai's swollen face, clearing her throat and expressionlessly explaining, Father, you had a large fly on your face, and now it's gone. Song Bihai blinked, believing her without question, nodding with an approving expression. Truly my daughter, with sharp eyes and a strong hand. Song Lingyu, Father, please take good care of my mother's relic. After a pause, recalling his earlier lapse, he earnestly advised, no one is allowed to take it. As Song Lingyu was about to accept it, Song Qingwu's resentful voice resounded once more. Father, just now you clearly intended to give it to me. Her beautiful eyes burned with fury, and the jealousy marred their original beauty, giving rise to annoyance instead. When will you stop this nonsense? Song Bihai's furious roar startled Song Qingwu into a frozen silence. Her father had never shouted so loudly at her. This belongs to Lingyu's mother. What does it have to do with you? I have yet to punish you for fleeing from your marriage and scheming to have Lingyu take your place. You and your mother better put away those crooked thoughts. If you dare to stir up more trouble, believe that I will have you both tied up and sent to the northern frontier. Song Bihai already felt guilty for wanting to appropriate his beloved youngest daughter's belongings. And now Song Qingwu had thrown herself into the line of fire. Father. Song Qingwu looked at her father, who was harshly reprimanding her. Disbelief filling her eyes as tears fell one by one, being forcefully dragged out of the courtyard by the servants. She could not understand why this time it was different. In the past, whenever she spoke, she would always get what she wanted. As she cried, anyone would soften at her plea. The courtyard slowly emptied, leaving Song Lingyu alone in the wind, utterly dazed. What a thrill this was. What is this called? A bloodbath triggered by a box? She looked down at the box. A relic left by Mu Sinew, made of ebony wood, which was not particularly valuable in the Marquis's residence. However, it was intricately carved with plum blossoms, resembling the one planted in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship was not entirely exquisite in some places. Could it be that Mu Sinew had carved it herself? With this thought in mind, Song Lingyu grew even more curious about what lay inside. The box was not locked. With a little force, it easily opened. However, upon seeing the contents within, Song Lingyu could no longer contain herself. A bird-like object lay quietly within the box, about the thickness of a thumb. One end was tied with a red string, while the other bore an opening adorned with intricate and peculiar patterns, resembling a modern whistle. Was Song Qingwu truly arguing for a mere whistle? Can this thing even be blown? What purpose does it serve? Without a second thought, Song Lingyu picked up the whistle and blew into it. Simultaneously, deep within the mountains of the southwest, a man, lying on his side with his head resting on a white tiger, suddenly opened his eyes. He stepped barefoot onto the ground, and his hasty movements startled the tiger, which opened its eyes in annoyance. Yet, upon realizing it was him, the roar that had risen to the tiger's lips transformed into a soft mewl. Get away! The man's resolute yet handsome face flickered with agitation as he frantically searched his body and finally produced a quaking ebony whistle from his chest. One end was also tied with a red string, and the bird-like portion bore the same patterns as those on his arm. Sinew. The man widened his eyes in disbelief, which soon turned into tears of ecstatic joy as he murmured a name. I knew you were alive. I am coming to find you. He choked back sobs while holding the whistle before his eyes, but it suddenly fell silent. He stared blankly for a moment, shaking the whistle anxiously. Why has it stopped? Move again. At least let me know where you are. The man wept helplessly over the whistle. Yet no matter how he shouted, the object in his palm remained unresponsive. As his gaze gradually returned to calm, he looked at the whistle in his hand and slowly closed his fist, a newfound determination gracing his handsome features. Ayu. Wait for me. At the same moment, similar scenes unfolded across the vast expanse of the Daxia Empire. In a tea house in Jiangnan, the proprietress retracted the awning and hung up a sign declaring the closure. In the richest bank in the land, wealth was generously dispersed, and passers-by received their share. In the desolate deserts of the western regions, a long-lost mysterious escort agency re-emerged. Countless ebony whistles emitted a resonating hum. Beneath the azure sky, an inconspicuous messenger pigeon was released from a window. Chapter 30. The future of the novel's protagonist will surely be brilliant in the Marquis's residence. Song Lingyu gazed skeptically at the silent whistle in her hand, lost in profound contemplation. Could it be that I am using it incorrectly? No. It looks just like a whistle. Is it not meant to be blown? Perhaps it is a concealed weapon? She fiddled with it a bit more, yet remained perplexed about its nature. Meanwhile, Chun Tao and LV Tiao exchanged increasingly curious glances. The item left by my mother is indeed intriguing. Not wishing to appear foolish, Song Lingyu pretended to examine the whistle a couple more times before promptly hanging it around her neck and tucking it into her collar. Regardless, since Song Qingwu desires it, it must be a treasure worth keeping. Chun Tao and LV Tiao shared a look, feeling pity for the princess, whose mother had passed away, leaving behind cherished belongings that she must long for dearly. We must treat the princess with extra kindness from now on. Elsewhere, Song Qingwu was half pushed, half dragged by several matrons into a secluded courtyard of the Marquis's residence. Miss, you must be tired. Please rest inside. We will bring you food and drink at the appointed time. The matron expressionlessly shoved Song Qingwu through the door. What do you mean? Is my father confining me? Song Qingwu was incensed, not only by the servants' attitudes but also by the utterly ordinary courtyard before her. Its location was poor, distant from the Marquis's garden. How could she enjoy flowers and compose poetry here? The room was too small to accommodate her collection of musical instruments, chess, and paintings. Moreover, she had originally resided in the esteemed Golden Sparrow Pavilion. Now, her father, having grown weary of her, had relegated her to such a common place. How could she possibly live here? Miss, it would be best not to throw a tantrum. The matron, an elder in the household, immediately recognized Song Qingwu's anger and dissatisfaction with her surroundings. Being close to Su Chaoshi, she was naturally inclined to remind Song Qingwu of her current predicament. The Golden Sparrow Pavilion is the finest courtyard in our Marquis's residence, reserved for the future Empress. Our Miss Lingyu resides there. You have made a mistake, and the Marquis has shown you leniency by allowing you to reflect on your actions here. If you continue to act willfully. The matron did not finish her sentence, but several similarly stout matrons positioned themselves at the door at her signal. Their meaning clear: if you refuse to comply, we will use force. Song Qingwu staggered back, unable to believe that the Golden Sparrow Pavilion had now become the dwelling of that wretched Song Lingyu. Previously, no one had cared about Song Lingyu within the residence. Her lips turned pale, and the thought of Song Lingyu's mysterious box only deepened her distress. From the first glance at that box, she had sensed it was meant to be of great use to her. Yet now, it had been seized by Song Lingyu. Where is my mother? Why is the Su family in charge of the household now? Where has my mother gone? Upon mentioning Fongling, Song Qingwu seemed to gain confidence, her tone becoming more assertive. The matron proudly lifted her chin. The madam has committed a grave error and has been placed under soft confinement by the Marquis. Naturally, the management of the household now falls to our third aunt. Song Qingwu was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how her mother, who had always had a good relationship with her father, could have been confined. Was her father's disdain for her a consequence of her mother's misdeeds? Step aside. I want to find my mother. Song Qingwu forcefully pushed past the matron blocking the door and dashed towards Fong Ling's courtyard. The matron attempted to pursue her, but was halted by the elder. The madam has given instructions. The household is currently in disarray. If Miss Qingwu wishes to see the madam, there is no need to stop her. In a rush, Song Qingwu arrived at Fong Ling's courtyard. However, upon pushing open the door, she was met with a disheveled woman who was unrecognizable. Mother, how have you changed so? Gazing at Fong Ling, who lay on the bed, despondent and hollow-eyed, Song Qingwu's lips trembled in confusion, unable to comprehend how everything had shifted in just a few days. Fong Ling's face was as pale as paper, blankly staring at the ceiling, ignoring Song Qingwu's entrance. But when she suddenly heard a voice, she abruptly propped herself up in bed and delivered a sharp slap across Song Qingwu's face. Fong Ling's eyes burned with hatred. It's all your fault. Why did you malign your father in the letter? Do you know how hard I have struggled to reach this point? Stunned by the blow, Song Qingwu sat on the floor, her face in disbelief. The letter? Mother, have you seen the letter? A fleeting panic crossed her features, but it quickly morphed into anger as she covered her face, her eyes filled with loathing. Is this because of that letter? You strike me for it? Father is beginning to disdain me too. Have I said anything wrong? Father has killed countless people. The 6 kingdoms have been annihilated. Why does he relentlessly pursue them? I wrote the letter only to save those lives. Faced with Song Qingwu's hysteria, Fong Ling seemed to have lost all strength, collapsing back onto the bed, murmuring in despair. It's ruined. You have ruined everything. He will never pay me any mind again. It's all your fault. How could I have given birth to such a misfortune as you? It's all your fault. Taking a step back, Song Qingwu cast one last disappointed glance at Fong Ling before stumbling out of the room. She couldn't understand how everything had seemed to go smoothly before. She refused to believe it. She harbored a strong intuition that her future would undoubtedly be radiant, a brilliance that all would envy and find unattainable. That mere Song Lingyu was surely a challenge and trial bestowed upon her by fate. The north wind howled, scattering silver frost across the ground. A tea-serving maid lifted the heavy curtain of Ikuan Palace, allowing delicate snowflakes to swirl into the warm room as they walked. The charcoal fire in the stove crackled fiercely after burning all afternoon. Your Majesty, the affection you hold for Song Lingyu has not gone unnoticed by this humble servant. While the customs of the common folk are indeed commendable, sending an engagement gift to the Song Marquis's household is sufficient to convey your regard. However, if you were to go personally, this humble servant would truly be uneasy. The tea had been replaced for the second round. The woman in the main seat took a delicate sip, her tone laced with a heartfelt sense of helplessness. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, yet her well-maintained appearance could not conceal the vibrant beauty that still lingered in her eyes. Xiao Mo paused as he served the tea, his expression impassive as he set it down. "Mother, you worry too much," he stated. "In the capital, who would dare to harm your son?" The Empress Dowager choked momentarily, and sensing Xiao Mo's aloof demeanor, she exchanged a knowing glance with her confidant, Hua Gu. Hua Gu immediately interjected, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is merely concerned for you. Though you have unified the 6 kingdoms and the realm seems stable, there remain many rumors among the populace. If you insist on personally visiting the Song residence to propose marriage, aside from your safety, it is likely that remnants of the 6 kingdoms will use this as an opportunity to stir trouble, adding fuel to the rumors of your enchantment by the bewitching consort." Hua Gu furrowed her brow, her demeanor suggesting she wished to speak further. Moreover, one cannot fathom the intentions of the Song family, who audaciously engaged in a marriage substitution. Although this matter has been suppressed, if the world were to discover it, wouldn't that solidify the rumors? Chapter 31. System Mall Closure. Xiao Mo's gaze turned icy as he fixed a stare upon the Empress Dowager. "So, this is what Mother truly thinks." A faint smile curled his lips, devoid of warmth, as the sharpness of his eyes made the Empress Dowager instinctively furrow her brow, almost unable to meet his gaze. "Or, do you remember when you first came to my side? I spoke to you of how good advice is often hard to hear. I have always acted with your best interests at heart," the Empress Dowager said with a gentle smile. Xiao Mo's expression remained unchanged, yet the fierce glimmer in his eyes surged. He recalled a rather intriguing incident. The suspicion he held towards the Song family had originated from the Empress Dowager mentioning a conflict involving a general under Song Bihua at the West Cross camp. That general had crippled a man whose mother had a past acquaintance with the Empress Dowager, leading her to bring the matter before the court. This issue could have been easily settled by the Empress Dowager, yet she chose to distance herself. The matter escalated until it reached the Emperor's ears, revealing that the general had boasted that Song Bihua's merits surpassed even those of the Emperor himself. The Empress Dowager, wishing to intervene, refrained from doing so out of fear of Song Bihua's military power, leaving her in a state of melancholy. Though punishment was eventually meted out, there were testimonies affirming that the general's rebellious nature did not necessarily reflect Song Bihua's intentions. However, a seed of doubt had been sown in Xiao Mo's heart. And the traitor? He could scarcely fathom that the future spy who would bring him to ruin would originate from the maternal clan of the Empress Dowager, a woman who had once aided him in his youth, nurtured him, and even helped him ascend to the throne. The realization that she was plotting against him filled him with rage. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at the Empress Dowager from a distance, a flicker of sorrowful anger escaping his eyes. "So, Mother, your kindness towards your son was merely for the sake of this dragon throne beneath him." Just as the flames of betrayal threatened to engulf him, a mechanical, bizarre melody suddenly resonated in his ears. Ya. Xiao Mo's taut nerve shattered as if struck by a blow. His body reacted before his mind, and in a flash, he unleashed a swift palm strike towards the side. My poor back," Liao Zhongquan exclaimed, his posture contorted as he clutched his back with one hand, the other trembling as he reached for his left cheek, which bore a clear palm print. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Mo's downward gaze, he disregarded his aching back and quickly scrambled to his knees, adopting a posture of utmost respect. "This old servant is at fault. I implore your Majesty to quell your wrath." Xiao Mo frowned, the corners of his eyes brimming with anger. He felt a surge of brutality escape with that instinctive strike. "Knock. You startled me. What is this ruckus from the mall? There's noise now? That certain haunting melody from the mall, were you secretly binge-watching? Oh, how I wish to join in. It's so boring in ancient times. Not letting me watch? Fine, I shall hum it myself. As if no one has heard it before. I can sing more than just one." With eyes wide like saucers, Song Lingyu's disjointed humming filled the air, and her off-key voice made the already peculiar melody even more addictive. Xiao Mo couldn't help but hum along in his mind, only to realize with a grimace how close he had come to being led astray by Song Lingyu. Yet, this interruption unexpectedly lightened his previously taut emotions, as if the tumultuous feelings within him had been gently soothed, allowing him to safely land back on solid ground. "Or, what are you doing?" The Empress Dowager, still shaken, was taken aback by Xiao Mo's brutality, for he had never shown such a side before her. She patted her chest, her eyes filled with displeasure. Hua Gu immediately positioned herself protectively in front of the Empress Dowager, her expression stern. "Even if your Majesty is dissatisfied, you should not act violently before the Empress Dowager. For the sake of a mere woman, would you cast aside years of mother-son affection? However, before she could finish, Xiao Emo shot a piercing glare in her direction. When did my affairs become a matter for you, a mere servant, to meddle in? Huagu froze. Instinctively glancing at the Empress Dowager, who appeared equally astonished, it was clear she had not anticipated Xiao Emo would chastise Huagu in her presence. Huagu had accompanied her into the palace, serving her loyally for many years, and even in his rage, Xiao Emo would usually show her some measure of respect. Xiao Emo's gaze shifted back to the Empress Dowager, faced with her astonishment and the flicker of dissatisfaction that appeared on her face. He merely curled his lips in a sardonic smile. As for the position of Empress, aside from Song Lingyu, I shall have no other candidate. The ceremony for her coronation has already been arranged. Mother, you are advanced in years. Do not overexert yourself. Xiao Mo's tone was firm, and it was evident that the Empress Dowager's expression darkened further. The Empress Dowager, now visibly unsettled, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. However, upon seeing Xiao Mo's resolute demeanor, she ultimately maintained her icy facade as she allowed others to escort her from the palace. Liao Zhongquan, witnessing the scene, silently retreated to a corner, his heart trembling as he observed Xiao Mo's menacing presence. The weight of the Empress's status in the Emperor's heart had reached a terrifying level. Having served in the palace for many years, he knew that the Emperor had always been a man of strong opinions, the only one whose words he would heed being the Empress Dowager.
Now,
was the Emperor truly willing to sever ties with the Empress Dowager for the sake of the Empress? At the Song residence, Song Lingyu squatted in the latrine, utterly speechless, as the panel unexpectedly burst forth, cheerfully singing, "Rise early to gather dung." She was genuinely squatting in the toilet. This mall had a knack for selecting tunes. However, the only thing that brought her joy was the mall panel flashing with bright, celebratory red letters reminiscent of a supermarket's anniversary sale. Congratulations, dear host, for seizing a grand opportunity to become the female lead. Additional reward, 1 magical lottery ticket that can turn even a dark horse into a champion. Upon completion of the villainous task, rewards will increase by 0.5 times. As Song Lingyu squinted at the message, still reeling from the good news, the panel suddenly flickered violently, followed by an alarming alert. Alert! Alert! The female lead, Song Qinggu, has turned dark. Her influence has doubled. The mall will soon enter lockdown, and aside from the existing items in the host's backpack, you are advised to seek your own fortune. Should this mission fail, the host will be eliminated by Song Qinggu. Oh, dear heavens. Chapter 32, Golden Legend. When one is at a loss for words, they truly wish to laugh. Song Lingyu was utterly devastated. You wretched thing, born of a city, yet raised in the wild. I am but a hair's breadth away from a 360-degree spiral to send you to the heavens in a glorious explosion, illuminating countless homes. Song Lingyu gazed despairingly at the suddenly grayed-out mall panel, already envisioning how she would be trampled under the doubled influence of the female lead. Oh no, this time, I'm truly doomed. My life is at an end. With a face ashen as death, Song Lingyu slumped to the ground, realizing that now, who could distinguish her from Lin Dayu? The heartache struck unexpectedly, casting a shadow of despair. Spring Peach and Green Strip had accompanied Song Lingyu for several days and had become accustomed to her unpredictable emotional displays. However, seeing her emerge from the outhouse in tears, sitting on the ground sobbing, startled them. Your Highness, what has happened? The two rushed to assist Song Lingyu, but upon touching her, she cried out louder, causing Spring Peach to stutter. Your Highness, please don't frighten me. Who dared to ambush you in the outhouse? I'll go and deal with her right now. Spring Peach flexed her arm muscles for emphasis. Song Lingyu was momentarily stunned, and her desire to cry intensified. Enough, Spring Peach. Who would play such a cruel trick on someone while they are in the loo? Spring Peach and Green Strip exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Green Strip, being astute and observant, had just witnessed Song Qingwu's attempt to seize the heirlooms and understood the situation fully. She glanced around and leaned closer to Song Lingyu's ear. Your Highness, do not worry. Spring Peach, and I will keep a close watch on Song Qingwu. Since the day we entered Ninghua Palace, we have vowed to follow you loyally. You can leave this matter to us. We will ensure she does not escape. Song Lingyu was taken aback, her tears forgotten as she stared at Green Strip in amazement. Believing her sincerity was in question, Green Strip lowered her voice further. If you still have concerns, I have ways to make her suffer and let you vent your frustrations. Spring Peach nodded vigorously, her chubby face displaying a fierce determination, as if ready to charge into battle for her. Song Lingyu was even more bewildered. What is going on with you two? Is this character in the script? Is the protagonist's halo truly this dazzling? Just a brief encounter turned my adorable maids into foolish, malicious cannon fodder? Calm down. You both need to regain your senses. Song Lingyu hesitated, torn between words. The matter of her transmigration could not be spoken of, yet the subtle hints seemed lost on them, only fueling their enthusiasm. Her eyes nearly sparkled with frustration as Green Strip's gaze grew more resolute while Spring Peach dramatically gestured. Yes, There are bamboo groves nearby. I'll set traps to catch snakes and place them all over Song Qingwu's bed. It will terrify her. Are you two trying to scare me to death? Stop it now. My fragile heart cannot endure such torment. No, no, no. Song Lingyu quickly intervened, fearing they might actually carry through with their plans, which would lead to true calamity. According to the laws of fiction, sabotaging the heroine would result in a tenfold backlash. Who knew if the protagonist's halo would cause her to be bitten by a snake in the middle of the night? Forcing a smile, Song Lingyu explained, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just overwhelmed with joy at the upcoming coronation ceremony. I'm on good terms with Song Qingwu. So, you must not harbor any such thoughts, not even a hint, do you understand? I still have to sort out my wedding items. Please go and check on them for me. Spring Peach and Green Strip wanted to say more, but Song Lingyu urged them to leave. She was already feeling quite despondent. If they stayed any longer, she might just grab a weapon and storm into Song Qingwu's courtyard. Once the two departed, Song Lingyu's earlier spark of energy faded once more. She still felt like crying. There was not a single usable item in the shop. Staring at the lifeless gray interface made her heart feel cold and desolate. This was a disaster. Had she known this would happen, she would have stocked up on more supplies. Unfortunately, her teammates had collectively lost their wits, leaving her in tears. Yet Song Lingyu refused to give up as she rummaged through her inventory, hoping to find any overlooked items. Finally, on the last page, a dazzling golden light caught her attention. A prize draw ticket. It was radiant, not gray. It was usable. For the first time, Song Lingyu found the extravagant effects of the shop's items to be breathtaking. Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked to open the draw ticket, though it was merely a lottery. A dead horse could be treated as a live one. Having something was better than having nothing. The splendid effects flashed before her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, several golden items lined up neatly on the panel.
Wow.
Golden legends. So many. The names of the items were equally impressive, each more remarkable than the last. Path of the Immortal, Revive My Beloved, The Cool King Breaks.
Huh?
There was an out-of-place one. The Virtuous Wife and Loving Mother? Song Lingyu enlarged the item labeled The Virtuous Wife and Loving Mother. At first glance, the title seemed to lack power. Silver, a common item, nothing to worry about. 90% of them are golden legend items. A single ordinary item won't have any effect. It's done.
Haha.
This time it's definitely going to work. With these odds, if I can't get a golden item, I'll eat my hat. It's easy to deal with the female protagonist. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Song Lingyu solemnly pressed the start draw button. The wheel spun, gradually accelerating, then slowing down. As the pointer aligned with a golden square, a burst of golden light suddenly flashed, and Song Lingyu raised her tightly clenched fists high.
Got it.
Golden legend. However, as the golden light faded, Song Lingyu stared at the item displayed on the panel, dumbfounded. The Virtuous Wife and Loving Mother? Song Lingyu shouted, hardly believing her eyes. Did you hear that? Spring Peach asked Green Strip in disbelief. Green Strip nodded emphatically yes. The Virtuous Wife and Loving Mother. The two exchanged relieved smiles, each sighing in relief. They had worried that the Empress was forcing a smile to reassure them, but now saw that she truly did not care about Song Qingwu and was thinking of becoming a virtuous wife and loving mother. Meanwhile, leaning against the golden palanquin, Xiao Emo supported his forehead with one hand. Behind the palanquin was a long line of dowry gifts that seemed never-ending as he walked through the cold streets. The Emperor's procession had cleared the roads, and the surroundings were heavily guarded. All that could be heard were the sound of footsteps and the sporadic laughter and cries of Song Lingyu. Xiao Emo pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance. Golden legend. What kind of item was this? From Song Lingyu's level of excitement, it seemed even more powerful than the last transfer item. Recalling the near embarrassment in the court, he grimaced. Those stories were insufficient. Xiao Mo's face darkened, but the thought that this item was intended for Song Qingwu relieved him. That woman was truly peculiar, even affecting Song Lingyu's maids. As long as it was not directed at him, the more powerful the item, the better. Xiao Mo's frown relaxed, suddenly feeling reassured. Chapter 33. She is also a part of the story. Song Lingyu clutched the newly drawn virtuous wife and loving mother, on the verge of tears. Your Highness. Green Strip and Spring Peach suddenly returned, both appearing flustered. It's bad. The Marquis wants you to go to the front hall, immediately. Song Lingyu's alarm bells rang. Was the influence of the protagonist's halo already manifesting? Do they specify the reason? She inquired, furrowing her brow. Green Strip hesitated, exchanging glances with Spring Peach before lowering her voice to reveal her anxiety. The Marquis has lifted the confinement on Lady Song. Green Strip paused, observing Song Lingyu's expression before continuing. Furthermore, he instructed concubine Su to return the authority of the steward to Lady Song. Wait, father, have you been swayed as well? Song Lingyu's face instantly turned grave. Having witnessed the power of Song Qingwu's halo before, she understood its strength. But she had not anticipated such an exaggerated enhancement of its influence. It seemed that Song Qingwu could not only affect others' feelings towards her, but also directly influence their decisions and actions. In a broader sense, this was akin to treason. After being influenced, Song Bihua could even convince herself of this. This was going to be a tough battle. Steeling herself mentally, Song Lingyu rarely adopted a serious demeanor as she followed Spring Peach and Green Strip out the door. The Marquis's residence is a courtyard with 4 entrances. From the Golden Sparrow Pavilion to the main hall, there is a considerable distance, along which she encounters many familiar maidservants and servants. However, their attitudes towards her seem to have undergone a significant transformation. It is already a relief that they avoid her, while some even display outright disdain, their eyes betraying their contempt. Almighty heavens! Could there not be a glimmer of hope? Song Lingyu's heart has plummeted to the depths. If even the servants who have merely crossed paths with her regard her with such hostility, one can only imagine the storm awaiting her in the main hall. Stealing a glance at Chun Tao and El Tiao flanking her, both wore serious expressions, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Song Lingyu sighed silently. It seems that the protagonist's halo has dulled the wits of the antagonists, while everyone else has become enamored with Song Qingwu. Soon, they arrived at the front hall. As Song Lingyu stepped inside, she was immediately engulfed by a palpable tension. Apart from the second aunt who was out on a pilgrimage, the entire family was present. Fong Ling was nestled in Song Bihuai's embrace, her pale, oval face streaked with tears as she sobbed her grievances. My lord, I have been sincere to you. How could I place you in such a position of betrayal and injustice? Having been in this household for over a decade, you know well how I am. My third sister is somewhat blunt. I have never held her words or actions against her, and I even welcomed Jir to my side to raise. However, it seems my third sister still harbors suspicions of me. The scent of that white lotus is overwhelming. Song Lingyu could scarcely suppress her urge to roll her eyes and turn to observe Song Bihuai's expression. He looked pained, tightening his embrace around Fong Ling. It is my fault, Linger, do not be upset. Did I not allow you to slap Su Chaoshi to vent your frustration? You are the mistress. The children of concubines should be under your care. Did we not agree to bring Song Ji to your side tomorrow, if not tonight? What more is there to be unsettled? Tell me everything. Seeing you distressed pains me. At this, Fong Ling wiped her tears and cast a triumphant glance at Su Chaoshi. Are they from Dunhuang?
There's so many murals.
Song Lingyu could hardly fathom how someone could be so shameless. Kidnapping a child is no different from taking a life. Do you truly have the audacity to say such things? Are you not aware of your own character? If Song Ji were to be raised in your midst, calamity would surely follow. Anger surged within her, and she felt exasperated with Song Bihuai as well, casting him a sharp glare. His immediate orders to deal with Fong Ling and Song Qingwu upon receiving the secret letter indicated he was not one to be easily misled. Yet now, caught in the thrall of Song Qingwu's protagonist halo, he had become incapable of discerning right from wrong, merely an instrument to satisfy Song Qingwu's selfish desires. With a simmering rage, Song Lingyu's gaze shifted to Song Qingwu.
Damn.
Her fists involuntarily clenched. Song Qingwu. You cannot be unaware of the genuine father-daughter feelings Song Bihuai harbors for you. Yet, you can still be so heartless. If Song Bihuai were to truly indulge you and your mother, it would only be a matter of time before heads would roll. A wave of dread washed over her. For the first time, she deeply felt the terrifying power of the protagonist's halo. Though her time in the Song household had been brief, each day felt achingly real. The seemingly tough exterior of Song Bihuai hid a gentle heart. Even knowing she was not his biological daughter, he still chose to protect her. And then there was Su Chaoshi, the seemingly harsh stepmother who, despite her sharp tongue, was always concerned for her well-being. Young and adorably naive, her brother Song Ji acted like a little adult while still indulging in childish whims. And the little maidservants who could joke and make her laugh in private, they all existed in truth. For the first time, Song Lingyu felt she was no longer an outsider, but rather a living person standing on this land, just like them. Moreover, she alone knew that Song Qingwu and Rong Jianglin's protagonist halos would lead to these people's downfall. Scenes from the novel flickered in her mind like a film, the tragic demise of the Song family. The resurgence of conflict after the unification of the 6 kingdoms at the cost of countless soldiers' lives, and the innumerable citizens torn apart by war, suffering from hunger and despair. But what of Song Qingwu and Rong Jianglin? The very perpetrators of this calamity could bask in happiness and fulfillment. It was profoundly unjust. This was nothing short of unfair. For the first time, Song Lingyu felt a clear surge of anger towards all this. No longer a mere observer, but a human being, she felt indignation for those who were about to be swept away by the fates of the male and female protagonists. I will not agree to this. Su Chaoshi's furious retort shattered the warm atmosphere in the hall. All eyes turned towards her. A distinct handprint marked her face, her striking beauty contrasting with her disheveled hair, lending her an air of shattered elegance. Her expression was dark, utterly disappointed as she gazed at Song Bihuai. Undeterred by his grim countenance, and fiercely clasped Song Ji to her chest, resolutely declaring, Song Ji is my child. Unless I die, you shall not take him from me. Impudent. Song Bihuai's fury was uncontrollable. His bellows startled Song Ji, who instinctively shrank into Su Chaoxi's embrace, his small face scrunched up in grievance, tears brimming in his eyes. Clearly frightened, yet biting his lip to stifle any sound. Suddenly spotting Song Lingyu, Song Ji's eyes lit up, as if eager to say something. Song Lingyu quickly shook her head, signaling him to remain still for the moment. Have you met your father? Upon seeing Song Lingyu, Song Bihuai initially appeared taken aback. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, soon replaced by a wave of intense displeasure. He furrowed his brow and demanded angrily, "Where's the item I gave you earlier? Produce it." Chapter 34. Become my virtuous wife and loving mother. The relics left by the original mother's legacy? Indeed, they awaited here. Song Lingyu immediately caught a glance. As Song Qinggu helped Fong Ling to a seat, exuding an air of assured victory. There was not a trace left of the anger she had displayed the previous day. As their eyes met, Song Qinggu provocatively picked up a piece of cake and leisurely began to eat. Very well, if this is how you wish to play, then eat.
Eat.
While the household is in turmoil, all you can think of is food. Such gluttony will surely deplete your fortune. An eerie silence enveloped the room. With a swift, decisive slap, Song Lingyu not only stunned Song Qinggu but left everyone present in shock. What madness is this, Song Lingyu? Song Bihuai's roar was the first to break through the astonishment, as Fong Ling and the others turned to stare at Song Lingyu in disbelief. Facing the fiery wrath of everyone, the pressure weighed heavily on Song Lingyu. While the elders stand here, you choose to sit and eat. Does your conscience not ache? Our Song family may not rival those esteemed scholarly families, but father is at least a high-ranking official in court. Sister, how could you forget such basic decorum?
Today,
I risk incurring father's wrath to strike you. This slap upon your face pains my heart. As long as you can acknowledge your mistakes and amend your ways, I am willing to bear the brunt of being the villain. It was evident that Song Qinggu's expression shifted from anger to bewilderment. The prop was taking effect. Song Qinggu, become my virtuous wife and loving mother.
Alarm bells rang.
The protagonist halo surrounding Song Qinggu was far too overpowering, severely exceeding the prop's capacity. The durability of the virtuous wife and loving mother was plummeting. The screen displayed a deep fissure across the surface of the virtuous wife and loving mother. The once ordinary white glow dimming further. Your mother's kiss. I'm cracking. I will take this to the United Nations. I will take it to the United Nations. The instructions for the prop were crystal clear. To make the other party willingly embrace the role of a virtuous wife and loving mother, it must start from the beginning. You were the ones who encouraged the slap, and it was you who urged me to chastise her. And now you say it's cracking? How will you repay what you owe? How will you repay it? Song Lingyu found it difficult to articulate her emotions at that moment. It was akin to joyously unearthing a chocolate with a delightful filling, only to discover that the filling was excrement. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed as Song Bihai slammed his palm on the table, startling Song Lingyu to her core. She turned to see his eyes, seemingly ablaze with fury. Father. She weakly greeted Su Chaoxi, her voice trembling with tears. Annie, Qinggu has been disrespectful. Although you are merely my father's concubine, a mere ant in the Marquis household, I have never looked down upon you. If today's incident can ease your anger, I am willing to accept any punishment. In that moment, Song Lingyu witnessed the true meaning of being overshadowed by one's predecessor. Was this not an explicit declaration that Su Chaoxi was unworthy? She quickly glanced at Su Chaoxi's expression, and as expected, it was one of profound distress, particularly upon noticing Song Bihai's complete lack of response. His eyes filled with disappointment. Even from a distance, Song Lingyu could sense Su Chaoxi's sorrow. Meanwhile, Song Bihai remained unfazed, contemplating how to avenge Song Qinggu. Disrespectful. Insolent wretch. I shall teach you a thorough lesson today. Song Bihai shot a disdainful glare at Song Lingyu, furrowing his brow as he declared coldly, "Bring the punishment stick." No sooner had he spoken than a servant appeared, wielding a thick wooden rod studded with iron nails. Is this a joke? Song Lingyu was taken aback. A mere strike could easily be fatal. Song Bihai personally took the rod and, with a mere glance, commanded the servants to restrain Song Lingyu. Stop this, Song Bihai. Just as despair threatened to engulf Song Lingyu, Su Chaoxi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stepped forward, forcefully pulling her behind her. Song Bihai paused, momentarily taken aback. Before his anger flared anew. This is not your place to speak. Step aside. Su Chaoxi stood her ground, steadfast in her defense of Song Lingyu. Her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. Song Bihai, I don't care what madness has consumed you. I declare that you shall not strike her. If you still value our bond, if you possess the slightest sense of duty as a general, then expel this treacherous mother and daughter duo. Su Chaoxi choked back a sob, as if resolute in her decision. She firmly added, otherwise, I shall seek a divorce. At this moment, Song Lingyu lifted her head in surprise.
What?
My dear stepmother, I am deeply touched by your defense, but this is not the way to go about it. You are aware of how Song Bihai has been acting, and yet you threaten with divorce? What good will that do? Observing Su Chaoxi's unwavering expression, Song Lingyu silently questioned her judgment. Surely, Su Chaoxi was not one to act without thought. Did she not realize that threatening divorce would only provoke Song Bihai further, thereby playing into Song Qinggu's hands? Dear stepmother, have you also succumbed to folly? At that moment, Fong Ling discreetly assessed Song Bihai, nervously clutching her dress. Song Bihai appeared momentarily frozen, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he staggered, clutching his chest. However, the next moment, any semblance of pain was overshadowed by a cold and numb indifference. Very well. You wish for this? Then leave at once. Su Chaoxi stood in shock, seemingly unable to grasp her ears, tears cascading down her cheeks, her entire demeanor resembling that of a wilting flower. Even those around her could sense her profound sorrow and despair. Song Lingyu's heart twisted painfully at the sight. She attempted to pull Su Chaoxi behind her, only to catch a glimpse of Fong Ling's smug expression. Upon meeting her gaze, Fong Ling quickly feigned concern, delicately placing her hand on Song Bihai's arm. Husband, Lingyu is but a girl. Please be gentle. All remnants of Song Bihai's fleeting clarity faded away. In the face of family law, there is no distinction between male and female. Song Lingyu's heart plummeted. Chapter 35. The virtuous wife and good mother. The emperor has arrived. The eunuch's sharp voice echoed as it drew near, sending a jolt through everyone present as they turned toward the entrance. Dressed in black, Xiao Mo strode in with an imposing presence, his gaze immediately falling upon the restrained Song Lingyu. Marquis Song, what is the meaning of this? A savior had arrived, a hero descending from the heavens. Spring Peach and Green Tiao exchanged joyful glances, elated that the emperor had come to rescue them. Yet, Song Lingyu felt no thrill at all. At the sight of Xiao Mo, her mind raced with a singular thought. This is it. Why has that boy come? Is he here to deliver my head? Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Xiao Mo frowned momentarily. Then his gaze swept across the room, landing on Song Qinggu. With her exquisite beauty, she smiled slowly at him, and Xiao Mo felt a jolt of electric shock, his body stiffening. How absurd. I knew it. Every single one of them is here to deliver their heads to Song Qinggu. Seeing his peculiar reaction, Song Lingyu felt tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Mo's gaze flickered with struggle, as if a chaotic force was attempting to lull him into slumber. Clenching his teeth, he fought to remain alert, striving to avert his gaze, but it was in vain. In the face of Song Qinggu's smile, he experienced a fleeting moment of resistance that swiftly morphed into an overwhelming desire for possession. Initially nervous due to Xiao Mo's earlier disdain, Song Qinggu now felt a wave of relief wash over her upon witnessing the intense interest in his eyes. Song Lingyu could no longer remain composed. Xiao Mo's infatuation was akin to a death sentence for her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to act boldly. Come forth, my virtuous wife and good mother. With that, Song Lingyu boldly pushed past the servants, quickly rushing toward Xiao Mo, gently tapping his face. In the midst of the crowd's shock, she declared, Your Majesty. Though you are a sovereign, utterly oblivious to matters of the heart, and perhaps a bit tempestuous, fear not, for I shall embrace your flaws. After such a long separation, you have finally remembered me. Just a gentle tap to serve as punishment will suffice. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the hall. Song Lingyu swallowed hard. Her bold move had not garnered the reaction she had hoped for. Instead, a fierce wrath began to radiate from his beautifully striking eyes. Game over. I've dug my own grave. Virtuous wife and good mother, successfully employed. A cheerful ringtone startled Song Lingyu. I've won the bet. Before she could revel in her victory, she noticed Xiao Mo slowly lowering her hand, his previous fury dissipating, revealing a rare moment of hesitation as he seemed to confirm something by gently squeezing her palm. It vanished. His gaze, now complex, fell upon Song Lingyu's pale, yet joyfully radiant face. Xiao Mo's lips moved as if he intended to speak, but when he opened his mouth, he froze. What did I just say? Virtuous wife and good mother? Xiao Mo's eyes widened momentarily, and upon seeing the gleeful expression on Song Lingyu's face, he hurriedly tried to close his mouth, but it was futile. Xiao Mo's grip tightened on her shoulders, his gaze filled with a mixture of affection and reluctant struggle. As his words hung in the air, the room fell silent once more. Originally anticipating that Xiao Mo would reprimand Song Lingyu, no one expected her to be so favored. She had audaciously slapped Xiao Mo's face and spoken such bold words, yet he showed no sign of anger. What on earth was going on? Song Qinggu turned to Song Lingyu, her eyes wide with shock and a hint of jealousy. This is exhilarating. This is what being the main heroine is all about. Xiao Mo, you've finally put that charming mouth to good use. Your divine looks have not gone to waste. I must admit, I find it quite pleasing. Song Lingyu laughed with a radiant smile, unexpectedly finding the ordinary item she had drawn to be exceptionally powerful. In this round, victory was within reach. Xiao Mo's face twitched with frustration, yet under the item's influence, he could not help but gaze at Song Lingyu with deep affection, even pulling her tightly into his embrace. Song Lingyu, can your item behave normally? Why does it always target me? Xiao Mo had never anticipated that after escaping the clutches of Song Qingwu's love-stricken state, he would find himself ensnared by Song Lingyu instead. Love-struck fool. This is how it is written in that wretched book, right? Xiao Mo fumed, smoke practically billowing from his head. Yet, to the others present, he appeared utterly smitten, gently brushing his fingers against Song Lingyu's nose, every gesture radiating his affection for her. Don't be upset, my dear. As long as I am here today, no one shall bully you. Xiao Mo directed a cold glance at Song Bihai, his expression turning icily severe. Song Ho, what do you intend to do today? He glanced at the stick in Song Bihai's hand, his tone frosty. Realizing that the earlier inexplicable urge to speak had vanished, it seemed this item only affected Song Lingyu. Whenever matters concerning Song Lingyu arose, he would instinctively protect her, embracing the role of her devoted companion. Xiao Mo winced internally, knowing this was far preferable to becoming a love-struck fool like Song Qingwu. Upon his words, the faces of everyone present paled, especially Song Qingwu, whose hidden hands tightened into fists, her gaze fixed intently on Song Lingyu. At that moment, Xiao Mo affectionately draped his arm around Song Lingyu's shoulders, the two appearing as a perfect pair. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo's icy glare radiated a powerful aura, vividly showcasing the distinction between sovereign and subject. Song Qingwu's heart brimmed with jealousy, reaching a peak of discontent. Why had Xiao Mo suddenly resumed protecting Song Lingyu? Watching the beloved Song Lingyu nestled in his embrace, her envy threatened to spill over. If not for her own decision to flee from marriage, the spotlight would rightfully be on her, standing beside Xiao Mo as the queen. Song Bihai, trembling with trepidation, was about to explain when Song Qingwu suddenly stepped forward, her gaze chilling as it swept over Song Lingyu. Your Majesty has misunderstood. She deliberately turned her face, revealing a clear handprint on her cheek. Xiao Mo's lips twitched as he glanced at Song Lingyu, noting the force behind the slap. Well executed, Your Majesty. My father merely wishes to avoid any discord between Lingyu and me, hence he is following the proper procedures to uphold family rules. Should you wish to punish, I, Qingwu, am willing to accept the consequences. Please do not blame my father. With teary eyes, Song Qingwu looked up, her expression a mix of grievance and a hint of lingering affection. Xiao Mo frowned, sensing something amiss, but it was too late to avert his gaze. His heart raced. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 36, exhilarating Song Lingyu immediately sensed Xiao Mo's unusual demeanor. Before he could succumb entirely, she forcefully grasped his collar, turning his head to meet her gaze. Your Majesty, she merely received a slap, yet I have lost my dignity. Your Majesty, promise me, will you only look at me? A fleeting chill crossed Xiao Mo's handsome face, quickly replaced by a blush of embarrassment. Help! How delightful! Song Qingwu's eyes widened in disbelief, while the others mirrored her shock. It turned out that the affection shared between His Majesty and the Queen was so profound behind closed doors. As the controlling force over his heart dissipated once more, Xiao Mo exhaled in relief. Yet, at this moment, his disdain for Song Qingwu reached an unparalleled height. His icy gaze swept across the room, from Song Bihai to Su Chaoshi, recognizing that these individuals had also been somewhat influenced by Song Qingwu. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on Song Lingyu's hand. This woman must not remain. He intended to command her execution, yet found himself unable to utter the words. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this favored child of destiny was not so easily disposed of. He could temporarily set aside matters of pride and dignity. Today, he must collaborate with Song Lingyu to diminish Song Qingwu's so-called heroine aura. Fixing his sharp gaze on Song Qingwu, two conflicting forces wrestled in his mind. Taking another deep breath, he spoke with a commanding authority. When did I allow you to speak? You dare defy me? Clearly, you have forgotten a lesson from your previous reflection. Liao Zhongquan, give her a slap. Song Qingwu stood aghast, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. She could hardly believe that having shown weakness, Xiao Mo remained unyielding, demanding punishment. Previously, whenever she exhibited vulnerability, they would rally to her side, showing her sympathy. Liao Zhongquan stepped forward, but upon seeing Song Qingwu's pitiful tears, he hesitated, feeling reluctant to strike. Xiao Mo, aware of his hesitation, cast a sharp glare and coldly commanded, What? Do you wish for me to take action myself? Liao Zhongquan trembled and, steeling himself, delivered a series of stinging slaps to Song Qingwu's face. Minutes passed until her visage became grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig. At which point Xiao Mo coldly ordered him to halt. He glared at the disheveled Song Qingwu sprawled on the ground, his expression one of revulsion. With such poor character, it seems the punishment from the Black Veil was too lenient. Today, for Lingyu's sake, I shall spare you, but from this day forth, you are forbidden from freely appearing in public. With that decree, he turned his gaze away, embracing Song Lingyu. This individual was truly formidable. It was best to remove her swiftly lest further complications arise. Song Qingwu stared in disbelief, her mind reeling. Today had seemed to unfold seamlessly, with Song Lingyu poised to be trampled beneath her feet, yet upon Xiao Mo's arrival, everything had changed.
No.
Just moments ago, the look in Xiao Mo's eyes had, her envious gaze fell sharply upon Song Lingyu. It had to be her fault. This half-sister of hers was undoubtedly sent by the heavens to deliberately trip her up. After Song Qingwu departed, Xiao Mo felt the invisible weight lifted from his back, and his taut nerves began to relax. The overwhelming aura he exuded was suddenly released, and he released Song Lingyu's hand, striding towards the main seat in the hall. Lingyu, please take a seat. Song Lingyu stood momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with Xiao Mo, the charming smile on his lips, tinged with a hint of shyness, sent shivers down her spine. Xiao Mo, you are so unfamiliar now that it makes me hesitant to recognize you. Yet, how exhilarating. Xiao Mo's forehead twitched with tension. Were it not for the item S influence, he would have wanted to slap himself awake. Once the item S effects wore off, he would ensure that Song Lingyu would face consequences. Thank you, Your Majesty. Song Lingyu beamed as she took her seat. Xiao Mo immediately began to tenderly knead her shoulders, even peeling an orange for her to enjoy. Relishing the sight of Xiao Mo's devoted demeanor was utterly delightful.
Ah.
Xiao Mo, you too have your day. With Song Qingwu absent, there is no fear of her influence. How simple it will be to deal with the old White Lotus. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Song Lingyu, with an orange segment in her mouth, sweetly addressed Xiao Mo, Your Majesty, after the grand ceremony. I shall reside in the palace, separated from my father and stepmother, and my heart feels heavy. Alas, I lost my mother at a young age, and this feeling of separation is truly unbearable. Song Ji is my brother. I do not wish for him to suffer like this. Why not allow him to remain with my stepmother? Her voice was soft and pleading. Xiao Mo's gaze flickered. Truly, the item devised by the system to eliminate him wielded greater power than Song Qingwu's heroine aura, quickening his heartbeat. He promptly averted his gaze, his expression growing colder as he turned to Fong Ling.
Oh?
I have heard that Lady Song, the wife of the Marquis, is renowned for her virtuous and generous character. Though she hails from humble origins, her reputation for such qualities is well known within the capital. He paused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. It appears that these are merely rumors. Feng Ling's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, fully aware that Xiao Mo was deliberately mocking her lineage and character. Yet, as the emperor, he held the power of life and death over her. She could only kneel and bow her head in submission. With a forced smile, Feng Ling knelt in trepidation. Your Majesty, forgive me. I was merely jesting. Song Ji is a child of Cao Shi. How could I bear to separate them? Within the Marquis, she simply cherished the child. Feng Ling could only grit her teeth in acknowledgement. In that moment, as her gaze swept over Song Lingyu, a flicker of malice crossed her eyes. Chapter 37. Leaving the emperor with 2 pairs of pants, Xiao Mo glanced at Song Lingyu, noting her lack of reaction, and then turned to Song Bihai. Marquis Song, I cannot bear to see the empress distressed. I shall intervene on your behalf. You have no objections, I trust? Song Bihai was taken aback, his face revealing anguish and conflict as his gaze fixated on Su Chao Shi and Song Ji. She held Song Ji tightly in her arms. The child appeared frightened, turning away in distress at the sight of Song Bihai. The Marquis swayed, as if struck by a heavy blow, his complexion paling. He could hardly comprehend how he had uttered such words. Overwhelmed by inner turmoil, he failed to notice Feng Ling's pleading gaze and nodded in disarray. Whatever your Majesty decrees shall be so. I dare not object. Feng Ling's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your decision. Song Lingyu promptly nodded in agreement, recognizing that her stepmother had endured enough distress today and would surely acquiesce. Moreover, glancing at Song Bihai, she observed that he remained fixated on Su Chao Shi, hesitating to speak. Given the tumult of the day, it would be wise for them to part ways temporarily to prevent further discord. Once Xiao Mo consented, Su Chao Shi departed the main hall with Song Ji. Song Lingyu furrowed her brow. Considering Song Bihai's feelings for Su Chao Shi, he was bound to pursue her, yet he lingered beside Feng Ling. It seemed that the influence of Song Qingwu's protagonist aura was indeed formidable. Even in her absence, its effects lingered. Clearly, her father's journey to win back his wife would be long and arduous. It appeared that the dramatic scenes of the funeral pyre were far from over. With a sigh, Song Lingyu then heard Xiao Mo proclaim, This time, I have brought gifts of betrothal. Gifts of betrothal? Surely I misheard. Instantly, Song Lingyu straightened, raising her gaze to Xiao Mo. Song Bihai and Feng Ling mirrored her astonishment. They had never anticipated that such a phrase would escape the lips of the emperor. As the ruler of a nation, it was customary for the groom to present gifts, yet for Xiao Mo to personally deliver them was nothing short of surreal. The reality unfolded before them as they witnessed Liao Zhongquan directing servants to fill the courtyard with boxes of gifts, announcing that 2/3 remained outside, yet to be delivered. Panic seized Song Bihai. He fell to his knees, his expression one of dread. Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with proper etiquette. I am truly alarmed. Xiao Emo furrowed his brow. Instinctively, his assertive nature urged him to dismiss Song Bihai's concerns and simply collect the gifts to quell Song Lingyu's incessant chatter about ivory. However, as he opened his mouth, that familiar sense of shame washed over him. Marriage is a significant event in life. How could it not be treated with due reverence? Even if Yuer did not desire it, I wish to provide her with a splendid wedding. This is not merely for her sake, but for my own as well. On this most important day of our lives, I shall not allow it to be a mere formality. Xiao Emo felt overwhelmed, unable to restrain his tongue. He adopted a tender expression. Rituals are in vogue in the capital. Has Marquis Song not perused the recent tales? The most popular phrase therein is, if you love her, you must give her the gift of ceremony. Song Lingyu's eyes twitched. She had never anticipated that her whimsical scribblings in a tale would resurface in such a context. The bullet once fired now strikes true. How embarrassing, I want to die. Song Lingyu cursed inwardly. Xiao Mo's eyes twitched. Do you think I wish for this? It was you who employed the props upon me. And now you turn the tables, blaming me. One by one, the betrothal gifts were brought in. Their sheer number overwhelmed the Marquisite's courtyard, necessitating a stacking arrangement. Fangling, witnessing the lively scene unfold, nearly wrung her handkerchief in frustration. When Song Qingwu married Xiao Emo, no such gifts were presented. Had she known of Xiao Mo's indulgence towards Song Lingyu, she would never have softened and consented to help Song Qingwu elope with that vagabond. All of this envy-inducing spectacle, if it belonged solely to Song Qingwu, why then, as the mother of the Empress and the Emperor's mother-in-law, was she subjected to such humiliation? 10 pairs of coral earrings. 10 measures of gold-scented wood inlaid with cicada jade. The bronze 9-hued lily cauldron. As Liao Zhongquan recited the list of gifts, the redwood boxes in the courtyard were opened one by one. Under the sunlight, treasures piled high, various rare jewels sparkling with a radiant glow. By heavens! Animated tales do not deceive. The open treasure chests truly do glimmer. Countless treasures overwhelmed Song Lingyu, making her realize that 2 eyes were insufficient to behold them all. I wish to touch them. She rubbed her hands together, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Emo. That haughty little expression seemed to declare her inexperience. I admit, Xiao Emo, your demeanor while presenting the betrothal gifts is somewhat charming. Xiao Emo raised an eyebrow, barely suppressing a grin. It was rare to hear coherent words from her lips. Yet, soon enough, his amusement dissipated. Song Lingyu, with a serious expression, regarded the gifts and then him, and to his astonishment, a look of sympathy appeared on her face. Give me some as well, lest Xiao Emo be left with naught but his pants. I have a conscience. Perhaps I shall leave him 1 pair, or perhaps 2 pairs of pants. Xiao Emo. Very well, do remember to leave him 2 pairs. In a moment of extreme irritation, laughter bubbled up within him. He suddenly pondered the futility of his past endeavors. The wealth he had fought so fiercely to amass was now reduced to the matter of 2 pairs of pants. Indeed, in the future described by Song Lingyu, he would be left with far less than that, not even the means to wear pants at all. A shadow of gloom settled upon his brow. Song Qingwu must not be allowed to remain. Oblivious to Xiao Mo's inner turmoil, Song Lingyu counted the boxes as they were all brought in, 99 in total. 198 boxes. Whether others were astonished or not, she paid little heed. Fangling's bulging eyes filled her with a sense of exhilaration. Now, this was entertainment. Deliberately, Song Lingyu approached Fangling, showcasing the gifts one by one, feigning distress. Such a large luminous pearl. Where in my small courtyard could I possibly display it? Oh, dear. And what is this? A 5-colored brocade plate embroidered with golden patterns, a treasure from the former Jin dynasty, the only one of its kind in the world. The bronze jade cauldron from the Wei kingdom, the fragrant resin from the Zhao kingdom, the exquisite glue from the Li kingdom. With each sigh of Song Lingyu, Fangling's expression visibly darkened. Stealing glances at Fangling, Song Lingyu felt a rush of satisfaction. With Song Qingwu absent, manipulating her mother was merely child's play. However, a conundrum loomed. Having exhausted the virtuous wife and mother archetype on Xiao Emo, how could she diminish Song Qingwu's protagonist aura? She had yet to form a plan. Avoiding her was not a viable solution. Such a course of action would not suffice, and the system likely would not indulge her in this manner. The only hope Song Lingyu abruptly turned, casting a peculiar look at Xiao Emo. Chapter 38, A Love Profound. Yes, it is you. The only individual capable of somewhat resisting the radiant aura of the heroine, Song Qingwu, is none other than my sole male maternal figure, with authority and influence. He is an invaluable asset, always obedient to my commands. However, there lies a singular flaw. The tool has been damaged, and it seems that Xiao Emo cannot stray too far from me. Otherwise, the effects of the tool will dissipate. This raises a pressing question. What must I employ to retain you, my male maternal figure? Xiao Mo's eyes darkened, and at times, he truly yearned to pry open Song Lingyu's mind to discern the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Noticing Song Lingyu suddenly relax her tightly furrowed brows, as if having made a decision, she took a couple of steps closer to him. A familiar chill crept up his back, prompting Xiao Mo to hastily interject before she could speak. I am weary. Today I shall take my rest at the Song Marquis's residence. Song Lingyu exclaimed, oh, how deeply moving. Is this the power of maternal love? Is this the might of a mother? Xiao Mo, I admit I underestimated your maternal affection for me.
Xiao Montag.
Feeling a wave of frustration, gazed at Song Lingyu's starry-eyed expression of admiration, suddenly feeling an overwhelming impulse to reveal that he could hear her innermost thoughts. But he hesitated. With a weary sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly drained. It is better to speak up than to be ensnared by Song Lingyu's bizarre justifications for keeping him around. For the time being, he would endure for the sake of contending with Song Qinggu. At that moment, a hesitant voice interrupted, Your Majesty, this appears to contravene the protocols. Who dares to disrupt my grand plans? Song Lingyu's sharp gaze locked onto Liao Zhongquan, who accompanied Xiao Mo, her brows knitting together as if her eyes were blades. Liao Zhongquan trembled, realizing he had indeed breached decorum. It was highly irregular for an emperor to seek lodging in the home of a subject when the palace was so nearby. Should the Empress Dowager catch wind of this, she would surely lay blame upon His Majesty. This humble servant merely meant to say that although it does not adhere to established protocols, this matter could serve to illustrate the profound affection between Your Majesty and the Empress. Should this news spread, it would surely earn you accolades from the world. Liao Zhongquan cautiously observed Xiao Mo's expression, noticing he remained silent, seemingly determined to stay the night. It appeared that the emperor had decided to disregard any potential repercussions from the Empress Dowager. Now that's more like it. At least you possess some discernment, he thought. Your Majesty, please wait. Just as they were about to depart, another voice interjected, and Song Lingyu, already exasperated, turned to see who it was.
To her surprise, oh.
Sister Bai, is the Little Lotus class commencing once more? Fong Ling maintained her posture of respect, but seeing that Xiao Mo remained stoically silent, she gently spoke. Your Majesty, in your esteemed presence, it is an honor for the Marquis's residence to host you. How could the Marquis permit Your Majesty to stay in a guest room? Her gentle smile exuded the grace of a matriarch, despite the tremors of her lower body detracting from her composure. Song Bihua, realizing the implications, immediately proposed that Xiao Mo stay in the main house. Yet, Fong Ling interjected once more, I have heard that Your Majesty prefers tranquility. Our residence possesses a quaint and serene courtyard, ensuring you need not worry about unwarranted disturbances. A quaint courtyard? That would place me right next to Song Qingwu. Song Lingyu seethed. How dare you attempt to attract my male maternal figure? You have sealed your fate. Old White Lotus. Unwilling to relent, Song Lingyu brandished her hand before Xiao Mo, assuming a protective stance akin to a hen shielding her chick, and thundered. What does this mean, mother? Just moments ago, Song Qingwu was chastised by Your Majesty. Now you wish to place your residence adjacent to hers? Is this a deliberate attempt to cause discomfort for His Majesty? Or do you imply, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Fong Ling's increasingly pale visage, that Song Qingwu has had a change of heart, seeking to gain the upper hand before the coronation ceremony? Do you perceive me as easily manipulated, or do you think His Majesty is a fool? Song Lingyu's gaze was frigid. It is not as if Song Qingwu possessed a heroine's aura. How dare she speak so boldly? Did Fong Ling possess no self-awareness? The only reason she was freed from confinement was due to Song Bihua being swayed by Song Qingwu. Without her influence, she would likely still be counting the tiles in her chamber. Fong Ling's expression turned awkward as she found herself unable to counter Song Lingyu's accusations. She never anticipated that she would be confronted so brazenly in front of Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow, recognizing that a mere Fong Ling could not sway his thoughts. It was Song Lingyu who captured his attention. She stood at his shoulder, her face flushed with indignation, her round almond eyes glaring in fury like an irked rabbit. Surprisingly adorable? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he swiftly darkened his expression. Had he lost his mind? How could he find Song Lingyu charming? He scanned the tense standoff between Song Lingyu and Fong Ling, his voice icy as he declared, I shall reside with the Empress. Yet, as the words left his lips, he sensed something amiss. The virtuous wife and devoted mother had returned. Song Lingyu felt a surge of warmth as Xiao Mo's intense gaze fell upon her.
You.
He gripped her shoulders firmly, and in a moment of inspiration, she vigorously nodded. Your Majesty. The tenderness in Xiao Mo's eyes deepened as his voice turned soft. You are my heart and soul. If I cannot remain by your side, tending to your needs and ensuring your well-being, then my virtues and essence would surely be tarnished. We are already wed. Now, regardless of the formalities or dowry, it is I who am determined to proclaim to the world that you are the Empress of the Great Xia and my beloved wife. Tonight, I shall stay with you.
Shall I not?
Song Lingyu's eyes twitched. As a seasoned connoisseur of the arts, a veteran of the internet, she had successfully been caught in an awkward moment. System. Could you not provide a more reasonable script? She yearned to escape. Much like the petrified Song Lingyu, the others present wore expressions of bewilderment. It seemed that the formidable and valiant emperor, accustomed to commanding respect, was engaging in romance with such wild abandon. Fang Ling was left speechless, and upon regaining her senses, she was filled with regret. Had she known the emperor would dote on Song Lingyu so, she would have broken Song Qingwu's legs to ensure her ascent to the bridal sedan. Now, it seemed this wretched person had reaped the rewards. Chapter 39. Self-love. The emperor's presence was imposing.
Seat.
Upon entering the room, Song Lingyu pointed to a chair, issuing orders. True to form, Xiao Emo hesitated for a moment before mechanically taking a seat on the chair designated by her. Your Majesty? Liao Zhongquan hesitated, struggling to believe the scene before him. Xiao Mo's expression darkened, and he yearned to rise, yet Song Lingyu's command weighed heavily upon him, as though his backside were glued to the chair. Everyone leave. Xiao Emo growled, noticing a group of attendants still lingering in the courtyard, his irritation causing him to turn away. He was the son of heaven. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? Liao Zhongquan, recognizing the emperor's fury, quickly dismissed the attendants and closed the door behind him. He was puzzled as to why the emperor, in such a state of anger, still conformed to the empress's wishes. Was this what the tales referred to as romance? Only Song Lingyu, Xiao Emo, and the maidservant, Chun Tao, remained in the room. Song Lingyu reclined languidly on the chaise longue, relishing her masterpiece, while Xiao Emo sat elegantly at the table, his long black hair cascading down, enhancing his striking features with an air of wild charm. Yet, those sharp, cold eyes surveyed her with a frosty disdain. How infuriating! Song Lingyu mused, biting into the orange slice handed to her by Chun Tao, delighting in her triumph. Suddenly, she halted Chun Tao's hand as she was pouring water, raising her chin towards Xiao Emo. The revenge had begun. We're newly married. What else can I expect from you? Chun Tao froze, turning to see Xiao Mo's face dark as coal. Well then, Song Lingyu, you are quite bold. Xiao Mo trembled with rage, while Song Lingyu continued to push her luck. What are you standing there for?
Pour me somewhat.
Song Lingyu widened her eyes, thinking that if she didn't seize the opportunity to vent her frustrations now, when would she? Wait until she was buried? Take advantage of his weakness to strike at his core. With a crash, the cup was thrown onto the table. Chun Tao was utterly startled. No. It was the empress who had gone mad. Trembling, she picked up the cup, ready to refill it. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by a long, elegant hand.
Xiao Montauk.
With sleeves rolled up, gracefully poured a cup of tea, personally handing it to Song Lingyu and even blowing on it to cool it down. His eyes were cast low, resembling a drenched golden retriever, looking utterly pitiful. It is my fault for not noticing your thirst sooner. I have not cared for you enough. Please forgive me. Chun Tao and LV Tiao were both stunned. But what they did not anticipate was that this was merely the beginning. Song Lingyu did not accept the cup. Glancing at it and waving her hand, too cool, I won't drink it. Xiao Mo promptly poured another cup. Too hot. Too full. The aroma is insufficient. She leisurely sipped her tea, her mouth not resting. Already a married man, yet you still exchange glances with Song Qingwu. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. The saying a wife is the guide for her husband. I sentence you to copy it 100 times. A man should uphold his male virtues. From now on, you shall heed my words, avoid drawing attention, and beware of being deceived. Song Lingyu observed Xiao Mo's increasingly aggrieved expression and thought to herself that this prop was exceedingly cruel. The more she spoke with a tone of authority, the more Xiao Mo seemed to be infatuated with her. Understood, I will listen to you. Xiao Mo lowered his head, his black hair cascading down his shoulders. His voice tinged with a noticeable nasal quality. Song Lingyu was taken aback. Seated, she stood in stark contrast to the standing Xiao Mo. From this angle, she could clearly see his usually arrogant and handsome face now devoid of color, his trembling eyelashes resembling those soaked in water, appearing lost. Suddenly, she felt a pang of compassion. Startled by her own thoughts, Song Lingyu quickly bit into a segment of orange to calm herself. How could the tyrant, who is invincible in novels, show such a vulnerable expression? No, this must be the effect of the prop. Song Lingyu continued her tirade. You cry at the slightest provocation. Does this mean you cannot even speak anymore? Look at you now, so timid and lacking any masculine charm. Who would dare want you besides me? She dared not look too long at Xiao Mo's expression, hastily waving him away. Go, call for water. I want to bathe. Xiao Mo's fists clenched and released, over and over. Watching Song Lingyu's arrogant demeanor made him feel a burning desire to tear her apart. What a humiliation. This was an utter disgrace. Yet, under the influence of the prop, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to wear a face of a wronged little wife and walk stiffly toward the door. Liao Zhongquan stood guard at the entrance. A servant should not meddle in their master's affairs. But today was too strange. Both His Majesty and the Empress were acting oddly. Could such words be spoken to the Emperor? Could His Majesty's name be called so directly? How could His Majesty tolerate this? What kind of game was this?
Bang!
The door was suddenly flung open, and Xiao Imo appeared before Liao Zhongquan with a dark expression. Why, Your Majesty? Seeing the tears at the corner of his eyes, Liao Zhongquan was left dumbfounded. Xiao Imo, already annoyed, grew even more agitated at Liao Zhongquan's ghostly expression. He bellowed, "What are you staring at? Go call for water." Liao Zhongquan scrambled away to the backyard, almost in tears. Wasn't this a game of flirtation?
Why the fury then?
Ultimately, the old servant bore the brunt of it all. Inside, Your Highness, how could His Majesty just now? Chun Tao hesitated to speak. Her gaze at Song Lingyu was peculiar. What you said was quite strange, but it seems I have heard it somewhere before. It was the family of the servant and Chun Tao. LV Tiao stepped forward, far steadier than Chun Tao. Her face now devoid of the earlier shock. But she quickly returned to her usual composure, respectfully inquiring, "This servant is dim-witted. May I ask why Your Highness acted as such?" Song Lingyu glanced at Chun Tao beside her, perhaps reminded of her family by LV Tiao's words. Her expression turning somewhat unnatural. This is Chapter 40. Bathing Chun Tao and LV Tiao exchanged confused glances. Song Lingyu sighed softly, rarely serious, and took their hands. Explaining this would be somewhat complicated, but just remember, if any man treats you like I did just now, belittling you with words or suppressing you mentally, you must not endure it. Remember, you are the best, and you should never change, doubt, or deny yourselves for anyone. You must respect yourselves and learn to cherish yourselves. If you do not hold yourselves in esteem, who will care for you? You are not anyone's appendage, including mine. LV Tiao's eyes sparkled. Chun Tao, still bewildered, scratched her head. Your Highness, this servant is too foolish to remember. Could you please repeat it? Song Lingyu sighed, about to elaborate. When Xiao Imo entered with two maidservants carrying water buckets, his face was dark, but upon seeing Song Lingyu, a smile crept onto his lips. The water is here. Let me help you undress. Xiao Imo approached and Song Lingyu thought, oh no, this prop was too intense. To help her undress for her bath? While Xiao Imo might not mind, she certainly did. With a nimble movement, Song Lingyu dodged Xiao Mo's hand as he reached to untie her, swiftly retreating behind the bathing curtain. No need, Chun Tao and LV Tiao can help me. You may leave. Chun Tao and LV Tiao stood frozen, exchanging glances. With the Emperor present, they naturally wouldn't dare enter the bathing area nor leave without his permission. Whose orders should they follow? Xiao Mo's cold gaze swept over them. Yet his voice was unexpectedly gentle as he softly said, You may leave. I wish to personally assist Yor with her bathing. I cannot trust others. Chun Tao and LV Tiao exchanged incredulous looks. Who would have thought that the Emperor, who could wreak havoc with a mere frown, would display such tenderness and gentleness with the Empress in private? Yes, they nodded and quickly exited. Once the door was shut, Chun Tao hugged LV Tiao tightly, unable to contain her exhilaration. Sister LV Tiao, does this mean our Empress will no longer have to act like a sycophant? LV Tiao chuckled and playfully smacked her head. Silly. Sycophant is not a compliment. Your Highness has taught you well. In any case, the Emperor favored the Empress, personally bathing her. Their Empress's fortune was yet to unfold.
What?
The two of you are not inside to serve, because His Majesty wishes to bathe the Empress himself? Liao Zhongquan's face flushed red, finding it hard to speak. Chun Tao hurriedly waved him to lower his voice. Liao Gonggong, His Majesty and the Empress have only just reached the stage. Please do not frighten them. Well, just reached? Liao Zhongquan struggled to shift his gaze to the closed door, suddenly realizing, after so long without consummation, only watching and not partaking, it was no wonder His Majesty was so furious. The water rippled, and the curtain billowed softly. A graceful silhouette emerged from behind, indistinct and ethereal. Xiao Imo parted the bathing curtain, casually glancing inside, then stopped abruptly. Inside the room, a woman sat in the tub, her back turned. In the tranquil confines of a chamber, only a lamp flickered softly in the corner. The woman's fair shoulders glistened in the light, almost translucent. Her delicate skin resembling the finest jade. Droplets of water cascaded down her damp hair, gliding over her slender waist and plunging into the rippling water below. It seemed as if she too had fallen into the depths of Xiao Mo's heart. Hearing the movement, believing it to be Chun Tao or LV Tiao, Song Lingyu lazily lifted her head, resting her cheek against the tub's edge. The hot water had rendered her languid, her speech becoming slow and sticky. Chun Tao, the water is so cool. Oh dear, should I add some hot water and a bit of love for my beloved Empress? Xiao Imo quickly lowered his eyelids, picking up a ladle to slowly add hot water to the tub. 1 ladle, 2 ladles. His expression remained stoic, his eyes devoid of emotion. In his first half of life, amidst the struggles for power and control, the word regret had never once appeared in Xiao Mo's lexicon. At this moment, the young emperor, who had carved his way through a world of blood and blades, was plagued by a singular thought: why engage in such unnecessary actions? He had proposed that Song Lingyu take a bath. Xiao Mo's face flushed crimson as he struggled to avert his gaze from the enticing sight in the tub. Nevertheless, the rippling water and the fragrant steam enveloping him rendered his efforts futile. He could only steel himself and gaze straight ahead. Song Lingyu, puzzled by the sudden silence of Chuntao, began to feel drowsy as the warm steam enveloped her. Her eyelids drooped, yet her mind remained alert. Feudal remnants are intolerable. If it weren't for the patriarchal biases of esteemed families, how could Chuntao have been sold to the palace at such a tender age? She mused. They claim it's due to poverty, yet they continue to bear children one after another. The truth lies in their male chauvinism and disdain for women. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Examples of women rising against their husbands, though rare, are not non-existent. Xiao Mo's hand, which was pouring water, paused momentarily. He couldn't help but glance at Song Lingyu. Male chauvinism was a novel concept. Throughout history, ethics have always placed men at the forefront, with women relegated to secondary roles. In his realm of Daxia, despite the liberal attitudes fostered by centuries of turmoil, the ingrained tradition of male superiority still lingered in the bones of its people. Now that the court had stabilized, there was a growing movement among the populace to re-establish the precepts for women. Although Song Lingyu's views were revolutionary, the histories of dragon slayers and usurpers were indeed well documented. A flicker of complexity crossed Xiao Mo's eyes as he regarded Song Lingyu. You share the sentiment as well. He extended his hand, the slender curve of her neck mere inches away. To take her life would be but a fleeting moment. Feeling someone approach, Song Lingyu lazily lifted her eyelids, reaching back only to grasp a hand, which she casually pulled onto her shoulder. Chuntao, knead my shoulders for me. Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to make snow cake. Chuntao, a gluttonous girl, had been pestering her for days after hearing about the recipe. Previously, Song Lingyu had been too occupied by her own circumstances to attend to it. Now, with the capable Xiao Mo assisting her, she recalled the task. Xiao Mo's expression momentarily blinked. The soft, slick touch of her hand seemed to trigger something within him, and the restlessness he had managed to suppress surged forth uncontrollably. Move faster, Song Lingyu urged. Xiao Mo's temples throbbed as he felt a bead of sweat plummet into the water, his features tightening as he complied. To the left. A bit more to the front. Too heavy. Song Lingyu grimaced in discomfort. What's wrong with your technique today, Chuntao? Your hands feel larger than before. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became. Turning her head, she began to question, Chuntao, are you secretly? Before she could finish, a chilling realization struck her. She had considered everything from assassins to supernatural occurrences, even the possibility of Song Qingwu seeking revenge, but she never anticipated that the figure behind her would be Xiao Mo. What are you doing here? She shrieked, instinctively retreating. However, she forgot she was still in the tub, her footing faltered, and she began to topple backward. As she fell, she flailed her arms wildly. Xiao Mo's expression shifted, and he attempted to step back, but it was too late.
Splash.
The sound of water splashing echoed as Song Lingyu's shriek resonated throughout the courtyard. Help! I can't swim. Xiao Mo, you're drowning me. Let go of my belt. And shut up. The commotion quickly attracted the Jinwu guards. A multitude burst through the door, and Xiao Mo instinctively pulled Song Lingyu into his embrace. The sensation of her warm body against him was overwhelming, and he furrowed his brow, suppressing the heat rising within him as he faced the astonished gazes of the guards. Just as Song Lingyu was pulled from the water, she unexpectedly found herself pressed against something solid.
Ouch.
My face hurts. I can't see anything. What is this hard thing? Xiao Mo, are you really trying to assassinate me? This feeling is so strange. Is that a chest muscle? I need to take a peek. Maintaining her grip on Xiao Mo's chest, she opened her eyes, only to find herself staring into his. Song Lingyu blinked, acutely aware of the murderous intent radiating from him. She swallowed nervously, carefully loosening her hold and awkwardly adding, "It feels quite nice." "How dare you?" A trembling voice interrupted her. She turned to see the Jinwu guards kneeling at the entrance, their commander paling at the sight of her. Upon hearing the Empress' scream, "I thought there were assassins. I did not intend to disturb Your Majesty," and the Empress. With that, the commander bowed his head several times, and the guards followed suit, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Who would have imagined that the Emperor and Empress were bathing together? Those who were unmarried felt relieved, while the married ones blushed, fearing the Emperor's wrath might be fatal. "Everyone leave." Xiao Mo's voice was cold, the winter breeze sweeping in from the door, causing Song Lingyu to shiver slightly. He tightened his hold on her, casting a frigid gaze over the guards. They trembled, fearing the consequences of his displeasure, and hastily retreated from the room, anxious to avoid any punishment. Silence returned to the chamber. Song Lingyu promptly pushed Xiao Mo away, sinking into the water until only her eyes were visible. "I'm still bare. Has Xiao Mo seen everything?" "I'm so dirty."
filthy.
In her mind, Song Lingyu screamed internally, while outwardly, she faced Xiao Emo with trepidation. Her dark eyes wide with anxiety. Your Majesty, what are you planning?
You frighten me.
Who frightened whom? A dull ache pulsed in his chest as his gaze lingered momentarily on her hands gripping her shoulders, his anger flaring anew. Had he not acted quickly, she might have been fully exposed. He had sacrificed his reputation. Xiao Mo's temples throbbed as he envisioned how the capital would buzz with rumors of him bathing with Song Lingyu. Since the release of her scandalous novel, the atmosphere in the capital had shifted, with gossip flourishing, particularly regarding his private affairs as the emperor. And Song Lingyu had the audacity to ask him what he was doing? Wasn't it obvious? In a sudden fit of determination, he undid his robe. His belt, which had been tugged away by Song Lingyu in the water, was now discarded. He swiftly shed his upper garment, fixing his gaze upon her with a cold smile. Yet, the influence of being a loving husband rendered him incapable of adopting a truly mocking expression. Instead, he wore a look of tender affection.
Where?
I simply wish to assist you in bathing. Having wed, I cannot trust others to do so. Bathing is a task best performed by one's husband. Song Lingyu's eyes widened in shock, realizing her attempts to stop him were futile.
No.
This isn't the effect I intended. I merely wanted you to deal with Song Qingwu's protagonist aura while serving me. To strip down and wash me? What on earth is happening? I'm still an innocent girl. Xiao Mo, equally drenched, his honey-toned skin glistening with droplets, watched her intently, his expression a mix of amusement and desire. The warmth of his smile only intensified as he sensed her inner turmoil. Temptation. Utterly brazen temptation. Disregarding the virtues of man. A woman as majestic as an eagle would never succumb to the allure of beauty. Song Lingyu swallowed hard, forcing herself to turn away. No, there's no need. I can wash myself, Your Majesty. You need not trouble yourself. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness spilling over. The influence of the device lingered on. If Song Lingyu were to nod, he had no doubt that he would sincerely and diligently assist her in bathing. Yet, he knew this timid little thing would never dare to do so. In good spirits, Xiao Mo donned his outer robe, which had slipped down to his waist, wearing a pouting expression akin to that of a wronged bride.
Ah?
Is you displeased with me? Song Lingyu nearly choked on her saliva. Did I misinterpret? Earlier, I could see the humiliation in Xiao Mo's eyes when he was forced to utter those cheesy love confessions, yet now he seems to revel in it. Damn it, did this rascal actually enjoy it? No way could he be.
Xiao Mo's smile stiffened.
What nonsense was this? It surely wasn't flattering. Observing Song Lingyu's slightly terrified gaze, Xiao Mo ground his teeth, attempting to adopt a firmer tone, yet he found it difficult to maintain composure. One thing was certain. As long as he genuinely treated Song Lingyu well, everything aside from his tone could be at his discretion. He let his gaze droop, settling into the bathtub. It is I who am inept, unable to win your affection like other men. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Yet, I cannot help but worry. I shall remain here to guard you, lest you slip again. Oh no, I've truly dug my own grave this time. Who would have thought that the tyrant would transform into a virtuous wife, blooming like a pristine white lotus? Song Lingyu lamented inwardly, searching for a suitable excuse to refuse, but finding none. She could only retreat further, tears welling in her eyes under Xiao Mo's intense gaze. Chapter 42, A Secret Meeting. A quarter of an hour passed. The shower curtain was drawn aside by a long hand, and Xiao Mo emerged, cradling the curled-up Song Lingyu. Although she was wrapped in a bath towel, her arms and legs were fully exposed, and she tightly shut her eyes, too embarrassed to look around.
Xiao Montag,
with his flamboyant style, was not properly dressed. His outer robe was only half worn, leaving his chest bare, intentionally making her uncomfortable. With each step he took, Song Lingyu could distinctly feel the power of his abdominal muscles beneath her. We have arrived, Xiao Mo said, his voice laced with mirth. As he placed Song Lingyu on the bed, the moment her bottom touched the mattress, she immediately twisted her body, rolling into a cocoon, leaving only her eyes visible above the covers, silently accusing Xiao Mo of his shameless behavior. Xiao Mo sat at the edge of the bed, and Song Lingyu pressed her back against the wall, her expression turning serious. Xiao Mo instantly guessed what she was wary of, recalling a glimpse of what he had seen in the bath. His breath momentarily faltered, and he cursed himself for the impure thoughts that crossed his mind. Noticing her vigilant demeanor, he decided against teasing her further. This upcoming coronation ceremony is my compensation for you, akin to a grand wedding. He gazed at Song Lingyu with profound intent, finally smiling gently. Tonight, you shall sleep on the bed, while I will take the couch. Song Lingyu suddenly found a conscience? I don't believe it. Xiao Mo's composed smile briefly faltered, casting a cool glance at Song Lingyu before turning towards the concubine chair. Song Lingyu exhaled a sigh of relief, her eyes fixed on Xiao Mo as he disappeared behind the screen, her mind swirling with indignation. Humph. I knew it, Xiao Mo. You little virgin, you wouldn't dare to go that far. I noticed you blushing in the water earlier, trying to maintain your composure. Seeing you so shy. I wouldn't hold it against you today. After all, I wasn't seen much. Just a hug. I even touched Xiaomo's abs, huh? I didn't lose out. However, I can't touch Xiaomo's chest again. I'm terrified. I'll find someone else in the future. As Song Lingyu's muttering echoed in his ears, Xiaomo stumbled slightly, his expression cracking. This damned woman, did she really intend to make a fool of him? If it weren't for this device, he would have taught her how to act like a proper woman. Seeking someone else? What, is my physique not sufficient? Enough. Xiaomo was overwhelmed with exasperation, striving to block out Song Lingyu's inner thoughts. In the dark of night, the small gate in the southwest corner of the Marquis's estate creaked open. A figure stealthily poked her head out, dressed as a maid, and upon seeing that the coast was clear, swiftly climbed into a carriage waiting at the end of the alley. The carriage swayed as it set off towards the outskirts of the city under the moonlight. Brother Rong. Song Qingwu hopped off the carriage, spotting the man waiting at the gate. Clad in a moonlit robe, he was handsome and elegant, unlike most men of the Great Xia who wore their hair tied up. His long, dark hair fell loosely to his shoulders, simply held in place by a wooden hairpin, exuding a rustic yet refined charm. Be careful, Qingwu, do not fall. The man quickly approached the carriage, extending a hand to support her arm as she disembarked, a gentle smile gracing his handsome face. Song Qingwu felt her heart flutter at his caring gesture. She had sneaked out of the Marquis's estate, disguised as a maid. When had she ever traveled in such a humble manner? She had undoubtedly chosen the right person. Her gaze fixed on Rong Jianglin, she couldn't help but lean closer. Brother Rong, why did you come personally to meet me? Your current status is too precarious. As she spoke, Song Qingwu nervously glanced around. Although this location was on the outskirts of the capital, a house purchased by Rong Jianglin for their secret meetings, where they had shared countless sweet nights. Recent events had made her uneasy. Her father had discovered their secret letters, and that wretched Song Lingyu. Thinking of Song Lingyu, Song Qingwu instinctively clenched her fists. How could she have actually entangled herself with His Majesty? The thought of the tyrant, known for his ruthlessness, who spared no one, yet reserved his tenderness solely for Song Lingyu, filled her heart with frustration. A voice in her mind whispered that this was not right. That gentleness should belong to her. Turning back to Rong Jianglin, Song Qingwu's brow furrowed slightly. Brother Rong was indeed wonderful, but a vision of Xiaomo protecting Song Lingyu, with others bowing in submission, flashed in her mind. That commanding presence seemed to eclipse something. Are you blaming me for not writing to you these past few days? Rong Jianglin's gentle gaze met hers, softened further by the presence of maidservants and the coachman, yet he made no effort to hide his affection. Wrapping his arm around Song Qingwu's waist the moment they entered the room, kissing her with urgency. Song Qingwu gasped at the kiss, suddenly recalling the purpose of her daring visit, and forcefully pushed Rong Jianglin away. Caught off guard, he looked at her with concern as she began to weep. Today, I took the chance to sneak out with help. My father discovered our secret letters and is furious. He has confined my mother and threatened to kill me. Song Qingwu cried, feeling wronged. He looked down at her, guilt flashing in his eyes, and gently patted her back, soothing her softly. Qingwu, it's all my fault. Do not worry. Once I achieve success, I will make them see you in a new light and regret their actions today. Just wait for me. And I will ensure that everyone knows you, Song Qingwu, are the finest woman in this world, without exception. Song Qingwu ceased her sobbing, staring blankly at Rong Jianglin. Her eyes filled with emotion. She even felt guilty for comparing him to Xiaomo, the tyrant, though he may possess a handsome exterior. How could he compare to the true benevolence of Rong Jianglin? I believe in you, Song Qingwu said shyly, lowering her gaze. Seeing her no longer distressed, Rong Jianglin felt relieved and then, after a moment's thought, retrieved something from a hidden compartment in the room to present to her. What is this? Song Qingwu gazed at the black box placed in her hands, feeling somewhat perplexed. Qingwu, I have yet to achieve my grand ambitions and require your assistance. For the sake of the innocent people of the Six Kingdoms, please help me bury this at the Song residence, preferably in a discreet location. Chapter 43. Rumors and whispers. Upon hearing these words, Song Qingwu hesitated. No. Her eyes suddenly filled with resentment. Father would never have acted this way before. He had clearly promised to give it to me, yet he has changed his mind at the last moment and even wishes to restrict my freedom. He claims to trust that I have not colluded with the enemy, yet he has not lifted the house's lockdown. Just thinking about that day, when Xiaomo protected Song Lingyu, publicly rebuking me and even driving me away, while Song Bihai remained silent, offering no defense for me at all, fills me with bitterness. Only Rong Ling truly cares for my well-being. With that, all traces of hesitation vanished from Song Qingwu's face as she clutched the box tightly. It was already late at night when she departed from the small courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, carrying a mysterious package in her arms. During her return, the streets were still bustling with a scattering of people. The Great Xia had no curfew, and the city remained brightly lit at night. As she walked through the lively areas, the gossip wafting through the air captured her attention. Did you see it during the day? His Majesty, that warlike tyrant. The speaker lowered their voice and glanced around before continuing. He personally brought gifts to the Song Marquis residence. I counted, there were a full 99 sedan chairs. And it's all because of that runaway daughter of the Song family. The current empress is merely a substitute, and marrying her off is a grave offense against the emperor. Thankfully, the emperor has acknowledged the Song family's hard work and has chosen to show leniency. Moved by the empress's sincerity, this time, he is specifically here to restore her name. What a fortunate fate. Who would have thought that the once-replaced concubine would now be favored in the harem? That Song family's daughter must be regretting it terribly, haha. I was lucky enough to sneak a glance that day. When that box was opened, it gleamed with gold. At this point, Song Qingwu nearly lost her balance. Place this on the right side, yes. Be gentle with your hands and feet. The box of cosmetics should go on top. It would be convenient for the empress if she wishes to use it. The Song residence was particularly lively today, even deep into the night, with servants bustling about in the inner courtyard, creating a scene of industriousness. 2 maidservants, one in pink and the other in green, were directing others as they sorted through the contents, revealing stacks of treasures within the open boxes, shining brilliantly and illuminating the courtyard as bright as day. The servants responsible for moving the items kept their eyes forward. After a long day, these rare treasures seemed to them nothing more than cabbages waiting to be weighed on the scales. These are the emperor's betrothal gifts for Song Lingyu? Are you sure? Song Qingwu stopped a passing servant, her gaze fixated on the open boxes. Her tone was urgent, but the maid, busy collecting her reward, was even more hurried. Yes, indeed. These are all personally delivered by His Majesty. And this isn't even all of it. I heard there are dozens of boxes still outside, and the courtyard can hardly contain them. Upon realizing who it was, the maidservant became particularly enthusiastic, yet the allure of gold was simply too tempting. Before she could finish speaking, she dashed away with the box in hand. Dozens of boxes, dozens of boxes, dozens of boxes. Song Lingyu, ordinary in appearance, devoid of talent or beauty, must be trying to attract Xiaomo's attention, hoping for her to regret her decisions. No amount of gifts could prove anything. A marriage based solely on material wealth is ultimately as fragile as scattered sand. She was different. Her bond with Ronglang was destined, as deep as the ocean. Worth more than gold. Song Qingwu anxiously watched as treasure after treasure was displayed for registration, constantly reassuring herself in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that the 2 maidservants beside Song Lingyu were casting glances in her direction. What a pity! While the empress was bathing with His Majesty, I was busy in the front courtyard counting the betrothal gifts, unable to witness their affectionate moments. I heard that the commotion was so great it startled the imperial guards, who thought there might be an assassin. Exclaimed Chun Tao dramatically. Green Tiao, confused, was unsure why she brought up such matters, intending to advise her to be cautious in her words, when she noticed Chun Tao's eyes darting toward the left corridor. She followed her gaze. Song Qingwu. A shiver coursed through Green Tiao, leaving her with a singular thought. Battle. I must fight. Everything for the empress shall be protected by me. Thus, the usually composed and calm head maid of Ninghua Palace, Green Tiao, smiled sinisterly and declared loudly, not just that. His Majesty must have long harbored feelings for the empress. Otherwise, why would he present the betrothal gifts at this moment? It is clear that those who came before were unworthy. Thank goodness for her romantic inclinations. Otherwise, our empress and His Majesty would have missed their chance. As their deliberate conversation continued, Song Qingwu's complexion grew paler. Xiao Mo truly had feelings for Song Lingyu. Realizing this, she could no longer suppress her jealousy as she gazed upon the betrothal gifts. If only she had not run away from her marriage and eloped with Ronglang. Would all of this now belong to her? Startled by her own thoughts, Song Qingwu dared not linger any longer, her steps unsteady as she hurriedly departed. Yet, within her heart, she could not help but ponder, having been so close to Rong Jianglin for so long, it seemed he had given her nothing at all. Would the promises he made truly come to fruition? At the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, my subordinates are incompetent. As the night wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, a man's voice, deliberately lowered, echoed. Xiao Mo stood amidst the shadows of the bamboo, his back turned to the approaching figure, his expression cold. The person knelt in the bamboo grove, unable to meet his gaze, their head bowed low. According to the master's command, I waited outside the Song residence for a day and night, and indeed discovered someone aiding Song Qingwu in leaving the estate. The figure appeared to be a tall man. But Wei Ying knelt, knocking his forehead against the ground as he spoke, his voice trembling. Just as I was about to follow, I lost sight of him. Xiao Mo's eyes darkened as he scanned the Song residence under the night sky. In addition to the personnel arranged by Song Bihai, his own hidden guards were stationed in all directions. The Song residence allows entry but forbids exit. How could one leave so easily? Yet you lost him? With a soft footfall, Wei Ying, who had nearly buried his head in the ground, caught sight of a pair of gold-stitched black boots halting before him. His entire body tensed as a sharp, icy gaze fell upon him. Silent, yet terrifying. Sweat beaded on Wei Ying's forehead as he stammered, I am to blame. It was not that I lost him. Rather, I was tracking him but for some reason kept going in circles. I feared you would not believe me. So, Chapter 44. The Empress with numerous suitors, a ghostly wall? It must be the protagonist's halo at work. Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes. A flicker of darkness passing through. He took a step toward the room, the luxurious hem of his garments brushing past the kneeling Wei Ying. His voice devoid of emotion. To act presumptuously and conceal the truth, you shall receive your punishment. Believing his life was forfeit, Wei Ying sprang upright. Does the master believe me? He gazed at the closed door, tears welling in his eyes. Such an outrageous incident was something the master would have never believed in the past. It must be because of the Empress. Xiao Mo closed the door. Within the room, no screens were placed, and from this angle, one could easily see Song Lingyu's embroidered bed. The bedding rose in the shape of a person, indicating that the occupant was fast asleep. Xiao Mo hesitated momentarily before approaching the favored concubine's couch. A mocking whisper echoed in the dim room. To toy with, is it? The next day, Song Lingyu felt as though a gaze had been fixed upon her. With her eyes closed, she tossed and turned in bed, struggling to catch the elusive sleep that was constantly interrupted by the intangible stare. My morning temper is flaring. Your eyes are disturbing me. Have you never seen a beauty sleeping? Keep staring, and I'll report you. With that, Song Lingyu sprang from her bed, feeling as if she could annihilate everyone in her path at any moment. However, as she blinked her eyes, her anger dissipated upon seeing Xiao Mo, who was changing clothes a few meters away. He had shrugged off half of his robe, revealing one broad shoulder and arm. The sun-kissed skin glistened with beads of sweat that dripped down the contours of his muscles, exuding an undeniable allure. Just then, Xiao Mo's hand trembled as he realized she was awake. He froze, knowing he must not let her discover he could hear her thoughts. Silently, he tugged down his collar. And as anticipated, Song Lingyu dismissed her doubts, her voice brightening. Did I see wrong? It seems I didn't notice anything. Well, I suppose I must continue to appreciate this. Those arm muscles are impressive and the back is perfect. If only I could see the chest and abs again. I think I caught a glimpse during our bath yesterday, but no, I didn't see clearly. Why are his ears red, and his neck too? Goodness. He asked, completely flushed. If this were filmed as a short video, I could definitely join the ranks of influencers. He paused, suddenly reminded that he couldn't let Song Lingyu find out, so he pretended to remove the other sleeve and turned to the side, casting a quick glance at the bed. Their eyes met. I want to look. I will immediately avert my gaze. He surely didn't notice, right? Or should I pretend to look and then shyly run away to solidify my reserved persona? That should raise no suspicions, right? After witnessing Song Lingyu's exaggerated performance of shyness and reserve, Xiao Mo thought, reserve? Why force something that doesn't exist? Taking advantage of Song Lingyu burying her face in the blanket, he swiftly strode toward the door. From now on, he vowed never to undress in front of Song Lingyu again. It was simply too strange. However, after taking just 2 steps, a thought from behind made him halt abruptly. I never expected that among countless men seen through short videos, the one with the best physique is actually Xiao Mo. Veins throbbed at his temples. Though he was unfamiliar with the concept of short videos, he understood the implication of having seen numerous men. Song Lingyu, how audacious you are. I, the king, have unified the realm, and you still dare. Xiao Mo sneered, turning sharply to face Song Lingyu. You like to watch, do you? Today, I shall give you a show. He abruptly yanked Song Lingyu from the blanket, leaving her bewildered. Before she could react, he grasped her hand and pressed it against his abdomen. Xiao Mo's striking eyes flared with anger. Empress, you shall assist me. His expression shifted dramatically, transforming from fierce to tender in mere moments, his tone barely concealing his gritted teeth. I will assist you in undressing. Undress what? What clothing? I am not selling my body for performance. Song Lingyu recoiled, her mind racing with thoughts of retreat as she prepared to voice her refusal, only to have her other hand seized by Xiao Mo. What are you doing? Her pupils dilated in shock. Seeing her struggle and evade him, Xiao Mo suddenly found the situation more tolerable.
Is u repulsed by me?
We are husband and wife. If Yor does not wish for me to undress you, could it be that there is someone else? His eyelashes lowered, as if burdened by 1,000 grievances. A chill ran down Song Lingyu's spine. She felt goosebumps rising as he smiled more gently while tightening his grip on her wrist. That gaze seemed to say, disagree? Watch how I deal with you. With a face full of resentment, she could only grit her teeth and acquiesce. In the banquet hall of the Song residence, Song Bihua awaited respectfully at the entrance with his wife and daughter. After the passage of 5 incense sticks, they finally received the tardy Song Lingyu and Xiao Mo. The two entered, adorned in splendid attire. At a glance, it appeared that Song Lingyu led the way, with Xiao Mo following closely behind, occasionally assisting her as if he were concerned she might stumble. The onlookers, including Song Bihua, were taken aback. Who would have thought that Xiao Imo would be so doting towards Song Lingyu? Your Majesty, please take your seat. Song Bihua hurriedly welcomed them, while Fong Ling and Song Qingwu stood respectfully to the side, waiting for the emperor to sit before they could take their places. Song Qingwu maintained her composure, though her gaze subtly flickered towards them. Oh no! I must not allow Song Qingwu and Xiao Imo to make eye contact. Song Lingyu's alarm bells rang, and her sensitivity was understandable. Song Qingwu's previous aura had caused her considerable distress. She quickly stepped in front of Xiao Imo, positioning herself at the head of the banquet table. Silence. An oppressive silence. According to custom, although Song Lingyu had entered the palace under the identity of Song Qingwu, she was still recognized as the emperor's chosen empress, though the grand ceremony of her coronation had yet to occur. The seat beside Xiao Imo should rightfully be reserved for her. Yet, inexplicably, on one side sat Song Bihua, while the other side was occupied by Song Qingwu. How dare you? Song Bihua immediately reprimanded. Your Majesty has yet to be seated. Why the haste? Step aside. He quickly offered an apology to Xiao Imo. I have failed to discipline them. I implore your Majesty to forgive me. Song Qingwu also bowed, but took on the role of the antagonist. Your Majesty, my sister is still young. She was overwhelmed by your favor and forgot her manners. I hope the emperor will forgive her. Song Lingyu thought. You don't mention Song Qingwu standing beside Xiao Imo, yet you call me out for my breach of etiquette? If it weren't for your current dulled wit, I would surely take a toilet bowl to flush out the nonsense from your head. I possess the props of a virtuous wife and good mother. Can I not endure this? Song Lingyu boldly sat down at the head table, turning to Xiao Imo with a playful pout. Your Majesty, am I truly not allowed to sit here? The attendees were taken aback, quickly looking towards Xiao Imo. She sat in the chief seat, right before the emperor. Song Bihua felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat soaked through his back as a profound sense of panic enveloped him. To defy the emperor, this would spell the end of the Song family's good days. It was merely a seat. If the empress wished to sit, then let her be. Xiao Mo's demeanor was cool, yet there was a hint of affection in his gaze, contrasting sharply with the fierce aura he usually exuded. He personally placed a dish in front of Song Lingyu. You must be famished. Please eat. Song Lingyu instantly relaxed against the chair's back. What is this? With Xiao Imo by my side, I am as steady as a rock. The guests, including Song Bihua, Song Qingwu, and Fong Ling, wore expressions of disbelief, while even the servants nearby, aware of the emperor's might and forbidden to gaze directly, could not help but raise their heads, gasping at the scene unfolding before them. The emperor of the Daxia stood beside Song Lingyu, serving her food. Had they moved too many boxes yesterday, leading to hallucinations? Song Qingwu's expression twisted momentarily, standing there waiting for them for so long. It was already bad enough that Song Lingyu sat down first, but now she occupied the chief seat. The embarrassment she felt upon seeing the bride price yesterday and then realizing Xiao Mo's immense affection for Song Lingyu resurfaced. And she was unaware of how envious her gaze had become. Song Lingyu observed her expression keenly. What are you waiting for? I am merely making a statement. She lightly brushed her hair back, feigning innocence. Sister, have you been in the archives too long, causing your mind to muddle? You seem to have taken the wrong place. Song Qingwu's face turned pale, and she quickly pulled a chair from the end of the banquet table. She stood beside the chief seat, and Song Lingyu's action essentially declared that she was unworthy of such ambitions. Song Qingwu's chest heaved, and for a moment, she struggled to restrain the urge to scold Song Lingyu. You too have occupied the emperor's seat. What right do you have to criticize me? Song Qingwu stared intently at the piece of fish Xiao Imo had placed on Song Lingyu's plate, her fists gradually tightening. She lowered her gaze, her tone feeble. Your Majesty treats my sister exceedingly well. Please do not quarrel. We must adhere to propriety and not cause a scene. Knowing the importance of propriety, why then do you occupy my seat? Xiao Mo's cool voice cut through the air, leaving Song Qingwu momentarily speechless. The young man in the black robe maintained a calm expression, his jade chopsticks placing yet another piece of meat onto Song Lingyu's plate. Though he did not look at her, the subtle pressure emanating from him felt overwhelming. She clenched her teeth, eager to defend herself. But Xiao Imo merely pointed to the corner, his voice growing even colder. You, stand and serve. What? Song Qingwu trembled, the black veil on her face quivering lightly. She had her own little schemes and was certain that with her father present, she would find a way to overshadow Song Lingyu today. Moreover, she was quite convinced that the way the emperor had looked at her yesterday suggested he held some interest in her. She merely wished to observe whether Xiao Imo would behave as those two maidservants had claimed when both she and Song Lingyu were present. Yet, to her surprise, Xiao Imo did not even grant her the opportunity to speak. Before she could react, Liao Zhongquan and several eunuchs had already moved to stand beside Song Qingwu, their intentions glaringly clear. If you refuse, we shall not hesitate to use force. Reluctantly, Song Qingwu shot a resentful glare at Song Lingyu, then rose to relinquish her seat. Xiao Imo brushed off his robe, choosing not to require Song Lingyu to change positions, instead sitting next to her without casting a glance at Song Qingwu throughout. Truly, you are a tyrant, making her stand and merely watch while denying her sustenance. Song Qinggu's delicate heart must be shattered.
How satisfying. Today.
I shall reluctantly allow you to do less work. Humph. Were it not for dealing with Song Qinggu, Song Lingyu would have no right to command him? Xiao Mo chuckled coldly, noticing Song Lingyu happily dining. His expression faltered momentarily, and to his surprise, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Could this virtuous wife and mother archetype possess such an effect? The meal proceeded in profound silence as those present averted their gazes, engrossed in their food, too intimidated to look at the emperor and the one constantly serving tea to Song Lingyu beside him. Song Qinggu bit her lip, standing alongside her maidservant, a great humiliation in merely watching others dine.
Now.
Witnessing Song Lingyu seated at the head of the table, while Xiao Mo not only showed no anger, but also spoke softly, personally serving her dishes and occasionally asking Liao Zhongquan to note down Song Lingyu's favorite foods, was unbearable. How could this be? Song Qinggu screamed internally, her eyes reddening. It is said that the royal family is heartless. Even if Xiao Mo favored Song Lingyu, how could he display such tenderness before outsiders? Even Rong Lang had never treated her with such care. Yet, no matter how she wished to disbelieve it, the reality before her forced her to acknowledge it. Xiao Mo had indeed pampered Song Lingyu to the heavens. The intense imbalance made Song Qinggu's chest rise and fall slightly, and upon witnessing Xiao Mo personally pouring tea for Song Lingyu, she could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward to seize the teapot. Is standing not enough to subdue you? Song Lingyu was taken aback. Now I understand why the Song family faced utter ruin at the hands of Song Qinggu, with no survivors left. This relentless persistence. What love affair are you pursuing? Go deal with the Xiongnu. After Xiao Mo unified the realm, while the Xiongnu were subdued, they persistently caused headaches for the court like cockroaches. A flicker of intrigue passed through Xiao Mo's eyes. It seemed he had found a way to handle Song Qinggu without incurring too great of a backlash from her demise. For the first time, he felt a murderous intent towards her. However, no matter what, the order for her execution could not be spoken. Song Qinggu paid no heed to their unusual interaction. Holding the teapot with a suppressed indignation, she offered Song Lingyu a smile that could only be described as tender. Allow me to serve you tea, sister. The emperor is a sovereign and also your husband. How could he perform such tasks meant for women? The 3 obediences and 4 virtues dictate that a woman should prioritize her husband. With a proud expression, Song Qinggu directly handed the tea to Song Lingyu's hands. Sister has never been fond of reading, let alone the teachings of women. How could a woman dine at the same table as her husband? She paused, recalling a previous meeting where Rong Jianglin had received friends, and she could only pay her respects behind a screen, even dining in the small kitchen, intensifying her sense of imbalance. Today was a family banquet. It was tolerable among kin. In the future, outside, these meals must be prepared by sister herself. However, now that she was an empress, she need not personally handle these tasks, but a man should not be disturbed while discussing affairs. My dear sister, do you not wish to hear what you're saying? Dumbfounded, utterly speechless, Song Lingyu looked at her in disbelief. When I read the novel, was Song Qinggu always this abnormal, spouting feudal nonsense at will? In this era, there are indeed women full of talent who can compose poetry and prose, engage in farming, weave cloth, and even conduct business. Yet, they remain confined within the walls of their boudoirs, let alone the scheming women of wealthy families, if only they directed their wits towards the right path. The differences between men and women exist to complement one another, not to attack. What this era lacks is a truly impartial platform. Song Lingyu's anger simmered. Her previous rejection of Song Qinggu was merely self-preservation. Now, however, it was a genuine loathing. This era had imposed numerous constraints on women, and sadly, some had become part of these rules themselves. Clearly, Song Qinggu was among them. Xiao Mo sensed the sudden surge of anger from Song Lingyu, listening to her thoughts with a contemplative gaze. Song Qinggu furrowed her brow, clearly observing the unmasked resentment in Song Lingyu's eyes. Yet soon a flicker of joy surged within her. Sister, why must you look at me with such eyes? Have I spoken incorrectly? Is my voice but a passing breeze? Xiao Mo's voice suddenly rang out, causing Song Qinggu to tremble, unable to believe her ears as she turned to him. Xiao Mo's lips curled into a faint smile, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. He gently placed a hand on Song Lingyu's back, adopting a protective stance, his tone chilling. As a woman, you ought not to despise your own identity. If, as you say, the husband is the guide for the wife, and the sovereign for the subject, how is it that you are here instructing my empress? Who do you think you are? He directed his words towards Liao Zhongquan, yet midway through, his voice abruptly faltered. Seeing tears welling in Song Qinggu's eyes, her beseeching gaze struck Xiao Mo with a sense of foreboding. Your Majesty, Qinggu is also concerned for your relationship with sister. Xiao Mo's body tensed. Not again. He felt an overwhelming stiffness wash over him, that uncontrollable sensation enveloping him once more. He instinctively clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, striving to resist this force, but his lips trembled, words threatening to spill forth. Suddenly, Xiao Emo thought of the virtuous wife and mother. If he aligned with the archetype's intentions, he could break free from this control. He struggled to divert his gaze, landing on Song Lingyu, and felt a wave of reassurance. You make a valid point. We have only recently married, and it is indeed essential to nurture our marital bond. What are you doing, Xiao Emo? Song Lingyu was caught off guard, quickly opening the marketplace panel to check. No issues here, the artifact is functioning perfectly, so why is Xiao Emo suddenly agreeing with Song Qingwu? Shouldn't he be forcefully expelling her? Cough, cough. Hearing her thoughts, Xiao Emo took a sip of tea, turning his gaze sharply towards Song Lingyu. Song Lingyu. Song Qingwu had already climbed onto his shoulders, and she still had the presence of mind to make sarcastic remarks. He ground his teeth, the tension rising within him. Su Chaoshi couldn't help but break into a sweat. Conversely, Fong Ling displayed a glimmer of delight, exchanging a glance with Song Qingwu, who lifted her brow lightly, as if relieved. This is the end. Xiao Emo has once again been influenced by the protagonist's halo. Song Lingyu was inwardly distraught, already preparing to adjust her position. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beneath the table, gently brushing over her palm. Song Lingyu's body tensed, instinctively looking towards Xiao Emo. Their eyes met. The man's gaze was dark and deep, akin to a mysterious abyss that threatened to engulf her. Song Lingyu's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She desired to evade the initial encounter, but suddenly, the warmth of a firm grip enveloped her hand. As the man's broad palm tightly enclosed her own, his fingertips teasingly pinching, creating an unmistakably intimate atmosphere. Outside the Song residence, Wei Ying, who had witnessed Xiao Mo's subtle actions, was taken aback, nearly losing his balance atop the tree. What on earth is happening? Wei Ying could hardly believe his eyes and glanced again. Beneath the table, the Emperor's hand remained firmly clasped around the Empress's. What has come over His Majesty lately? Could it be the calm before a brewing storm? Song Lingyu, with Xiao Mo's hold upon her hand, felt her cheeks ablaze. Yet, one thing was certain, Xiao Emo was still influenced by the ideal of a virtuous wife and mother. Otherwise, he might have done more than simply hold her hand. He might have resorted to more drastic measures. The thought sent a shiver down Song Lingyu's spine. Though she managed to smile shyly at Xiao Emo, this audacious boy dares to take liberties with me. He had better pray nothing untoward happens. Since Xiao Emo still possesses reason, perhaps I should discreetly share the contents of the secret letter with him, facilitating his cooperation? After all, maintaining this stalemate is not a viable option. I cannot let this drag on until the props lose their effectiveness. Resolutely, Song Lingyu stood up abruptly. Drawing the attention of everyone present, I feel a bit stifled. I wish to take a stroll. Xiao Emo regarded her with a gaze full of meaning, nodding in agreement. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Emo did not accompany her. Just moments ago, they had appeared so affectionate, even serving dishes for one another, and now, the dynamic had shifted so swiftly. All eyes turned to Song Qingwu, an idea taking root in their minds, given Song Qingwu's exceptional qualities. It seemed entirely natural for the Emperor to develop feelings for her. As they observed Song Lingyu's solitary departure, Song Qingwu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, breathing a sigh of relief. She believed she was doing Song Lingyu a favor, helping her realize that Xiao Emo did not truly love her. This temporary discomfort would ultimately lead Song Lingyu to be grateful for her insight. With this thought, Song Qingwu felt unburdened. She gazed towards the entrance, sighing. My sister has always had such a temperament. Please do not take offense, Your Majesty. She simply cares for you too much, which sometimes leads her to act without restraint. Turning her head, Song Qingwu intended to observe Xiao Mo's expression, curious if he had been put off by Song Lingyu's unreserved behavior. Yet, she was taken aback to find him smiling softly, a hint of warmth betraying his otherwise stern demeanor. Song Qingwu was momentarily dazed. Upon regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, unable to suppress her delight. Indeed, Xiao Emo still cared for her. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Emo had not noticed her at all. He was gently caressing his fingertips, seemingly still warmed by Song Lingyu's touch. Chapter 47. The protagonist's peculiar preference since receiving her task, she had carried the blowpipe with her, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. And now it had finally come into play. I hope Xiao Emo comprehends the subtle hint I just dropped. Once he steps outside, I shall blow the secret letter his way. Only then can I keep Xiao Emo entangled with Song Qingwu, luring out more information from the enemy. This way, the task of manipulating Song Qingwu should also be achieved. Even if Xiao Emo wishes to discover who sent the letter, it will take him some time to trace it back to me. Hiding behind a rockery, Song Lingyu fixated on the entrance to the banquet hall. Sure enough, moments later, a shadow emerged from the door. Xiao Emo had arrived. Your Majesty, allow us to accompany you. Song Bihua nervously trailed behind Xiao Emo, the Emperor's intentions difficult to decipher. While enjoying their meal, Xiao Emo suddenly expressed a desire to visit the courtyard where Song Lingyu had lived during her childhood. This alarmed Fong Ling, who immediately signaled to Song Bihua with several glances. While the courtyard had been tidied up, it remained quite humble. If Xiao Mo were to see it, even if he harbored no ill feelings towards Song Lingyu, as the empress, her modest upbringing might provoke an unpredictable reaction from him. Song Qingwu, too, followed closely, intending to join them, but just as she was about to speak, Xiao Mo shot her a cold glance, his tone leaving no room for refusal. You all shall wait here. I shall go alone. As Xiao Mo walked towards the boudoir, Song Lingyu hurriedly crept behind him, keeping a careful distance to remain within the range of the prop's effects. Song Qingwu's mouth opened slightly, sensing a peculiar shift in Xiao Mo's demeanor toward her. She furrowed her brow, hesitating before finding an excuse to leave the banquet hall herself. She approached Xiao Mo, but only to further the cause of her beloved. Song Lingyu crouched behind the rockery, fiddling with the blowpipe in her hands. The long, oval tube, wider at one end and narrower at the other, was ingeniously designed, though its quality was questionable. Observing the blowpipe that emitted a sound with even the slightest touch, Song Lingyu hesitated. She wondered if it would backfire. Since the system was no longer operational, she had to procure these items herself, which proved to be no easy feat. Desperate times call for desperate measures, she reasoned, for she had no other tools at her disposal. As she noticed Xiao Mo coming to a halt, she hastily tied the note to the arrow, inserted it into the tube, squinted and aimed. With a forceful blow, the tiny arrow shot forth. Whoosh! The diminutive arrow darted from the tube, but was it veering off course? Song Lingyu watched in horror as the arrow hurtled towards Xiao Mo's midsection, paralyzing her with fear.
No.
Xiao Mo can't be rendered sterile.
Can he?
Antidote. Get out of the way. Xiao Mo felt a sudden chill beneath him, a fleeting crack of surprise crossing his handsome features. Realizing the imminent danger, his instincts urged him to evade. In a critical moment, a familiar figure darted around the corner. Your Majesty, Song Qingwu cried, having finally caught up. Her breath slightly labored. With a glimmer of insight, she stumbled, tumbling towards Xiao Mo. Your Majesty, save me. Xiao Mo's brows furrowed as he leaped to place himself behind Song Qingwu. Thud! The muffled sound of something piercing flesh echoed sharply in the tranquil garden. Song Qingwu found herself awkwardly kneeling, a short arrow protruding from her rear. What bizarre turn of events is this? That looks excruciating. Song Lingyu blinked slowly, gazing at the arrow embedded deep in Song Qingwu's flesh, her hand instinctively brushing against her own backside. Yet, despite her predicament, Song Qingwu wore a look of delight, even releasing a soft, involuntary cry. Aw. Song Lingyu burst into laughter. Goodness, surely this can't be pleasurable for you. However, recalling the strange items she had retrieved from the Jinkai pavilion, a shiver ran down her spine. There was indeed a possibility. As she anxiously contemplated how to handle this newfound information resting upon Song Qingwu, she hesitated, pondering whether to reveal herself. Suddenly, she watched Xiao Mo, his expression calm, as he smoothly extracted the arrow from Song Qingwu's side. Song Qingwu let out a muffled groan, her expression becoming even more rapturous. She caught a glimpse of the black fabric trailing past her, a wave of uncontrollable heat washing over her. So that was His Majesty? He, too, harbored such inclinations? Song Qingwu's eyes brightened, and she lowered her head, displaying a bashful smile. Your Majesty, she exclaimed, quickly scrambling to her feet, blocking Xiao Mo's path. I am grateful for your timely rescue. Please accept this handkerchief as a token of my appreciation. Offering a silk handkerchief, she lowered her gaze, exuding a gentle and dignified demeanor. A flicker of distaste crossed Xiao Mo's eyes, especially upon seeing the handkerchief. Suppressing his discomfort, he took a few steps back, remaining silent. Oblivious to his aversion, Song Qingwu assumed his silence was acceptance and that his reluctance to accept the handkerchief was due to consideration for Song Lingyu's feelings. Thus emboldened, she lifted her head, revealing her proud, captivating eyes. I apologize for my forwardness. This handkerchief may indeed provoke misunderstandings with Lingyu. However, my culinary skills are quite commendable. Why not accompany me to the courtyard, and I shall prepare a few dishes for you, as a gesture of thanks. From her concealed vantage point behind the rockery, Song Lingyu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Wasn't this meant to be a secret romance? How dare you encroach upon my territory? Song Lingyu watched as Song Qingwu drew closer, realizing that Xiao Mo had no time to read the note. This simply could not stand. Without further ado, if Xiao Mo does not take action, he will be ensnared by the aura of the female lead, and she too will face her demise. Thus, Song Lingyu gritted her teeth and dashed out like a firecracker. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she pounded her chest and pointed at the two. Your Majesty, eldest sister, how can you treat me this way? Song Qingwu was startled, her gaze meeting Song Lingyu's furious eyes, causing a flicker of guilt to cross her face. However, she soon regained her composure, standing tall with an air of entitlement. After all, she and Xiao Mo had done nothing wrong. Even if they had, it was the unloved who played the role of the third party. Xiao Mo appeared calm. Yet upon seeing Song Lingyu's arrival, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His hands, hidden within his sleeves, clenched into fists, though he maintained a composed facade. The proximity to Song Qingwu was testing his restraint. The thought of being coerced by a mere woman as the dignified emperor of the Great Xia filled him with disdain for Song Qingwu. Your Majesty. Song Lingyu grasped Xiao Mo's arm, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke with despair. Did you not profess your love for me? Why then? Are you alone with eldest sister in my chamber? Is it true? Feeling the tension in the man's taut arm relax momentarily, Song Lingyu too felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, she had arrived in time. Otherwise, Xiao Mo might have succumbed to the female lead's charm once more, rendering her secret letter futile. As she played her part, she discreetly observed Song Qingwu's reaction. True to her expectations, she caught a fleeting look of pleasure on Song Qingwu's face. Sister, you misunderstand. His Majesty merely wished to see your childhood chamber. Given your close bond, how could he harbor any feelings for me? I only invited him to express my gratitude for removing the arrow from my back, Song Qingwu explained, her face a mask of panic as she revealed the mark left by the arrow. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed her satisfaction. Chapter 48. The Empress Experience card takes center stage. Hooked. Song Lingyu thought excitedly. She feigned a more sorrowful expression, pressing her hands to her chest as if overwhelmed. Glancing at Xiao Mo, whose eyes bore disappointment, she lamented. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant, unworthy of your love. If your heart belongs to eldest sister, then I must. Covering her face, she appeared as if she could no longer bear the weight of her emotions and left in despondence. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow in confusion. What trickery was this? Yet, soon he felt a familiar sensation reminiscent of a devoted wife rising within him. He understood Song Lingyu's intentions. She intended for him, the esteemed emperor of the Great Xia, to leverage his allure to fulfill a task from the marketplace. Song Lingyu. You audacious woman. Hiding once again in the corner, Song Lingyu cast aside her earlier sorrow, her eyes gleaming with an odd excitement as she observed the commotion inside. Hee. Today I shall make you suffer, Tyrant. Song Qingwu is almost convinced that your love for her is unrequited, forcing you to marry me. Once you embrace your role as a dutiful husband, we shall triumph in our mission. Who would have thought I'd be playing a passionate drama with the emperor in ancient times? Song Lingyu exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. With the stars aligning in her favor, she only needed some snacks to enjoy the show while waiting for her points to accumulate. Suddenly, an untimely notification chimed in her ears. The marketplace panel flashed red before her. Alert! Item durability is once again declining.
What?
Song Lingyu shrieked, observing that the durability had plummeted to 30% and continued to decrease. Cold sweat dripped down her brow. She peered inside and saw Song Qingwu hiding her face as she wiped her tears, her body leaning ever so slightly against Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo maintained his cold demeanor, but the visible beads of sweat rolling down his forehead revealed his inner turmoil. By the heavens, is the female lead's aura truly this powerful?
Xiao Montak. Tyrant.
Summon your will to conquer the 6 kingdoms. Song Lingyu implored, pacing frantically. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo's arm trembled as he fought the impulse to push Song Qingwu away, his hands betraying him with a desire to pull her closer. Damn it! Song Lingyu, how dare you trap me in this predicament?
Tell me how to resist.
Wait. Task progress at 30%? The red text flashing on the panel momentarily stunned Song Lingyu, only to send her into a frenzy. It has progressed. So, why isn't the item durability stabilizing? What good is progress without durability? In her frustration, she slammed her palm against the panel. Yet the panel was intangible, her hand passing through it effortlessly. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the panel, leaving her momentarily speechless. System upgrade complete. Item permissions fully unlocked. Due to the extended upgrade time, an additional compensation of an Empress Experience card has been awarded. The card spun before her, radiating a golden glow. Dizzy with excitement, Song Lingyu felt her emotions oscillate wildly, joy and despair intertwined. Is this what tears of happiness feel like? Wiping her eyes, she hastily clicked on the card, eager to explore the updated marketplace. Isn't this just the aura of the female lead? Bring it on, I fear no one. Empress Experience card. Activate. With a click, a burst of multicolored light erupted from her forehead. She spread her arms wide, ready to relish in her transformation into an empress. Suddenly, a strange sensation began to writhe at her chest. In her ears, the sound of a woman weeping became increasingly clear. Furrowing her brows, Song Lingyu wondered if her senses had heightened to superhuman levels after becoming an empress, allowing her to hear Song Qingwu's cries from such a distance. Her clothing felt tugged, a soft voice ringing in her ears. Your Majesty, I did not mean to soil your garments. No way. Song Lingyu's eyes flew open, and looking down, she found Song Qingwu's shy and timid face close to her own, a delicate hand nervously grasping her outer robe sleeve. Isn't this a bit too much? How is it that I was promised to become an empress, yet I turned into Xiao Mo?
Please no.
I do not wish to be a hideous insect. Xiao Mo, who had fought countless battles and seen all manner of oddities, never imagined he would one day find himself in a woman's body. Staring at the curves before him, the delicate hands, and the elegant shoes peeking from beneath the skirt, he couldn't help but acknowledge the grim reality. The Empress Experience card was supposed to grant me power, yet here I am as Xiao Mo. That deceitful system is playing tricks on me. A fraud. Refund. I demand a refund. Crouching behind a rockery, Xiao Mo's expression darkened as he realized who was to blame for his predicament. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that it was merely an item. Gritting his teeth, he released a sigh of relief before furrowing his brow once more. Wait a moment. Had Song Lingyu been lurking here to spy on them? He glanced down, noticing that he was sprawled on the ground in a most undignified manner, his lips twitching.
Suddenly,
a thought struck him. Song Lingyu had often behaved in this sneaky manner when committing mischief in the past. How utterly embarrassing. At that moment, a few maidens passed below, and Xiao Mo quickly concealed himself, the hem of his skirt fluttering past the wall, the passers-by none the wiser. Experiencing this new, clandestine existence, Xiao Mo clenched his fists tightly, his jaw grinding as he returned to his prone position. Song Lingyu, I shall see how you govern as an empress. Your Majesty, I am terrified of having sullied your garments. I humbly ask for your punishment. Tears still glistening on her damp sleeves, Song Qingwu knelt upright, her exquisite features displaying a hint of defiance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. So this is how you enticed Rong Jianglin, Song Lingyu mused, her emotions complex as she stood from a man's perspective, realizing that these so-called pure and stubborn flowers were indeed quite fragrant. Whether true men were blind to such things or simply relished the encounter, Song Lingyu could not discern. Regardless, she failed to detect any fear from Song Qingwu's expression. Rather, she perceived a certain resilience. How steadfast. How tenacious. How unique. The man, you are about to send me into a whirlwind of excitement. Your Majesty? Song Qingwu hesitated to call out. She cleared her throat, intentionally gazing into Song Qingwu's eyes, feeling every nuance without a hint of foolishness. Even as Xiao Mo, she would not be swayed by the halo of the female lead. Heaven help me. Song Lingyu was overjoyed, observing Song Qingwu's face flush with color once again under her watchful gaze, a bold idea blossoming in her mind. Woman, prepare to embrace my tempestuous love. Xiao Mo's hand trembled violently, nearly causing him to stumble, a familiar chill rising from behind. Chapter 49. The Tyrant's on-site teaching. A whisper of black silk brushed across the ground, the faint scent of dragons, saliva wafting into the air. Supported by Xiao Mo, Song Qingwu could hardly contain her excitement. The man's finger rested beside his nose, executing a signature gesture to the left. Xiao Mo flashed a devilish smile, his lips parting to reveal a deep, sultry voice. Woman, there's no need for you to feel inferior. Not everyone has the privilege to soil my garments. Song Qingwu was momentarily taken aback, only to burst forth with joy. His Majesty did not mind that she had stained his clothes with tears. Instead, he was more concerned about her feelings. She suppressed the corners of her mouth that threatened to rise, meeting Xiao Mo's tender gaze, feeling increasingly resolute in her thoughts. She shyly lowered her eyes, biting her lip in distress. But Lingyu will be upset. She is my sister. This is not proper. Knowing it's improper, why do you still weep? Without the halo of the female lead, if it were Xiao Mo, you would have perished 100 times over. Song Lingyu rolled her eyes viciously within, continuing to tease. I don't want you to feel. I want to feel for myself. With elongated fingers, he tilted Song Qingwu's chin, her eyes flashing with a mixture of coolness, disdain, and pride, producing a rich, bubbly sound from her throat. Woman, do not defy me. You are playing with fire. Have you fallen for me? This is the 199 ways to entice a tyrant I learned online. It was evident that Song Qingwu's eyes were gradually becoming misty, revealing a hint of intoxication. The Emperor's possessiveness over her was intense, and the feeling of being so boldly adored was truly addictive. Song Lingyu smirked with satisfaction. In the distance, by the artificial hill, Xiao Mo, expressionless, turned his head away, observing the chill running down his arms as the hairs stood on end. Although he knew that Song Lingyu intended to elevate her before bringing her down, the thought of her wearing his face while exhibiting such peculiar expressions was utterly bewildering. Xiao Mo felt a cloud of gloom hovering over him, suddenly recalling something, and a cold laugh escaped his throat. This was a multitude of masculine tactics, laden with sweet words. How many men were hidden away that he was unaware of? He shot a cold glance at Song Lingyu. Swapping bodies, is it? I have been forced into the role of a virtuous wife for too long. It is time for Song Lingyu to experience it as well. The two moved in tandem. Song Lingyu, donning Xiao Mo's visage, radiated an aura that commanded distance. Fong Ling, startled, witnessed Song Qingwu, who had taken a step back, wearing a bright smile. She couldn't help but glance at the main seat, where Song Lingyu wore a gloomy expression, fixating on the two at the door with an unusually heavy gaze. Song Lingyu cast a cold glance, immediately silencing Fong Ling, though her eyes sparkled with triumph. Xiao Mo's expression darkened further, his heart racing. So, Song Lingyu endured this sort of pressure at home? His gaze hardened, just in time to see his own self at the door falter, panic evident on his face.
Damn.
That gaze, that murderous aura. This is bad. Xiao Mo won't harm me in my own body, will he? Oh no. How can I explain this body swap without raising suspicion? I can't tell him I have a system tool. Xiao Mo doesn't believe in deities. And that would be akin to courting death. Song Lingyu's back broke into a cold sweat. She had thought it was merely a temporary use of Xiao Mo's body for a few days. Who would have imagined it was a complete exchange? This meant that the role of a virtuous wife was now hers to bear? Song Lingyu shivered at the thought, feeling Xiao Mo's gaze upon her grow even colder. You still know fear. Xiao Mo heard her inner thoughts clearly, sneering as he stormed away from the banquet hall. Fong Ling's smile widened. How dare he show disrespect to the emperor? This was a golden opportunity for her daughter. She quickly signaled to Song Bihua, and the two stepped forward to plead for forgiveness. This humble minister has been negligent in raising such an ill-mannered daughter. We implore your majesty to impose punishment. Song Qingwu knelt down, tears brimming in her eyes. Your majesty, my sister is merely young and ignorant. She did not intend to provoke your majesty. Song Lingyu felt an urge to laugh in her anger. They were seizing the moment to pounce on her mistake. But it was just as well. Song Qingwu had sufficiently riled him up, and now she needed to quickly appease Xiao Mo. Humph. No need for words. I will personally discipline her. Song Lingyu flicked her sleeve, deliberately lengthening her face as she strode away, wiping away the tears from her eyes. Song Qingwu's heart swelled with joy at having regained something lost. She knew that Xiao Mo was intentionally treating Song Lingyu well to provoke her. If things were to be set right, Song Qingwu couldn't help but remember the affection, the betrothal gifts, excitement bubbling within her, until she suddenly thought of Rong Jianglin, her expression gradually clouding. Her love for Rong Lang was sincere, and she could not abandon him. Yet Xiao Mo's devotion to her was profound. Alas, love in this world is always vexing. Song Qingwu stamped her foot, a hint of sweet turmoil glimmering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu was in a state of panic. The closer she got to the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, the more anxious she became. Surely, Xiao Mo wouldn't enact the role of a virtuous wife halfway through, right? Gasp. Given his temperament, it was indeed possible. Song Lingyu felt as if her feet were on fire, and upon reaching her destination, she pushed open the door to find her domineering self seated before the tea table. Sunlight streamed in, casting a soft mist over the table, enveloping the woman's striking visage in a haze of warmth. Yet those peach blossom eyes sparkled with a chilling light, making anyone who dared to meet her gaze feel a shiver run down their spine. She was truly capable of murder. Her legs weakened and Song Lingyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, knelt down in submission. I was wrong. The eunuchs and palace maids present were left in shock. Your Majesty is kneeling before the Empress? This must be an illusion. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Yet the man kneeling in the courtyard, exuding an aura of coldness, was undoubtedly their emperor. However, the gaze he raised, which typically held a frosty calm, now reflected sheer panic and a desperate will to survive. Thud. Someone fainted from sheer terror. Xiao Mo's face darkened, especially upon seeing his trembling self kneeling in the courtyard, his anger reaching a boiling point, almost crushing the cup in his hand. His icy glare swept over the eunuchs. Get out. At his roar, Song Lingyu trembled, quickly realizing the source of his fury, and commanded the paralyzed eunuchs, you all may leave now. The crowd scrambled to escape in a flurry. Swallowing hard, Song Lingyu mustered her courage to meet Xiao Mo's gaze once more. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, his dark pupils brewing a storm. Explain. Why am I in your body? Chapter 50. The Empress takes the initiative with the Emperor, please. I beg for mercy. Song Lingyu felt a surge of panic, enduring Xiao Mo's seemingly lethal gaze, nervously fiddling with her clothing until his expression darkened to an unbearable degree, prompting her to lament. Is there a possibility that a divine being has intervened, seeing how hard you work and granting you a brief respite by allowing us to swap? As she spoke, her voice dwindled, especially upon witnessing Xiao Mo's increasingly frosty demeanor, making her feel that her demise was imminent. Observing her timid demeanor, Xiao Mo found her fear amusing. He cast a cool glance. Are you certain? You've already spun a web of lies. Now retracting your words is simply impossible. The system will not yield. Song Lingyu blinked her innocent large eyes and nodded earnestly. Yes, that is indeed the case. Xiao Mo slammed the teacup onto the table, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Why not summon the divine once more for me to behold? I fear not the toil. My only concern lies with the Queen's exhaustion. That casual glance was enough to render Song Lingyu's legs weak, a nagging feeling that this man had witnessed her teasing Song Qingwu, hence his deliberate reprisal. Oh heavens! What a mess! Internally, she struck back with fervor while outwardly she fidgeted with her fingers, hesitant yet resolved. Your Majesty, how can I appease your anger? She widened her eyes and blinked earnestly, attempting to charm her way out of trouble. However, she forgot that she was currently inhabiting Xiao Mo's body, creating an exceedingly bizarre scene. Xiao Mo's face visibly stiffened. He suddenly coughed violently, swiftly turning his face away. He never anticipated witnessing his own visage contorting into such a shameful expression. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, striving to suppress his fury, only to turn and find Song Lingyu grinning foolishly at him, her pearly white teeth flashing in a goofy smile. Song Lingyu, enough is enough. Haven't I suffered enough because of you? Xiao Mo's inner turmoil roared as his expression darkened. Stand straight. Song Lingyu immediately straightened her back, adopting a military posture, valuing her life far too much to disobey. Yet, upon lifting her head and puffing out her chest, she could not escape locking eyes with Xiao Mo. His gaze was frosty, radiating an aura fierce enough to intimidate all around. Yet, it seemed to be solely his gaze, for Song Lingyu's face, round and cherubic, with soft cheeks and a petite mouth, clashed humorously with Xiao Mo's murderous glare, appearing oddly adorable. Wow, my face is truly exquisite. It holds up no matter the expression. Even Xiao Mo's fierce gaze seems somewhat endearing. When he is angry, it seems less terrifying. His cheeks look so soft. I want to pinch them. Truly, the best things are those we cannot possess. Stuck in silence, Song Lingyu resorted to an internal monologue, critiquing everything from Xiao Mo's demeanor to his posture, nearly envisioning herself as a director in a theatrical production. Xiao Mo, one truly contemplates laughter when engulfed in utter disbelief. He let out a cold snort, suddenly pointing to the foot basin beside him. Wash my feet. Even as his feet soaked in the warm water, Xiao Mo hesitated. Song Lingyu, have you taken leave of your senses today? Observing her dutifully washing his feet, he found himself unaccustomed to her compliance. Ordinarily, this little one would have been cursing him in her heart by now. Xiao Mo lowered his gaze, scrutinizing Song Lingyu as she focused intently on her task, her brow furrowed without a hint of reluctance. Was the image of a devoted wife failing to sway her? A moment later, her inner voice surfaced, albeit belatedly. Oh, how tragic. Who among my kin understands? The ideal wife and mother has expired. Yet, I must still dutifully serve Xiao Mo, who could be more unfortunate than I. But wait, Xiao Mo is currently in my body. And I'm using his body to wash my own. Oh my, that means the Emperor is washing my feet. What a bargain. With renewed vigor, Song Lingyu scrubbed away. Xiao Mo's irritation peaked, feeling as though he were striking a soft pillow in frustration. Observing her smug expression while utilizing his body, he nearly lost his composure. He regretted not keeping a distance from Song Lingyu after the body swap. Out of sight, out of mind. Enough was enough. Xiao Mo could no longer contain himself, the vein at his temple throbbing. Song Lingyu timidly halted her actions, looking up at him with the most innocent expression. Xiao Mo's chest heaved as he closed his eyes, commanding, retrieve the short arrow from my person. Although he had gleaned a rough understanding of the situation from Song Lingyu's thoughts, he needed specifics. His gaze fell as he watched her search her waist. In the Daxia dynasty, the customs were open, and the clothing lacked the extravagance of previous eras, featuring a more rugged design. This time, Xiao Mo had donned a lightweight black robe with excellent drape, its wide sleeves trailing on the ground, containing small pockets capable of holding many items. Yet, Song Lingyu fumbled for an eternity before considering that it might be at her waist. Suddenly, a chill crept down her back, and she looked up to see Xiao Mo's penetrating gaze. Come here. The note containing the state secret was of utmost importance. If it were lost in Xiao Mo's presence, would she not be skinned alive? Fear gripped Song Lingyu. Even though she had penned it, there was no way she could draft another copy on the spot. Hesitantly, she approached, only to be yanked onto the couch by Xiao Mo. Don't move. I'll search myself. With a serious expression, he wasted no time tearing her belt open, rummaging through her clothes. Song Lingyu, pinned beneath him, struggled to find her voice. Wait, is this position truly healthy? Xiao Mo paused, recognizing their position. He was astride Song Lingyu's waist, and her disheveled appearance painted a rather scandalous scene. His expression darkened, and he hastily attempted to dismount. Crash! A loud noise erupted at the door, and both turned to see Liao Zhongquan standing there, mouth agape, his feet among shattered cups. Heavens! The queen has taken the emperor by force. How could all this chaos unfold before me? Chapter 51. The peculiar Emperor Liao Zhongquan had acquired farmland back home, boasting 50 acres and a large courtyard. As a court servant and close minister to the emperor, this was rather humble. Your Majesty, spare me. I'm seeing things. I witnessed nothing. Liao Zhongquan cried, prostrating himself on the ground with astonishing speed, almost leaving an afterimage. Song Lingyu marveled at the medical miracle. Liao Gonggong was 60, and though he had a leg ailment, Xiao Mo usually spared him the need to kneel, allowing him only to bow. Liao Zhongquan had been with him since his time in the hidden palace, and this old rascal was cunning. His sudden intrusion surely meant urgency. Xiao Mo's eyes darkened as he instinctively opened his mouth, only to realize he was still in Song Lingyu's body and fell silent. He feared scaring Liao Zhongquan into revealing something untoward. Thus, he turned to Song Lingyu, hoping she would interpret his silent cue. Song Lingyu blinked her innocent eyes, filled with the naive curiosity of a university student. What are you looking at? Admiring your own splendid visage? Though you are somewhat handsome, there's no need to stare so intently. Could it be you're a narcissist? Though the royal family is heartless, while you love General Gua, your greatest love is still yourself. I understand. I comprehend everything. You understand nothing. Xiao Mo felt a surge of frustration building within him. At times, he truly wished he could end lives. If he were to become a tyrant, it would surely be due to Song Lingyu's antics. To prevent her mind from wandering further into absurdity, Xiao Mo squeezed her arm firmly, intending to remind her, only to realize how rigid his muscles had become. Song Lingyu felt no pain but rather realized that Xiao Mo sought her to speak. Clearing her throat, she mimicked Xiao Mo's usual authoritative tone. Addressing Liao Zhongquan. What is the matter? Liao Zhongquan dared not lift his gaze and hurriedly replied, Minister Jiang has arrived with several officials, stating that if they do not see Your Majesty today, they will perish in front of Song Ho's residence. Minister Jiang? The same elder who demanded Xiao Mo deprive her of her position in court, but was interrupted by Xiao Mo's retort? In her heart, Song Lingyu murmured to herself. Turning to observe Xiao Mo's expression, she noted the coldness in his eyes, a subtle anger emanating from his brows. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, reflecting his disdain for the obstinacy of the old guards. Let them wait in the front hall, he commanded. Yes, replied Steward Liao immediately. Though a moment later, he sensed something amiss. The tone was unmistakable, but he raised his head, casting a perplexed glance at the strikingly beautiful yet frostily composed woman within the room. If he heard correctly, the one speaking was the Empress herself. Was she not too young for such authority? Seeing the astonished expression on Liao Zhongquan's face, nearly choked Song Lingyu with laughter, prompting her to step forward and stand beside Xiao Mo. Indeed, we shall heed the Empress's words. Let them wait. Liao Zhongquan was left in a state of shock, ultimately retreating with a mind full of doubts. As he left, he caught a glimpse of the pair inside, the tall, handsome man and the charmingly delicate woman, who appeared remarkably well-matched. Yet, today something felt off to him. The Emperor seemed unusually gentle and approachable, while the Empress exuded an air of aloofness that felt oddly familiar, leading him to entertain the unsettling notion that they should have swapped roles. Once Liao Zhongquan departed, Song Lingyu visibly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, I was not discovered. I certainly do not wish to be branded as a treacherous seductress. In contrast, Xiao Mo remained utterly composed, displaying no signs of the anxiety that might accompany being nearly exposed. Given his temperament, one that could lead armies into battle at the slightest provocation, Song Lingyu had no doubt that even in a woman's body, he could command the dragon throne with unwavering authority. Xiao Mo, undistracted by Song Lingyu's inner turmoil, retrieved a short arrow from her possession, extracting a note within. Upon reading its contents, his pupils dilated sharply. It was a detailed map of the Qianlongzhai in the southwest. Moreover, it mentioned that the current leader of Qianlongzhai was none other than the long-missing General Faima. This general, known for his exceptional horsemanship and swordsmanship, had once led a mere 1,000 cavalry to annihilate a 10,000-strong northern barbarian force, earning him the title of martial ancestor among the people. However, he had mysteriously disappeared in the toxic lands of the southwest, and many, including Xiao Mo, believed him to be dead, only to discover he had been lying in wait at Qianlongzhai, now a persistent thorn in the side of the current court. How could such a capable figure be subdued by Rong Jianglin and turned into a pawn in his schemes? Xiao Mo's expression grew complex, and after a moment of silence, he gestured to the shadows. Wei Ying emerged, his expression one of confusion, unable to comprehend why the Empress would summon him. Nevertheless, Xiao Mo's demeanor remained impassive as he handed the note to him. Immediately send this to Guorfei via Jifeng. His voice was icy, the commanding tone sending a shiver down Wei Ying's spine. The chill emanating from Xiao Mo was palpable, and even the words he spoke seemed to carry a frost. Wei Ying instinctively lowered his head. Understood. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he felt something was amiss, cautiously lifting his gaze to rest upon Xiao Mo. It was no illusion. Indeed, it was the Empress giving him orders. Seeing this, Song Lingyu felt a jolt and hurriedly approached, her expression stern as she added, Yes. We shall heed the Empress. Wei Ying's doubts dissipated, and he left, realizing the bond between the Emperor and Empress was far stronger than he had imagined. They were supposed to be the shadows that only answered to the Emperor. Once Wei Ying departed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Song Lingyu scratched her head, glancing at Xiao Mo several times, internally wrestling with whether to caution him to be more discreet in front of others. This was far too audacious. Observing the anxious demeanor of those around him, Xiao Emo could not help but smirk slightly. His loyal subordinates would never suspect the bizarre situation of their body swap. Such extraordinary occurrences were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Xiao Emo then recalled that Jiang Taisher was still waiting in the front hall, and his expression turned serious. As Song Lingyu also grew concerned, she noted that Liao Zhongquan and Wei Ying, being Xiao Mo's trusted confidants, could be easily appeased, even if they suspected something. However, Jiang Taisher was different. The memory of that day in court, where he passionately spoke and threatened to die for his convictions, sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to cast a look of eager inquiry towards Xiao Emo. I will do as the emperor commands. Xiao Emo was pleased with her attitude and nodded. Liao Zhongquan and my shadow guards are trustworthy, so do not concern yourself with them. As for the others, Song Lingyu nodded vigorously, almost as if to swear an oath. No problem. Being a person is difficult. Being a father must be even harder. Xiao Emo shot her a cool glance, pondering that being an emperor was no simple task. Suddenly, rain began to patter against the window, enhancing the stillness within. Xiao Emo found it peculiar that Song Lingyu had so readily agreed, without causing any extraordinary commotion, which left him somewhat unsettled. However, after only a brief silence, Song Lingyu abruptly recalled something and hastened to the desk. Your Majesty, could you assist me with a favor? Xiao Emo raised an eyebrow, intrigued to hear the word favor from her lips. Observing her earnest demeanor as she busily prepared paper and ink at the desk was quite a rare sight. Xiao Emo approached, his expression stern. What do you wish for me to do? Before he could finish, she thrust a brush into his hand, the tip dipped in ink, leaving a droplet upon the pristine paper. With a mysterious smile, Song Lingyu continued, I have devised a splendid idea. This way, Your Majesty need not be morally bound by those ministers, nor must you punish them excessively, which could harm the bond between ruler and subject. Oh? Xiao Mo's interest piqued further. Those old-fashioned ministers were indeed skilled in governance, but loved to meddle in his harem affairs, often threatening him with dire consequences. Yet they were all quite elderly, making them unsuitable for physical reprimand, and a few harsh words would lead to them preaching about loyalty and righteousness. Perhaps that was how his tyrant reputation had formed? Then why do you need me to write? Xiao Mo inquired, eyeing the brush in his hand with curiosity. With a cryptic grin, Song Lingyu explained how the system had restored her ability to use points to uncover the minister's secrets. Who among them did not have some dirt on their hands? She was confident that if the back courtyard caught fire, these ministers would scarcely care about her qualifications to be empress. Moreover, the minister's gossip was inexpensive, merely 5 points per item, a delight for the curious. Unfortunately, she was unfamiliar with the scripts of Daxia, let alone writing them, so it fell to the tyrant to assist her. Of course, she could not reveal this to Xiao Mo, thus feigning a pained expression as she lamented, Your Majesty, with your robust physique and my clumsiness, I fear my writing would cause a spectacle before you. Hence, I humbly request your assistance in writing. She leaned closer to whisper in Xiao Mo's ear. His expression shifted from surprise to growing displeasure until he ultimately tossed the brush aside. You dare ask me to write such things? His handsome face flushed slightly. Whether from anger or embarrassment, he could not tell. Song Lingyu blinked her innocent eyes, clearly disappointed. After all, it's not your secret. Why the fuss? I just found out a new gossip emerged. Whose is it that costs 500 points? Oh, it's about the main characters, then never mind. Wait. Xiao Mo has gossip too. Should I take a look? Xiao Mo felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively wished to prevent Song Lingyu from proceeding. In the next moment, what? Is this the worth of a villain? 600 points for a piece of gossip. So expensive. What is going on? It's even pricier than the main characters. Xiao Mo let out a sigh of relief, observing Song Lingyu's vacant gaze as she scrolled through the system for others' gossip. A cold dread enveloped him. Contemplating her earlier words, he shuddered at the thought of them being directed at him. Drawing a deep breath, he gritted his teeth. Prepare the ink for me. Song Lingyu immediately shifted her focus, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly picked up the ink stick. Xiao Mo dipped his brush and inscribed a single character on the paper, applying substantial force. A dead comrade does not concern this priest, he wrote. The brush danced across the page, and in roughly the time it takes to brew half a pot of tea, the thin sheet of rice paper was completely filled. Content. Song Lingyu held it aloft, blowing gently to dry the ink, her excitement to rush to the main hall palpable. Xiao Mo followed behind her, his expression impassive, feeling somewhat dazed after finishing his writing. He was no longer concerned about Song Lingyu. A thought crossed his mind, and a hint of dark amusement flickered in his eyes. Some individuals, it seemed, would be unable to sleep tonight. Upon entering the main hall, Song Lingyu cast a casual glance around. Several elderly men, their hair and beards white as snow, sat with grim expressions in their respective seats. Most donned in crimson official robes, all of them high-ranking officials of the court, at least 4th rank or higher, with some being 5th-rank inspectors. Song Lingyu silently marveled, grateful for her prior preparations. Hearing the commotion, the old men turned to look, their gazes unfriendly. Particularly, The lead figure, Grand Minister Jiang, unabashedly fixed his gaze on Xiao Imo beside her, hissing, "Demonic concubine." Without hesitation, he advanced and knelt before Song Lingyu. The sound of his knees striking the floor made Song Lingyu wince, yet Grand Minister Jiang remained unfazed, pointing at Xiao Imo with fervor. "Your Majesty. This demoness is of questionable character, disrespecting imperial grace by contemplating a marriage substitution, and seducing your majesty to disregard propriety. She is indeed a calamity for the nation. We implore your majesty to depose the empress. This woman is devoid of talent and virtue, unworthy of the throne. The mole she bears is an omen of misfortune. She must not be established as empress." With a series of thuds, a multitude of ministers knelt before Song Lingyu, their voices raised in indignation, each one appearing as if they wished to tear her and Xiao Imo to shreds. While the notion of a marriage substitution was undoubtedly a fact, what was this about a mole? She hadn't even noticed the mark at the corner of her eye. The ministers still kneeling were of advanced age, and their old limbs could hardly endure the strain. After waiting in vain for a response from the emperor, one of the slightly younger inspectors cautiously lifted his head, only to find the young man in black robes with an exceptionally dark expression, his gaze icy, while the empress beside him bore a detached look, as if watching a play from a distance. "Grand Minister Jiang, is it? Yes, you. You were the one who previously petitioned for my removal.
Huh?
Have you unveiled your grand move? Now it's my turn." A chilling female voice echoed in his ears, and Xiao Imo glanced sideways, catching the faint, cold smile at the corner of Song Lingyu's lips, silently mourning for Grand Minister Jiang and the others. "Time for the hunt."
Commence.
Song Lingyu coldly surveyed the room, then produced the paper, handing it to Liao Zhongquan. "I have something for you all, why not take a look?" The ministers, bewildered, grew increasingly anxious as Liao Zhongquan delivered the paper. The Deputy Minister of Rights had secretly donned women's clothing and applied makeup at home after court each day, even having servants accompany him in performing operatic skits. He played the role of a delicate, abducted maiden. The family of the Inspector Zhongqing had a fierce wife, who, despite appearing to be strict, actively sought his wife's daily admonishments, believing that a lack of punishment signified a lack of love. Even the slightest punishment was deemed insufficiently profound. As Liao Zhongquan distributed the papers, the first minister to receive one turned ashen, while others exhibited signs of embarrassment and trembling lips. The officials behind them were burning with curiosity, eager to snatch the papers away, desperate to discover what could induce such a reaction from these seasoned veterans. Finally, the paper reached the inspector who had previously praised the fragrant emissions of Xiao Imo. He first chuckled inwardly at the Deputy Minister of Rights, who was desperately trying to conceal his face, then eagerly scanned the content. The next moment, thud. The inspector collapsed to the ground. Chapter 53. Everyone wants to watch. The paper floated gently from his hand, black letters on a white page, inscribed, while others merely flatter the emperor with idle words about his emissions, the inspector truly relishes them. Not only the empress but others as well, for they depend on luck to be perceived. Hence, he even employed someone specifically to emit gas for him to enjoy at any time, especially favoring the scent of leeks, insisting on having them thrice daily. The ministers turned pale, their faces a ghastly green as they gazed in terror at Song Lingyu, trembling uncontrollably. Had the emperor's guards delved into such depths? They knew of even the most private matters. Some glanced at Grand Minister Jiang, as though seeking a final glimmer of hope. Grand Minister Jiang spread the paper wide, his gaze fixed upon it, his expression as calm as ever. Truly, he was the Grand Minister, renowned for his virtue and integrity. Revered by scholars as a paragon of learning, surely nothing scandalous would appear. Yet the next moment, the esteemed Grand Minister coughed up blood, looking utterly disheveled. Wretched child. Thieving baldhead. It turned out that the secrets he had been threatened with by those vile scoundrels had long been known to the emperor. What had he endured all this time, filled with trepidation and bearing unjust grievances, for? Grand Minister Jiang stood frozen in the hall, his eyes vacant, blood staining his chin. The ministers, witnessing the scene, exchanged glances, realizing that even the revered Grand Minister had hidden secrets. What of the others? The grip on the paper tightened, and they scanned their peers, their expressions a mix of wariness and curiosity. A bold few, unable to contain their curiosity, stretched their necks to peek at their colleagues' papers, only to have their heads smacked away, the paper fiercely protected. Song Lingyu reveled in their disarray, their forced calmness or feigned composure providing her immense delight. Though it was merely gossip, it was sufficient to stir the pride of these venerable old men, bringing them to their knees. What does your majesty mean by this? One minister, the first to react, trembled as he clutched the paper. Song Lingyu squinted and smiled, for the first time appreciating how amusing their reactions were from the vantage point of authority. Just moments ago they had been so indignant, ready to crash to the ground if the empress was not deposed.
Now well.
Oh, it's nothing of great importance. I simply did not anticipate that you gentlemen would be so entertaining in private. As the saying goes, sharing joy is preferable to solitary pleasure. Such amusing affairs should be shared with the populace, no? Song Lingyu's tone was light and cheerful, causing the ministers' faces to shift dramatically. Fear coursing through them as they knelt, exclaiming in unison, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." The inspector discreetly wiped away sweat with his sleeve, his face as pale as a sheet. He may have enjoyed the scent of emissions, but that did not mean he wished for the entire world to know of his peculiar proclivity. Would he still have any face left? Observing that the effect of her words had nearly reached its pinnacle, Song Lingyu glanced at Xiao Mo, who had remained seated, silent since their entrance. He held a cup of tea with an elegant demeanor, taking a sip. Song Lingyu felt a sense of balance within her. She had charged into battle, while Xiao Mo merely observed the spectacle. How frustrating. I feel as if I'm working for Xiao Mo. I must demand a raise. A raise. Noticing her gaze, he slightly lifted his eyes, his frosty stare lingering on her for a brief moment before shifting away. This mess was caused by you, Song Lingyu. If you do not clean it up, who will? Xiao Mo continued sipping his tea, seemingly oblivious to Song Lingyu's resentful glances. Recalling the day's pressing matters, Song Lingyu straightened her expression, surveying the ministers, ultimately fixing her gaze on Grand Minister Jiang. Regarding the deposing of the Empress, I do not wish to hear such discussions from any of you in the future. I am the Emperor of this nation. Whom I choose as Empress is not for you to dictate. Or do you believe that a mere woman could bring ruin to my realm? Song Lingyu's voice was firm, and the ministers quaked in their kneeling positions, not daring to lift their heads. Ha! If that is the case, life in the palace shall surely be much more pleasant from now on. Xiao Mo listened to Song Lingyu's inner thoughts, his brow furrowing slightly. She was indeed clever, now aware of how to establish her own authority, though the methods and process. Imagining what embarrassing things Song Lingyu might do with her body. Xiao Mo's expression darkened slightly. Nevertheless, her words aimed at Grand Minister Jiang, and the others were indeed worth listening to. For the time being, let us not hold any grievances against her. At this moment, deep within the southwestern hinterlands, 1,000 elite soldiers are marching swiftly through the mountains. The general appointed by His Majesty to eradicate bandits, Guofei, is galloping at the forefront, facing the setting sun of dusk, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood streaming profusely. The soldiers behind him are equally disheveled. They have been entangled with the Qianlong stronghold for several days, yet have found it exceedingly difficult to breach the fortress. The Qianlong stronghold is flanked by sheer cliffs, with treacherous terrain, miasma pervading the air, and venomous creatures roaming freely. The enemy is well acquainted with the landscape and adept at guerrilla warfare, often catching them off guard and even forcing them into dire straits. Meanwhile, the Qianlong stronghold remains formidable, engaged in relentless combat. What troubles Guofei the most is that he has yet to confront the leader of the Qianlong stronghold face to face. It seems that this individual has never truly engaged in battle. Report. General Guo, people from the capital have arrived. Guofei abruptly halts, tightening the reins, and turns to behold a figure clad in black galloping towards him. Is this one of His Majesty's shadow guards? The newcomer is indeed the Swift Wind, who hastily presents a letter. His Majesty states that with this item, General Guo is certain to capture the Qianlong stronghold. Upon opening the letter, Guofei is astonished to discover a detailed topographic map of the southwestern hinterlands, along with the precise location of the Qianlong stronghold and its internal defenses. Guofei's eyes blaze with excitement, knowing the terrain signifies seizing the enemy's vulnerability, and he need no longer risk his life to attack the fortress. He immediately marks several strategic points and leads his soldiers to redirect their horses, advancing through a concealed path toward the rear of the Qianlong stronghold. At this very moment, within the Qianlong stronghold, a burly man with a black face, adorned in tiger skin and wielding a battle sword, stands atop the highest point of the stronghold, observing the subtle movements within the dense forest of the rear mountains, his gaze sharp as a blade. Unexpectedly, they have indeed pinpointed their location. The black-faced man expresses a mix of surprise and barely contained fury. The second-in-command immediately surmises it must be that the one surnamed Rome and his lover leaked the information. The black-faced man scoffs, unfazed. I knew that pretty boy was unreliable. As he speaks, he forcefully pats the head of the white tiger beneath him, which lets out a plaintive whimper and obediently lowers its head, as if nothing has transpired. Chapter 54. Of a hasty retreat, the towering spruce trees stretch skyward, their dense canopies shrouding the entire Qianlong stronghold, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from the surrounding mountains. The second-in-command glances towards the rear mountains, where the underbrush rustles with the approach of the Imperial troops. Should they draw nearer, they would have no choice but to activate the traps they had prepared in advance. Boss, what should we do now? The second-in-command turns only to see his beloved leader already mounted on the white tiger, preparing to flee. The second-in-command's eyes widen in disbelief. The one surnamed Rome instructed us to guard the supplies. Before he can finish his sentence, a sharp slap lands on the back of his head. The black-faced man, with a disdainful glint in his eyes, sneers. Guard what? Is this meager stash worth our lives? That pretty boy is busy in someone else's embrace, living the good life. Does he really think I will clean up his mess? Foolishness. Let those who desire this junk take it. I care not. With that, he squeezes his legs tightly against the white tiger, which leaps into the air, gracefully carving a path through the forest, and in the blink of an eye, they vanish into the underbrush. The second in command slaps his forehead, commanding all the brothers in the stronghold to make a hasty retreat. Having been toyed with like a dog by a band of mountain thieves and subjected to relentless assaults, this is a profound humiliation for Guofei and his elite troops. After acquiring the defense and topographic maps, the soldiers' morale surges, and Guofei feels a swell of confidence. Though he lacks absolute certainty in capturing the Qianlong stronghold in one fell swoop, he is certain they can at least inflict significant damage upon the enemy. However, he did not anticipate that after incapacitating a few guards, they would easily gain control of the entire stronghold and swiftly locate a warehouse overflowing with supplies. The warehouse doors stand wide open, revealing an abundance of provisions, some even bearing the imperial seal. Guofei inwardly gasps, these mountain bandits are excessively audacious. It is said they have long occupied the southwestern region, where the mountain paths are treacherous, and the imperial court has fortified key routes to prevent these bandits from wreaking havoc. How did they manage to transport such supplies up the mountain? A subordinate reports, General. The common folk from nearby villages have heard about our campaign against the bandits and are protesting. They seem reluctant to speak, but under your scrutiny, one finally mustered the courage to say, the court is the true villain. Had it not been for these bandits, we would have starved long ago. The court pays no heed to our plight. Whoever feeds us, we shall recognize as our benefactor. Guofei's expression shifts dramatically. So, this was Rong Jianglian's intention. To sow discord among the populace, aiming to undermine the very foundation of the state. After a brief contemplation, he instructs his subordinates, transport all these provisions to the nearby villages. Every citizen of the Great Xia shall be welcome to claim them. At the Song residence, a man clad in black and adorned in elegant attire steps out of the banquet hall with an air of nonchalance. His brow is stern, exuding an aura of authority. A mere glance from his striking phoenix-like eyes renders others weak at the knees, instinctively wishing to submit. Following him is a group of elderly officials, their faces pallid and dejected, trailing behind like shadows, seemingly burdened by some unseen blow, their official robes appearing markedly lackluster in contrast. In juxtaposition, the youthful figure ahead radiates vigor and authority. As Song Qingwu arrives at the scene, she instinctively places a hand over her heart, feeling a slight tremor within, her gaze seemingly fixated only on Xiao Mo. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu, attempting to mimic Xiao Mo's usual swagger, strides toward the door. Catching a glimpse of Song Qingwu's fervent gaze directed toward her, a glimmer of mischief dances in Song Lingyu's eyes as she feigns nonchalance, casting a casual glance at Song Qingwu. As anticipated, Song Qingwu's face visibly flushes with color. Song Qingwu, clutching her heart, tightens her grip on her clothing, breathless with excitement. She recognizes the high-ranking ministers accompanying Xiao Mo, and the thought that he dares to exchange covert glances with her in front of them leaves her breathless. Has his affection for her reached such depths? Observing Song Qingwu's enamored expression, Song Lingyu's lips curl into a smirk. She has successfully baited her. Feigning surprise at noticing Song Qingwu, she casts a gaze imbued with tenderness. Song Qingwu, wait here. I shall seek you shortly. Instantly, all eyes converge upon Song Qingwu. Some are curious, while others recognize her as the woman previously shamed by Xiao Mo in the Grand Hall, now astonished that he would approach her so openly. Regardless of whether the attention is favorable or otherwise, being the center of focus sends a rush of exhilaration through Song Qingwu, her hands clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. Is this what it feels like to be favored by the emperor? The sensation of being the focal point among all is utterly exhilarating. Xiao Mo brings up the rear. Noticing Song Qingwu's somewhat dazed demeanor, a flicker of exasperation crosses his face as he glances at Song Lingyu. She certainly plays her part well, maintaining a stern expression. Her gaze sharp, yet he internally scoffs at the absurdity. How amusing. I haven't even spoken a word, and you've already ensnared yourself. Song Qingwu? Excellent, excellent. Maintain this love-struck state. I can hardly wait to see you get your comeuppance. In this light, Xiao Mo, you two are somewhat love-struck. In a sense, you two are a perfect match. You must give me a moment to revel in this. Hearing Song Lingyu's playful inner monologue, Xiao Mo feels a wave of frustration wash over him. Am I merely a pawn under the influence of the protagonist's halo? With a furtive glance at Song Qingwu, who is entranced by Song Lingyu, he feels a chill run down his spine. Out of sight, out of mind. He cannot fathom what antics Song Lingyu intends to orchestrate using his presence, but it is certainly not what he wishes to witness. As Song Lingyu and the ministers approach the door, Xiao Mo hastily strides to follow. Unexpectedly, Song Qingwu suddenly called out to him. Sister, His Majesty is discussing important matters with the ministers. Perhaps you should refrain from joining them? Song Qingwu was momentarily taken aback by his gaze. feeling that Song Lingyu's eyes had become terrifying in recent days, cold as steel and capable of unleashing a murderous intent at any moment. At this moment, in addition to the chill, Song Lingyu's gaze also bore a hint of disdain. In an instant, Song Qingwu was filled with rage. As a daughter of a concubine, how could she be regarded with such contempt? Even if she had become the empress, it could not alter her status as a concubine-born daughter. Moreover, the one whom His Majesty cherishes in his heart is her. With this thought, Song Qingwu confidently smiled. Sister, do not overthink it. His Majesty and I share similar interests, which is why he has grown closer to me. You are now the empress. Could you possibly fear someone usurping your position? She smiled graciously, her tone and expression devoid of malice. Xiao Emo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling uncomfortable with her words. Is this what Song Lingyu refers to as a white lotus or a green tea bitch? Chapter 55. Hooking Song Qingwu into a trap. Her smile faltered. Sister, are you silent because you blame me? Do you even need to ask? Xiao Emo shot her a cold glance. Song Qingwu immediately froze in place, her eyes widening slightly. And moments later, her cheeks flushed crimson. Xiao Mo's gaze was laced with derision, tinged with impatience. In their exchange, he was utterly unaffected by the protagonist's halo. Song Qingwu's petty tricks in the court were insignificant. This person must be mentally unbalanced. As Song Qingwu attempted to say more, Xiao Emo interrupted her directly. Forget about seducing the emperor. Even if you do nothing, if I am displeased, delivering a cup of poison to you would be a simple task. Xiao Mo's cold stare revealed a palpable killing intent, causing Song Qingwu's legs to weaken. Your Majesty. Song Bihua led a group of people to kneel before Song Lingyu and pay their respects. Song Lingyu glanced at the crowd and noticed herself among them. To avoid exposing their secret exchange, Xiao Emo had to comply and bow as well. Song Lingyu struggled to suppress a smile. Oh, dear. How could this be? A tyrant bowing before me. How embarrassing. Xiao Emo clenched his fists momentarily, and as he rose, he caught a glimpse of Song Lingyu standing with her hands behind her back, her brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly, as if suppressing something. Her face betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Xiao Emo closed his eyes, choosing silence as the best response. Yes, he was not angry. Once they stood, Song Bihua walked directly towards the main seat, with the ladies standing on either side, straightening up as she passed by. Especially Song Qingwu, whose eyes seemed glued to Song Lingyu's face. Setting aside other matters, Song Qingwu was quite naive and easily deceived. Foolish people, in their self-importance, often reveal their own flaws. Song Lingyu thought mockingly, pausing beside Song Qingwu and presenting the wildflowers she had casually gathered along the way. Song Qingwu looked up in surprise at the bouquet. Then, at Song Lingyu, nearly fainting with excitement. Could it be that Xiao Emo knew about her recent humiliation at the hands of Song Lingyu and had picked these flowers to comfort her? And, right in front of Song Lingyu, these pink blossoms, I believe this color suits you beautifully. They are for you, Song Lingyu said casually, deliberately vague. Relishing the delight on Song Qingwu's face, her heart coldly amused. These tender pink blossoms, how old are you now? Do you expect me to spend money on gifts? Absolutely not. Oblivious to Song Lingyu's thoughts, Song Qingwu's cheeks flushed, bashfully accepting the wildflowers. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Your Majesty. May I ask what color the flowers given to my sister are? Song Lingyu's eyes narrowed momentarily. Song Qingwu's eagerness to seize the opportunity was rather repulsive. Fortunately, with her exchange with Xiao Emo, he would no longer be swayed by the halo of the protagonist. Otherwise, she would have been unaware of her own demise. She remained silent, casting a worried glance at Xiao Emo. This fellow has such a volatile temper. He wouldn't suddenly erupt and harm Song Qingwu and the others, would he? That would be a difficult situation to manage. But I would love to see it. Xiao Mo's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp. If it were not for the prohibition against killing, he might have truly acted on such impulses. However, Song Lingyu's attitude of relishing the chaos made him close his eyes, attempting to regain his composure. Beside her, Fong Ling beamed, perceiving that no matter how favored Song Lingyu was, it was still her precious daughter Qingwu who had garnered Xiao Mo's efforts to handpick flowers. To her, the wildflowers in Song Qingwu's hands represented not merely flowers, but the edict of the empress. Casting a disdainful glance at Song Lingyu, she leaned in to whisper, Lingyu, it is natural for men to have more than one wife, especially His Majesty. I see that your sister has captured his favor. Should she enter the palace, as sisters, she can support you. If you throw a tantrum now, you may provoke His Majesty's ire. I am only looking out for you. Fong Ling's smile was sincere, her expression earnest, but when she noticed Song Lingyu's look of disdain, she stepped back. Xiao Mo's eyes brimmed with impatience as he regarded Fong Ling, his anger reaching a boiling point. What audacity for mere commoners to threaten him. Even though he currently occupied Song Lingyu's body, he would not tolerate such insolence. Xiao Mo's expression darkened, while Song Lingyu remained in sight, standing beside Song Qingwu, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Though she understood her plan involved undermining Song Qingwu, the satisfaction she derived from it only fueled Xiao Mo's resentment.
Goodness.
Is Xiao Mo truly contemplating murder? Have I pushed it too far? What did that white lotus say to him to provoke such a look? I'm feeling a bit frightened. Suddenly, under the weight of Xiao Mo's murderous gaze, Song Lingyu felt as though she could foresee her own demise. She could only display a pleading expression to Xiao Mo, stealthily bowing and sliding to her knees from a position where Song Qingwu could not see, almost as if her face were inscribed with, "Please, spare me. I realize my mistakes." Xiao Mo let out a cold snort, turning his face away and ignoring Song Lingyu. Yet, within him, an inexplicable feeling began to rise. It was unclear what this sensation was, but as Song Lingyu displayed weakness, it seemed to dissipate his anger. In the next moment, just right, let me experience the feeling of a fierce domestic struggle. Perhaps I can vent my frustrations on Song Qingwu and Fong Ling. Upon hearing Song Lingyu's thoughts, a shadow flickered in Xiao Mo's eyes. He recalled the recent difficulties and veiled barbs from Fong Ling and Song Qingwu. Though devoid of the battlefield's peril, they were certainly infuriating. So, was this the kind of life Song Lingyu had lived at home? Chapter 56. The Tyrant is reluctantly learning etiquette. As Song Qingwu's provocations reached their peak, Song Lingyu lightly cleared her throat and rose from her seat. Immediately, Song Bihua and the others stood up. Fear etched across their faces. Song Lingyu surveyed the crowd, her gaze seemingly nonchalantly resting on Xiao Mo. The coronation ceremony would be held the following day. Empress. While still at the Marquis's residence, it would be wise to spend more time with your family. Song Lingyu subtly indicated to Xiao Mo, Tyrant, keep a close watch on Song Qingwu. These days of our exchange have been too smooth. Will the Rome family easily allow the Tyrant to mend ties with the Song family? After going through such lengths with the marriage substitute and secret letters, was it not to incite suspicion towards the Song family? Now that it seems we are on the verge of an affectionate union, can they remain passive? Surely, they are plotting something behind the scenes. It is a pity I cannot directly reveal to Xiao Mo that Song Qingwu is the insider. I hope Xiao Mo can understand my hints. Only Xiao Mo can hear the urgent voice of Song Lingyu, who glances up and slowly shifts his gaze to Song Qingwu. His eyes darken instantly. Song Qingwu is the traitor. He has long been aware of this. Yet Song Lingyu still believes him to be oblivious. Xiao Mo recalls what Wei Ying said that day, a sharp glimmer flashing in his dark eyes. Song Qingwu had vanished right under Wei Ying's nose. Although he was unaware of her exact whereabouts, he was certain she had gone to meet Rong Jianglin. What could lie within that meeting? Xiao Mo lowers his eyelashes slowly, gently nodding in the direction of Song Lingyu. Fortunately, after their bodies swap, the Tyrant seems unaffected by Song Qingwu's aura of a heroine. Although they must part ways, one in the palace and the other in the Marquis. Who is Xiao Mo? A tyrant who has conquered 6 nations, the king of political strife. Dealing with someone as insignificant as Song Qingwu and Fong Ling should pose no challenge. It would be best to keep Song Qingwu occupied, preventing her from meddling in other affairs. Only when the emperor's carriage departed from the marquisite's entrance did Song Bihai and Fong Ling dare to rise from the ground. Fong Ling glanced at the love-struck Song Qingwu, instinctively looking over at Song Lingyu. The emperor's warning had been clear to anyone with ears. It was a blatant caution to Song Lingyu not to bully Qingwu. Their Qingwu is indeed a fortunate girl. If not for Song Lingyu, it would be their Qingwu being crowned as empress now. With this thought, Fong Ling's gaze towards Song Lingyu grew increasingly resentful and contemptuous, tinged with a hint of provocation. Lingyu. Fong Ling's hand pressed down on the shoulder of Song Lingyu, who was about to rise, intentionally applying pressure, yet Song Lingyu remained unfazed. Fong Ling's expression stiffened, and she exerted more force. Xiao Mo cast a calm glance at her and stood up steadily, his expression seemingly conveying that no one finds you laughable. Yet you are the most ridiculous of all. Fong Ling's smile faltered, having previously experienced Song Lingyu's madness. But she did not expect it to have escalated to such a degree that he no longer cared for her face. Song Qingwu noticed the commotion and steadied Fong Ling, her eyes filled with disdain as she stared at Xiao Mo's retreating figure. This Song Lingyu, born of a lesser branch, truly did not deserve to be empress. Her mother had only intended to teach her etiquette out of goodwill, yet Song Lingyu not only failed to appreciate it, but also threw a tantrum. Such a person. It is no wonder Xiao Mo does not favor her. If she were a man, she would not even glance at the arrogant Song Lingyu, who lacks the grace expected of a woman. Song Qingwu took a few steps forward, emboldened by Xiao Mo's special regard for her, and attempted to call out to Song Lingyu. However, Song Lingyu suddenly halted. Xiao Mo's brows furrowed tightly, the malice in his eyes lingering. He recalled Song Lingyu's hint to keep an eye on Song Qingwu. Xiao Mo pursed his lips, turning his head, his expression frigid as ice. How to learn? His voice was chilling, paired with his current visage, exuding an unexpectedly ethereal quality. Song Qingwu could not help but glance at him several times. Feeling that Song Lingyu had undergone a significant transformation, even her aura was different from before, reminiscent yet elusive. Humph. This little wretch. She must have sensed the emperor's greater affection for their Qinggu, hence her reluctance to act arrogantly. There would come a time when she would have to answer for this.
Come.
Your birth mother will personally teach you. On the surface, Fong Ling maintained her gentle demeanor, clapping her hands to summon several maids. After a stick of incense. Within the marquisite's main hall, passing servants could not help but steal glances inside. In the center of the hall, a young woman stood straight, a vase filled with water precariously balanced atop her head, struggling to circle the hall under the stern gazes of two maids. Xiao Mo's expression darkened. The weight of the vase pressed down on him, and Song Lingyu's delicate constitution made the pain from the weight cause beads of cold sweat to form. Sister, hold on. You are about to be recognized as the Empress. Etiquette lessons cannot be taken lightly. Song Qingwu's seemingly concerned voice echoed nearby. Xiao Mo raised his eyes slightly and caught sight of Song Qingwu's expression of smugness, which was entirely at odds with her gentle tone. Now that Xiao Mo was absent, this woman no longer needed to feign kindness. Song Qingwu felt exceedingly pleased, especially seeing the fury in Song Lingyu's eyes, which only fed her pride. It was the unloved who became the mistress. Song Lingyu had insisted on entangling herself, and she had merely given her a small reminder to prevent her from discovering too late that Xiao Mo truly loved someone else, causing her great pain. Seeing Xiao Mo's gaze upon her, Song Qingwu smiled brightly, flaunting the wildflower she cradled like a treasure, lifting it to her nose and relishing the moment. Sister, do not take offense. Although the emperor only picked one bouquet, I find myself weary of it by the day. Come tomorrow and you may take it. Xiao Mo's forehead twitched, his icy gaze sweeping over Song Qingwu as if he were staring at a corpse. Chapter 57. The Tyrant strikes back at the stepmother silence. Xiao Mo could no longer tolerate it. Malice surged within his eyes, and a fierce killing intent erupted around him, startling Song Qingwu, who had intended to say more. She trembled, the wildflower slipping from her hand and falling to the ground. Yet, Xiao Mo's body stiffened, as Song Lingyu's ill-timed voice echoed in his mind. I understand. I shall not partake. You seem to enjoy trivialities and indulge in superfluous words. Xiao Mo felt a slight relief, but the next moment, I cannot believe the famine. The conquest of the Six Nations has led to a decline in the young population of the Great Xia, and now with poor harvests, regions are already experiencing localized famines. Famine is deadly. It can still be controlled now, but if the Rome family gets involved, it will not just be famine. Refugees will block the imperial city. Oh, if only we had Yuan Lao's improved rice, which yields 3 harvests a year, far surpassing the current agricultural output of the Great Xia, then we would not face such calamities. Xiao Mo's eyes sharpened, noticing the mention of the Rome family, his expression gradually turning fierce. Famine. The future could worsen. The wolves of ambition were set on the common people. He clenched his fists tightly, fury spreading in his gaze, wishing to seize Rong Jianglin and make him pay immediately. However, it was not the time to act rashly. The immediate priority was to contain the spread of famine. As Xiao Mo was grasping the critical situation, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind him. His eyes narrowed, and the battle-hardened instincts he had honed allowed him to react swiftly, even in Song Lingyu's body. He slightly turned his body, and with a loud crack, a thick vine struck the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Fong Ling, wielding the vine, wore an incredulous expression. How could he have dodged that? Instantly, her face darkened, but she quickly regained her authoritative demeanor, asserting, "What are you dodging for? Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony, and if you slack off now, you will embarrass yourself in front of everyone." Her tone softened again, yet she persisted in striking the vine repeatedly. Lingyu, Qingwu is also doing this for your own good. Yet you defy your biological mother so boldly. Although I feel pained, if I let you go, it may lead to disastrous consequences in the future. Come now, be obedient, and extend your hand. Fong Ling's smile was gentle, truly embodying warmth. But as she met Xiao Mo's increasingly icy gaze, she found herself hesitating. That look seemed capable of murder. Xiao Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously as they fell upon the rattan whip. Strike him? Over the years, anyone who entertained such thoughts had long since turned to dust. Even though this body belongs to Song Lingyu, she is still Xiao Mo's woman. These two wretched women must be tired of living.
Xiao Mo's gazedackend.
And as the murderous intent reached its peak, it momentarily stilled before erupting. The woman moved like a fierce leopard, suddenly seizing the whip and, under Fong Ling's astonished stare, yanked it with all her might. Crack. The end of the whip was now in Xiao Mo's hand, and with a powerful flick, the whip struck Fong Ling's chin. The unexpected counterattack caught Fong Ling off guard. She had no time to defend herself and was sent sprawling. When she managed to rise again, her chin was already bloodied, a gaping wound visible. You dare strike my mother? Song Lingyu, are you mad? Song Qingwu shrieked, finally reacting and rushing to support Fong Ling, trembling as she pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Mo. Both displayed disbelief. How could Song Lingyu dare to retaliate and strike someone? She had always been the easiest to bully, never daring to report even when beaten by Song Baihuai. I have struck, so what? Xiao Mo's eyes were cold. I am the Empress, personally appointed by His Majesty. Do not speak of mere strikes. Even if I were to grant death, you must bow and express gratitude. The thick scent of blood filled the hall, and the pent-up rage seemed to finally be released. His previously furrowed brows relaxed, replaced by a casual arrogance. Hearing a sound, he cast a disdainful glance at Song Qingwu, as if Fong Ling and Song Qingwu were inconsequential before him. Song Qingwu and Fong Ling were dumbfounded, completely overwhelmed by his imposing presence. Xiao Mo, dismissive of their worth, casually smashed a vase at their feet. Fong Ling and Song Qingwu, as if struck dumb, did not dare to evade. Xiao Mo strode out of the hall, seeking a deserted corridor to attentively listen to Song Lingyu's thoughts, only to find silence on the other end. Had she finished reading the memorials so quickly? Normally, he was still working at 2 a.m. Xiao Mo's chest heaved with anger, his dissatisfaction with Song Qingwu and Fong Ling growing. Had they not interrupted, he would have been able to hear clearly about the improved rice that Song Lingyu was discussing. Within the main hall, Song Qingwu and Fong Ling huddled together. Trembling, the mother and daughter both appeared pale, their expressions dazed. Fong Ling's face darkened as she ordered all the servants to withdraw. Originally, she had intentionally opened the hall's doors and windows to let everyone in the estate witness Song Lingyu's humiliation. But unexpectedly Fong Ling's expression turned grim as she kicked a chair in frustration, exclaiming, "How dare she? I am the head matriarch. She, a mere illegitimate daughter, dares to strike me." Speaking too forcefully aggravated her chin wound, causing her to grimace in pain, quickly covering it with a handkerchief, anxious that her looks might be ruined. Song Qingwu nodded in agreement, her elegant face still poised, her expression filled with hatred. Lingyu is utterly ignorant, now that she has become empress. Does she believe she can command her family, and even whip her mother? Mother, although you are not her biological mother, there is still a hierarchy between legitimate and illegitimate children. Is Lingyu taking advantage of her status as empress? As Song Lingyu spoke passionately, she inadvertently revealed a hint of jealousy on her face. Had it not been for my elopement, the position of empress would never have gone to her. Mother, rest assured, I shall go find His Majesty. He will certainly bring us justice. In the Emperor's chambers, Song Lingyu languidly reclined on the grand bed, caressing the silk sheets, savoring grapes personally delivered by a palace maid. She mused that the life of an emperor was indeed too delightful. No wonder throughout history, whenever chaos arose, various lords scrambled to unify. Even those who were somewhat complacent were criticized as being ineffective. If I were in that position, I too would fight tooth and nail. With a wave of her hand, Song Lingyu glanced again at the remaining time on her props. Just 1 day left. Reading memorials? Not a chance. Liao Zhongquan, bring my beautiful sisters here. She personally selected a dozen beautiful singers, all of exquisite appearance, claiming she wanted to create what was it called? The Great Xia Girl Group? Chapter 58. In front of the Empress Dowager, Song Lingyu failed to notice Liao Zhongquan's astonished expression as she languidly leaned back in her chair, with someone pouring wine and another feeding her grapes. She felt that at that moment, she was even more tyrannical than Xiao Mo, the so-called tyrant. The only downside was that Xiao Mo's palace was filled with eunuchs and guards, all men. She had heard from Ltiao that previously, Xiao Mo's palace also had maidservants. But due to some secretly climbing into bed, Xiao Mo had executed them and replaced all attendants with eunuchs. Your Majesty, this is the new grape wine from the western regions. The little eunuch responsible for pouring the wine approached with a glass of glazed liquor, preparing to serve Song Lingyu. Upon hearing this, Song Lingyu glanced over and felt a twinge of discomfort. This little eunuch had a long, pointed face and narrow eyes, and while pouring wine, his eyes darted around suspiciously, clearly not a trustworthy individual, especially when he noticed Song Lingyu's gaze. He immediately lowered his head, appearing guilty. Song Lingyu frowned and summoned Liao Zhongquan. Liao Zhongquan, fetch someone else to pour my wine. Thud. The little eunuch immediately knelt, trembling, fear etched across his face. Your Majesty, forgive me. I do not know what I have done wrong. Please spare my life. Song Lingyu looked him up and down. You are too ugly. The little eunuch, in disbelief, raised his head, his lips moving but unable to utter a word. Liao Zhongquan, bewildered, thought to himself that the Empress was not one to be picky about the appearance of her attendants. Why today? However, seeing Song Lingyu's grim expression and her growing impatience, he quickly stepped forward to pull the little eunuch away. At that moment, an announcement came from outside. The Great Xia Girl Group has arrived. Song Lingyu's eyes lit up as a group of beautiful women in vibrant dance skirts entered, stepping to the rhythm of the drums. Upon hearing the term Great Xia Girl Group again, Liao Zhongquan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Unable to resist glancing repeatedly at the young man on the dragon throne, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Majesty, how have you fallen so low? I am heartbroken. In the Empress Dowager's palace, a trusted aide knelt, reporting, Your Majesty, The informant previously placed beside His Majesty has now been promoted to serve him tea and water. However, in the quiet hall, the Empress Dowager's confidant's voice grew softer as he continued, finally looking up nervously at the regal, middle-aged woman seated in the main position. The Empress Dowager paused, her hand holding the teacup momentarily still, her gaze dropping to the informant, revealing a hint of surprise. What? That person has been discovered? The Empress Dowager was not surprised. She understood this adopted son of hers well. He was suspicious by nature, and it was not unusual for an informant to be uncovered. If this piece was lost, there was always another. The informant swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, His Majesty said that person was too ugly, and thus replaced him. Moreover, today he summoned a group of beautiful dancers. Cough. The Empress Dowager nearly spat out her tea. Replaced for being ugly? This was something unheard of. It was not something Xiao Emo would do. Could it be that he intentionally did this to show her, hinting that he had uncovered something? And dancers as well? The Empress Dowager collected herself, her fingers tightening and then relaxing on the armrest, finally exhaling a heavy breath. Very well, His Majesty's harem is vacant. In the past, when I sent women to him, he always declined. Now that he has grown up, having a few more women around him is a good thing. She contemplated for a moment before instructing her aide, find some beautiful women and send them to. Before she could finish, someone rushed in, looking anxious and reported, not good. Your Majesty, His Majesty, His Majesty has summoned a group of male dancers.
What?
The Empress Dowager sprang to her feet, now truly unsettled. She swayed slightly, pressed her dizzy forehead, and commanded sharply, prepare the carriage. Hasten to summon the Emperor. I must see him. The entourage hurriedly made their way, and the Empress Dowager's palanquin finally arrived at the gates of the Emperor's palace. Even before it touched the ground, the sounds of seductive music, laughter, and dance wafted out from within. The Dowager's expression darkened as she glanced at the surrounding attendants, allowing only Grandma Hua to accompany her inside. However, once she entered, the Dowager nearly fainted. Before her were 7 or 8 men, bare-chested, energetically moving their arms in the center of the grand hall, performing an unfamiliar and peculiar dance. On either side, musicians played a lively yet odd melody that harmonized surprisingly well with the dancers' movements. Her adopted son, the current emperor, Xiao Emo, stood at the forefront, his face alight with excitement and rapture, singing along, Naiji 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 Menzaishin, Sorrow Elijah? The Dowager was bewildered, standing there as if struck by lightning. Seconds later, her face flushed crimson, and despite usually needing support to walk, she dashed towards Xiao Emo. Stop. All of you. Cease at once. The music halted, and the dancers exchanged glances. Song Lingyu observed the Dowager's furious countenance, blinking innocently. Then, she heard the Dowager's voice tremble with rage. What sort of conduct is this? Emperor, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Are you to follow the lead of those foolish monarchs of the past, ensnared by seductive women and lost in tyranny? Song Lingyu was speechless, thinking, I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already placed such a heavy accusation upon me. Is it just because I used Xiaomo's body to admire a handsome man that I am being implicated? You dare to confront me? If the tyrant knew of your secretive actions, he would surely have you silenced. Today, you are fortunate to have encountered me. Song Lingyu rolled her eyes internally, unable to muster a pleasant demeanor towards the Dowager. If it were not for you, Xiao Mo wouldn't have faced such grave dangers. But it is curious, clearly, the Dowager herself desires power. Initially, her collaboration with Rong Jianglin and the others was merely temporary, yet how did she end up relinquishing it so easily? I must investigate this in due time. A fleeting complexity crossed Song Lingyu's gaze as she coldly laughed, fixing her gaze upon the Dowager. Mother, it would be prudent for you to refrain from uttering displeasing words. The Dowager froze, unable to fathom that Xiao Emo would dare speak to her in such a manner. His piercing gaze was icy and unyielding, as if she were merely an insignificant insect. For the first time, she faced his chilling demeanor directly. Your Majesty. The Dowager's lips moved, attempting to say something. Song Lingyu did not grant her the opportunity, ignoring her entirely as she gestured to Liao Zhongquan, who promptly summoned chairs for the attendants. Since we are here, let Mother join us. Song Lingyu's tone was indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with the Dowager's feelings. The atmosphere she exuded was sharp and oppressive, sending chills down the spines of those present. Your Highness, please take a seat, Liao Zhongquan urged, pulling out a chair with a respectful smile. The Dowager's expression darkened for an instant, as if something had slipped from her grasp. No. She had never truly held power. Xiao Mo's fearsome reputation preceded him. His previous compliance had not been due to her status as Dowager, but rather his own willingness. Now that he was unwilling, her previous arrogance had vanished. Realizing this, the Dowager felt an uncontainable tremor in her heart. The fading rays of the setting sun spilled into the hall, casting a stark contrast that seemed to delineate a clear boundary between her and Xiao Emo. Observing his razor-sharp profile, imbued with an air of remorselessness and brutality, nearly suffocated her. With a cold response, she finally took her seat. Her gaze gradually turned to the dancers in the center. Setting aside the fact they had been summoned by Xiao Imo, the music and the dance indeed held some intrigue. It was her first time witnessing men dance. A hint of fascination flickered in the dowager's eyes, and a bold thought crossed her mind. As a dowager, one must adhere to propriety. Even keeping a male lover would require secrecy. If only she were. The dowager's contemplative gaze lingered on Xiao Mo's throne, her eyes glinting with a shadowy light. Song Lingyu once again expressed her approval of Liao Gonggong's discerning eye. The newly appointed young eunuch had a fair complexion and an appealing countenance. Although clad in simple eunuch attire, he possessed an ethereal charm. Oh, how delightful. Please pour me some tea. Instantly, my anger dissipates. And I dream of a life where a beautiful sister kneads my shoulders and massages my legs. Xiao Imo, you indulge in such luxuries? I suddenly recall that unsightly eunuch. Your taste is indeed questionable. With handsome men on the left and beautiful women on the right. Song Lingyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, casting an approving glance at Liao Gonggong. Liao Zhongquan immediately lowered his head, fixated on his toes, wishing to vanish into the ground. The tyrant had transformed into an infatuated ruler, not merely enamored with beauty, but utterly obsessed. Your Majesty, the overlooked dowager exclaimed, irritation evident on her face. Noticing Xiao Mo's particular fondness for the new eunuch, she couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, upon realizing the young eunuch's appearance, her pupils constricted. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere within the palace, the Song household was bustling with activity. In the middle of the night, Xiao Imo was pulled from his warm bed, hustled through makeup, and dressed in ceremonial attire, enduring a day of relentless preparations. He felt as if his body were falling apart. Wasn't it merely a coronation ceremony? Why was it so complicated? They even required a day of preparation in advance. Xiao Imo was thoroughly displeased, especially upon hearing that Song Lingyu was surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, which only fueled his anger. Song Lingyu, you shall pay for this. Are you not excited about the impending coronation, sister? Song Qingwu entered, observing Xiao Mo's terrifyingly dark expression and immediately bursting into laughter. Could it be that sister feels guilty about usurping another's rightful position? Xiao Imo cast her a sidelong glance, thinking her quite ill. No matter how unjustly the position was obtained, he would soon rectify it. The coronation ceremony was about to commence, and because of Song Lingyu's ambiguous flattery, he was risking everything to address the matter of the empress. How could she be so foolish?
Xiao Montag scoffed coldly.
This coronation ceremony is being conducted to officially recognize my position. Why should I feel guilty? Whose position am I usurping? Yours?
Ha, you.
Who nearly brought the entire Song family to ruin by eloping, dare to speak of virtue. Xiao Imo shot her a frigid glance before turning away. Unification through conquest was inevitable. The sins of the present would be judged by history. Should anyone dare to label him as tyrannical or warlike, let them do so. He remained unperturbed. Xiao Imo could not be bothered to continue the conversation with Song Qingwu, for discussing matters with a fool was a waste of time. Song Qingwu's face drained of color, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to formulate a retort. She never anticipated that Song Lingyu would dare to speak of her in such a manner. Eloping, she had only pursued love and freedom. How could it be as disreputable as she claimed? But Song Qingwu found no ground to refute, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Regardless, Xiao Mo's affections lay with her. And she would wait to see how Song Lingyu would humiliate herself. After Song Qingwu's departure, the once lively atmosphere in the joyful hall fell into an eerie silence. Only Chun Tao remained animated, throwing several air punches at Song Qingwu's departing figure. Where do you think you're going? How dare you disrespect the empress? My fists are not made of dough. When Liao Zhongquan selected palace maids for Song Lingyu, had he not specified the need for two composed individuals? He cast a cold glance at the fuming Chun Tao, whose fiery gaze was instantly subdued by his piercing stare. She discreetly glanced at her mistress. But upon meeting her gaze, she immediately shivered and lowered her head. Oh dear, the empress is truly terrifying today. Xiao Imo glanced at the two maidservants beside him. Green Stripe appeared relatively composed. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Green Stripe, go investigate what Song Qingwu intends to do. The hidden guards were stationed outside the Song residence. Such trivial matters were beneath them. Currently, the only ones available to him were Green Stripe and Chun Tao. However, merely gathering intelligence would suffice. Xiao Mo's gaze darkened as it fell upon the sky, gradually dimming. Song Qingwu was indeed rather foolish, as her intentions were clearly written across her face. Now, all that remained was to await her move. The protagonist's halo, was it? He would undoubtedly tear her apart. Exiting the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, Song Qingwu's anger had yet to subside. Clearly, all of this should rightfully belong to her. Her eyes dimmed momentarily, but she quickly began to reassure herself. Xiao Imo was temperamental and had caused untold suffering to countless innocent lives. Such a man could hardly be deemed a good man. Moreover, Her half-sister, Song Lingyu, was solely driven by power and wealth and was equally despicable. In the end, the common people would suffer even more. Therefore, only someone like Xiao Emo, who genuinely harbored a sense of justice for the world, was fit to marry her. Furthermore, this was her rightful place. Once she became the empress, with Xiao Mo's infatuation for her, what news would she be unable to acquire? For the sake of the common people, she would temporarily endure humiliation by aligning with Xiao Emo. She believed that Ron Lang would surely understand her sacrifice. Chapter 60. Irrefutable evidence. Song Qingwu turned back to glance at the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, biting her lip as she made her way to the most secluded courtyard at the end of the Marquis's residence.
Muxinyo.
Song Qingwu's gaze lingered on the ancestral tablet in the main hall for a fleeting moment. Then, without any hesitation, she walked beneath the plum tree in the courtyard, retrieving an object she had concealed within her bosom and burying it. Father, do not blame me. I do this to atone for the Song family, for the citizens of the 6 nations. One day, when your daughter ascends to a high position, you will witness the happiness of the people after I grant them amnesty, and you will understand how worthwhile this all is. As Song Qingwu gazed at the filled grave, her exquisite visage revealed a hopeful yearning for the future. She envisioned herself adorned in a phoenix robe, ascending the jade steps amidst the admiration and blessings of countless individuals, with her beloved man extending his hand to her.
Bang.
Song Lingyu, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown and surrounded by guards, approached her step by step. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows on Song Lingyu's beautiful face, her expression emotionless, her gaze eerily calm, as if all of this had been anticipated. Song Qingwu's eyes widened in shock, instinctively grasping the loose earth beneath her, desperate to erase the traces of what she had just buried. Yet, Xiao Mo's orders were swifter. He cast a fleeting glance to either side, and Green Stripe and Chun Tao immediately stepped forward, each restraining one of Song Qingwu's shoulders. The freshly buried pit still bore the marks of disturbed earth. Chun Tao held Song Qingwu in place with one hand while Green Stripe promptly excavated the buried object. It was something wrapped in brocade, heavy and substantial. Your Highness. Green Stripe presented the object to Song Lingyu, but upon seeing a corner of the brocade, her voice trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Mo's icy gaze fell upon Song Qingwu, and her complexion turned visibly pale. He let out a cold laugh, his long fingers gripping the brocade and forcefully unveiling it. A gilded disc, intricately etched with a dragon totem, was abruptly exposed to the air. Instantly, silence enveloped the courtyard. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on Green Stripe's palm, where the dragon-emblazoned disc, symbolizing the Great Xia, was now shattered into 2 halves. Someone had intended to fracture the Great Xia. Gasps of shock reverberated, and all eyes turned towards Song Qingwu, filled with astonishment, disappointment, and above all, hostility. She was the daughter of the national general. How could she harbor such a thing? Did the Song family harbor treasonous intentions all along? Were they truly serving such a traitor? Yet, as this sentiment surged, it wavered upon encountering Song Qingwu's unwavering gaze. Resolutely convinced of her innocence, Miss Song must have her reasons for this. Whatever she does is justifiable. Xiao Emo observed this shift keenly, his eyes growing colder. Arrest her. His voice, as frigid as frost, was light, yet carried a weight that sent shivers down the spine, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. Cold sweat trickled down Song Qingwu's back as she beheld the flames dancing, reflecting the utmost chill in Song Lingyu's eyes, which seemed to glimmer with a bloodthirsty light. At this moment, she glared at her coldly, as though she had already sentenced her to death. Song Qingwu froze, her heart brimming with resentment. Why should Song Lingyu regard her with such disdain? She had done nothing wrong. Straightening her back, she brushed her hair aside, adopting an indignant demeanor. Did my burying of this object inconvenience my sister? The coronation ceremony is tomorrow. Why send so many people here instead of preparing properly? Return the object to me. Xiao Emo furrowed his brow, his previously icy eyes suddenly ablaze with fury, exuding a murderous intent that nearly stilled the air. Song Qingwu has defiled the totem, intending to disrupt the Great Xia. Bring this wretched girl and break both her legs, then deliver her to the Dali Temple. Song Qingwu was momentarily stunned, initially believing that Song Lingyu was deliberately retaliating against her, but was taken aback by her ruthlessness. Under Song Lingyu's piercing gaze, she felt a surge of fear, her legs instinctively retreating. The guards, influenced by the protagonist's halo, bore expressions of reluctance, yet could only obey the orders and advance to drag Song Qingwu away. Just then, an urgent female voice rang out from the entrance. Hold on. Song Bihai and Fong Ling hurriedly arrived, with Su Chaoshi silently trailing behind. Fong Ling rushed forward, her eyes reddening as she forcefully pushed through the guards to reach Song Qingwu, glaring angrily at Song Lingyu. What are you doing? Release my daughter. You haven't even firmly seated yourself on the throne yet, and you're already wielding your power against your own kin? She is your sister. Even if it was originally her who was meant to marry His Majesty, there is no need to be so ruthlessly jealous. After Fong Ling's outburst, she embraced Song Qinggu, her eyes brimming with tears as she turned to Song Bihai. Marquis, you must speak up. Qinggu is about to be captured. Xiao Mo's brow furrowed as he noted Song Bihai's grim expression, his gaze directed at him filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. Did you hear that? Release her. Song Bihai, like a loyal bodyguard, stood firmly before Fong Ling and her daughter, not even inquiring about the situation before bellowing. She is still my Song family's daughter. What is the purpose of summoning so many guards? The coronation ceremony hasn't even begun, and you're already plotting against your own family? Stand down. Song Bihai commanded the guards with a stern expression. However, the guards exchanged glances, uncertain whom to obey, especially since they had just witnessed what Song Qinggu had buried. This matter was of utmost significance, involving treason. Xiao Mo's eyes darkened as he fixed his gaze on Song Bihai. He knew well that the Marquis had been a key figure during his campaigns against the Six Nations, and he was acutely aware of the man's loyalty to the country. Yet, now, due to the so-called narrative path, the protagonist's halo had led to a loss of self, rendering him a mere puppet manipulated by others. Had he not encountered Song Lingyu, he too might have met the same fate.
Bang!
Xiao Mo hurled the disc at Song Bihai's face. Laughter tinged with rage escaping his lips. Do you truly think this way? Song Bihai trembled, staring at the fractured disc in his hands, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. He stood frozen, akin to a statue, unable to take the next step. Xiao Mo noticed his reaction and momentarily relaxed his brow. Beside him, Su Chaoshi looked on with concern, her eyes filled with trepidation as she silently prayed for Song Bihai. For a moment, the courtyard fell silent, the only sound being Song Bihai's increasingly labored breaths. I do this for the sake of the citizens of the Six Nations. You have no right to capture me or judge me. Especially you, father. You ought to comprehend my intentions. I seek to atone for the sins of the Song family. Song Qinggu abruptly rose to her feet, displaying no hint of remorse or guilt. Instead, her expression was one of righteous indignation as she fixed her gaze upon Song Bihai, her eyes flickering with hatred. In your conquest of the Six Kingdoms, how many innocent lives have perished by your hand, father? Do you not dream of their unjust deaths at night? How is the current Great Xia any different from the former Six Kingdoms? If you truly care for the people, why do you relentlessly pursue the annihilation of the remnants of the Six Kingdoms? Would it not be better to maintain the previous equilibrium? Although the common folk endure hardships, at least they are not losing their lives. Chapter 61. This world belongs to the people. Silence. A sharp slap interrupted Song Qinggu's words. She covered her face and looked at the assailant, disbelief filling her eyes. Father.
Why?
Is what I said not true? He should feel shame and regret for her words, not resort to violence. Song Bihai's eyes were bloodshot, and upon hearing her unrepentant inquiries, he gasped for breath, forcefully slamming the disc he held onto the ground.
Why?
For this hard-won peace, so many valiant soldiers of Great Xia have perished. Their souls, which could have been avenged, lie under the blades of corrupt officials and wicked villains. Are you telling me they deserve to die? In the days of the Six Kingdoms, the taxes imposed on the common people exceeded 30 types. Not to mention the forced labor and the exorbitant protection fees extorted by officials. The suffering brought on by the wars of the Six Kingdoms is beyond measure. The people could scarcely afford a meal, often driven to sell themselves into servitude or starve to death. Is such a world not cruel enough? Must we live as dogs? As long as we survive, only unity is the path forward. Song Bihai's eyes blazed with fury, his entire being trembling with rage. He could articulate no more, feeling unworthy to speak. With such a daughter, he could only lament the absence of a sword in his hand, wishing he could eliminate this scourge on the spot. The courtyard fell silent. Her words struck like a thunderbolt, awakening them from their comfortable slumber. The establishment of Great Xia had been less than 2 years, and the bloody, war-torn era that devoured lives was not far behind. Although the current state of Great Xia is chaotic, it is far better than the times of the Six Kingdoms. The world today may not be perfect, yet it is already the dream of the common people, a hard-won peace that some wish to destroy. Everyone turned their gaze towards Song Qinggu, dozens of eyes illuminated by the torches, akin to countless arrows aimed at her. Xiao Mo regarded Song Bihai with a more profound gaze, astonished. Remarkably, she stood her ground, bolstered by her loyalty to Great Xia. Resisting the overwhelming pressure of the female protagonist's aura, a warmth spread across Xiao Mo's chest. He had witnessed Song Bihai fight valiantly for Great Xia and had seen him kneel, vowing eternal loyalty to Great Xia and its people. Yet, never had he felt such a profound shock. But so what? The victors write history. The Six Kingdoms have fallen, and you can argue all you like. Tears streamed down Song Qinggu's face, her voice choked with emotion as she confronted Song Bihai with intense resentment. But I never imagined, father, that one day you would strike me for this illegitimate daughter. Is it merely because she is soon to be the empress that you protect her? The one you love is me. The position of empress shall be mine. I assure you, you will regret this. Xiao Mo struggled to maintain his composure. his face betraying his disdain. He suddenly felt that, in contrast to Song Qinggu, Song Lingyu, though somewhat misguided, was at least normal. But how had Song Lingyu managed to do that? With a few flattering words, had she so easily disoriented Song Qinggu? Did all women prefer such tactics? Recalling those embarrassing words, Xiao Mo's expression stiffened. Yet, even so, what audacity did Song Qinggu possess to presume he would tolerate a traitor? As he gazed at the fervent Song Qinggu, he thought that had he not encountered Song Lingyu, he might have succumbed to romantic folly. His expression darkened. This woman must be eliminated. Song Lingyu's eyes flashed with malice before she turned to Song Bihai. What course of action does father intend to take? Her voice, though gentle, exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure, eerily familiar to him, concerning Great Xia and the trust between the Marquis's house and the imperial family. Song Bihai quickly dismissed his odd feelings, nodding decisively as he commanded the guards. Lock these mother and daughter in the dungeon. At dawn, I shall enter the palace to seek the emperor's judgment. Both Fong Ling and Song Qinggu were taken aback. My lord, Qinggu knows her mistakes. She is but a child. Fong Ling, her eyes reddening, practically crawled to Song Bihai, pleading for mercy. Song Qinggu, however, remained indifferent, coldly smiling at Song Bihai and Song Lingyu. Her eyes filled with bitterness, as if everyone but her were a fool. Yet, Song Bihai did not spare them a glance, his tone icy. Take them away. The guard stepped forward and dragged them off, their cries echoing in the distance. Song Bihai maintained his impassive expression, resolute and unyielding, as he dealt with the offenders. Yet, the night wind howled, tousling his hair, and for a fleeting moment, this renowned, undefeated general appeared to stoop under the weight of his burdens. Xiao Mo's gaze lingered on his retreating figure for a moment before he turned to leave. The crowd dispersed. Tomorrow would be the coronation ceremony. And there was much to be done. The courtyard quickly emptied, leaving Song Bihai standing alone, his despondent gaze falling upon Su Zhaoxi in the distance. He hesitated, his lips moving as if he wished to approach. But as he took a step forward, he suddenly noticed Su Zhaoxi's still swollen cheek, and he froze, overcome with trepidation. He remembered the force of that slap. He had struck her quite hard. Mother, I am afraid. Song Bihai was taken aback. Song Ji, nestled in Su Zhaoxi's arms, turned pale as she saw Song Bihai approaching, instinctively retreating further into Su Zhaoxi's embrace. Zhaoxi, Song Bihai's heart ached, a sharp pain coursing through him. His throat became dry as he could only utter a few hoarse words, unsure of how to explain further. Su Zhaoxi offered no opportunity for explanation, casting him a cold glance before turning away, clutching Song Ji, without a trace of attachment. Song Bihai stood there, dumbfounded, watching them depart, lacking the courage to pursue. He had wronged them both. Every encounter with Song Qinggu seemed to strip him of his reason. Little did he realize that he had been so muddled for so long, failing to capture anyone and leaving his home in disarray. He gazed at the shattered disc on the ground, a wave of fear washing over him. Had he not awakened today and continued to blindly protect, the trust between him and the emperor might have completely crumbled. Regardless, Fong Ling and Song Qinggu could no longer remain in the Marquis's residence. In the dungeon of the Marquis's residence, the filthy, damp surroundings caused Fong Ling to vomit upon entry. Even though she hailed from humble beginnings, having lived in comfort as the Marquis's wife for over a decade, the sight of scurrying rats and the remains of unknown creatures overwhelmed her, leading to a complete breakdown. It's all your fault. Why did you hide such things? Now look. Your father is truly angry. If this reaches the emperor tomorrow, we will have no way out. Song Qinggu clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with intense hatred. I shall no longer plead with father. He has imprisoned us in the dungeon, rendering my feelings for him worthless. Do not worry, mother. When we meet the emperor tomorrow, we shall be fine. I will ensure father regrets this slap for the rest of his life. Fong Ling was startled by Song Qinggu's sudden ferocity, quickly wiping her tears. Qinggu, do not blame your father. He is merely enchanted by that little wildling. Song Qinggu seized Fong Ling's wrist. What do you mean? Are you saying Song Lingyu is not father as flesh and blood? Fong Ling was momentarily taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth. After a brief pause, she smirked mockingly. It's hardly a secret. If you wish to know, Mother has already divulged everything. Chapter 62. The Grand Wedding Mother. Are you speaking the truth? In the dungeon. Song Qinggu deliberately lowered her voice. Fong Ling appeared somewhat self-satisfied, naturally. That wretched woman is frail, and your father brought her in while she was heavy with child. Your father is quite honest, he wouldn't stray. I conducted a thorough investigation back then, and indeed, she is not your father's child. Song Qinggu instinctively tightened her grip on Fong Ling's arm, her eyes brimming with a frenzied desire for vengeance, intense enough to be palpable. Like a hunter that had finally discovered its prey, all that remained was to deliver a fatal blow. An illegitimate child has no right to be queen. This news must reach Xiao Mo before the coronation ceremony. Suddenly invigorated, Song Qinggu stood, adjusted her hair, and approached the guards stationed by the cell. Brother, I feel somewhat unwell. The guard, initially stern, turned to meet Song Qingwu's enchanting gaze, momentarily entranced, his expression faltering for several seconds. No, if you're unwell, I shall inform the Marquis. A flush crept across the guard's face as he stumbled over his words. Song Qingwu's fingers brushed lightly against the guard's arm, as if by chance, and tears welled in her eyes. Brother, I'm unsure whom else to trust in this household. Father has grown weary of me. He knows I am unwell, but will not care. I truly feel awful. Could you please let me out? Out? The guard frowned, momentarily regaining clarity, but was quickly ensnared once more by Song Qingwu's smile, producing a key and unlocking the door. Miss Qingwu, allow me to escort you to the physician. You, a precious gem, must not encounter any trouble along the way. The guard felt an overwhelming willingness to die at her behest. She was acutely aware of her allure. Any man, regardless of his station, would willingly succumb to her charm. This held true for Ronlang, as well as Xiao Mo. It was not that she held disdain for the common folk, but rather, a mere guard was unworthy of her magnificent and pure love. The following day, the coronation ceremony commenced. A resplendent bridal palanquin departed from the Chengqian Palace, accompanied by an entourage of over 100, marching grandly to the gates of the Song Marquis residence. Households along the streets opened windows, marveling at the unprecedented spectacle of the wedding procession. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have deemed the rumor of the emperor adhering to folk customs to marry the queen of fabrication. In the main hall of the residence, a woman clad in exquisite garments, her head adorned with a pearl veil, held hands with a youth equally attired in wedding attire. They exchanged smiles. As the ceremony reached its climax, with the officiant reciting the ceremonial verses, everyone present knelt in unison, chanting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress!" Gazing at the sea of bowed heads, Song Lingyu sighed in relief. After a morning of turmoil, her back ached, and they had finally reached the final step. However, before she could utter a word, a firm grip on her palm abruptly drew her closer to Xiao Mo, peering through the pearl veil. Had to tilt his head slightly to gaze at Song Lingyu, his eyes shimmering, yet there was an inexplicable frostiness to them, perhaps an echo of his true self. In that moment, Song Lingyu noticed a profound tenderness in Xiao Mo's gaze directed at her. What was his intent? Xiao Mo's lips, painted with subtle rouge, parted gently, his voice soft and melodious. Your Majesty, I am fortunate to be united with you, and I vow to serve you for all eternity, in this life, the next, and for countless lifetimes. Song Lingyu. After a few moments of stunned silence, Song Lingyu felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Ah! Xiao Mo, you scoundrel! How dare you use my body to play me? Back off. Back off. If you don't cease this, I shall truly perish. The terror in Song Lingyu's eyes was palpable. Xiao Mo did not miss a single change in her expression, bemused, wondering why Song Qingwu seemed to relish such sentimental declarations, yet Song Lingyu's reaction appeared decidedly off. Nonetheless, perceiving Song Lingyu's discomfort, Xiao Mo chuckled softly, deciding to stoke the flames of embarrassment further. Rumors had circulated about the emperor and empress's affectionate bond, but was it really so urgent? Observing the scene, the guests hastily averted their gazes, fixating on their feet. Without you, my world would be dimmed. Your love is my sole refuge. Song Lingyu shivered with revulsion, desperate to swat his hand away, but with so many eyes upon them, she refrained from acting. Instead, she offered Xiao Mo a polite smile. Very well, I understand. Whatever you wish. The guests erupted in whispers of astonishment, many enchanted by the emperor and empress's intimate exchange, their hearts aflutter. The emperor truly dotes on the empress. Look at the tenderness in his gaze. I am utterly captivated. It seems the empress has taken the initiative. Isn't that what the tales say? One must take action to seize opportunity. They appear so sweet publicly, surely they are even sweeter privately. Amidst the crowd, Song Qingwu watched the affectionate couple. Surrounded by the envious murmurs of the guests, her lips pressed tightly together in frustration. She glared at Song Lingyu, clad in her phoenix robe, her eyes brimming with intense resentment. Chapter 63. Slapping Song Qingwu's face. Had it been before yesterday, Song Qingwu might have bided her time, believing that since Xiao Mo adored her, the position of empress would eventually be hers. However, now that she had learned that Song Lingyu was merely an illegitimate child and not the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' residence, how could she bear it? With the officiant's voice stretching out, it felt as though the last thread of reason in Song Qingwu's mind had snapped. She could not permit the coronation ceremony to proceed successfully. A voice within her screamed vehemently, and the accumulating malice swelled, bursting forth in a cacophony of chaos. Song Qingwu stepped forward into the center of the hall. The final stage of the coronation was meant to be the emperor and empress receiving homage from the officials at the Golden Ming platform, where the empress dowager would bestow the imperial seal upon the new empress. However, due to Xiao Mo's decision to transform the coronation into a folk wedding, the formalities were simplified. Furthermore, As the Empress Dowager had fallen ill and could not attend, the Emperor and Empress only needed to place their handprints on the treasure book to conclude the ceremony. As the officiant's words echoed, Liao Zhong presented the treasure book before Song Lingyu and Xiao Imo. The golden treasure book gleamed brilliantly, and for the first time, Song Lingyu found gold as allure lacking. Especially when the very instigator of her recent distress stood before her, smiling as he extended his hand, inviting her to entwine their fingers. "Your Majesty, why hesitate? Have you begun to regret not loving me?" The soft voice, laced with tremors, drew them closer. And Song Lingyu could almost discern the delicate flutter of Xiao Imo's eyelashes, as if he might weep at any moment. Psychological pollution. An absolute violation of my mental state. Xiao Imo, you are the true green tea. I can't even feign this White Lotus act. You seem to be enjoying yourself immensely. Song Lingyu raged internally. Hearing her thoughts, Xiao Imo felt an immense sense of delight. This was perhaps what Song Lingyu had penned in her tales, joy derived from the suffering of others. Your Highness, you are lofty and remarkable. Despite her anger, Song Lingyu maintained her composure, aware that the multitude of eyes upon them demanded decorum. Any slip would incite chaos. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile.
How could that be?
My dear Lingyu is the apple of my eye. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion, wishing to prolong this moment of happiness.
Xiao Montage's smile faded instantly.
The hall fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of coughs as the invited officials averted their gazes to the sky, the ground, or their fingertips, unwilling to confront the newlywed emperor and empress. Rumors had circulated about the emperor and empress's playful antics, but none suggested they would flirt so openly in front of a crowd. The very individuals involved in this perceived flirtation, Song Lingyu, remained defiantly unyielding in her glare. If you dare shatter my paradise, I shall surely break your wings. Barefooted individuals fear not the shoes of others. If you dare to persist, Xiao Imo, I shall crawl on the ground and bring disgrace upon you. Xiao Imo must concede that Song Lingyu possesses an unparalleled talent for inciting anger. She claims the second position in this regard, with no one bold enough to contest her supremacy. With a swift motion, Xiao Mo's hand covered Song Lingyu's, gradually slipping between her fingers until their hands were intertwined. To possess your heart, I shall not part from you even in old age. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Your Majesty, I must expose the fraudulent origins of Song Lingyu. The hall fell silent, and all gazes converged upon her in an instant. Song Qingwu straightened her back, raising a blood-stained silk cloth high. Your Majesty, Song Lingyu is not the daughter of the Marquis. Her mother was already with child before entering the Marquis's residence. This is corroborated by the first-hand testimony of a maid from 19 years ago, which validates my claims. I cannot bear to see your Majesty deceived, and thus reveal the truth, imploring you to choose a worthy consort. Her words detonated like an underwater bomb, creating an uproar. Almost immediately, all eyes turned to Song Lingyu, filled with disdain, revulsion, and contempt. Whispers erupted, comparing her unfavorably to Song Qingwu, a counterfeit noble. How could His Majesty marry such an impostor? Previously, she was merely a substitute. Now this scandal arises, surely it would be better to have wed Song Qingwu. How virtuous she is, sacrificing her kin for righteousness. Though Song Lingyu is not her blood sister, they've lived together for years. How many could achieve such a feat? A satisfied smile crept upon Song Qingwu's lips as her gaze fixated eagerly on the handsome youth above, yearning to replace Song Lingyu at his side. Everyone was aware that she was 1,000 times superior to that wildling, and Xiao Imo would undoubtedly welcome her as his consort. Xiao Imo narrowed his eyes, unfazed by the vehement reactions of those around him. Aside from Song Lingyu, no one else could escape the influence of the heroine's aura. Yet, how would Song Lingyu herself respond to these revelations? Would she feel sorrow? A glance from the corner of his eye revealed her companion's sudden excitement, an upward curl of her lips. Clenching his fist, he let out a soft huff, restoring his impassive expression. At this moment, everyone anticipated a single word from the son of the great Xia dynasty that would determine the fate of the new empress. He faced the unfolding scene, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The task had progressed to 99%. Ah, the heroine's aura. Come forth, I assure you. The process shall be utterly painless during your downfall. Song Qingwu, is it? Upon hearing Xiao Imo call her name, her eyes lit up, and she quickly adjusted her attire to meet his gaze, her anticipation peaking. However, Xiao Imo tilted his head, suddenly pulling Song Lingyu into his embrace. The Empress possesses beauty and virtue. Her lineage is but a trifling matter that cannot alter my affection for her. You are the Empress's elder sister. After years of companionship, how could you fail to recognize her pure heart? How dare you judge her worth based on her birth? Do you believe you are more aware of her suitability than I? Or do you intend to disrupt today's coronation? Song Qingwu stood in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. The color drained from her face, her body trembling. This cannot be. How is it possible that he would not favor me? Observing her despondent state, Song Lingyu contemplated a bold maneuver, even contemplating a sudden kiss, with Xiao Emo Ding. A melodious chime echoed as a familiar celebratory display burst forth before her eyes. Task completed. The enhancement of a heroine's aura has concluded. Successfully shattered the heroine's confidence. Public value diminished, resulting in psychological trauma. The reward for this mission is doubled.
Ding.
The heroine's aura has been weakened by 30%. Song Lingyu was left speechless. Such an outcome was beyond her wildest dreams. However, before she could revel in her triumph, another alert sounded. The Empress Experience card is about to expire. 543. Song Lingyu felt a radiant light envelop her, and suddenly, her body felt weightless. Alas, my good fortune is drawing to a close. Chapter 64. The Fall of Song Qinggu. Xiao Emo sensed a lightness in his form, and moments later, his vision abruptly ascended. I have returned? He raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing sideways at Song Lingyu, whose guilty eyes flitted about, avoiding his gaze. This situation remains precarious. Xiao Emo, steady yourself. Xiao Emo was astonished. He had not anticipated that Song Qinggu would prove so troublesome. Yet, seeing Song Lingyu's fearful demeanor, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Fortune? In the presence of absolute power, such notions are mere folly. He cast his gaze downwards towards Song Qinggu. A simple downward glance was enough to dispel the warmth that Song Lingyu had once instilled in him. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Song Qinggu shivered, as though a predator had locked onto her. The chill emanated from her spine, and although she instinctively wished to validate her position, she found herself unable to utter a word when meeting his gaze, which suddenly radiated a chilling intensity that gripped her throat. Had Xiao Emo always been this terrifying? A wave of fear washed over Song Qinggu, her limbs trembling uncontrollably as the specter of death loomed overhead. Realizing the weight of her previous words, many in attendance were taken aback, especially the high-ranking officials whose expressions darkened. Having navigated the treacherous waters of court politics, they might have excused the ignorance of commoners. But to witness Song Qinggu attempt to accuse the Empress with tangible evidence was a different matter altogether. Regardless of the validity of her claims, as His Majesty had asserted, the worthiness of the Empress was ultimately his prerogative. Had they lost their minds? Did they not value their families? Cold sweat trickled down their brows, particularly as they observed the young man in splendid attire on the dais, his eyes glinting with a frigid light that sent shivers down their spines. Moments ago, they had believed His Majesty's gentle demeanor meant they would no longer have to fear the court or prepare for their demise at home. Yet, this kindness was merely reserved for the Empress. The blade remains sheathed, yet its edge is ever present. The officials wiped their brows, casting anxious glances toward the sword's hilt, hoping that once the matter of Song Qinggu was resolved, Song Lingyu would spare them. Song Lingyu, viewed as the potential savior, wondered, why is everyone suddenly looking at me? I am just as anxious. Xiao Mo's peripheral vision caught Song Lingyu, who was doing her utmost to minimize her presence, her expression one of detached calm. Now you comprehend the fear? Reflecting on the actions that Song Lingyu had taken under the guise of a devoted wife, Xiao Mo's frustration escalated. Moreover, she had audaciously used his identity to communicate with Song Qinggu. His gaze turned cold as he directed a piercing look at Song Qinggu, exclaiming, "You conspired with traitors to restore the Six Kingdoms. Had it not been for your deceit, do you believe you would even have the opportunity to stand here? You are worth less than a single hair of the Empress." Song Qingwu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck dumb. Song Lingyu could barely contain her joy. One word: exhilarating. The expressions of the officials shifted dramatically. The events of the previous night at the Marquis's residence had been kept under wraps, leaving many unaware of the truth. In an instant, all eyes fell upon Song Bihua, the daughter of the general, accused of treason. What of the Marquis himself? Song Bihua stiffened, feeling the weight of her colleagues' scrutinizing gazes upon her. But soon, she composed herself, stepping forward into the center of the hall and bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I have but one daughter, Lingyu, and she shall be the legitimate heiress of the Marquis's residence." Those allied with the Marquis exhaled in relief, knowing his character well, and recognizing that this was a wise move to distance himself. Yet, the question remained, how would Song Bihua handle Song Qinggu? Song Lingyu also felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow. She was not concerned that Song Bihua would protect Song Qinggu. Rather, it was the fact that she was his daughter, whom he had raised by his side, that must have weighed heavily on his heart. She watched as Song Bihua bowed deeply 3 times, and upon raising his head, his forehead was stained crimson. For the first time, Song Lingyu saw a depth of weariness and murkiness in Song Bihua's once sharp eyes. With a voice steeped in sorrow yet resolute, he declared, "Song Qinggu is not my biological daughter. Thus, Your Majesty need not take my feelings into account." Upon hearing these words, Song Qinggu completely lost her composure. The expression of shock on her face transformed into one of fury and hatred, her features contorting, losing all semblance of the initial pride and grace she once held. "Nonsense. Father, you speak nonsense. She cried, tears streaming down her face as she wailed in anguish. Song Bihuai, how could you abandon your own daughter for power? How could I not be your child? It is you, to save yourself and maintain your wretched power. Her hysteria startled those present, causing them to recoil in fear. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, covering Song Qingwu's mouth to prevent her from speaking further and incurring even greater wrath. Fengling embraced Song Qingwu. Her heart shattered as she gazed at Song Bihuai's cold profile. My lord, Huailong, how could you treat me this way? How can Qingwu not be your child? I bore her. Am I not aware of that? Huailong, I implore you, do not be so heartless. Qingwu is your blood, and I am your first wife. Song Bihuai closed his eyes in torment. For the sake of national righteousness, how could he shelter Song Qingwu? He felt unworthy before the brothers who had perished in battle. He allowed Fengling to pull at his trousers while he bowed to Xiao Mo, saying, Please, Your Majesty, make your decision. Xiao Mo's dark eyes revealed no hint of emotion as he nodded slightly, then signaled Liao Zhongquan with a glance. Instantly, the Golden Guard surged in, restraining Fengling and the frenzied Song Qingwu. As Song Qingwu attempted to protest, the Golden Guard swiftly silenced her, leaving her to emit only muffled sounds. Reflecting on Song Qingwu's misfortune, Xiao Mo pondered for a moment before directly pointing out a minister from the assembly. These two shall be placed under your personal supervision. There must be no mistakes. A collective gasp filled the room. Since the unification of the realm, the cruel governance of the previous 6 dynasties had been abolished. The person designated was none other than the first of the infamous officials from those prior regimes. Consequently, all eyes turned with disdain towards Song Qingwu. For this individual must have committed heinous acts, conspiring against the state, not merely colluding with rebels. Chapter 65, A Fiery Dance, revised, as Song Qingwu's struggling body trembled in disbelief at the sight of the notorious official. Her pupils quivered with shock upon recalling his fearsome reputation. With the matter settled, the crowd exhaled in relief, kneeling in unison to exclaim, Your Majesty is wise. Xiao Mo appeared in high spirits, glancing at Song Lingyu, who adorned a resplendent red ceremonial gown, her eyes sparkling and her features exquisitely framed. The aura she exuded was entirely distinct from what he had observed through the mirror while inhabiting her form. The red suited her remarkably well, he mused, before waving his hand grandly. Rise, everyone. Today, I celebrate a joyous occasion with the Empress. Regardless of who you are, all present shall receive a reward. The officials breathed a sigh of relief, and both the servants within and the commoners outside the estate erupted in cheers upon hearing this news. Who could claim that our sovereign is cold-hearted and tyrannical? He is a benevolent ruler who bestows rewards upon the common folk. Ha! The bond between the emperor and empress is truly admirable. It is unfathomable that a traitor could conspire against her, yet the emperor has had her removed. As Song Qingwu and Fengling were dragged away by the Golden Guard, they overheard these words, causing their initially struggling bodies to stiffen before they writhed even more fiercely. No, it shouldn't be like this. What nonsense. If one male consort is gone, there is still another to take his place. I heard not long ago that the emperor summoned a group of male dancers. Yet, the empress is fortunate. At the very least, she is the emperor's favored woman. The crowd was embroiled in heated discussions, many voices drifting into the duke's residence. Song Lingyu shrank back, subtly increasing the distance between herself and Xiao Mo. I didn't mean to. I'm not accustomed to being an emperor. Perhaps I got a bit carried away. However, just as she took a step back, she felt a tightening around her waist, and the next moment, she found herself enveloped in Xiao Mo's strong embrace. The crisp scent of pine enveloped her, and she trembled in his hold, her mind racing with frantic thoughts. He won't hold it against me. He won't hold it against me. He knows nothing. He knows nothing. The man looked down with a smile. It seems the empress has been enjoying herself quite thoroughly. Song Lingyu thought, I'm doomed. The midday sun shone brightly, casting layers of light upon the white jade steps leading to the palace. A solemn melody began to play. And under the watchful gaze of the assembled officials, the emperor and empress of Daxia ascended the dragon and phoenix throne hand in hand. Long live our emperor! Long live our empress! The ministers chanted in unison, a sea of figures kneeling in reverence. Unable to move or speak, Song Lingyu maintained a standard smile, her gaze sweeping over the officials below, before she opened the gossip panel of the system. How dull. Perhaps I shall indulge in some gossip about these ministers. Xiao Mo paused, casting an indescribable look toward the inspector general. Henceforth, during court sessions, let him stand at a distance. Several ministers, led by Grand Scholar Jiang, noticed the curious yet excited glint in Song Lingyu's eyes, and they collectively shuddered. They exchanged glances, awkwardly lowering their heads and fervently tapping their toes. What kind of gaze is this from the empress? Could it be that the emperor divulged their embarrassing moments to her? It seems the relationship between the emperor and empress has progressed at an astonishing pace, all at the expense of the old officials. The emperor, driven by love, and the delicate empress, amidst the revelations and their shattered dignity. The ministers wept in despair, watching as Xiao Imo offered them a polite smile, yet the air was still, causing their bodies to tremble even more violently. Other oblivious officials wondered, what on earth? Why are you crying on such a joyous occasion? The high-ranking officials sobbed, pondering whether they should shed tears as well, claiming it was weeping from joy. How cunning these old ministers are. If one cries, everyone must cry. The ministers led by Grand Scholar Zhang exclaimed, wait, why are you all crying? Are you laughing to the point of tears? Your Majesty. The dragon and phoenix candles burned steadily, and the Qian Kun Palace was adorned with festivity. Song Lingyu stood straight, staring at the tips of her shoes, as if she could bore a hole into the embroidered patterns. She dared not lift her gaze, for doing so would mean meeting Xiao Mo's eyes. A look she could not bear. Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Mo's dark gaze locked onto Song Lingyu, a smile creeping onto his lips. A lively performance, is it? Both men and women performing together. How delightful. Song Lingyu felt a tightness in her scalp, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet Xiao Mo's gaze seemed to pin her in place. She could only muster her courage and stammer, your servant. Your humble servant is thinking of Your Majesty. I love you dearly, Your Majesty, so I wish to learn the dances of men and women, to please you. Xiao Mo's fist clenched momentarily, a layer of anger shadowing his handsome features. To please me? He chuckled darkly. How could the dance of men be to his liking? Song Lingyu, you truly dare? With a crack, the armrest of the chair splintered under his grip, and Xiao Mo sneered. Very well. Since the Empress is so intent, why not perform one for me? Song Lingyu exclaimed, what? I was merely speaking. Do you truly intend to go through with this? She gulped nervously. Xiao Mo remained unmoving, a smile devoid of warmth on his face, his gaze insistent, as though the moment a negative word escaped her lips, he would not hesitate to cleave her in two. Very well. She would give it her all. With gritted teeth, Song Lingyu shut her eyes and clasped her hands together, beginning to perform. She placed her wrists together, spinning in circles, gradually raising her arms above her head, the speed increasing with every moment, her hands blurring into near invisibility above her head as her waist twisted like a pretzel. Xiao Mo's lips twitched, and he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Just as he was about to interrupt the mesmerizing dance, Song Lingyu's delicate hands froze midair. She opened her eyes from her trance, sensing something was amiss. It feels like something is missing. Exactly. Without the accompaniment, the dance resembles a fish out of water, a human devoid of soul, failing to showcase even a fraction of its essence. But I can't sing. Oh well, let's just wing it. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow, watching as Song Lingyu's crimson lips parted slightly, an unsettling premonition creeping over him. The next moment, a catchy tune erupted, Oppa Jiangnan style. Song Lingyu sang with increasing enthusiasm, though her dance bore no relation to the song. Xiao Mo's expression darkened further. What on earth is this madness? Outside, Liao Zhongqiuan nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance. This must undoubtedly be the whims of His Majesty and the Empress. Their relationship is truly remarkable. Chapter 66. Can the Tyrant not? Xiao Mo's temples throbbed as he observed Song Lingyu's increasingly entranced expression, feeling a weariness settle in his heart. Enough of this. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Overwhelmed by the cacophony, Song Lingyu, still caught up in the moment, asked, Your Majesty, are you not satisfied? I have other options. That won't be necessary. Xiao Mo quickly interjected, fearing that if this continued, he might very well collapse. Song Lingyu appeared regretful. Has the Empress forgotten today is our grand wedding? Xiao Mo chuckled coldly. While he had abandoned the notion of toying with Song Lingyu's feelings, surely having her assist him with his bath was a reasonable request. With that thought, his mood lightened considerably. He promptly ordered for water to be brought in. Empress, is there any issue with serving me during my bath? Expecting Song Lingyu to hesitate and debate, he was taken aback when she readily agreed. Of course, I would be honored. Her brilliant smile revealed deep dimples on her cheeks. Xiao Mo felt unsettled. Such promptness? There must be something amiss. True to his suspicion, Song Lingyu's mischievous thoughts echoed in his ears. After all, I'm not the one at a disadvantage. I might as well compare Xiao Mo's physique to those dance men. I didn't get a good look last time.
Wow.
After seeing a man dance, I've become bolder. Xiao Mo's body tensed, a wave of anger washing over him. Song Lingyu, startled, she exclaimed, what now? Xiao Mo's chest heaved, his frustration causing dizziness. How dare she compare him to those men? Should I let someone else attend to your bath, Your Majesty? Song Lingyu retreated slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. Not that it would be a tragedy to miss the view. She wasn't foolish enough to provoke him further. As she shifted back, Xiao Mo suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her close, his striking eyes flickering with anger. Is it merely a matter of physique? Then, let us compare. He, the Emperor of the Great Xia, had nothing to fear. Never mind. The Empress shall assist me with my bath. No objections. Xiao Mo smiled, though Song Lingyu detected a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. Men's hearts are as elusive as needles in the ocean. Their moods change faster than turning pages. Xiao Imo remained expressionless as he approached the bathing tub, shedding his garments. As his clothes fell to his waist, he couldn't resist glancing at his abs. 8 well-defined muscles, looking quite impressive. Realizing how he was thinking, a hint of discomfort crossed his face. His physique was undoubtedly remarkable. He refused to believe he could be outshone by Song Lingyu's dance partners. Yet, he couldn't help but observe Song Lingyu's reaction. She stood calmly by the tub with a towel, seemingly unfazed by his physique. Xiao Mo's brow furrowed. How could she show no reaction at all? The next moment, her shy thoughts reached his ears. Wow, no wonder he's a battlefield hero. His physique far surpasses those muscle-bound men, lean yet bursting with strength. Noticing her lowered head and the faint blush on her ears, Xiao Imo was momentarily stunned, then a smirk crept onto his lips. A sense of pride blooming within him. At least she has good taste. However, before he could revel in his satisfaction, Song Lingyu's wail shattered the moment. There's a problem. A wedding. A lone man and woman. Does this mean I have to? With Xiao Imo? Her eyes glazed over for a moment. Fear gripping her heart. No, it can't be. Xiao Imo suddenly wants me to bathe with him. Surely, he doesn't mean to engage in that. I've heard it can be painful, and Xiao Imo is supposedly inexperienced. I can't handle this. Xiao Mo's handsome face cracked slightly, frustration coursing through him. Who's inexperienced? Who's a novice? He tightly grasped Song Lingyu's wrist, desperate to retort, but she recoiled, her eyes wide with fright. Xiao Imo took a deep breath, closing his eyes momentarily. You, go to sleep. Song Lingyu paused for a second.
Yay.
No need to serve him in bed. Wait, is Xiao Imo really letting me off this easily? Today is our grand wedding. He can't possibly be incapable. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Xiao Mo's lower half, realization dawning upon her. I get it. Novels always portray that the precious first time must be reserved for the female lead, while the male lead is expected to be unable with other women. Xiao Mo's breath hitched, a spark of anger igniting in his eyes. Unable? What on earth is Song Lingyu thinking? With his height and physique, does he appear to be incapable? Suddenly, an array of embarrassing images flooded his mind as his gaze fell back on Song Lingyu, who was heading towards the bed, his desire igniting anew. Just then, she interrupted his reverie with her curious thoughts. The wedding is so quiet, it hardly feels like a wedding. I know Xiao Imo is impotent, but I won't spill the secret. If others see how quiet this room is, they'll know and ruin his dignity as emperor. Not a problem. I will handle it. Song Lingyu's pace towards the bed grew resolute. Xiao Imo, however, felt a jolt of panic. What was she planning now? His expression shifted as he hurried towards the door, but it was too late. Song Lingyu shook the bed vigorously, calling out with all her might, Your Majesty, you're amazing. Go for it. Put in more effort. My heart, mind, hands, and entire being are cheering for you. Xiao Mo's tall figure trembled violently, nearly leaving an afterimage as he rushed over to cover her mouth. Be quiet, he hissed through clenched teeth. Song Lingyu looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. I do this all for you, Your Majesty. Xiao Imo felt as if he might shatter. Gripping her cheeks, he couldn't help but roar, Do you not understand? This will make them think I'm incapable. The last 2 words were spat out between gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Song Lingyu blinked innocently. Is that so? But I just said you're incredible. Xiao Imo inhaled sharply, wishing he could faint right then and there. He desperately closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before releasing her and sitting on the bed's edge, overwhelmed with despair. Forget it. What could he possibly expect from Song Lingyu? The more he said, the closer he drew to madness. Seeing his expression, Song Lingyu felt a twinge of guilt. Surely she hadn't unintentionally made matters worse? She fidgeted, cautiously tugging at Xiao Mo's sleeve and offering him a piece of wedding cake from the table. How about a bite? Xiao Imo opened his eyes, glancing at her. Song Lingyu immediately donned a flattering smile. It was rare to see her in such a manner. Trying to win his favor? He was not so easily swayed. Xiao Imo averted his gaze, choosing not to engage, yet he subtly sensed that the flames of anger within him had diminished significantly. Chapter 67. The allure of male beauty is a mistake every woman makes. At the palace gate, Liao Zhong's expression was grave as he scrutinized the dozen or so young eunuchs beneath him. Tonight's events must remain a secret. You heard nothing, do you understand? The young eunuchs nodded in trepidation and retreated. Only then did Liao Zhong release a breath of relief, turning to gaze at the tightly shut palace doors, deep emotion swirling in his eyes. Who would have imagined that His Majesty would have such support? Fortunately, the Empress did not disdain him but instead worked tirelessly to uphold his dignity. The depth of her feelings for the Emperor was genuinely moving. True love brings tears. Liao Zhong wiped his face, his resolve strengthening. Tomorrow, he would have the imperial kitchen prepare a grand feast of nourishing delicacies for His Majesty, deer blood wine and potent tonics. No less than 10 pounds of each. In the summer prison, it was past midnight. After a notorious criminal had been imprisoned earlier that day, the night shift had increased in number, and the guards were working more shifts than usual. At this moment, several guards huddled around a wooden table in front of the notorious cell, feasting on the food and drink bestowed upon them. With the Emperor and Empress's wedding, even these lowly guards enjoyed a sumptuous meal. One guard, beaming with merriment, exclaimed, "Did you hear? His Majesty and the Empress made quite the ruckus tonight. They say they called for water several times. Of course, just think about who they are. Our Emperor must be exceptional in every regard. I heard they even bathed together at the Marquis's residence last time." The guards, with glimmering eyes, spoke of the Emperor and Empress with delight, unaware of the woman imprisoned nearby, whose eyes suddenly turned crimson. Song Qingwu gripped the bars of her cell tightly, her nails turning white from the pressure. Each word that fell from their lips pierced her heart like a needle, reminding her of the bitter reality of being toyed with by Xiao Imo. How could he feel no guilt, casually sharing the bridal chamber with Song Lingyu on their wedding night, while she languished in this filthy prison like a dog?
Crash.
A drunken guard toppled from his chair, the keys at his waist clattering to the ground, rolling right in front of Song Qingwu. The noise was conveniently masked by the thud of the guard's fall. Song Qingwu's breath caught as she fixated on the keys that could unlock her cell, mere inches away. It felt as though fate itself was lending her a hand. The next day, a river of nourishing delicacies was delivered to the Emperor's chambers. A splendid array of dishes causing the serving maids to gasp in astonishment. Dear blood wine and potent tonics again. Was our Emperor truly that weak? Noticing the maid's expressions, Xiao Mo's face darkened, simmering with rage. What was Liao Zhong thinking? Did he not realize that last night was merely a performance? Xiao Mo seethed internally, yet, mindful of the Emperor's dignity, he refrained from an outburst. However, his face was as black as coal, accentuating the dark circles under his eyes. Similarly, Song Lingyu, sporting dark circles of her own, feigned indifference while her heart screamed in panic.
Danger! Danger!
The tyrant is vulnerable. Evacuate all non-essential personnel immediately. So, everything I suspected last night was true. The tyrant is truly incapable. With so many tonics, it's clear that Xiao Imo is far from robust. Suddenly, everything makes sense. I understand now why Xiao Imo has been so irritable, incapable, the bane of a man's existence. As Song Lingyu quietly counted the 18 exquisite dishes laid before them, each a rare tonic coveted by the wealthy, she could hardly contain her admiration for Xiao Imo.
Sighing.
Resolute in spirit, never yielding. I believe you will overcome this. A crack appeared on Xiao Mo's handsome visage, his tall form swaying slightly, prompting the nearby servants to rush to support him. Your Majesty, what is wrong? Get away. Xiao Imo roared, fury surging in his dark eyes, nearly erupting. He abruptly turned his gaze to Song Lingyu, his chest heaving with agitation. Well done, Song Lingyu. Once again, you have ensnared me. What do you mean incapable? I am most certainly capable. However, upon meeting Xiao Mo's furious glare, Song Lingyu was startled but quickly composed herself, her gaze filled with compassion. A man's incapacity is akin to a woman's menopause. Let him be irritable. After all, he is unwell. Surely I can afford to be lenient.
Xiao Montauk.
Hearing her inner thoughts, nearly spat blood. The way she looked at him, as if he were a patient, made his teeth grind. But he ultimately managed to swallow his frustration. What are you staring at?
Eat.
He bellowed, turning away from Song Lingyu and picking up his chopsticks to eat. Song Lingyu remained silent, casting a lingering sympathetic glance at Xiao Imo. Just as she prepared to take her own chopsticks, a clear, youthful voice interrupted. Your Majesty, allow me to serve you. The voice was rather pleasant. Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled as she turned to see the beautiful young eunuch who had poured her wine days prior, standing beside Xiao Imo, attending to him. Upon noticing Song Lingyu's gaze, the eunuch's porcelain white face flushed with a shy smile as he placed a dish in Xiao Mo's bowl. Xiao Imo furrowed his brow, glancing at the unfamiliar eunuch. He did not recall this person being present. His voice turned icy. Why have I not seen you before? I am a servant personally appointed by His Majesty to attend to his daily needs, the eunuch replied, his gaze lowered, displaying a hint of bashfulness as he leaned in to serve Xiao Imo another dish with an affectionate demeanor. Xiao Mo's brow furrowed deeper, and suddenly, realization struck him. His chilling gaze fell upon Song Lingyu. She appeared ecstatic, her eyes seemingly glued to the young eunuch, and in an instant, Xiao Mo's jaw tightened. There was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly a scheme concocted by Song Lingyu while she resided in his body. Song Lingyu's eating motion froze. A wave of chill creeping up her spine. Raising her eyes, she met the young emperor's dark, brooding gaze across the table, sharp as an arrow and brimming with danger. A cold sweat broke out on Song Lingyu's forehead as she hurriedly explained, do not misunderstand, I merely acted on impulse, it was not. As her words dwindled, she faltered, unable to continue. If I tell the tyrant that this is a mistake every woman makes, he will surely never forgive me. He would definitely have me executed.
Oh.
How I long for the days of the virtuous wife and mother. overcome with guilt. Song Lingyu immediately lowered her head, too fearful to meet Xiao Mo's gaze. Chapter 68. Your Majesty. You are quite capable. Xiao Mo let out a cold laugh. His eyes sharp as knives, sending chills down Song Lingyu's neck, making her even less inclined to look up. What is your name? His gaze fell upon the young eunuch, his tone icy. The eunuch's face turned pale, and he dropped to his knees with a thud, trembling as he spoke. My name is Yan Ko. Please spare me. Your Majesty. Looking at the quaking figure at his feet, Xiao Mo's eyes glinted with derision. Is this all? Merely a pretty face with such a timid disposition? How could Song Lingyu have been captivated for so long? Yan Ko, rise and continue to serve, Xiao Mo commanded, having not anticipated such leniency would be met with surprise. Yan Ko stared in astonishment for a moment before hastily getting back on his feet. Song Lingyu swiftly glanced down, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the elegant and refined manner in which Xiao Mo was eating. What is wrong with this tyrant? He*s not even angry?
Oh.
I see. It must be because of the delicate and tender Yan Ko, perfectly aligning with your preferences. Heh. Though I may have been at fault initially. In the end, Xiao Mo will embrace the beauty, so he surely won't remain angry with me, right? Perhaps he will even be contemplating how to express his gratitude. Xiao Mo paused his chewing, a tempest brewing in his eyes. Gratitude? Yes. I certainly ought to express my thanks to you. Just as Song Lingyu felt a sigh of relief, she suddenly noticed Xiao Mo's chest heaving twice, and he turned to her with a chilling smile. Yan Ko, the Empress has yet to eat. Serve her more dishes. This table of food must not be wasted. Ensure the Empress finishes everything to replenish her strength. Xiao Mo's words were almost spat out through gritted teeth, sending a shiver down Song Lingyu's spine. She dared not utter a sound. Oh no! His anger seems to have intensified, becoming even more volatile. Yan Ko, obedient and demure, came to Song Lingyu's side, and soon, her small bowl was piled high. Song Lingyu grimaced at the sight of her bowl nearly overflowing, glancing at the 18 dishes on the table, realizing she had barely touched a tenth of them. Carefully, she offered Xiao Mo a pleading smile, hoping to signal for mercy. However, Xiao Mo didn't even glance her way, merely lifting his teacup. His demeanor exuding an ominous calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. A moment of cowardice does not signify a lifetime of cowardice. It's just eating. I'm going all in. The dishes before her were all nourishing delicacies, artfully prepared by the imperial kitchen, and before long, Song Lingyu found herself with grease on her lips and of flesh on her cheeks, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She discreetly tugged at her collar to cool off while observing Xiao Mo's expression. To her surprise, he was still drinking tea. He had hardly touched the food before him. Song Lingyu felt her composure cracking. The food in her mouth suddenly became hard to swallow. So, all these nourishing dishes are meant for me? You tyrant. Unable to handle it yourself, but still showing off, making me lose face. Serves you right for being impotent. Just then, Xiao Mo finally set down the teacup he had held for who knows how long, a hint of amusement flickering in his dark eyes as they swept gently across her face. Yan Ko, well done. The Empress needs to replenish her health. Serve her more. Yan Ko complied, and noticing that Song Lingyu's bowl was already full, quickly retrieved a new one and filled it to the brim before her. Song Lingyu thought, there's no need for such extravagant nourishment. The palace attendants standing around observed in astonishment. So, it turns out the Empress is the one in need of nourishment. Your Majesty, quite impressive. Instantly, the way everyone looked at Xiao Mo and Song Lingyu shifted. Liao Zhong, too, let out a sigh of relief, his posture straightening. Accidentally flattering the Emperor had surprisingly worked. He knew the Emperor couldn't possibly be weak. As Song Lingyu, engrossed in her meal, pondered why she alone seemed to be suffering. In the midst of her meal, someone entered to deliver a message. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager requests the presence of Her Majesty the Empress. At this, Song Lingyu halted, a sudden spark of energy igniting within her. The Empress Dowager, a character known for ruthlessly ensnaring Xiao Mo, now wish to see her? Surely, she doesn't intend to have the matron make a pinprick on her, does she? As visions of the matron torturing Ziwei played in her mind, Xiao Mo cast a glance her way, his demeanor chilling. What does the Empress Dowager want the Empress for? Xiao Mo meticulously wiped his mouth, rising with a leisurely pace. I too have not paid my respects to the Empress Dowager in several days. I shall accompany the Empress. Could it be that he worries for me? Fears I may suffer at the hands of the Empress Dowager? Song Lingyu mused internally, while Xiao Mo's palm tightened for a fleeting moment, his expression hardening before he coldly huffed, casting a disdainful look at Song Lingyu. Humph, dream on. I merely intend to see if the Empress Dowager has calmed at all. In the next moment, a whispering voice within him halted him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Mo is certainly going to enjoy watching my misfortune. That tyrant seems to be everywhere. Just wait. Once I accumulate enough points, I'll spread your scandal and ensure you lose face. Fuming, Song Lingyu glanced at Xiao Mo, only to find that after standing up, he remained motionless. his expression darkening further. Upon noticing her gaze, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. "Move," Xiao Emo commanded, striding swiftly out. Song Lingyu hurriedly followed suit. The messenger, wiping cold sweat from his brow, looked at their retreating figures, hesitating to speak, a clear panic flashing across his face. The emperor is going too. This could spell trouble. In the Empress Dowager's palace, amidst the opulent halls and the fragrant smoke rising from the incense burner, Song Lingyu followed closely behind Xiao Emo as they entered. She beheld a middle-aged woman seated on the throne, draped in luxurious garments, radiating an extraordinary presence. Although her face bore a kind and gentle expression, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed the essence of a formidable ruler. Is this the champion of the last palace intrigue? Song Lingyu inwardly gasped, feeling as though a mere glance from the Empress Dowager could leave her head spinning. "Son pays respects to mother," Xiao Emo's voice rang out. Devoid of reverence as he walked, his demeanor casual and his tone slightly cold, leading one to believe he was confronting an adversary. Song Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. Although the Empress Dowager often undermined Xiao Emo, he remained oblivious to her treachery and held her in high regard. How could he now? "Your servant pays respects to mother." In the solemn silence of the grand hall, the only sounds that could be heard were the breaths of those present. The Empress Dowager regarded the brooding young man in black robes, his countenance seemingly infused with chill, a powerful aura emanating from him, causing her to gasp softly. Why would the emperor come? For a mere summons? Is he so concerned about the empress? Yet, wasn't he previously interested in men? Clouds of doubt shrouded the Empress Dowager's mind, but she maintained an impassive demeanor, donning a benevolent smile. "The emperor has arrived. Please take a seat. It is good to have company to alleviate the loneliness of this old woman." Her smile was warm, as if she hadn't even noticed Song Lingyu, her gaze sweeping past her with a hint of disdain before she turned her attention to the cat in her lap. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu, still in the posture of bowing, stood there dumbfounded. Here it comes, the classic narrative of the wicked matriarch tormenting the new bride. I'm a grown woman, yet I remain standing here. Truly, those who wield power seem to possess a blindness that operates on automatic. Her legs trembled from the strain of maintaining her half-squatting position, and after a considerable time had passed without the Empress Dowager permitting her to rise, she could only grit her teeth and look longingly at Xiao Emo. "Please, I beg you, save me. If you don't help me, who will cover for your impotence in the future?" As she gazed at Xiao Emo with wide, innocent eyes, desperately trying to convey a pitiful expression, the corners of his mouth twitched. The Empress Dowager was a ravenous old fox. He had only followed out of concern for Song Lingyu, fearing this old hag would leave her nothing but bones. Little did he expect that Song Lingyu could be so oblivious. Xiao Emo pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing in exasperation. Ignoring the palace servants urging him to take a seat, instead turning to the Empress Dowager. "Mother, you summon Lingyu for a purpose?" His tone was flat and cold, the inquiry laced with an invisible pressure that startled the Empress Dowager. "What has my precious one become?" The Empress Dowager's eyelids flickered, her brow furrowing as she glanced at Song Lingyu beside Xiao Emo. It was unclear if it was merely her imagination, but as she looked over, it seemed that Xiao Emo deliberately shifted to obscure her view. Humph, what is there to be confused about? Xiao Mo's intentions were evident. And with Song Lingyu unable to sit, he too remained standing. Could this Empress Dowager truly expect the emperor to stand indefinitely? The Dowager's expression shifted slightly. Although her heart burned with anger, she was compelled to wear a smile, beckoning Song Lingyu with a gentle wave. "Oh dear, look at me. It's been so long since I've seen the emperor, I became so absorbed in my joy that I forgot you were still standing. Please sit down." At her command, a servant quickly brought in a new chair, and Song Lingyu let out a deep sigh of relief. Her poor back. It had nearly suffered a tragic fate. Thankfully, Xiao Emo had come to her rescue just in time. As Song Lingyu plopped down onto the chair, she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Emo beside her, intending to express her gratitude. However, she found him with an indifferent demeanor, devoid of the vivacity he had shown in her presence. His face resembling that of an icy mountain, attempting to maintain an air of superiority. Once they were seated, the Dowager engaged in grandiose pleasantries for a while, eventually redirecting her gaze back to Song Lingyu, her expression becoming more serious. "Empress, I understand that you are a daughter of the Song family, and thus, your ignorance of the rules is somewhat excusable. However, having been in the palace for some time now, you ought to know that upon meeting me, you are required to pay your respects with tea. Has no one informed you of this?" Song Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, no one has taught me. The one who occupied my body before was Xiao Emo. Where could I have learned such things?" Cough. Xiao Emo suddenly cleared his throat, and for reasons unknown, he abruptly turned his head and began glaring at her. Having grown accustomed to the tyrant's capriciousness, Song Lingyu blinked innocently and obediently accepted the tea prepared by the palace maid, offering it to the Dowager. Yet the Dowager did not accept it. Instead, She glanced at Xiao Imo and, seeing his expression unchanged, continued her lecture to Song Lingyu. As Empress, you ought to alleviate the Emperor's burdens, rather than engaging in the frivolous behaviors of those seductive concubines. Your tardiness today has delayed the morning court session. The dowager frowned, her words laden with concern for the realm and for Xiao Imo, her gaze upon Song Lingyu growing increasingly stern. The dowager's demeanor was earnest, yet her eyes frequently wandered toward Xiao Imo. Though she held little affection for him, the stability of the realm was paramount, especially after the recent turmoil. Should anything happen to the emperor, she too would face ruin, and her ambitions would crumble to dust. However, the dowager's brow furrowed deeply as she scrutinized Xiao Imo. The emperor was typically robust. How could he appear so feeble after just one night? Historically, it was not uncommon for emperors to be lacking in certain aspects. But Xiao Imo hardly seemed to fit that mold. Hence, it must be that Song Lingyu, this concubine, was demanding excessively, lacking the grace she had possessed during her own reign as empress. Upon realizing the source of the dowager's ire, those supplements from breakfast, Song Lingyu felt a pang of understanding. The mock moans she had feigned the previous night had ultimately aimed straight for her own forehead. Who would have guessed that a table full of supplements would lead her to be labeled a seductive concubine? With caution, Song Lingyu stole a glance at the dowager and quietly explained, "You may have misunderstood. Those supplements were indeed consumed by me." With that, she feigned a weakness, deliberately swaying as if about to faint, her pale face accentuating the dark circles beneath her eyes. Extending a trembling hand, she continued, "His Majesty is so vigorous. I truly cannot keep up." Xiao Imo thought, "Song Lingyu, must you be so theatrical?" Yet, observing her exaggerated performance, the tension that had enveloped him since entering the dowager's palace began to dissipate. The dowager, having taken a moment to process Song Lingyu's words, nearly toppled from her seat in shock. What? An awkward silence enveloped the grand hall, the palace attendants bowing their heads ever lower, pretending not to notice the dowager's suddenly darkened countenance. After a few moments, the dowager scrutinized the two of them before finally speaking with deliberation. "Emperor, it is my fault. Had I known sooner, I would have chosen more concubines for you, and the Empress would not have to endure such hardship. I shall have suitable candidates brought forth tomorrow." "What do you think, Empress?" The dowager's tone shifted, her gaze fixed on Song Lingyu. Although she had not anticipated that Song Lingyu would be the one in need of supplements, such an opportunity had presented itself, and she could not afford to let it slip by. Moreover, she truly wished for the emperor to father a child soon. Song Lingyu, taken aback by the sudden mention of her name, had not expected to be involved in this matter. She nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, mother. I do not find it burdensome at all. For His Majesty's sake, to bear His Majesty's child, I would gladly consume supplements 3 times a day." Chapter 70. The dowager's perverse gossip. In moments of embarrassment, silence often prevails. The stillness in the grand hall thickened, the attendants on both sides lowering their heads further, pretending not to notice the dowager's darkening expression. After speaking, Song Lingyu felt the weight of the dowager's gaze upon her, transitioning from certainty to simmering anger. Historically, no empress had dared to so openly refuse to provide the emperor with concubines to expand his lineage. Such roles had always been reserved for the seductive concubines. Yet here was Song Lingyu, the first of her kind. Feeling the dowager's murderous intent, Song Lingyu instinctively recoiled. To conceal Xiao Mo's impotence, I have sacrificed far too much. Should I push someone into the harem, Xiao Mo's pride would be utterly destroyed. With her head bowed, Song Lingyu faced the dowager's inquiry with a poised yet resolute expression, her shoulders trembling in a display of deep emotion that would move anyone who witnessed it. However, Xiao Imo observed her with a wry smile. "Impotence again. Am I to thank you for your thoughtful considerations?" Xiao Imo glared at Song Lingyu, wishing to demonstrate his capabilities right then and there. Yet, such thoughts were to remain mere fantasies. There were far more pressing matters at hand. Xiao Imo narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on the dowager, who now wore a deeply furrowed brow, her eyes ablaze with anger, stripped of her usual aloof demeanor. Was it possible for her to exhibit such a loss of control? To be so provoked by Song Lingyu? Xiao Mo's grip on the armrest tightened momentarily before he relaxed, a faint trace of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Outrageous. The dowager's chest heaved as she fixed her stare upon Song Lingyu. "You are but a concubine. Even as empress, you remain under my authority. This wretched woman, emboldened by Xiao Mo's favor, dares to confront me." The dowager's temples throbbed with rage, her fury so intense she hardly noticed Xiao Mo's presence. "As empress and the emperor's woman, instead of seeking to expand the emperor's lineage, you selfishly covet his affection. Your vision is shallow. You disregard the greater good. How could the Song family raise such an unruly and unrefined daughter? If they will not teach you, then I shall do it myself." "Mother," Xiao Montag interjected, suddenly stepping forward to shield Song Lingyu, lowering his gaze respectfully. "It is my oversight that has caused you such distress. I will discuss this matter thoroughly with the Empress. So please, do not let your anger harm your health." The dowager's words caught in her throat, her grip on the armrest tightening. Although Xiao Emo spoke with deference, his recent aloofness had not gone unnoticed by her. After years of close relationship, she could discern the subtle shifts in his demeanor. The dowager's brow furrowed tightly. The emperor had always been dutiful and respectful towards her, yet suddenly, he had grown so distant. Had he truly discovered something? A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes as she gripped the armrest, her knuckles whitening, before she adopted a mask of disappointment to address Xiao Emo, Emperor. For the sake of a woman, are you willing to disregard our bond as mother and son? Song Lingyu felt her wrist gripped tightly, noticing the fleeting pain on Xiao Mo's face. However, he quickly reverted to his usual indifferent expression, merely raising his eyes to meet the dowager's complex gaze. On the second day of their marriage, merely due to a few rumors, the dowager was so eager to fill his harem with women. The people in the Empress Dowager's palace should be replaced. Such disregard for propriety is intolerable. Despite the lengthy duration of Mai and the Empress's stay,
Not even a cup of tea has been offered.
Xiao Emo casually gestured to the attendant Yan Ke beside him, commanding, "You, serve tea to the Empress." The palace maids and matrons promptly knelt, too intimidated to speak. The expression on the Empress Dowager's face darkened. Did Xiao Emo intend to warn her against meddling? This wretched cub. Has he forgotten who elevated him from obscurity to the throne? Furious, the Empress Dowager felt as though she might crush the armrest. However, upon hearing Yan Ke's name and seeing the graceful little eunuch emerge beside Xiao Emo, her pupils constricted sharply, a fleeting look of unease crossing her face. Swiftly masked as her gaze swept over Yan Ke, indistinguishable from how she regarded other palace attendants. Yet, that brief flicker of emotion did not escape Xiao Mo's keen perception. With unruffled composure, Xiao Emo glanced at Yan Ke, who was pouring tea for Song Lingyu, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then commanded, "It has been quite some time. Mother must be thirsty as well. Go, pour tea for the Empress Dowager." An unmistakable change flickered across the Empress Dowager's face. Yan Ke hurriedly approached her, respectfully filling her cup. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the previous authority in her demeanor dissipated. Her hand, holding the teacup, trembled uncontrollably, and in a moment of slip, the entire cup spilled. The clattering of the overturned teacup resonated sharply, and the Empress Dowager frantically attempted to stop it, but her shaking hands betrayed her.
Now.
Even Song Lingyu sensed something was amiss. After observing the Empress Dowager's uncharacteristic behavior and scrutinizing Yan Ke several times, she concluded, there is something gravely wrong with these two. Thus, she discreetly opened the gossip panel. 80 points.
Wow.
Quite expensive. Yet, recalling how the Empress Dowager had exerted pressure upon her since her entrance, with veiled insults and traps laid out, she gritted her teeth and made the purchase. The mosaic instantly dispersed, revealing the text within. However, upon merely glancing at it, Song Lingyu was left astounded.
Goodness.
The Empress Dowager is quite the character. Such an absurd and twisted narrative could scarcely be fabricated. Xiao Emo immediately perked up. He had not anticipated that his usually dignified and composed foster mother, the Empress Dowager, would harbor such scandalous gossip. Moreover, judging by Song Lingyu's reaction, it appeared to be quite significant. Xiao Emo perked up his ears and heard the woman's voice first express surprise, followed by a gasp as she uncovered something shocking. So the Empress Dowager's reaction stems from Yan Ke's resemblance to her long-deceased first love, the White Moonlight. The White Moonlight was also a servant during the Empress Dowager's youth. A noble lady suffocated by familial expectations who encountered a gentle attendant, becoming the sole beacon of light in her dark life. Fascinating. I wonder how he met his end. Goodness. The Empress Dowager's father was inhumane. In an attempt to correct the Empress Dowager's unconventional beliefs, her father brutally mistreated the young attendant right before her eyes. This father was already known for his proclivities. After witnessing the love of her life perish at the hands of her father, the Empress Dowager's worldview warped entirely. She became repulsed by men but developed a peculiar fondness. Song Lingyu's inner thoughts abruptly halted, leaving Xiao Emo in a state of suspended disbelief. The preceding revelations were explosive. What could follow? What peculiarities had the Empress Dowager adopted? He turned sharply, noticing her pallor and the cold sweat on her forehead as she flipped to the next page of the system. Thus, while the Empress Dowager harbors disdain for men, she exhibits a peculiar affinity for clandestine affairs. No male attendant in her palace remains unscathed, particularly those who appear delicate. Xiao Emo. Chapter 71. The vengeful nature of a petty man. Song Lingyu was utterly shattered by the Empress Dowager's scandal. Glancing up at her dignified and austere demeanor, her mind was inundated with thoughts of the most inappropriate imagery. This was far more outrageous than any inspector relishing in the absurd. 80 points. An incredible value. Noticing the Empress Dowager's lingering gaze on Yan Ke, Song Lingyu suddenly recalled the plot concerning the Empress Dowager from the novel. It seemed to hint at the fate of this young eunuch. Upon encountering Yan Ke, who bore a striking resemblance to her first love, the Empress Dowager imprisoned him and subjected him to relentless torment. Moreover, Her eventual betrayal to aid Song Qingwu was also due to this eunuch? Is this a case of having endured the rain, one seeks to tear apart another's umbrella? Song Lingyu gazed at Yan Ku with newfound pity.
Xiao Montag pauset.
Disbelief etched across his face. He had not expected the Empress Dowager's father, now the head scholar of the Hamlin Academy, to possess such peculiar inclinations. The image of the head scholar, once pure and noble, now twisted into something unrecognizable. As the hour grew late, Xiao Emo remarked, "I shall not disturb mother any further." He glanced at Song Lingyu, then swiftly led her away. The Empress Dowager, still fixated on Yan Ku, lacked the inclination to pursue any further grievances with Song Lingyu. Once outside the Empress Dowager's quarters, Song Lingyu exhaled a breath of relief. For the first time, she realized that palace intrigues demanded not only intellect but also stamina. Observing Xiao Mo's demeanor, she cautiously began to speak, only to find her neck suddenly grasped by him. Xiao Mo cast her a cool glance. "What is your haste? The night is still young. Accompany me to the Imperial Study." "The Imperial Study?" Song Lingyu gasped in surprise. "Yes, I find myself in need of a lamp-holding maid." Song Lingyu glanced back at the long line of attendants trailing behind, remaining silent. It was tonight's Kong Chiao. "You insufferable brat. There is no need for such flimsy pretense to seek revenge." Noticing the anger flickering in her eyes, Xiao Emo scoffed, dragging her along at a brisk pace. The attendants behind them exchanged bewildered glances. What new whimsy between the Emperor and the Empress was this? Should they vanish from sight? In the Imperial Study, Song Lingyu stood awkwardly by the table, holding a lamp, feeling utterly foolish in the brightly lit hall. "Come closer. Do not lose focus." The man seated at the table spoke indifferently, and Song Lingyu immediately straightened, donning a professional smile as she stepped a bit closer. The warm candlelight illuminated the paper, casting a bright glow. Xiao Mo, wielding a red brush, appeared softened by the light, yet he did not spare her a glance, only emitting a light click of disapproval. "When I said come closer, I did not mean to nearly set my hair ablaze." Song Lingyu suppressed her frustration, clenching her fists tightly, barely restraining the urge to strike the lamp holder against Xiao Mo's head. "You tyrant, keep this up and I swear I'll smash your head flat." Working overtime, without compensation. And still so many trivial matters to contend with. Maintaining a radiant smile, her voice saccharine, she replied, "Of course, Your Majesty. How about this?" Yet, Xiao Mo's brush paused mid-stroke, and he suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Song Lingyu instinctively flinched, an unsettling feeling creeping in, as though he had caught wind of her innermost thoughts. Good heavens! Xiao Mo's gaze set off alarm bells within her. And just as she sought an excuse to flee, he stood up, appraising her with a critical eye, shaking his head. "Indeed, as Mother mentioned, it is apparent that you must learn the etiquette and poise expected of the Empress. Your Majesty is correct. I shall find an etiquette instructor tomorrow for proper guidance." Song Lingyu forced a smile, hoping Xiao Mo would soon relent. Yet, he smiled once more, a smile that sent chills down her spine. "There is no need to wait until tomorrow. I shall personally instruct you." "What?" Song Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom such words emanating from the tyrant's mouth. "Stand straight." Suddenly, a book fell atop his head. Xiao Mo spoke in a nonchalant tone, observing Song Lingyu, who was frozen in place, a flicker of triumph glimmering in his eyes. "Before I finish reviewing the memorials, you are not permitted to move." Song Lingyu, momentarily stunned, shifted her gaze to the mountain of memorials piled on Xiao Mo's desk, a sense of despair welling up within her. What on earth? With so many memorials, I shall be standing until dawn. Having already spent a considerable time in the Empress Dowager's palace, her legs had grown weary. Hearing Xiao Mo's words made her feel as if her legs were trembling, and she pouted, yearning for mercy. However, Xiao Mo offered her no opportunity for refusal, circling around her and nodding with apparent satisfaction. "Your Majesty, I truly cannot hold on any longer." Xiao Mo frowned, and just then, a loud thud echoed as the book fell to his feet. Instinctively, he turned around to reach out, only to have Song Lingyu crash into his chest. A sharp pain shot through him, and glancing down, he noticed a wet stain on his clothing, accompanied by 2 distinct bite marks. The veins on his forehead throbbed as the fleeting softness he had felt vanished completely, replaced by a glare directed at Song Lingyu. "Song Ling, you, is your tooth made of iron? How can it be so hard?" Song Lingyu clutched her front teeth in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks as she saw Xiao Mo's furious expression, causing her tears to flow even more profusely. I lost my balance," she stammered, her speech muffled. And though she was furious enough to want to strike Xiao Mo, fear of truly inciting his wrath held her back. In a flurry of anxiety, she reached out to tug at his collar. If she left a mark, it would spell disaster for her. "I did not mean to." "Let me see." Xiao Mo barely had time to intervene as her fingers had already pulled apart his collar, her soft fingertips trailing from his collarbone down to his chest, finally resting upon the 2 faint bite marks. On the battlefield, he had endured countless injuries without the aid of medicine, yet this minor bite barely registered as pain. Yet, as Song Lingyu's fingers brushed over the marks, a tingling sensation spread through him, permeating his entire being. Xiao Emo found himself momentarily breathless. Chapter 72, a moment of passion. The dim light within the room seemed to amplify every sensation. Song Lingyu stood close to Xiao Emo, close enough for him to feel the gentle warmth of her breath brushing against his skin, soft as a feather, imbued with a faint scent of peach blossoms. Xiao Emo lowered his gaze, tracing her long lashes to her delicate nose and finally to her crimson lips. Time appeared to freeze as he became acutely aware of his own heartbeat, quickening with each pulse. Thankfully, there was no blood. Only a mark remained. As he lifted his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locked. The depths of his profound eyes reflected her visage, leaving Song Lingyu momentarily speechless. What is the Empress in such a hurry for? The night is still young. There is ample time. Suddenly, Xiao Emo let out a cold huff and released her. Song Lingyu stumbled backward, rubbing her wrist where he had gripped her, pulling herself from the intoxicating atmosphere. Though she refrained from voicing her irritation, her heart simmered with indignation. What a miserly tyrant. Did I not merely unwittingly reveal your impotence? Why do you persist in holding on to me? Had it not been for my cover in the Empress Dowager's palace, you'd have lost all face. And yet you still act so grand. Just because the night is long does not change the fact that you are incapable. In her heart, she cursed him, while Xiao Mo's temples throbbed in frustration. He was losing his sanity. To think he was being drawn to this incessantly chattering enchantress. Surely, her incessant nagging had frayed his mind. His expression darkened as he crumpled the scroll in his hand, step by step approaching Song Lingyu, whose eyes were filled with a mournful plea. You claim I am incapable. Do you? I shall now demonstrate just how capable I truly am. Song Lingyu, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, retreated until her back met the wall. With nowhere left to escape. As he leaned closer, the crisp scent of pine enveloped her senses, and panic set in. Surely the Empress, so eager to embrace him, wished to fulfill her promise to the Empress Dowager to bear him offspring? If he were to deny her, it would seem he had failed in his duties as a husband. Before she could voice her refusal, a warm palm suddenly gripped her lower back, lifting her with a firm yet gentle hold. Song Lingyu found herself suspended in midair, instinctively wrapping her legs around his slender waist, her hands gripping his shoulders tightly. Fearing she might fall, Xiao Mo's ears flushed with a hint of crimson as he instinctively furrowed his brow. His intention had merely been to teach her a lesson, to dissuade her from her errant thoughts. Yet, he had not anticipated her reaction to be so pronounced. Did she not understand the implications of such an action? Xiao Emo tightened his grip, glancing sideways to see her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, stirring a tumult of feelings within him. He parted his lips, poised to speak when suddenly, a voice rang out from the doorway. Your Majesty, I have matters to report. Southwest banditry has been quelled, and the dragon's den has been captured, but among the spoils, we have found, unconcerned with the palace guard's attempts to dissuade him, Guofei strode into the hall. Yet, upon entering, the scene before him rendered him speechless. The sight of the man with his collar partially undone, cradling the woman against the wall, their bodies pressed closely together, left him at a loss for words. He quickly averted his gaze, retreating towards the door while covering his eyes. I must have been dreaming. I saw nothing. Oh heavens! How had he forgotten that His Majesty was a married man? Naturally, such nocturnal activities were to be expected. How foolish he had been to intrude. Surely, he had not startled His Majesty unduly? Guofei's face flushed crimson as he wished he could vanish from the scene. Upon hearing the commotion, both Xiao Emo and Song Lingyu froze. Xiao Mo's muddled thoughts were abruptly cleared, and he released Song Lingyu, frowning as he coldly admonished Guofei. Song Lingyu's face burned with embarrassment as she shot a glance at Xiao Emo, who remained unfazed as he composed himself. She bit her lip in frustration. You tyrant! I knew you were toying with me, wanting to see me make a fool of myself. Xiao Mo's fingers hesitated momentarily, his throat tightening. The heat from earlier still lingered, causing a flush to creep across his face. Guofei waited for a moment, sensing the silence before mustering the courage to step forward. Noticing the slight blush on Xiao Mo's face, he hesitated, ultimately opting to remain silent and proceed with his report regarding the situation in the southwest. Overcome with guilt, Guofei realized that the timing of his report was ill-chosen, interrupting His Majesty and the Empress at such a delicate moment. I shall return tomorrow to seek an audience. Your Majesty, he stated, casting a glance at the silent Song Lingyu before bowing and preparing to withdraw. Xiao Emo pinched the bridge of his nose, the memory of Guofei witnessing that scene darkening his expression. There is another matter I wish to entrust to you, he instructed Guofei, beckoning him closer and lowering his voice. Investigate the Empress Dowager's past. Song Lingyu, bored and fiddling with the lamp wick, suddenly perked up, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. What brilliant idea has struck you, tyrant? How astute of you! The words of Empress Dowager are likely to swiftly unveil her first love, and subsequently, reveal the perverse deeds of her father. At that moment, one could indulge in the freshest gossip. Perhaps even gather all the parties involved to witness a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. Chapter 73. It's unbearably hot. Upon hearing the thoughts of Song Lingyu, Xiao Emo couldn't help but lift his chin, his handsome phoenix eyes unconsciously curving into a smile that hinted at pride. How rare it was to hear this trumpet flower praise him. Xiao Emo suppressed the smile tugging at his lips. He had initially intended to follow the lead provided by Song Lingyu to uncover further clues. However, the so-called battlefield she mentioned seemed rather intriguing. Xiao Emo cast a cold glance at Song Lingyu, maintaining an aloof demeanor as he addressed Guofei. That will be all. You may leave now. Guofei bowed and withdrew, glancing back at the hall. The man within exuded an extraordinary aura, while the woman appeared charming and captivating. Their physical appearances and commanding presence were surprisingly well matched. Guofei quietly closed the door, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Liao Zhongquan, observing this, was filled with suspicion. Since the morning assembly, no minister who had visited the emperor's study had exited with a smile, especially not Guofei, renowned as the cold-faced general. Liao Zhongquan approached with a greeting, glancing at the tightly shut door of the study. Guofei had emerged, even taking it upon himself to close the door, usurping the duties of the attendants. General Gua, is there some joyous news today? Liao Zhongquan inquired with a smile. Guofei met his gaze, his smile unwavering, even going so far as to place a hand on Liao Zhongquan's shoulder to share in his joy. I am exonerated. From this moment onward, I am cleared. With Her Majesty the Empress, His Majesty shall no longer harbor any strange intentions towards me. Liao Zhongquan felt as though his old bones might be crushed. As Guofei strode purposefully toward the palace gates, his ponytail swaying behind him, visibly elated. The toxins of the southwest must be exceptionally potent. After merely a few days, General Gua had gone mad? Liao Zhongquan looked pityingly at Guofei's retreating figure, shaking his head. At that moment, Guofei unknowingly encountered Minister Jiang, who was also heading in the direction of the study. Minister Jiang. Guofei quickly halted him, gently advising, the day is waning. If there are no pressing matters, let us postpone until tomorrow. Minister Jiang glanced at the sky and then at Guofei, noting it was still early, having just passed dinner time. Previously, His Majesty had kept them working until dawn. However, being a seasoned man with numerous concubines at home, upon noticing Guofei's increasingly flushed face, Minister Jiang suddenly understood. I see. You mean His Majesty and Her Majesty. His eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity as they fell upon the door of the study. Guofei hesitated, realizing he couldn't say much more. Just the thought of not having to fear His Majesty's unwanted attention brought a smile back to Guofei's lips. And after a hasty farewell to Minister Jiang, he turned to leave. Minister Jiang, meanwhile, observed the flickering lights within the study, a smirk creeping upon his face. The study. That is where the high-ranking officials deliberate over significant matters. His Majesty certainly knows how to play. As the night deepened, the exterior world turned utterly dark. Within the imperial city, the night was no less boisterous than the day. Outside, it was eerily quiet, occasionally punctuated by the cries of a few cats. Song Lingyu continued to stand in punishment, her book held aloft. After being interrupted by Guofei, Xiao Emo devised a new method, instructing her to lean against the wall, providing her with support while enhancing her posture. Song Lingyu was nearly exhausted, her dark circles nearly touching the ground, offering a pleading smile to Xiao Emo. He remained indifferent. His desk distanced from her corner, and he couldn't determine whether it was intentional or not. After the previous disorientation, the proximity of Song Lingyu in the same room felt somewhat uncomfortable. Surely, the recent strange weather was to blame. It was too warm inside. Xiao Emo loosened his collar, raising an eyebrow in annoyance as he glanced at the corner where she stood. There she was, pressed against the wall, the book atop her head lopsided, her eyes clouded, possibly from fatigue or tears, resembling jade washed by rain. Xiao Emo found his gaze inexplicably fixed upon her. What was he doing? Had he been bewitched? Thud. The book in Song Lingyu's hands fell to the floor, and she appeared drained. Upon hearing the news, her eyes brightened, and she quickly bowed to Xiao Emo before darting out the door. It seemed she was indeed utterly fatigued. Xiao Emo's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, then fell upon the ink-stained paper on his desk, a frown creasing his brow as he sighed. He had intended to glean insights into Song Lingyu's thoughts regarding famine by reviewing the official documents, but he had been persistently interrupted, leaving him with no opportunity. As newlyweds, the Emperor and Empress were to share the same quarters for the month. Xiao Emo had anticipated that Song Lingyu would resist sharing a bed, or perhaps create some outrageous scene like the previous night. However, upon entering the sleeping quarters, he found her already dressed in her nightwear, lying on the bed. Song Lingyu, despite being overwhelmingly tired, found herself unable to sleep once in bed. Her body was fatigued, yet her mind buzzed as if intoxicated, restless and overheated, possibly from consuming too many tonics. Was the effect of that supplement truly so immediate? She tossed and turned in bed, attempting to alleviate the heat within her, oblivious to when Xiao Emo had joined her. As she rolled to her right, her arm suddenly struck something soft. Half awake, she leaned closer to see a pair of cold, piercing eyes in the dim light. "What are you doing here?" Song Lingyu gasped, her voice rising before she quickly muffled it. Her eyes wide with inquiry directed at Xiao Emo's nose tinged red, clearly a result of her earlier strike. A cold laugh emanated from the darkness, as his thin lips curved into a smirk, devoid of emotion. "This is my chamber. Do you question why I am here?"
With that,
He pinched the bridge of his nose and turned his back to her, warning, "Move again, and I shall throw you out unclothed." Song Lingyu mimicked zipping her lips, rolling her eyes at his back, too intimidated to speak, while internally cursing, "That tyrant. Those tonics were meant for you. Who am I to blame for my sleeplessness? It's all your fault. When will this heat subside? I can't sleep." Chapter 74. Using props to make the tyrant disappear. The hall was dimly lit by a single lamp, with Xiao Emo leaning against the edge of the bed, perfectly positioned to observe the shifting shadows of the two on the wall. Song Lingyu's fists flailed behind him. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Xiao Emo quickly furrowed his brow as a wave of heat coursed through him. Having consumed similar tonics, Xiao Mo's reactions surged more swiftly than Song Lingyu's. Nearly the moment he reclined on the bed, he felt an intense warmth envelop him. Fortunately, his intake had been modest, allowing him to maintain some control. Initially, Xiao Emo had hoped to endure, believing the night would pass without incident. Little did he know, Song Lingyu was a force of nature sent to test him. A spark ignited in his eyes as he took a deep breath, forcing himself to look down at his abdomen, and then resolutely closed his eyes. It was not solely his discomfort. Song Lingyu had consumed in excess, and as long as he could see her suffering more than he, his heart found a semblance of balance. How was she able to sleep? Song Lingyu's eyes widened, fixated on Xiao Emo's unmoving back, seemingly welded to the bed's edge, and if one listened closely, they could hear the steady rhythm of his breathing. All had consumed supplements. So why could Xiao Emo sleep so soundly? She had to work late into the night, yet even a restful slumber eluded her. Song Lingyu's gaze was filled with resentment as she stared at Xiao Mo's retreating figure, unable to suppress her mischievous instincts. If she couldn't find sleep, then neither should anyone else. She felt an increasing warmth enveloping her, as if a fire ignited within her, clouding her thoughts. In an impulsive moment, she rolled over, wrapping herself in the blanket, her nose lightly brushing against Xiao Mo's back. Whether it was a delusion born from her muddled mind, she sensed a fleeting tension in the man's spine. However, the coolness radiating from him swiftly dispelled all her thoughts, compelling her to inch closer. First, her hand rested upon his shoulder, then her cheek pressed against him, and finally, her legs entwined with his. She clung to him like an octopus, unwilling to let go. Xiao Mo's earlier irritation flared anew, and he abruptly opened his eyes, his dark irises flickering with sparks. He frowned, his hand reaching to pry away Song Lingyu's grasp. Yet, as soon as he touched her, her soft cheek brushed against the nape of his neck, nuzzling affectionately. The most sensitive spot of his earlobe was pinched and gently rubbed by her, sending electrifying sensations coursing through his body. His breath turned warm, and Xiao Emo clenched his jaw, struggling against the overwhelming urge that surged within him. The sudden closeness felt like being plunged into boiling oil, leaving him in discomfort. He inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the movements behind him as she shifted, crawling into his embrace, her limbs wrapping around him like a vine. As he opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon her porcelain-like face, stirring something in his heart. Song Lingyu, eyes closed, felt the heat radiating from him, her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. How infuriating! Xiao Emo can sleep so soundly. Why must I suffer insomnia while he sleeps blissfully? And what bizarre narrative is this? He only feels something for the female lead? With other women, it's merely a matter of maintaining decorum? Song Lingyu scolded internally, unable to resist the urge to peek with one eye, glancing downward. But all she saw was darkness, obscuring any signs of Xiao Mo's response. Although she held onto him, she dared not press too closely, detecting her gaze. Xiao Emo stiffened momentarily, subtly shifting backward, his cheeks aflame. Only for Song Qingwu. What an absurd twist. Yet, once the protagonist's halo fades, would this setting still hold? I might be in peril. Props. Let me see if there are any that could render Xiao Emo impotent. Better to err on the side of caution than to let it pass. A glimmer of excitement ignited in her eyes as she accessed the item panel, perusing its contents. Xiao Emo, taken aback, felt the color drain from his face, a crack appearing on his handsome visage, as he ground his molars in frustration. Song Lingyu, how audacious you are. Cease this at once. Xiao Emo wished to keep his ability to hear her thoughts concealed, as well as his awareness of her access to the item shop, so he feigned indifference, casually shifting to pull her waist closer as he turned over. Song Lingyu froze, hastily looking at Xiao Emo, relieved to find him still with his eyes closed, breathing steadily, not appearing to have woken. She breathed a sigh of relief, more determined than ever to catch him off guard. Having consumed so many supplements, what if he had an episode in the middle of the night? She hastened her browsing of the items, her eyes suddenly brightening. 3-day impotence pill. Life-draining water. Childless drug. Goodness. How potent are these? Let's see. There's even an item for complete disappearance. How intriguing. If one truly vanished, how would they use the restroom? I'm so curious. Xiao Mo could no longer remain calm. He abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, Song Lingyu, are you serious? As he saw her comparing item points, truly prepared to make a purchase, cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he seized her wrist. At that moment, Song Lingyu, still lamenting the exorbitant point costs of the items, was startled by his grip, fearing he was finally about to explode. Without a second thought, fueled by frustration, she raised her foot and kicked. Thud. A loud sound echoed, accompanied by a muffled grunt, as Xiao Mo was sent sprawling beneath the bed. Your Majesty, we have a situation. An anxious Liao Gonggong burst in, halting abruptly at the scene before him, his eyes wide, words stuck in his throat. There sat the revered young emperor, in disarray on the ground, while the empress maintained her kicking stance, her face a mask of fury. Is this a domestic violence scene between the emperor and empress? Liao Gonggong wished to bang his head against a pillar and faint from the shock. Not him again. Your Majesty, it's nothing serious. I shall take my punishment. Liao Zhongquan quickly bowed twice, not daring to lift his head, but rather crawling out on his knees. Xiao Mo rose from the floor, brushing off the dust, his narrowed eyes casting a dangerous glance at Song Lingyu. His deep phoenix eyes burned with anger, sharp enough to stir her from her daze. Goodness. I acted impulsively. I actually kicked the tyrant. He won't drag me out for execution now, will he? Song Lingyu immediately felt intimidated, avoiding his gaze. Your Majesty, are you satisfied with my strength? I merely attempted a method I stumbled upon in a novel. Chapter 75. Concern a new method? Observing Song Lingyu's blatant fabrication, Xiao Mo's chest heaved, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Song Lingyu felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, earnestly nodding. Indeed. The novel stated that newlyweds often engage in such play. Her gaze faltered, shifting to Liao Zhongquan, who was nearly buried in the floor, cautiously inching away. His initially guilty expression morphed into one of resignation. Today, even the King of Heaven would approve of this as a form of intimacy. Xiao Mo's forehead twitched, realizing that Song Lingyu was doing this on purpose. He glared at her coldly, knowing that had Liao Zhongquan not been present, he would have pinned her down and spanked her soundly. What on earth had she consumed to possess such strength? A sudden kick had nearly sent him crashing to the ground. Though he was furious, he could not unleash his wrath in front of Liao Zhongquan, nor could he argue about impotence or virility in his presence. Where would the dignity of the emperor go? Xiao Mo inhaled deeply, casting Song Lingyu a warning glance, before lightly responding, this method lacks novelty. Let us try something different next time. Liao Zhongquan, having reached the doorway, trembled slightly at this revelation, realizing they were indeed engaging in intimacy. He had no desire to be the third wheel in the emperor and empress's affection, curiosity gnawing at him as he cautiously lifted his head. Upon hearing that Xiao Mo did not pursue the matter, Song Lingyu sighed in relief, preparing to find something to say to smooth things over, when Liao Zhongquan's astonished gaze fell upon her. Empress. You. Liao Zhongquan's face drained of color, pointing at her as though he had seen something terrifying. Song Lingyu, perplexed, glanced behind her at the wall, then checked her attire, finding nothing amiss. Could it be her makeup? She reached to touch her cheek, only to meet Xiao Mo's equally astonished gaze. Your Majesty, why do you regard me with such eyes? Song Lingyu questioned, bewildered, when suddenly the world spun, her mind feeling as if it were tethered to a stone, involuntarily tilting backward. Xiao Mo, in a state of panic, enveloped her in his embrace, yet a deafening roar filled the air, rendering all sounds mute. Song Lingyu could only see Xiao Mo's lips moving, as if he were fervently uttering something. Suddenly, a warmth surged from her nose, as if a stream of heat had burst forth. Instinctively, Song Lingyu reached up to touch it, her fingers stained with the vivid crimson liquid. She froze in shock, staring blankly for a moment before looking up at Xiao Mo. Oh no! Blood was flowing. In her heart, she lamented her misfortune. The next instant, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed into Xiao Mo's arms, unconscious. Xiao Mo's expression momentarily blinked. The woman's body languidly rested against him, and as he held her waist, he gazed at her pallid face, smeared with blood, appearing almost comical. Yet, his breath caught in his throat, as if something had gripped his heart tightly, rendering him speechless. Where was the physician? Quickly, summon the court physician. Xiao Mo himself was uncertain about the source of his anxiety as he swiftly scooped Song Lingyu into his arms. His singular thought was that he could not allow anything to happen to her. Your Majesty, the Empress has consumed an excessive amount of tonics, combined with her fatigue today, which has caused her to have a nosebleed. It is not serious. The physician wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing at the other physicians behind him. internally lamenting their plight. At last, he understood how deeply the emperor cherished the empress. After all, it was merely a nosebleed from consuming tonics. Yet they had been hastily summoned from their warm beds in the dead of night, forced to take turns diagnosing her, fearing any misdiagnosis. The finest herbs from the imperial pharmacy had been directly sent over, just in case. Previously, rumors had circulated that the emperor only held affection for General Guerfei. Yet it was evident that his feelings for the empress ran deep. Several physicians murmured among themselves. Xiao Emo sat in a chair, deeply pinching the bridge of his nose. Thankfully, it was nothing serious. He exhaled softly, his gaze returning to the bed where Song Lingyu slept soundly. After taking her medicine, her complexion had returned to a healthy flush, and she even turned comfortably in her sleep. The veins on Xiao Mo's forehead throbbed, after a night filled with tension. Song Lingyu appeared so at ease.
Wait.
As this thought crossed his mind, an unnatural expression flickered across his face, and the hand hanging by his side clenched into a fist. Had he perhaps been overly concerned for Song Lingyu? A hint of panic flashed through the usually composed depths of his gaze. He should have calmly summoned the physician to attend to her and not linger here. Yes, that was indeed the course of action. Suddenly, Xiao Emo rose abruptly, startling the surrounding physicians, who quickly knelt, trembling and sweating, their minds racing with thoughts of their impending doom. Unexpectedly, Xiao Emo simply called Liao Zhongquan to the main hall, his expression grave. You were in such a rush just now. Did something happen? Liao Zhongquan wiped the sweat from his brow and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, Song Qingwu has escaped from prison. She has been gone for about a day, and we just discovered it tonight. Xiao Mo's eyelids twitched, a surge of fury igniting in his eyes. He slammed his palm on the armrest, gripping it tightly. Send someone to pursue her. Liao Zhongquan complied and left, while Xiao Emo sat in the chair, narrowing his eyes. Surely, this was what Song Lingyu had mentioned. The protagonist of the story had indeed encountered unexpected fortune. Song Qingwu was truly formidable, having shed the halo of a heroine, yet still possessing a remarkable streak of luck, managing to escape from a seemingly impenetrable dungeon. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu slowly awakened, her eyes fluttering open to find Chun Tao's enlarged face hovering before her. Your Highness, you have finally awakened. Chun Tao beamed, her eyes twinkling, as she assisted Song Lingyu in getting out of bed. Green Tiao stood nearby, equally elated. Song Lingyu was puzzled. She had bled and nearly succumbed. So why were these two so joyous? What good news could there possibly be? Why are you both so cheerful so early in the morning? She inquired. Chun Tao's eyes sparkled even brighter as she exchanged a glance with Green Tiao, hurriedly stepping closer to Song Lingyu, a grin spreading across her face. Chapter 76. Rumors can be most hurtful. Chun Tao was so excited she could hardly contain herself, while Green Tiao shyly covered her mouth with a laugh. Yet, Song Lingyu was utterly bewildered. Did not your gossip spread swiftly? How many versions have emerged in just one night? I, the principal party, was unaware that I had engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Emo throughout the night, changing venues multiple times and even collapsing the bed, startling the Imperial Hospital. Song Lingyu felt as if she might spit out a mouthful of blood. Faced with the eager gazes of Chun Tao and Green Tiao, her lips twitched violently. Unsure of where to begin her explanation, she feared that the more she tried to clarify, the worse it would become, only serving to excite them further, as they might think she was playing coy, a bashful newlywed. With a wail, Song Lingyu covered her face with her hands. Oh heavens! How could such an absurd development occur? My innocence! Only now do I comprehend the extent of Xiao Mo's anguish when he was misunderstood as being unfaithful. Truly, my fragile heart cannot withstand such torment. Not far away, Xiao Emo strolled along the palace path. Upon hearing Song Lingyu's inner thoughts, his chin involuntarily lifted, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Now you understand how stifled I felt back then. Let us see if you dare to spread more rumors about me in the future. Xiao Emo paused for a moment before continuing his pace, noticeably lighter than before. In the dungeon, the officials accompanying the chief of the Ministry of Justice walked on eggshells beside Xiao Emo. The prison was cold and damp, with chills occasionally sweeping through from the depths, accompanied by a haunting wind that rendered the entire dungeon even more sinister. Yet, none were as fearful as the young man in a black robe at the front, whose eyes exuded a chilling aura that instilled terror in all who beheld him. Thud! The guards on duty from the previous night, along with their superior, knelt on the ground, their backs to the empty cells. Xiao Emo narrowed his eyes, surveying the scene before him, then raised his chin, signaling the guards to bring forth the lock from the cell door. The lock was intact, and no signs of a struggle were evident inside or outside the prison. You all have performed admirably. When did the dungeons of Xia become so easily accessible? The stark reality was laid bare. Song Qingwu had simply unlocked the door and strolled out with Fong Ling. Xiao Mo's voice was cold as he scanned the crowd, a frigid aura emanating from him. All present felt their legs weaken, and in an instant, they were all kneeling, especially those who had been on duty the previous night. Their bodies turned to jelly, the faint scent of urine wafting through the air. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Your Majesty, please. The chief of the Ministry of Justice crawled forward, pulling a young man from among the guards, pleading for mercy. I have investigated and found that on the day of Your Majesty's wedding to the Empress, the entire palace was celebrating, and everyone became intoxicated. Thus, the chief of the Ministry of Justice hesitated, casting a guilty glance aside. On a corner table lay several toppled wine bottles, and the air was thick with the odor of fermented alcohol from the night before, utterly repugnant.
Ha!
Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed. The crowd saw a flash of cold light as Xiao Emo seized the long sword from a guard's hand. In the blink of an eye, the blade, moving faster than the eye could follow, slashed toward the official. A scream pierced the air, and the scent of blood began to mingle in the atmosphere, causing some of the more timid individuals to shut their eyes. The chief of the Ministry of Justice paled, his hair severed by the blade, cascading down as a deep gash marred his cheek. He widened his eyes in horror, realizing he was still alive, and exhaled a relieved breath. Bowing deeply as he cried out, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life." Xiao Emo tossed the sword to the ground, coldly glaring at the chief of the Ministry of Justice. Negligence in duty, allowing a dangerous criminal to escape. You are dismissed from your position and exiled to the southwest. The others shall share the same fate. Having delivered his verdict, Xiao Emo turned and strode toward the door, his expression dark. Upon discovering that Song Qingwu was endowed with such fortuitous luck, he had remained alert, yet he never anticipated it would be so diabolical. Heavily guarded, the celestial prison was unexpectedly breached within a single night, allowing her to seize an opportunity for escape. Upon reaching the exterior of the Dali Temple, she found it surrounded by a formidable force, as Song Qingwu's significance prompted him to discreetly summon additional men from Guerfei to reinforce the guards. To completely flee the imperial city, mere luck would not suffice. Song Qingwu's bold venture inadvertently played into his hands. With a traitor within the imperial guards, how could they possibly refrain from taking action? Xiao Mo's eyes narrowed as he dismissed those around him and summoned Wei Ying. Soon, a figure materialized from the shadows in the corner. Kneeling before him, Wei Ying clasped his fists in report. Your Majesty, it is indeed that person you suspected. A flicker of darkness crossed Xiao Mo's gaze, and a bloodthirsty cruelty gradually surfaced upon his cold visage as he remarked with a slight smile. Now that he has revealed his tale, let us prepare a grand gift for him. Wei Ying nodded, acknowledging the command, while a familiar chill crept up his spine. Their sovereign was truly serious this time. Meanwhile, in Ninghua Palace, Song Lingyu reclined languidly on a soft chair, indulging in sweet treats fed to her by Lu Tiao, while directing Chun Tao to massage her shoulders and legs. Your Highness, I've been feeding you sweets for so long, it's time for me to have a turn. Chun Tao huffed, raising her head in indignation as she glared at Lu Tiao. With Song Lingyu lying down and the sweet delicacies freshly prepared in the kitchen, some inevitably made their way onto her face, prompting Lu Tiao to gently wipe her cheeks and the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Chun Tao's eyes turned red with jealousy. She had never been so intimate with the princess. Although Song Lingyu's limbs were smooth, she had yet to feed the princess herself. The sight of Song Lingyu, with her charmingly pouting cherry lips, made her even more envious as she continued to feed her another spoonful of syrup. Feeling discomfort from Chun Tao's grip, Song Lingyu let out a muffled sound, her words laced with dissatisfaction toward Xiao Emo. Lu Tiao immediately silenced her with a stern look. Such words should not be spoken. The emperor favors the princess, and with such vigor, she will surely conceive a prince soon. Listening to their banter, Song Lingyu choked on the syrup and coughed loudly. How had their conversation veered back to Xiao Emo? Discussing his prowess and potential progeny? It was far too premature. Cough, cough. The emperor possesses a celestial demeanor. In that regard, he is certainly exceptional. Chapter 77. Heartstrings. Lu Tiao and Chun Tao exchanged glances, both filled with deep suspicion. Wasn't he the emperor vigorous? Why did the princess appear so discontent? Remembering the tales of tragic romance, Chun Tao suddenly had an epiphany. She understood. After realizing the truth of his affections, the emperor's repressed love raged like a tempest. And how could the delicate princess withstand such turmoil? She could only grit her teeth and silently endure this bittersweet agony. Chun Tao's eyes glistened. Your Highness, you must have endured much last night. Song Lingyu, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Well, it wasn't tea that exhausting, just a bit dry in my throat. Chun Tao's eyes lit up as she swiftly fetched a cup of water. Lu Tiao teased, handing the water to Song Lingyu. This contains the finest licorice. Excellent for soothing the throat. It was prepared for the palace, but it seems fortuitous that it is needed today. The two stifled their laughter. Song Lingyu accepted the tea, silently swallowing a sip, not daring to respond. Is this considered occupational hazard? After all, I exerted myself so strenuously last night for the tyrant's reputation. And today I have sold my soul. I have sacrificed too much. Song Lingyu's expression grew solemn, and the tea tasted bitter. Suddenly, a hand snatched the cup away. Xiao Mo's cool voice resonated from above, It seems I caused you quite the trouble last night to warrant this throat-soothing tea. Song Lingyu nearly spat out her tea. What was this calamity doing here? Suddenly lifting her gaze, she saw the young man in a black robe and splendid attire. His long fingers playing with a teacup, starkly contrasting against the jade hue of the vessel. At that moment, he was scrutinizing her with a raised brow and a mocking smirk. Cough, cough, Your Majesty. Song Lingyu scrambled up from the chair, feeling the chill emanating from him. Unaware that it was her own thoughts being exposed, she assumed he believed she was mocking his inadequacies. After speaking, she playfully punched his chest. Chun Tao and Lu Tiao were overly excited. Xiao Imo shot them a cold glance, as if to say, did they truly believe the princess harbored such deep affection? She was likely cursing him in her heart. As expected, the familiar term tyrant surfaced, albeit belatedly. I have been so straightforward. Surely it proves the tyrant's prowess? Why does he still look as if he is ready to execute someone? I could cry. What more do you want from me? You wouldn't suggest I consume tonics, would you? Song Lingyu's face was frozen in a forced smile, but Xiao Imo remained unmoved. She failed to notice as his long fingers tightened around the cup, producing a visible crack on its smooth surface. What aspect of him suggested impotence? He didn't require her to conceal the truth. A storm brewed in Xiao Mo's eyes as he met Song Lingyu's deliberately flattering gaze, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. He took a deep look at her blushing face before extending his hand. The imperial physician had warned that an excess of tonics could lead to high fever, requiring several days of rest. It would be one matter if it were inconsequential. But if issues arose from consuming tonics, it would not only disgrace her as the empress, but also tarnish his own reputation. His cool fingertips brushed her forehead. Song Lingyu jumped, instinctively wanting to leap 2 meters away. Help! Has the tyrant finally turned his attention to me? Oh, dear. However, as she shrank back, realizing her reaction was overly dramatic, she halted abruptly. Their eyes locked. Xiao Mo's hand remained awkwardly suspended in midair. At that moment, he appeared, quite spirited. Humph. Last night. She should have bled from her nose until death. Unexpectedly, her fingers softly entwined with his. Xiao Mo froze. Turning back, he found Song Lingyu's glistening eyes cautiously evaluating him, as if confirming that he merely intended to touch her forehead. She gingerly wrapped her fingers around his hand and slowly guided it to her forehead. Xiao Mo's heart skipped a beat, a sound like thunder exploding in his mind. His breath caught, and instinctively, he tried to withdraw. Yet, whether it was the softness of her hand or the sweetness of her dimpled smile, he found himself reluctant to pull away. Her forehead was delicate and smooth beneath his palm, akin to fine mutton fat jade, warm and sending a rush of heat straight to his heart. Song Lingyu's gentle smile radiated warmth. Your Majesty is so concerned for me. It is indeed a blessing I have earned in 3 lifetimes. The persona of the lovesick empress must not falter. A little forehead touch. Got it. Xiao Mo's previously boiling blood turned to ice. He gazed at Song Lingyu, his eyes a mixture of emotions. It must be a delusion brought on by excessive tonics, otherwise. How could he have acted so tenderly knowing she lacked the wit to understand? Having long retreated outside, Chun Tao and Lu Tiao could no longer contain their suppressed laughter, exchanging knowing glances and thoughtfully closing the door. From now on, even with more consorts in the harem, their princess would still walk tall within the palace. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The sharp announcement from the eunuch shattered the tender atmosphere, causing Chun Tao and Lu Tiao, who had just closed the door, to hurriedly reopen it. Danger, danger, danger. The wicked stepmother is back. Seeing her leap back like a startled rabbit, Xiao Imo narrowed his eyes. Wicked stepmother? Was she referring to the Empress Dowager? That description was novel. What could she possibly be up to? Xiao Imo remained motionless, his gaze following Song Lingyu as she dashed to the 8 immortals table, frantically slapping her face with 2 pastries. In the blink of an eye, her originally rosy cheeks turned a ghastly pale. Still unsatisfied, she grabbed 2 more pastries, intent on applying even more. Xiao Mo's expression cracked, watching her pale visage with a hint of bemusement. What on earth are you doing? As he spoke, he glanced towards the entrance. The Empress Dowager's palanquin had just arrived at the palace gates, and she was being assisted down. Song Lingyu seized a dressing mirror and gazed at her wan face, nodding in satisfaction. To demonstrate her sincerity, she squeezed out 2 tears. The tears trickled down her cheeks, leaving 2 deep trails. Xiao Imo nearly burst into laughter at her ludicrous appearance, taking a deep breath as he adjusted his handkerchief and applied 2 more pastries to her face himself. With a voice laced with reluctant exasperation, he remarked, "The Empress is truly something else." Chapter 78. Your Majesty, gifted beyond measure within the Ninghua Palace. There lay a lotus pond. In the summer, when blooming, it would indeed reflect the essence of its name. However, in this winter's chill, the pond was barren, with only withered branches and fallen leaves creating a scene of desolation. The Empress Dowager, supported as she crossed the threshold, frowned upon seeing the living quarters of the Empress. Is this where the Empress resides? The daughter of a military family is indeed lacking in decorum. Your Highness has arrived at the door, yet there is no personal greeting, and this courtyard is left in such disarray. Huagu, eager to comply, quickly responded, dispatching someone to clean the ancient yet unkempt stone tiles, allowing the Empress Dowager to finally proceed. Yet along the way, no one came to welcome her, and as they reached the main hall of Ninghua Palace, the Empress Dowager's already dark expression grew even more severe. A faint aroma of herbs wafted through the hall. Song Lingyu, adorned with a hairpiece, lay on the couch, her expression obscured, attended by 2 palace maids. Most importantly, the emperor was seated at her bedside, holding 2 pastries as if preparing to feed Song Lingyu. A glint of malice flickered in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Yesterday, he had been so cautious, yet today he had the audacity to be brazen before her. Does he believe himself invincible simply because the emperor is present to back him? With a mere glance, Huagu commanded, unruly, "The Empress Dowager has arrived. Quick, come out and greet her." Song Lingyu, having noticed the commotion at the door, had been propping her head up to peek, but upon hearing those words, she collapsed back onto the bed, resolute in her silence. "I am an invalid. No one is taking me off this bed today, especially not the Empress Dowager." Song Lingyu thought with indignation, still seething over yesterday's punishment of standing. Xiao Mo's gaze lingered momentarily on her pale face before he chose to disregard her thoughts, quietly averting his eyes. It is seldom that one visits the 3 Treasures Hall without a purpose. What scheme does the Empress Dowager harbor today? It is unlikely she came merely to check on Song Lingyu. Xiao Mo turned, a chill rising in his depths. The Empress is unwell. I have ordered her to rest and not leave her bed. My mother is usually forgiving. Surely she won't blame me? The young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his narrow, deep-set eyes scanning the room coldly. His thin lips curled into a smirk. Yet it sent a shiver down one's spine. Huagu felt a slight tremor in her heart and glanced at the Empress Dowager, hastily kneeling and delivering a resounding slap to her own face. "It was my loose tongue. The Empress is deeply cherished by His Majesty. How could the Empress Dowager not be considerate of her?" The old servant lamented, knowing full well how to read the Empress Dowager's moods. When testing her patience, she could pretend not to see the emperor inside, but when needing an excuse, a slap or even a dozen would not draw the emperor's attention. A shadow flickered in Xiao Mo's eyes as the Empress Dowager halted Huagu's self-reproach. "Enough, you are only thinking of me. If you injure yourself, how will you tend to me? Just yesterday, I overheard you and the Empress toiling away in the study all night. How could the Empress feel now? Is it genuine sickness or a mere pretense to undermine her authority? This is uncertain." She approached the bed with a kind smile, locking eyes with Xiao Mo, an invisible current surging between them. Yet, as she reached the bedside, her smile froze. There lay Song Lingyu, pale and with bluish lips, so weak that even breathing seemed arduous. Cough, cough. "Mother, it is my frail constitution. Do not blame His Majesty. I cannot greet you properly today, but once I recover, I will come before you to receive punishment," Song Lingyu managed to utter, her lips a ghostly hue, as if on the brink of fainting. Yet she forced a pained smile. The 3rd rule of the Tang performance method, the show must be seized. Now they must believe in Xiao Mo's unparalleled prowess. Having spent the night with me 9 times. She truly is ill. The Empress Dowager fell silent, recalling the whispers echoing throughout the palace today. She slowly turned her head, casting an inscrutable gaze upon Xiao Mo. Is the emperor truly so extraordinarily gifted in this regard? "Your Majesty, did you indeed leave the Empress Dowager speechless yesterday in the study?" Xiao Mo coughed discreetly, casting a sidelong glance at Song Lingyu. In a roundabout way, it was indeed he who had compelled her to consume such an abundance of tonics. "This fault lies with me," he admitted, his voice calm. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. She knew her adopted son well. He was pure-hearted and devoted to his duties. Yet he had managed to exhaust a woman to the point of bedridden illness. Hesitating, she took a few steps closer to the bed, wanting to examine her more closely. Song Lingyu panicked. This powder would not hold up under scrutiny, and if she got any closer, her ruse would be revealed. She coughed violently, propping herself up, her long, dark hair cascading down to shield her face. The clever green-striped maid swiftly stepped forward to block the Empress Dowager. "Please stop, Your Highness. The Empress caught a chill last night in the study. If you come any closer, you might catch it as well." The Empress Dowager scrutinized them, ultimately believing the maid's words. The Emperor is diligent. The study is not like the sleeping quarters, where the floor is warmly heated. At night, one would feel cold even in a cloak. There must be no more mischief. If the Emperor were to indulge in romantic pursuits, given his overwhelming affection for Song Lingyu, neglecting state affairs would only be a matter of time. At that point, my opportunity shall arise. The Empress Dowager mused, her fervor growing as she contemplated her purpose for visiting today, stealthily surveying the grand hall. How could such a dilapidated palace serve as a residence for someone? Indeed, Xiao Emo replied, yet he caught the fleeting glances of the Empress Dowager, a glimmer of darkness flashing in his eyes. She had come here seeking someone? Could it be she is searching for Yenke? Song Lingyu gasped audibly. Xiao Emo shot her a look, recalling the Empress Dowager's gossip, and fell silent, feeling an urge to cover his ears. But it was too late. Song Lingyu's exuberant thoughts had shattered the silence, echoing in his mind. A substitute, forced, under the domineering affection of an older sister. Is the performance about to unfold so soon? Alas, Yenke was reassigned yesterday, but perhaps it is for the best. In the novels, Yenke suffers both mentally and physically under the Empress Dowager's scrutiny. This sweetened poison is unbearable. Xiao Emo furrowed his brow, sensing her gradually dimming excitement, almost envisioning Song Lingyu's dismissive smirk. This person has always maintained an aloof demeanor. How could she possess such a tender side? Unable to resist, Xiao Emo turned his gaze, only to find the woman on the couch noticing him. Her pale face broke into a soft smile, as always seeking to please. Yet, today, for reasons unknown, her smile ignited a warmth within him. Your Majesty, the heirs of the harem must not be delayed. Since the Empress is unwell, allow me to take charge of this matter. The Empress Dowager's voice interrupted Xiao Mo's thoughts. Chapter 79. A wave of beautiful warrior sisters is about to arrive. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, a twisted thrill surged within her. Xiao Emo, her typically bloodthirsty and ruthless adopted son, had displayed such an expression towards a woman. On the bed, Song Lingyu smiled softly, her pale face devoid of color, making her dark eyes appear even more luminous. Xiao Mo's gaze seemed to be fixated on her, intense and entranced. The fragmented sunlight spilled in from outside, and the warmth surged in the depths of the youth's dark eyes, as if something were about to emerge from the earth. She too had once been young, and understood the implications of such a gaze. Initially, she thought Song Lingyu was merely a fleeting fancy for Xiao Emo, but now it seemed he was genuinely falling for her. The youthful emperor and empress, hand in hand, embodying the romantic tales only found in dramas. How she had longed to be with that person. But her father had ruined him. He had also destroyed her. Love in this world was destined to be bitter. A fleeting flicker of emotion crossed Xiao Mo's face before he quickly concealed it, causing the Empress Dowager to wince. No one could remain happy forever. The emperor's harem must indeed flourish. After all, it was evident that the empress was frail, and if he cared for her, he should select more consorts to share her burdens, which would also ease her worries. The Empress Dowager's voice was kind, yet the hint of malice was expertly masked beneath her gentle smile. Xiao Emo narrowed his elongated eyes, a scrutinizing glint in his gaze. Twice had he been urged to select consorts. The Empress Dowager was eager to fill the harem. What ulterior motives did she harbor aside from sowing discord between him and Song Lingyu? Suddenly, a chilling glint ignited in his eyes, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Selecting consorts could be a strategy, but it was not the sole option. He swiftly turned his attention towards Song Lingyu. The Empress Dowager noticed his movement, her smile taking on a hint of wickedness. Ah, look at you, so close with the Empress. Surely her opinion should be sought in selecting consorts for the harem? Empress, for the sake of your future offspring with the Emperor, you should make a small concession. You are already the Empress, and even if the Emperor's affections wane, you shall remain the most esteemed woman in the Great Xia. Since you have spoken so much, why not simply place individuals directly into the harem according to your wishes? I am merely a bystander in this matter, truly. Do not mind me. I have no opinions. Song Lingyu felt quite innocently dragged into this palace intrigue, casting a silent glance at the Empress Dowager, remaining noncommittal, for it seemed Xiao Emo was reluctant. She lifted her gaze. The young man in his black robes and elegant attire had lowered his phoenix eyes, the long lashes casting shadows that intensified the inherent chill in his distant gaze. After the Empress Dowager finished speaking, his brows furrowed deeply, resembling an agitated lion. His neck arched, ready to unleash his fury at any moment. Cough, mother, the daughter-in-law will heed the Emperor's wishes. Song Lingyu cleared her throat, avoiding the Empress Dowager's gaze. Balance must be maintained. I shall still choose Xiao Emo. After all, I am privy to so many of his secrets. Even if he chooses consorts, he would hardly select an assassin to harm me. Evil mother-in-law, you cannot dictate that. Song Lingyu shrugged, feeling that this matter was of little concern to her. Somehow, she sensed that the harshness emanating from Xiao Emo had diminished significantly, only to be replaced by an unsettling darkness on his countenance. Xiao Emo was caught in a tempest of anger, unable to express it. Thus, she remained indifferent to whether consorts were selected for the harem. Xiao Emo inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable agitation swirling within him. He abruptly faced the Empress Dowager, impatience lacing his voice. It is inappropriate to begin selecting consorts so soon after my marriage to the Empress. We should set an example for all married couples. Please do not bring this matter up again. His overt disdain left the Empress Dowager momentarily stunned, and she cast a long look at Song Lingyu. Song Lingyu silently tucked the covers around her, hoping this mother-son confrontation would conclude swiftly as her makeup was beginning to crumble. My makeup is faltering. Perhaps, Xiao Mo? You should relent and select consorts. Although a larger harem carries greater risks of exposure, as long as the compensation is sufficient, you could indulge with multiple partners. Xiao Mo's frown deepened, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes, his fists clenching involuntarily as he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. Did she not care at all that her status as empress might be threatened? He turned sharply to glare at Song Lingyu, only to find her sitting on the bed, appearing completely detached, even feigning a shy demeanor as he glanced her way. Xiao Mo's irritation surged. He ground his teeth in frustration. At that moment, facing Song Lingyu's innocent eyes, he recalled her languid sigh echoing in his mind. In the novel, Xiao Mo vowed to Song Qingwu that she would be the sole inhabitant of his harem, yet the selection of consorts led to a complete rift with the Empress Dowager. I remember the renowned descendants of Lubon among those consorts, who later created formidable siege weaponry. And not only that, the rejected consorts, under Song Qingwu's machinations, were mostly daughters of influential officials, many of whom were martial generals, each one a spirited and beautiful northeastern maiden. As a result, Xiao Mo amassed considerable enmity. Of course, these individuals were naturally courted by Song Qingwu and Rong Jianglin, who then revolted, wielding both military might and prestige. The author must be cruel to so blatantly provide tools for the protagonists. Perhaps it would be prudent to counsel Xiao Mo to seize them. Furthermore, Rong Jianglin's ability to gather such individuals surely ties back to Song Qingwu. And with Song Qingwu's incredible fortune, she is undoubtedly a treasure-seeking beast. Alas, I wish I had thought to whisk her away before her departure. Now, Song Qingwu's charm has waned, and I need not fear retribution. Damn it. It feels as if I've missed an opportunity worth billions. Xiao Mo paused, contemplating suitable candidates from the homes of officials for the harem. Finding Song Lingyu's words to ring true, his eyes darkened further. Thus, it seemed the selection of consorts was unavoidable. Yet, observing Song Lingyu's indifference, he felt a pang of frustration. Wished to remain aloof.
Impossible.
He sought talent, not mere consorts. Selecting precisely was a task that would naturally fall to his empress. With this thought, Xiao Mo clenched his teeth tightly. Your Majesty, this matter pertains to the nation's stability and the future succession. Do consider it. The Empress Dowager spoke earnestly, unyielding, resolute in her desire to see him select consorts for the harem. Song Lingyu suddenly felt perplexed. Had the Empress Dowager been so adamant in the novel? Or was it due to her presence that the timeline had drastically altered? She wondered how Xiao Mo would choose now. Given his nature, he would likely follow the original narrative. There was no need for consideration. Xiao Mo suddenly pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression one of impatience. The list shall be drafted by the Empress herself. This should reassure you, mother. Song Lingyu was taken aback, observing the hint of anger in his sideways glance. Chapter 80. Sowing Seeds. Song Lingyu felt utterly bewildered. But I seem to have done nothing. Why do you suddenly glare at me? She sensed the chill in his gaze intensifying, shrinking back as she complied with Xiao Mo's wishes, bowing to the Empress Dowager. Mother, rest assured, I shall handle the matter of selecting consorts with utmost diligence. Men, after all, could be quite capricious. However, rather than easing his discontent, her acquiescence only served to further frustrate him. Seeing Song Lingyu accept without hesitation, he was infuriated, replying coldly, since the Empress is so invested. Have the list ready by tomorrow. I trust you will manage this splendidly. If she was so fond of selecting consorts, let her do so through the night. The young man's beautiful eyes glinted with fury. Song Lingyu swallowed hard. How did the tyrant's tone sound so reluctant? Since the emperor had agreed to this matter. The Empress Dowager appeared reassured. She continued to smile, particularly noting Xiao Mo's countenance, a look of delight creeping into her eyes. She beckoned for the flower maid and left with a lightness in her step. Yet, upon reaching the gates of Ninghua Palace, the Empress Dowager paused, casting a lingering glance back at the dilapidated palace. Huagu immediately understood and approached, whispering, I have just discovered that the individual was reassigned from Ninghua Palace yesterday, but their whereabouts remain unknown, and someone is deliberately concealing this matter. The Empress Dowager's gaze suddenly darkened. Is it one of the Emperor's people? Huagu was startled and quickly dismissed those around, lowering her voice once more. Your Majesty, all those aware of this matter back then have been eliminated by His Majesty. How could he possibly know? The Dowager's expression shifted to one of intense control. Find that person as soon as possible. A chill breeze swept through, causing the withered branches in the flower pond to sway gently. Green Tiao lowered the window and added charcoal to the fire, warming the previously drafty palace. Song Lingyu rubbed her hands together and placed them over the charcoal basin to warm them for a while, her frozen fingers finally regaining some color. When it came to dedication, who could compare to her? To feign illness, she had not even lit the charcoal in the room, resulting in her face being blown pale by the wind, devoid of any makeup. Having successfully deceived everyone about her illness, how would the Empress express her gratitude to me? A cool voice interrupted her thoughts. Song Lingyu curled her fingers and, with a pained expression, lifted her face to meet the gaze of the Guifei, who was lounging across from her, propping up his head with one hand, his fingers tapping idly on his knee, his eyes laced with derision. After sending away the Empress Dowager, there is still a more troublesome matter left here. Am I pretending to be ill just to protect your fragile pride? Xiao Mo's fingers, which had been resting on his knee, stiffened. At that moment, Song Lingyu, with tears welling in her eyes, moved closer, firmly grasping his hand, and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, we are united as husband and wife. What need is there for gratitude? Pure feelings transcend such distinctions. As a junior, it is indeed disrespectful to feign illness before the Empress Dowager, but for your Majesty, I willingly bear this sin, as long as you can unravel your heart's knots and shed your insecurities." Her sincere tone almost made him believe her. If one could overlook the remnants of tears and snot on her hands. Xiao Mo's eyes twitched. So, by that logic, should I be thanking you? Thanking her for constantly accusing him of impotence or for selecting concubines? The mere thought of it rekindled his previous irritation. He scoffed, pulling his hand away and wiping it disdainfully on Song Lingyu's clothing. Yet, when he glanced down and saw her tear-streaked, cat-like face, he abruptly halted. Song Lingyu knelt at the edge of the bed, her dark eyes shimmering with tears, gazing up at him with a mix of hope and desperation. Her small hands clutching his robe. Her face, smeared with cake flour, bore an amusingly pitiful semblance, with patches of white flour chaotic and washed away by her tears. Such a sight. His anger inexplicably dissipated, and Xiao Imo chuckled as he suddenly pinched her cheeks, squeezing gently. Song Lingyu's eyes widened. This development is unexpected. Xiao Mo's tyrannical temperament should have led him to storm off in anger, leaving her in peace. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Humph. It is merely my magnanimity. As the Emperor, I cannot stoop to quarrel with you. With that, Xiao Imo cupped her face with both hands, rubbing her cheeks vigorously as if to vent his frustration. He noticed the cake flour smearing his hands and caught a glimpse of Green Tiao and Chun Tao, who were about to leave, and commanded, "Fetch a basin of water." Chun Tao immediately complied, while Green Tiao discreetly closed the door. Even through the crack of the door, the two onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. The Emperor was actually personally wiping the concubine's face. Inside, the man leaned down, his long fingers gently using a silk handkerchief to wipe away the white powder from Song Lingyu's face. Song Lingyu, equally taken aback, felt the warmth of the cloth brush against her skin, and inevitably, Xiao Mo's fingers grazed her cheek. It felt slightly cool. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her hidden hands clenched unconsciously as she tried to control her breath, feeling overwhelmed by his proximity. Xiao Imo was now very close to her, his gaze focused, and though they were not making eye contact, Song Lingyu felt her heart racing, her face heating up in response. As the handkerchief brushed against her forehead, Xiao Mo's cool fingers swept across her eyelids. It was as if something had startled her awake. She suddenly pushed him away, retreating 2 or 3 steps. Cough. He swallowed hard, tossing the handkerchief into the basin. It's filthy. Don't smear your face with random things next time. Song Lingyu's mind felt as if it had short-circuited, and she dared not look at Xiao Imo, rushing to the table to drink water frantically. Calm down, calm down. Song Lingyu, you must maintain your composure. Alas, I must have been too long without watching certain handsome men on that app to react this way to a tyrant. Song Lingyu, focus. No more thoughts. Hearing her inner turmoil, Xiao Mo's fingers involuntarily recoiled. His gaze dropped, his fingertips still damp, and the sensation he had previously overlooked now ignited into a burning heat. After downing 2 or 3 cups of water, Song Lingyu finally felt her face cool. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Xiao Imo had not yet left. As dusk approached, could it be that he intended to stay the night? Song Lingyu's scalp tingled at the thought. She had just mentioned the selection of concubines, and suddenly remembered she was the sole empress in the harem. According to tradition, the emperor was expected to visit the harem several times a month to fulfill his duties. Chapter 81. Neighbors hoarding grain while I hoard arms. My neighbor is my granary. In her panic, a commotion suddenly arose at the door. Xiao Imo was instructing someone to move a table, and he had already seated himself at the table, a pile of memorials beside him. He sat upright, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Song Lingyu's eyes widened in shock, her whimsical thoughts vanishing instantly, replaced by a simmering resentment. That was close. Almost got swept away by his charm. To prove himself, he would even feign handling state affairs to linger here, showcasing his prowess. Men, your schemes run deep. A knot of frustration lodged in her throat, and she couldn't decide which of his statements to refute first. The world belonged to him. He could retain even the small Minghua palace if he wished. Moreover, he had come today for. He shot her a cold glance, tossing the memorial onto the table. Come here and prepare the ink and brushes. Song Lingyu ground her teeth. wishing she could send him soaring to the heavens with a single twist. She had been working overtime for days. The wretched capitalist.
Ugh.
On the surface, Song Lingyu forced a professional smile, of course. Grinding ink and pouring tea, she diligently hypnotized herself, hoping for a moment of tranquility. Praying that this tyrant would finish his memorials and leave soon. However, seeing that Xiao Imo had been staring at the same memorial for half an hour without so much as a flicker of movement, she began to feel puzzled. Is this tyrant's work efficiency so low?
Crack.
The pen snapped in two. Xiao Imo abruptly turned his head, his handsome face darkening ominously. This man is increasingly capricious. His gaze is so fierce, yet he pretends to be humble about his physical prowess. With a blank expression, Xiao Imo broke the pen, pretending he had heard nothing as he switched to a new one. Yet his gaze still flickered toward her intentionally or unintentionally. Had she really not noticed that the memorial had been on the table for so long? He had even circled the sections about the famine in red ink. Yet her mind was consumed only with the word impotent. Xiao Mo's lips moved, almost ready to ask outright. But the thought of how smug Song Lingyu would be if he did so held him back, discreetly pushing the memorial toward the edge of the table. Xiao Imo raised his chin. Light the lamps and move closer. Once again, playing the role of the lamp attendant, Song Lingyu thought, if he's not capable, then why bother? If I marry a wife, he could save the palace expenses for the rest of his life, right? Xiao Mo's eyes flickered with annoyance. The pent-up frustration he was trying to suppress for the sake of learning about the improved rice strains and that Mr. Yuan's specific information. He endured. As Song Lingyu held the lamp closer, she finally noticed the content of the memorial. So this is a memorial about the famine. No wonder Xiao Imo has been staring at it for so long. 2 years into the founding of the Great Xia, the people's livelihoods have yet to fully recover. A small-scale famine combined with a harsh winter is quite difficult to manage, but the real headache lies ahead. Xiao Mo's eyelids twitched again as he heard her sigh deeply. After the outbreak of famine, floods and droughts ensued, overwhelming the court, while the populace expressed their grievances incessantly. Many believed it to be a divine punishment for the tyrant's brutal conquests against the 6 kingdoms, deeming him unworthy of his position. It seemed that Rome Jianglin had benefited from the situation, as the tyrant's reputation plummeted, while his cult-like following grew rapidly, a stark contrast to the plight of Xiao Imo. Song Lingyu cast a sympathetic glance at the young man before the desk. Feeling that the tyrant had not committed any grave misdeeds, merely being somewhat infatuated, and yet he faced such a dire fate. Xiao Mo's countenance was unusually grim, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, enveloped in an icy demeanor. The calamity of natural disasters seemed relentless. How could they possibly resolve such a crisis? Suddenly, a task prompt resonated, startling Song Lingyu as a line of bold text materialized before her eyes. Prevent Song Qinggu from gaining prominence amidst the famine. Song Lingyu's mind raced, realizing with a shock that Song Qinggu had hastily departed to exploit the national disaster to win the people's hearts. Her scalp tingled at the thought, and upon reviewing the task again, panic surged. How could she stop him from the palace? Moreover, it was not a task she could accomplish alone. Wait, there was one person who could help. In an instant, Song Lingyu's gaze fell upon the young man at the desk. Xiao Imo was attentively listening to her thoughts, their eyes locking, and she felt a chill run down her spine under his cold stare. Hesitating, she struggled to find a way to broach the subject without revealing her intentions, only to see him pick up a memorial, his expression reverting to the usual aloofness and superiority. With an air of arrogance, he raised his chin and spoke in a tone reminiscent of deliberate provocation. This matter is urgent and requires diverse opinions. Does the Empress have any insights? A flicker of doubt crossed Song Lingyu's mind. In the novel, aside from her, there were no other women around Xiao Imo, and given his unpredictable temperament, she could not be certain whether he would consult the women of the harem on matters of state. In a moment of urgency, she decided to feign trepidation, stepping back and biting her lip before timidly offering her suggestion. As a mere woman, I truly lack the understanding of such profound matters. All I know is that when people are hungry, they must eat. When they are ill, they must see a doctor and take medicine, all of which requires money. If sufficient funds are provided, food and medicine would not be an issue. Xiao Imo raised an eyebrow, realizing they were on the same wavelength. However, after 2 years of founding the nation, the era of aggressive military campaigns had passed, and despite the initial abundance in the Great Xia, the recent famine had drained the treasury significantly. He had a plan, but... Standing up, he gazed at the woman before him, who was deep in thought, her demeanor unusually obedient. He inhaled deeply, her reflection illuminated by the candlelight, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In the next moment, a series of thoughts flooded his mind regarding the neighboring families hoarding grain, the debts owed from the 6 former kingdoms, and the notion of seizing what was rightfully theirs. Xiao Imo contemplated the implications of his newfound thoughts with a cruel smile. Perhaps it would be better to silence them, he mused, his enchanting eyes flickering momentarily before the trace of tenderness vanished. After unifying the 6 kingdoms, not to mention the treasures hoarded by the noble families, the debts owed are not trivial. To seize them outright, He watched as Song Lingyu lowered her head, seemingly deliberating on how to express this idea. Unable to suppress a smirk, he remarked, "It seems I have burdened the Empress. Given the myriad of affairs within the harem, perhaps it would be best for you to focus on selecting concubines tonight." Song Lingyu was taken aback as a piece of paper was handed to her, the ink still wet. Upon reading its contents, her pupils dilated in shock. It was a list of noble families indebted to the throne, a clear target for financial recovery. Xiao Mo intended to extract funds from them? Why had he shared the list with her? As she raised her gaze, Xiao Mo's silhouette was engulfed in shadows, his eyes gleaming with an overwhelming confidence. "For my first selection of concubines, it would be narrow-minded to limit candidates to the capital and to the households of court officials. The Empress might consider these noble families as well." His eyes narrowed, and a sly smile crept across his lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. "However, I suddenly recalled that these families owe the court a considerable sum. Although it is the legacy of the previous 6 kingdoms' debts, the obligation remains. Since you have provided me with a good idea, it would only be fitting for you to oversee the collection of these funds." Song Lingyu was bewildered. Has Xiao Mo lost his mind? Am I to collect debts? As a powerless empress, often punished by the Dowager Empress, how could I confront those noble families? They would surely devour me alive. "Tyrant, do you not realize the absurdity of your suggestion?" In utter disarray, she had intended to leverage Xiao Mo's authority to intervene and thwart Song Qingwu. Yet, her first step had inadvertently ensnared her in this predicament. What was Xiao Mo truly thinking? Noticing the shock in her eyes, he slowly rotated the jade ring on his finger, the flicker of hidden cruelty evident in the candlelight. Had he not already earned the reputation of a tyrant, those families would not survive the night. Naturally, it was most suitable for Song Lingyu, who possessed the system's capabilities. To handle this matter, this task shall be entrusted to the Empress, he decided, casting a glance at her before turning to leave, feeling no need to linger. However, his gaze caught the pastries on the dining table, and he hesitated, an uncharacteristic awkwardness crossing his face. Once he departed, Song Lingyu slumped into a chair, enveloped in a sense of despair as if she had aged decades. "Your Highness, did you have a quarrel with His Majesty?" Chantao approached with concern, puzzled by her lifeless demeanor, having witnessed no conflict between them. Song Lingyu, still in a state of shock, prepared paper and pen. Her eyes filled with indignation as she envisioned the dire consequences of merely suggesting debt collection to those noble families. How infuriating! Another day of being a pawn for the tyrant. Chantao quickly gathered the necessary materials, and Song Lingyu composed herself, glancing at the list Xiao Mo had provided. She instructed the scribe to draft an edict for selecting concubines in the harem. The following day, along with the edict for selecting concubines, a decree for a spring banquet was also issued. The event was of grand stature, inviting nobility and court officials, surprisingly including families from the former 6 kingdoms. In the 2 years since the founding of the Great Xia, these noble families had maintained a low profile to avoid drawing attention, almost forgotten by the masses. Meanwhile, in a hidden residence in Suzhou, the headquarters of the Tianning Society, Song Qingwu was both startled and delighted upon hearing the news of the spring banquet specifically held for selecting concubines. Upon confirming the information, she could not contain her laughter. "I knew it. Song Lingyu is the true joke." Just days after their wedding, Xiao Mo is already eager to select concubines. With a gleeful grin, she handed the intelligence report to Rong Jianglin. After days of witnessing her somber expression, he was overjoyed to see her smile, embracing her tenderly despite the presence of others. Feeling a pang of affection, "Rest assured, at the banquet, I shall ensure you have your vengeance." "Rong Lang, you are truly wonderful," Song Qingwu said softly, her heart swelling with joy as she realized that her daring escape had been the right decision. No matter how esteemed the Empress, she would eventually have to compete with a horde of concubines. Unlike her, in Rong Lang's eyes, there was only her. Far superior to the deceitful and heartless scoundrel Xiao Mo, who woos women with flowery words, is the resolute and unwavering Rong Jianglin. As she reminisced about the past, a flicker of cold resentment passed through Song Qingwu's gentle eyes. She wrapped her arms around Rong Jianglin's neck, her upper body pressing against him, her exquisite features rendered enchanting by the action. "Rong Lang, that scoundrel Xiao has wronged and humiliated me. You must help me seek vengeance." Rong Jianglin's gaze darkened, and he grasped her hand, bringing it to his lips for a kiss, but a sudden, violent cough interrupted him, prompting an irritable glance towards the lower seating. Compared to the intense, intimate atmosphere between them, the expressions of the dozen or so high-ranking members of the Tianning Society seated below varied dramatically. Particularly Zhu Yan, Rong Jianlin's childhood friend, was nearly drawing blood from her palm as she shot a fierce glare at Song Qingwu, unable to suppress her sarcastic retort. "Humph. Seek revenge? How many of our men perished to evade the court's pursuers for your sake? Rongga clearly had arranged for people to rescue you from the Marquis's residence. Yet you hesitated, daring to entertain thoughts of the Empress's position?" Zhu Yan's words were sharp, her eyes filled with utmost disdain. Song Qingwu's expression changed abruptly, and Fong Ling, who had been timidly standing beside her, shrank back in fear under the hostile gazes directed at them. The Tianing society was composed of ruthless individuals, each one stained with blood. When escaping from prison, Song Qingwu had boasted of a life even better than that in the Marquis's residence, claiming that everyone here would support her. Yet now, why did they seem as if they were ready to kill? Faced with the unfriendly stares, Fong Ling quickly lowered her head, too afraid to look further. Song Qingwu was infuriated by her mother's cowardly demeanor. Once Rong Lang achieved greatness, she would be the most esteemed woman in the world, yet her mother exhibited such small-mindedness. Seeing the disdain in Zhu Yan's eyes, Song Qingwu felt a pang in her heart. This was not at all what she had envisioned. These people had once revered her, admired her intellect, and fought valiantly for her cause. They should have risen to defend her against Zhu Yan's words. Chapter 83. Everything has changed. What right did Zhu Yan have to be so arrogant, merely because she shared a childhood bond with Rong Lang? She was the true love of Rong Lang, and the humiliation she suffered at Xiao Mo's hands was also for his sake. What was wrong with wanting him to avenge her? The malice in Song Qingwu's eyes flickered, only to be swiftly concealed beneath a bitter smile. She trembled, her delicate fingers brushing against Rong Jianlin's bandaged arm. Rong Lang, it is my fault. I was too naive. I can endure some grievances. I was simply too eager. With the current calamities, this is the perfect opportunity for us to win the people's hearts. I thought that the selection banquet would be so grand. With the court's high officials attending, if we could create a disturbance, it might bolster your power and leverage. Rong Jianlin had been somewhat hesitant due to Zhu Yan's words. The selection banquet indeed caught him off guard. Previously, spies from the palace had reported that Xiao Mo was adamant about the matter of selecting a consort, even dissuading the empress multiple times. This sudden change raised his suspicions. However, gazing at Song Qingwu's tear-filled, aggrieved expression, his feelings of tenderness soon overtook his doubts. Enough. Rong Jianlin tightly embraced Song Qingwu, casting an irritable glare at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan, I know you dislike Qingwu, but there is no need to take advantage of this situation. This decision is mine alone and has nothing to do with Qingwu. We have remained hidden for too long. The people's sentiments regarding the famine are on our side, and all of this is Qingwu's idea and merit. If you blame her, are you not blaming me? At the selection banquet, I will make Xiao Mo aware of my strength. The arrangements have already been made. You need not worry. Rong Jianglin's tone brooked no dissent, and after speaking, he gently patted Song Qingwu's hand, murmuring soothingly. Zhu Yan scoffed, her eyes glistening with indignation as she witnessed the scene. Fox spirit.
Rong Yi.
You will regret this. With a venomous remark, she turned and stormed away. Zhu Yan's father, observing his daughter's distress, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. They were a century-old clan, having been hunted down during Xiao Mo's purges after the fall of the Six Kingdoms. It was Rong Jianlin who saved them, and thus they had devoted their remaining influence to him. The debt of gratitude was immense. Yet seeing Rong Jianlin speak so coldly to Xiao Yan for the sake of a woman he had known for less than half a year stirred his own frustrations. Moreover, this matter was indeed questionable. Jianlin, this requires careful consideration. Zhu Yan's words are not without merit, he said, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Song Qingwu with a gaze filled with skepticism and disdain. This Miss Song has personal grievances against the tyrant, and so do the rest of us present. The suspicious nature of the selection banquet warrants caution. If we are not careful, we might fall into a trap. And the concerns of everyone here are not unfounded. Upon hearing this, the members of the nobility who had been invited to the spring banquet, having rushed to Suzhou upon receiving the invitation, gathered to discuss the matter with Rong Jianlin. However, his attitude seemed dismissive of their safety, breeding further dissatisfaction among them. The tyrant's reckoning with their nobility was inevitable. Moreover, Rong Jianlin had promised them that their families would prosper for generations. These wealthy individuals were willing to invest in various ventures, but if the tyrant's selection banquet held ulterior motives. After Zhu Yan's father finished speaking, Rong Jianlin showed no signs of changing his stance. The expressions of those present darkened, and one by one, they took their leave. We implore the leader to think this through. After all, those who perished were our brothers with whom we fought side by side. If the leader insists on prioritizing personal feelings, our morale will be unsettled. As they departed, many unfriendly glances fell upon Song Qingwu, who bit her lip in frustration. Ever since Xiao Mo had humiliated her at the wedding, everything had changed. She had endured so much humiliation to escape, yet these people seemed to overlook her suffering. In an instant, an uncontrollable panic surged within her. It felt as though the things that rightfully belonged to her were slipping away.
Rong Lang.
Song Qingwu clutched tightly to Rong Jianlin's garment, her eyes brimming with tears. Do they all dislike Qingwu? Xiao Yan is your sister. I regard her as my own. I remember when I came to find you, Xiao Yan said she would treat me like an elder sister. How is it now? If Xiao Yan is upset because of our matter, Qingwu is willing to yield. I only wish to remain by your side, even if it means being a concubine. I am willing, as long as the Zhu family and all the brothers do not harbor grievances against you. Rong Zhonglin felt somewhat annoyed by her tears. He looked down at Song Qingwu's tear-streaked face, and the initial tenderness in his heart was replaced with a hint of dissatisfaction as he noticed the bandages on his arm. He had always known that Zhu Yan had feelings for him, but he regarded her merely as a sister. Yet, Zhu Yan was concerned about his injury, while Song Qingwu wept over such trivial matters. Besides, this incident stemmed from Song Qingwu's misjudgment. Had it not been for her, their plans to sow discord between Song Ho and Xiao Emo would not have been disrupted. To protect her, his brothers had left in anger, and the noble families were visibly displeased. He had said nothing. What reason did Song Qingwu have to cry? Yet, these dark emotions were swiftly suppressed. After all, she was the woman he cherished, and he could not bear to be overly harsh. With a gentle sigh, Rong Zhonglin stroked Song Qingwu's head. Zhu Yan is straightforward and means no harm. She merely spoke harshly out of concern for my injury. Do not take it to heart. You are correct about the selection banquet, but the concerns of my brothers are also valid. If that tyrant has ulterior motives, we must not act rashly, otherwise, we risk losing both our opportunity and our men. Let me ponder this matter further. Song Qingwu's grip on his garment instantly tightened, her eyes flashing with indignation. What is there to think about? As soon as she takes the stage, it is effortless for her to captivate those around her. With such meticulous arrangements already in place, what hesitation could Rong Zhonglin possibly have? It can only be a lack of profound affection for her, an unwillingness to take risks on her behalf. Song Qingwu, oblivious to the true reason behind the shift in the crowd's attitude, perceives them as blind as Zhu Yan, unable to recognize her talents and virtues. In an instant, she released Rong Zhonglin's hand, throwing a minor tantrum. If you are unwilling, then I shall go alone. After all, I managed to escape from the prison. I am far from the useless person your childhood sweetheart describes. With that, Song Qingwu strode towards the door, leaving Fong Ling alarmed, hastily tugging at her sleeve while glancing nervously at Rong Zhonglin's suddenly darkened expression. Have you lost your mind? What if Zhonglin gets angry and casts us out? Song Qingwu smiled confidently, deliberately slowing her pace as she reached the door. Rong Lang is devoted to me. He will certainly come after me. Fong Ling felt uneasy. Having endured the disdain of the underworld for several days in the prison, she found it hard to believe Song Qingwu's bold proclamation. Especially as she glanced back at the ominously silent door, she gulped and tugged at Song Qingwu's sleeve with even more vigor. Song Qingwu's expression shifted as she turned to see that Rong Zhonglin had indeed not pursued her. The guards at the door cast disdainful glances her way. Stunned, Song Qingwu bit her lip in frustration. These people, who had once surrounded her like loyal hounds, now seemed to have transformed entirely. Chapter 84. Bowing down gazing at the still-closed door, Song Qingwu's eyes darkened for a moment, but ultimately, she lowered her proud head to reconcile with Rong Zhonglin.
Rong Lang.
Your heart is truly ruthless. She leaned against the doorframe, her eyes glistening with tears, clenching her palms tightly. Song Qingwu felt that Rong Zhonglin's cold demeanor made her want to turn and leave, yet she had nowhere else to turn. He was her only refuge. In a moment of panic, she stepped forward to embrace Rong Zhonglin, her small hands nervously caressing his waist, her tone enticing. Please don't be angry with me, Rong Lang. It is so rare for us to be together every day without fear. I do not wish to be apart from you again. Originally a simple countrywoman, she had become a lady of the court only after marrying Song Bihua. She was determined to raise a refined young lady to strike back at those old hags. While she was aware of the secret relationship between Rong Zhonglin and Song Qingwu, she had not anticipated it reaching such an extent. Yet now, Rong Zhonglin, drawn in by her charm, pulled her close and kissed her. From now on, do not sulk. I will protect you, but you must also consider my feelings. Though Song Qingwu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, she nodded obediently, tracing circles on Rong Zhonglin's chest with her fingers. Rong Lang, regarding the famine, I actually have a plan. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, within the council chamber, officials from the Ministry of Rights surrounded a woman clad in splendid attire. All eyes focused on her as they awaited her response to the 15th iteration of the Spring Festival proposal. The officials whispered among themselves. It was not unusual for the Empress to host a banquet, but it was remarkable that she had summoned them all for discussion, including officials of various ranks from the Ministry of Rights. They had arranged the tables in a circle in the council chamber, with a large blackboard set up for brainstorming, categorizing their ideas into planning and project divisions, something they had never encountered before. Yet, the efficiency was undeniable. In a single night, the banquet proposal had reached its 15th version. Deputy Minister Jiang, did you craft this proposal? Song Lingyu inquired, examining the banquet itinerary in her hands, nodding earnestly as she pointed to the signature at the bottom. A figure in a crimson official robe stepped forward. Song Lingyu's eyes lit up. It was none other than Jiang Yulin, the Deputy Minister of Rights, known for his penchant for cross-dressing and his rather audacious schemes. Feeling a shiver at her gaze, Jiang Yulin thought to himself that his embarrassing secrets must have reached the Empress. Or why else would she look at him like that? Song Lingyu's eyes twinkled with mischief as she elongated her words. Deputy Minister Jiang, this proposal is quite commendable. However, I find the dances somewhat dull. Why not let me introduce you to my great Xia male troupe? You can refine their performances, and perhaps we could incorporate some folk tales for a touch of excitement. This banquet was significant, and Xiao Imo had entrusted her with the task of collecting debts. The aristocrats were seasoned and would not yield to mere threats. If the imperial guards intervened, it could lead to dire consequences. Song Lingyu understood that Xiao Imo had assigned her this task to prevent further public outrage and to avoid placing unnecessary blame on the tyrant. If the imperial guards were to disguise themselves, Deputy Minister of Rights, what a perfect candidate. Jiang Yulin's face contorted in disbelief at Song Lingyu's words. He had heard rumors that his fondness for cross-dressing had spread widely. Was there really any difference between this and being stripped of his dignity in public? He had merely followed the trend, joining Minister Jiang to make a statement while secretly hoping to witness whether the Emperor and Empress truly indulged in such extravagant behavior at the Marquis's residence. Jiang Yulin groaned inwardly, his expression one of despair as he accepted the order. Several colleagues from the ministry who had been at the Marquis's residence, intimidated by the Emperor, stifled their laughter. Did you ever consider the consequences when you spread rumors about the Emperor's fondness for a little whip? The council chamber became a stage for suppressed laughter. Jiang Yulin, flamboyantly adjusting his official robe, shot a glare at the older officials. Why the sudden silence? Are you all simply disinclined to smile? With the basic proposal finalized, Song Lingyu's expression grew serious again. She turned and, using specially crafted white chalk, wrote several large characters on the blackboard, ensuring all the officials could see clearly. Confusion erupted among the attendees. Your Highness, this Linzhou and Ningzhou. Jiang Yulin could not help but interject. These are the locations where the 6 former noble families were relocated. After the founding of the nation, these families, having quickly pledged their loyalty, contributed significant military resources during the emperor's campaigns, thus escaping retribution and being ordered to move to remote areas. Since these are affluent families, their relocation has only accelerated the recovery of those regions, making them even more prosperous than during the era of the 6 states. Why does your Highness wish to discuss them specifically? They hardly merit our attention. Song Lingyu tapped the blackboard, observing the expressions of the officials, including Jiang Yulin, mirroring each other. Standing above, she could see clearly and felt a surge of pride in her intellect. If she had waited for each one to be summoned individually, the banquet would be postponed indefinitely. Moreover, she had her own schemes to execute during this banquet. Ahem. The Chui and Lu families have now dispersed across the cold and harsh southwestern and northwestern regions. Although they have acknowledged Great Xia as their sovereign, take the Chui family for instance, they were originally nobility from the Jin state, and after relocating to Linzhou, they have continued to uphold the customs of the former Jin state. I am sure you are all aware of this regarding the other families. Jiang Yulin furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is necessary for them to understand Great Xia's etiquette at this banquet. The Emperor has shown them mercy by sparing their lives. To cling to their previous customs suggests hidden ambitions. Song Lingyu admired his passion. Despite his love for cross-dressing and gossip, his fervor was commendable. She smiled and tempered her usual levity. No, this time, I permit them to enter the palace and attend the banquet according to their former customs. Chapter 85. The Emperor's possessiveness is terrifying. The hall fell into an immediate silence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Yulin's forehead as he froze for a few seconds. Then, with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Song Lingyu's eyelids twitched. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of knees hitting the floor echoed again, and a multitude of officials from the Ministry of Rights followed suit. Kneeling in unison, their faces pale as death. If this were to be approved, the Emperor's fury might transform the Spring Festival into a banquet of corpses. The Queen is pushing them into the fire pit. The officials exclaimed, "Don't come any closer," observing Song Lingyu with a beaming smile and a resolute demeanor. The officials behind elbowed the high-ranking members of the Ministry of Rights incessantly. Thud. The Minister of Rights collapsed to the ground. I'm fainting. I know nothing. It has nothing to do with me. The pressure fell onto the second-in-command of the ministry. Jiang Yulin, whose back felt as if it was about to be pierced, glanced at his unconscious superior on the ground. Old rogue, I see you've taken to sticking your left cheek onto your right, shamelessly thick-skinned. Tears streamed down Jiang Yulin's face. Your Highness, I am nearly 50. Who would have thought that after decades of navigating the officialdom, just as I am on the verge of retirement, I would face such a workplace crisis? Trembling, he turned to look at Song Lingyu, who merely squinted her eyes and suddenly bent down to pat his shoulder. 50 is the age of striving. Do not be afraid, Zhang Xiaohua. Song Lingyu's gaze was fervent, clearly expressing her admiration and shock for him, as if to say, you, Zhang Xiaohua, are truly remarkable.
Jiang Huaya.
The stage name Jiang Dashi, Lang used while disguised as a woman, ignited a fervent curiosity among his colleagues. Jiang Dashi, Lang wiped his face, feeling as though he had shattered into pieces. At this moment, outside the council hall, a man dressed in black robes stood in a concealed spot. Deliberately suppressing his fierce aura, his cold gaze fixated on the woman inside the hall, quietly observing, his thoughts inscrutable. Liao Zhongquan carefully glanced at this young emperor, who was infamous for his tyrannical reputation, nearly drenched in sweat. This was the first selection of consorts since Xiao Mo ascended the throne, and the banquet was unprecedentedly grand. As the emperor's close aide, Liao Zhongquan was naturally on high alert. However, after the emperor entrusted this matter to the queen, he seemed rather indifferent, not asking a single question. After court, he wandered almost the entire palace before arriving here. He was pleased to see the harmony between the emperor and empress. Yet, what scheme was the queen concocting? Observing the expressionless youth, Liao Zhongquan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty, should I remind Her Highness? The youth interrupted him with a gesture. Xiaomo's phoenix eyes narrowed as he glanced at the frightened officials of the Ministry of Rites, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Only she could instill such fear in this group of stubborn old officials. He considered allowing the aristocracy to participate in the banquet according to the old customs. A glimmer of insight flashed in his dark eyes. He had discerned some of Song Lingyu's intentions. However, with his ruthlessly decisive style, without a suitable pretext, he feared it might alert the enemy. He was curious how Song Lingyu would persuade these officials of the Ministry of Rites. The youth's black eyes flickered slightly, unbeknownst to him. His gaze towards a certain individual softened with indulgence.
Cough.
Do not be too agitated. I have yet to finish speaking. Seeing the fright on the faces of the officials, Song Lingyu let out a nervous cough, helping Jiang Yulin up from the ground and urging the others to rise as well. Your Majesty's divine might has quelled the 6 kingdoms, resulting in the present peace of the Daxia. Naturally, there is no reason to let them ride atop the Daxia. However, one must be cautious. To catch a wolf, one must first entice it with sweetness. Should further issues arise, how to handle them is, of course, up to the Daxia to decide. Song Lingyu fixed her gaze upon the officials, her smile still radiant. Yet, inexplicably, that gentle smile sent a chill down their spines. After a brief pause, the Minister of Rites suddenly sprang to his feet, and Jiang Yulin's eyes sparkled. Your Highness, are you suggesting a show of courtesy before force? The two trembled, unable to continue speaking but excitedly gazing at Song Lingyu. Over the years, although the aristocracy had been relegated to remote regions, the emperor had not exterminated them completely, yet they, as old ministers who fought for the realm, remembered well how these vermin had previously oppressed the common folk. Forcing them to surrender half their wealth before being expelled was hardly enough to atone for their past sins. However, with the realm just stabilized, it was a reluctant measure. Could it be that the emperor was finally ready to take action against them? The Minister of Rites and Jiang Yulin exchanged glances, suddenly seeing a burning ambition ignited in one another's eyes. They may not be military officials, unable to kill, but they excelled in cunning and deceit. 50 years, or 70, is the prime age for striving. Song Lingyu sighed in relief. Matters were nearly settled. Now everything was ready, just awaiting the arrival of the aristocracy to participate in this grand banquet.
Hee.
Song Lingyu rubbed her hands together, suddenly filled with anticipation. This was a legitimate opportunity for gain. A dream of robbing a bank that she had fantasized about in her past life was finally about to be realized, and life was looking up. After delegating some tasks, Song Lingyu let the officials of the Ministry of Rites get to work. Jiang Yulin, with a decade of storytelling experience, led the Daxia male ensemble, the Jinwu Guard version, with enthusiasm. The elderly, yet capable Minister of Rites was imparting his years of expertise in feigning fainting spells to the remaining officials, preparing for a collective ruse before the aristocracy. The old bones could still shine. Once they had departed, Song Lingyu propped her head up and began to feel drowsy. Thinking of her salary, she was inexplicably reminded of the lavish gifts Xiao Mo had sent during their wedding, her expression darkening. Xiao Mo, you scoundrel. Among all those boxes of gifts, you actually stuffed one full of ivory. Damn that tyrant. If I don't get overtime pay today, I'll sell all that ivory. The tyrant has a decent appearance, and it seems he has many admirers. Surely ivory once used by him would sell splendidly. Let us get started. Use? Where would he use it? Upon thinking of a certain place, Xiao Mo's expression darkened like a pot bottom. Watching the woman suddenly invigorated, dashing out of the council hall like a gust of wind, Xiao Mo clenched his fists tightly, nearly grinding out a few words through gritted teeth. Song.
Ling. You.
Liao Zhongquan, startled by his sudden anger, hurriedly observed his expression. Just moments ago, when he heard the queen praise the emperor's divine might, he seemed quite pleased. What had changed? Suddenly, the youth shot him a glance, his face dark and terrifying. Issue a decree. From today onward, the Daxia forbids the trafficking of ivory. After speaking, Xiao Mo paused as if recalling something, then coldly added, and leather whips, candlesticks, and such items. Purchase all of them for me. If those from Ninghua Palace go, completely ignore them. Liao Zhongquan was left in a state of chaos. What on earth was this? Was the emperor's possessiveness towards the queen reaching its peak? Were they merely playthings? Chapter 86. Will the storyline still perfect itself? Chuntao, green stripe. Where's my ivory? Hurry, bring it out. Chuntao and Green Stripe were in the courtyard counting the newly assigned personnel. Upon hearing the word ivory, they immediately became alert. Chuntao hurriedly shooing away the newly arrived palace maids while Green Stripe pulled them into the room, carefully closing the door. Turning around and seeing their mistress's eyes sparkling, Green Stripe knew something was amiss. Mistress, what do you need that for? Green Stripe stammered, recalling the purpose of that item. His serious expression breaking. What the Emperor gave you before, I didn't dare to put it in the private treasury of Ninghua Palace. I've been secretly hiding it. Green Stripe spoke through gritted teeth, while Song Lingyu chuckled mischievously, her pearly little tiger teeth showing, looking quite whimsical. Even better. I can sell it. And no one will trace it back to me. Green Stripe, after a moment of shock, exploded. That thing can be trafficked? If the Emperor finds out. A pair of cold, piercing phoenix eyes flashed in Green Stripe's mind, and just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. However, Song Lingyu remained blissfully unaware of her horrified expression, lost in dreams of impending wealth. In any case, it is all about making money. Trafficking in ivory is not illegal. During a famine when money is scarce, Xiao Imo would surely forgive her. Xiao Imo, soon. I will have you arrested tomorrow. As Song Lingyu urged the green-haired attendant to open the storeroom, she saw Chuntao enter with a sorrowful expression, clutching a dusty bundle in her arms. Upon reflection, it seemed improbable. Under her influence, the entire palace knew of Xiao Mo's excessive indulgence towards her, and Chuntao, along with the green-haired attendant, had seen their worth rise. Surrounded by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs eager to curry favor. Who would dare to bully her? As she pulled Chuntao closer, Song Lingyu noticed Chuntao's nose was red, as if she had been crying. Frowning, she looked at the bundle in her arms. The fabric was faded, as if it had been washed numerous times, unlike anything Chuntao would possess in the palace. No one has bullied me, Your Highness, do not worry. Chuntao wiped her tears, her reddened eyes still managing a smile. She weighed the bundle in her hands and explained, Your Majesty, out of concern for you, has assigned quite a few people to the palace. Coincidentally, a young girl from my hometown is among them. And inside this bundle are the pickled vegetables my mother asked her to bring when she entered the palace. Accidentally slipping into her dialect, Chuntao blushed and scratched her head, quickly unwrapping the bundle to reveal several old jars. She looked at Song Lingyu with great care. Your Highness, would you like to try? Song Lingyu was taken aback, her brows knitting in curiosity. It was as if she were meeting Chuntao for the first time, scrutinizing her closely. With a round face and crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled when she smiled, she favored tying her hair with a peach-colored ribbon and had an insatiable appetite. According to the green-haired attendant, before becoming a palace maid, Chuntao had been so underfed that she resembled a monkey. Now, with 3 meals a day, she was pleasantly plump and strong, effortlessly carrying the heavy jars of pickled vegetables. As a supporting character who had just made her entrance, this maid had not even been named in both novels. Is this an immersive role-playing game for players? Unable to resist, Song Lingyu pinched Chuntao's cheek. The soft texture feeling utterly real, far more satisfying than the high-freedom worlds claimed by certain games. Her own storyline was already complete and vivid. The novels only mentioned Xiao Mo's madness for love without a word about impotence. Such gossip was ripe for the picking. Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it could be displayed, then let it be. Seeing Song Lingyu welcome this rustic meal, the green-haired attendant and Chuntao promptly prepared lunch. Just in time for the meal, the delicious aroma sent Song Lingyu's stomach rumbling. The pickled vegetables, freshly scooped from the jars, glistened with tenderness, and the sour and spicy scent instantly ignited her appetite. She quickly picked up her chopsticks and began to feast. Her inner voice echoed, delicious, delicious, delicious. The pickled vegetables are truly aromatic. In the imperial study, upon suddenly hearing Song Lingyu's inner voice, the previously calm Xiao Imo furrowed his brow in irritation. What trivial nonsense was this? Was it merely because Liao Zhongquan had selected a few cooks for Ninghua Palace? Why such excitement? Yet, this thought brought an unexpected smile to his lips. The shadow guard reporting to him felt the overwhelming pressure and broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, sensing a shift in the Emperor's aura, the shadow guard halted, daring not to continue, and timidly raised his head. He beheld the usually cold and stern young Emperor, whose expression was now lively with joy. Had Song Lingyu been present, she would surely have seen the proud tale that had risen behind him. Since his birth, apart from the years spent in the cold palace with his birth mother, Xiao Imo had never intentionally restrained his emotions. Now, there was even less reason to do so. He raised his chin, signaling the shadow guard to continue. The shadow guard wiped his cold sweat and reported, Your Majesty, since that day Song Qingwu sneaked out of the Song residence, we have lost all trace of the informant who assisted her. I have searched the Song residence thoroughly, but there is no sign of the tall man with a limp right leg. The shadow guards had gradually lowered. This matter had dragged on for half a month without progress, and he was prepared to bear the brunt of the Emperor's wrath. Xiao Imo slowly tightened his brows. Song Qingwu's protagonist aura had weakened, and without protection, traces would inevitably surface. Who was this mysterious figure able to elude the Shadow Guard's pursuit? Just then, a shrill scream nearly shattered Xiaomo's eardrum, causing him to rise abruptly.
What?
Has Song Qingwu's protagonist aura diminished by another 5%? That makes a total reduction of 35%. What have I done today? Did I successfully curse Song Qingwu from afar so that she may do evil again? Xiaomo's initially excited heart sank again upon hearing the latter part of the inner voice. If possible, he would very much like to sew his ears shut when necessary. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Xiao Mo signaled for the Shadow Guard to withdraw and called for Liao Zhongqiuan. Chapter 87. Let us see who is stronger. Liao Zhongqiuan had grown accustomed to this. His previous indifference towards women was merely a prelude to the boundless indulgence that followed a moment of infatuation. Even after Xiao Mo finished speaking, he professionally handed over a record of various marriage customs from different regions. Xiao Mo cast a glance of appreciation. Liao, the chief steward, straightened his back, ready for any orders. No need to inform the Song residents. The weakening of Song Qingwu's protagonist aura and its connection to this person's hidden identity remained uncertain. The inability to track this individual meant the problem must lie with the Song family. He had to visit in person. Suddenly rising, he declared, to Ninghua Palace. Meanwhile, with rice grains still clinging to her mouth, Song Lingyu stared at the large characters that suddenly appeared on her system panel. Her expression one of confusion akin to a lost soul. She was merely eating here, and Song Qingwu's protagonist aura was plummeting so dramatically. She hadn't done anything. The rich aroma of the dishes filled her nostrils, and as she swallowed, she glanced at the bowl of rice mixed with pickled vegetables and meat. After a moment of deep contemplation, she clasped her hands together in earnest prayer. Oh, mysterious carbohydrate bomb, reveal your true power before me. At the cost of Xiao Mo never tasting meat in this lifetime, I command you to terminate the protagonist. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The system remained silent. Opening her eyes, she found not only the fragrant mixed rice before her but also the terrified expressions of the green-haired attendant and Chun Tao, along with the dark scowl of the tyrant, whose face appeared as if he had just unearthed from the ground after a century. Oh no, was Song Linyu's first instinct, as she protectively shielded her bowl of rice. She had added 10 pieces of meat, all premium beef. Xiao Mo shot her a cold glance, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Has the Empress recovered? You seem to have quite an appetite today. With her chopsticks finally halting amidst a mouthful of meat, Song Lingyu maintained her character, smiling gently. Oh, Your Majesty. Xiao Mo's lips twitched, and recalling her earlier inner voice, his expression darkened further. It's just a few pieces of meat. It's not like I can't afford it. Gripping Song Lingyu's cheek, Xiao Mo poured himself a cup of water and forcefully brought it to her lips. Speaking in an icy tone, drink. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from him, Song Lingyu swallowed her meat and immediately switched to a more obsequious demeanor. Your Majesty. Have you come because you miss me? Oh, I'm so touched. How dare she ask? Xiao Mo scoffed coldly, crossing his arms as he surveyed Ninghua Palace. Your private treasury, huh? The Shadow Guards have already informed me. Tonight, I'll have someone retrieve that box of ivory from Song Lingyu. Why can't I come? The young man shot a sharp glance, his beautiful phoenix eyes slightly raised, exuding both arrogance and pride. It's not like we're truly married. You make it sound as if I'm sneaking around behind your back. If I were to sneak around, it certainly wouldn't be in my own palace. The most dangerous place is often the safest. If I were to sneak, I'd do it right next to Xiao Mo. He would never notice. Speaking of which, the young attendant by Xiao Mo's side is quite handsome. If only he were a bit more reckless, that wouldn't be so bad. You dare. In an instant, Xiao Mo's phoenix eyes turned cold, his sharp gaze locking onto Song Lingyu, nearly crushing the teacup in his hand. Someone was utterly oblivious to the fact that her innermost thoughts had long since seeped away like water through a sieve. The tyrant's mood was as capricious as her perpetually tardy aunt's monthly visits, a situation she had grown accustomed to. On the surface, she continued to maintain her facade of a deeply affectionate persona. The world is yours. How could I dare not to welcome you, Your Majesty? Do you still doubt my feelings for you? I think of you day and night. Even a mere glance at you is enough to satisfy me. Suddenly, the teacup was crushed in Xiao Mo's hand. He grasped Song Linyu's cheek firmly, pulling her closer, his gaze fixated on her crimson lips. A tempest of anger swirling in his eyes. You little thing, whose heart and words do not align. His finger pressed down hard, rubbing insistently. You claim to love me.
Do you not?
Then tonight, I shall sleep here. Song Lingyu froze, staring at the cold smirk on Xiao Mo's lips, swallowing hard. You can't be serious, can you? The two locked eyes in the same place, his long fingers grazing her eyelids. Her heart raced, a tingling sensation coursing through her body. This feeling was unfamiliar. Xiao Mo's smirk faltered, his arm around Song Linyu's waist tightening. His gaze fixated on her luscious lips, his throat bobbed as he unconsciously leaned closer. Your Highness, the ivory has been found, a voice suddenly interjected. The two jumped apart as if struck by lightning. Green Strip, holding a box, looked at the Emperor and Empress. Both blushing deeply, her expression hesitant. Had she arrived at an inopportune moment? Upon receiving confirmation from Spring Peach, her face lit up with delight. It turned out the ivory was intended for use with His Majesty, and the Empress had merely been too shy to admit it. Your Highness, we will step outside at once and ensure no one disturbs you and His Majesty. Green Strip exchanged a knowing glance with Spring Peach, hurriedly setting down the box and dashing out. Before the door closed, Song Lingyu caught a glimpse of their admiring gazes directed at her. Staring at the box of ivory left behind, Song Lingyu thought, why would a good person use so many ivory sticks in one night? No, wait. I want to use them too. Let it all be destroyed. I wish to live no longer. With no time to ponder the earlier chaos, she glanced at the equally stunned Xiao Mo and dashed out before he could react. Where are you going? Unexpectedly, her collar was caught by Xiao Mo, who effortlessly pulled her back in front of the box of ivory. With a raised eyebrow, he observed her panicked expression, a smirk playing on his lips. It seemed the Empress truly desired him. Tell me, how do you plan to use these tonight? As he whispered in her ear, his breath tickled her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink back. She was thoroughly intimidated. What do you mean by use? I do not understand. She feigned ignorance, the best guise for protection. Xiao Mo ground his teeth in frustration, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, his gaze darkening. The urge to kiss her had nearly overwhelmed him. This peculiar thought was not new. He found himself drawn to Song Lingyu in ways he could not comprehend. Gazing at her delicate neck, he felt the impulse to reach out but quelled it. Surely, Song Lingyu must have employed some tactic, or perhaps it was the lingering influence of a virtuous wife. With a sneer, he abruptly swept her up in his arms. Let us see who falters first, Song Lingyu. Chapter 88. The return home. Do you not know how to use them? I shall teach you. Before Song Lingyu could react, she was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. Xiao Mo, with a mocking smile, guided her hand into his clothing, pressing it firmly. Song Lingyu's pupils dilated in shock. Is the neuter tomcat suddenly feeling frisky? Where are the morals? Where are the boundaries? A touch here, please. Xiao Mo froze, his anger intensifying. Am I the one being provocative? It is all your fault. Song Lingyu. His eyes reddened with fury. Whether he could sire heirs was not up to her. The oppressive aura descended once more, and Song Lingyu finally relented. With lustful thoughts but no courage, especially in the presence of the tyrant, she attempted to push him away, but he evaded her knee strike. In the ensuing chaos, she tumbled to the foot of the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. Xiao Mo glared at her with a dark expression, nearly grinding his teeth. Song Lingyu, do you wish to die? I do not, she protested weakly. But even if I did kick you, it would not matter, would it? It's all the same. Despite her thoughts, feeling the chilling aura radiating from him, she glanced at Xiao Mo's lower half, forcing a feeble smile. I did not mean to. It was because the moon's message arrived. Xiao Mo was momentarily stunned. A flicker of confusion crossed his features before he stiffened. The night wind swept in, chilling his exposed chest. Coming to his senses, he quickly leapt out of bed, a hint of regret flashing across his face. He had been so furious earlier. How could he have? His gaze swept over the disheveled bed and then to Song Lingyu, cocooned like a rice dumpling. Clearing his throat, he composed himself, returning to his usual aloof demeanor. Song Lingyu was bewildered. Wasn't it customary for the Empress's relatives to enter the palace and prostrate themselves without her even needing to exit? After a pause, he seemed somewhat embarrassed, turning his gaze aside. I shall accompany you.
What?
Song Lingyu was even more confused. Is the tyrant genuinely being this kind? Surely. He must be concocting some scheme, using this as an excuse to probe the Marquis's residence. Xiao Mo clenched his jaw, having restrained himself from executing this man until now. He considered himself quite benevolent. Yet, he said nothing, as his visit to the Marquis's residence did indeed have ulterior motives. Is it that you do not wish to go? He inquired, frowning as he scrutinized Song Lingyu's emotions, pursing his lips. A different approach might be troublesome, but it was not impossible. Unexpectedly, the next moment, her excited laughter rang in his ears. With this popularity, we have it all. By the way, does Lady Chao she still dabble in finance? We should just bring her along.
Xiao Mo's wavering resolve solidified.
However, Song Lingyu had already jumped off the bed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, as if he were a source of wealth. Your Majesty, when do we depart? I can hardly wait. Xiao Mo, intending to retract his words, felt a surge of frustration, glaring at her. Did this woman only see him as a means to wealth? Tomorrow, he snapped. Song Lingyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately wanted to call for Spring Peach and Green Strip to gather supplies. Aside from the ivory, she had plenty of items to sell. Observing her actions, Xiao Mo's eyelid twitched violently. I have already prepared everything. You need not worry. With that, He cast a fierce glance at the box of ivory. His voice tinged with irritation. Throw that box away. As far away as possible. The carriage jostled along the street, and Song Lingyu's heart fluttered with the rhythm of the swaying vehicle, stealing a glance at the brooding Xiao Emo across from her. His expression was as inscrutable as the night itself. Finally, the carriage came to a halt before the Marquis's residence. As Song Lingyu entered the main hall, she was met with a sight that left her utterly dumbfounded. The renowned General Song Bihua was kneeling on the floor, his head bowed, with a simple washboard beneath his knees. Su Chaoshi, accompanied by Song Ji, was dining at the table. Upon seeing Song Lingyu and Xiao Imo, she quickly rose. Your Majesty, Lady Ling, what brings you here? She guided Song Ji in greeting, her expression brimming with delight, pulling Song Lingyu's hand with joy, yet not casting a single glance at Song Bihua. The sight of Song Bihua kneeling on the washboard in the cold wind appeared particularly desolate. Song Lingyu glanced at him, then at Su Chaoshi, her heart a mix of excitement and reflection. Old Deng, it seems your retribution has arrived. Chasing after your wife leads to fiery tribulation. You deserve it. Xiao Mo's gaze flickered, landing on Song Bihua's rigid form, his brow furrowing slightly. Conflicted by emotions, this was not the Song Marquis he recognized. Song Bihua felt the disdainful gaze directed at him and instinctively flinched. Yet, upon witnessing Su Chaoshi completely disregard his presence, he grew resolute. He approached Su Chaoshi's side, respectfully saluting Xiao Emo and Song Lingyu, and then noticed the servants trailing behind them, carrying boxes into the mansion. Your Majesty, what is this? Song Bihua inquired. It's merely a matter of distinction between an ordinary washboard and one crafted from gold. Su Chaoshi displayed a hint of surprise before gently squeezing Song Lingyu's fingers. Whispering in her ear, it is evident that His Majesty genuinely cares for you, which brings me relief. However, remain vigilant. Do not be like me, how blind I was before. The group stood nearby, and both Song Bihua and Xiao Emo, being martial artists, possessed keen hearing. Upon hearing her words, Song Bihua's complexion paled, his lips twitching as if to speak. Xiao Emo furrowed his brow. What did she mean by that? Aside from the intimacy of true spouses, in what way had he wronged Song Lingyu? He had tolerated her murmurs in silence until now. As Xiao Mo's eyes narrowed, he caught sight of Song Lingyu nodding vigorously in agreement, causing his expression to darken. Song Lingyu, is this truly how you feel? Your Majesty, please take your seat.
Su Chaoshi interjet, poitendin ingoding Song Bihu.
Her nature was wild. Even before the emperor, she was unpretentious, unwilling to engage. She then ordered the servants to promptly prepare a sumptuous feast, specifically requesting the pig trotters that Song Lingyu favored. Song Lingyu's eyes brightened.
Ah.
My dear stepmother truly cares for me. I must ensure that the ivory business includes her share. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to Xiao Mo's murderous glare as she joined Su Chaoshi at the table. Chapter 89. The adorable child who learns from experience in just a quarter of an hour. The streets surrounding the General's mansion were filled with people. Unlike the awe-inspiring coronation ceremony of the Emperor and Empress, the gates of the Marquis residence were firmly shut, and the guards stationed around exuded a menacing aura that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. At this moment, in the main hall of the Marquis residence, the usual home-cooked dishes had been cleared away, replaced by a banquet befitting imperial standards. As Song Bihua gazed at the indifferent emperor seated at the head of the table, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Goodness, I have yet to appease my wife and child, and now I face a formidable presence. Not just one, but two. Upon seeing Song Lingyu wink at him, an expression of look who's in trouble now on her face, Song Bihua felt a lump in his throat. Remembering the humiliation of kneeling on the washboard, he wished he could just crash into a wall. However, he swallowed hard and looked hopefully at Su Chaoshi. The latter was teasing the baby in her arms, smiling tenderly now and then, but whenever her gaze met his, the warmth vanished, rendering him invisible. This cold treatment had persisted ever since Fong Ling and her daughter departed. A bitter taste filled Song Bihua's heart as he wiped his face, first offering a piece of pastry to Song Lingyu, then cautiously presenting another to Song Ji. My lady, you used to love this, and little Ji enjoys it too, though it's quite sweet. The lady said too much can harm one's teeth. Song Lingyu raised an eyebrow but did not accept it. Nestled in Su Chaoshi's embrace, little Song Ji gazed at the treat for a moment, then turned his mouth away, ignoring it altogether. An odd atmosphere spread throughout the hall. Song Lingyu blinked, observing the middle-aged version of the love-chasing scene unfolding before her, the protagonists being her adoptive father and stepmother. She sighed inwardly. You come to nurse the child after he is dead, and now you wish to swim after nearly drowning. Why didn't you do this sooner? Now it's all too late. Yet I cannot place all the blame on Song Bihua. The true culprit remains that wretched heroine, Song Qingwu. Alas, harm is harm. Stepmother.
Hold on.
Endure the torment a bit longer. In the past, encountering such a scandalous scene would have incited a fight, especially considering the paper-thin nature of the characters involved. However, when Su Chaoxi trembled uncontrollably, needing to grasp her hand to stand firm against Song Bihua's emotional outburst. The force she exerted in her palm was a memory that lingered with Song Lingyu. At worst, I'll just divorce him. As a queen, I can certainly support my stepmother.
Oh.
And what of little Song Ji? If only we were all in Ninghua Palace, how lively it would be. Hearing this, Xiao Mo lifted his eyelids, casting a cold glance at her, scoffing internally. What will you use to support them? The profits from selling ivory?
As he thought this,
Xiao Mo let out a derisive laugh and popped a grape into Song Lingyu's mouth. Eat up, silence that mouth of yours. It's best if your heart stays quiet too. Can't you see Song Bihua is on the verge of tears? Approaching 50 years of age. Xiao Mo had never witnessed such a pathetic expression from Song Bihua. He carefully peeled a segment of orange and presented it to Su Chaoxi. My lady, your favorite. I've peeled it clean, it won't be bitter. He did so with utmost care, bordering on obsequiousness. Su Chaoxi finally acknowledged him, but her gaze was laced with icy mockery. The Marquis is a man of wealth and importance. I am not a lady, merely a concubine, he can dismiss at will. Song Bihua's face turned ghostly pale. Song Lingyu found it amusing. As expected of you, my dear stepmother. Your words strike true to my heart. Dear sir, winning back a lover cannot be achieved with just an orange. Xiao Mo merely rolled his eyes, sipping tea while maintaining a facade of superiority. Yet, he discreetly observed the interactions between Song Bihua and his wife. He found himself in agreement with Song Lingyu's sentiments. A man, once he has wronged someone and hurt their feelings, ought to let go rather than cling on desperately. Should Song Lingyu become upset in the future, he certainly would not emulate such behavior. Xiao Mo glanced at the nearby Song Lingyu, who was enjoying the unfolding drama, and let out a cold snort, tossing a grape into his mouth. The sweet tart juice burst within, causing him to freeze momentarily. Why was he comparing himself to Song Lingyu? They were not truly husband and wife. His expression darkened for a moment as a soft, gentle voice chimed in beside him. I saw the emperor feeding grapes to sister. Are you angry, sister? Do you not wish to speak to the emperor? Song Ji had approached, leaning against Song Lingyu's knee, speaking innocently. Song Lingyu was amused, glancing at Xiao Mo, thinking she dared not show anger. Pinching Song Ji's chubby cheek, she asked, Why do you think I am angry? Because when mother is upset, father gives her favorite oranges. You like grapes, but the emperor is so esteemed, he wouldn't casually feed grapes to just anyone. The grape in Xiao Mo's mouth suddenly lost its sweetness. Song Lingyu fell silent as well. What a clever boy, you truly can draw inferences. She wanted to deny that this was the tyrant's bad temper, fearing that one day the grapes he offered might be poisoned instead. However, having spent several days in the Marquis residence, it was not surprising that Song Ji had picked up on such things. But would Xiao Mo be the type to pay attention to what she liked? Song Lingyu quietly regarded Xiao Mo. He swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a tinge of regret about having chosen a grape from the multitude of fruits on the table. Ahem. Song Aiching, when shall we begin the feast? I am feeling somewhat weary. Xiao Mo suddenly stood, his expression as stern as ever. Yet from Song Lingyu's angle, she oddly noticed his ears were quite red. So, he was merely embarrassed to admit hunger. Song Lingyu shouted internally, discreetly patting her chest. That was close. I almost thought Xiao Mo had a crush on me. What a chilling thought. Chilling? Was it so shameful for the esteemed emperor to harbor feelings? Xiao Mo's handsome features displayed a flicker of vulnerability. Meanwhile, Song Bihua, who had been forcibly dragged from the depths of despair by Su Chaoxi, observed Xiao Mo's expression darkening by the second. Seeing Su Chaoxi on the verge of kneeling to apologize, he hastily stepped forward to plead for forgiveness. It is my negligence. I shall have the kitchen prepare the dishes immediately. Having said that, he straightened his face and ordered the servants, specifically instructing that no one approach within 50 meters of the dining hall. However, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Mo's brows furrowed, his tone turning icy. Song Bihai's expression momentarily froze, his eyes filled with nothing but shock. Similarly wide-eyed, Song Lingyu trembled slightly, spilling a considerable amount of sunflower seeds. Is this truly something that could be uttered by the tyrant? What happened to the aloof and ferocious persona? If it weren't for Xiao Mo's unwavering tone, I would have thought he intended to summon everyone here to play executioner. Chapter 90. The overbearing stepmother's dominant love upon Xiao Mo's declaration. Song Bihai displayed a fleeting look of doubt, then met the emperor's profound dark gaze, causing his heart to race. Could it be that His Majesty intended to? The servants, oblivious to the underlying significance, simply relished the prospect of a feast, happily departing at His Majesty's command. Your Majesty, everyone has arrived, Song Bihai announced. Bowing respectfully, Xiao Mo nodded, his obsidian eyes surveying the lively crowd below, a tempest brewing beneath his calm demeanor. Madam Chao, the banquet is about to commence. Where are you off to? Song Bihai suddenly inquired anxiously, glancing beside him. Xiao Mo followed his gaze, noticing Su Chaoxi holding Song Ji, already rising from her seat. with Song Lingyu trailing closely behind, appearing ready to leave. Xiao Mo's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Though the Jinwu guards were present to maintain order, unforeseen chaos could still arise. Why would she not remain by his side? Sensing Xiao Mo's gaze, Song Lingyu rolled her eyes internally. What kind of look is that from the tyrant? As if my mere departure would bring about his demise. Xiao Mo felt a wave of discomfort under her scrutiny. At that moment, Su Chaoqi performed a graceful curtsy before him, her gaze skimming over Song Bihai as if he were invisible, smiling as she continued. Your words are indeed beyond reproach. Xiao Mo glanced at Song Lingyu's expectant eyes and understood. Given the banquet's complexity, it was likely that Song Lingyu would not remain seated for long. It would be better to allow her some respite before the festivities began. He nodded in acquiescence. With that, Song Lingyu and Su Chaoqi exited, leaving Song Bihai gazing longingly after their retreating figures until they vanished from sight. At which point he let out a desolate sigh. Song Ho, do you have regrets? Xiao Mo's cool voice broke the silence beside him. Observing Song Bihai's dejected demeanor, Xiao Mo was suddenly reminded of Song Lingyu's sentiments. She seemed quite pleased to see him suffering under Su Chaoqi's scrutiny. Yet it was evident that she still hoped for a reconciliation between the two. After all, it was clear that Su Chaoqi harbored some feelings for Song Bihai, though the wounds of the past remained unhealed. Nevertheless, a restless minister is not beneficial for the nation. He thought of the greater good for the daxia and resolved to have his shadow guards discreetly assist in the matter. However, Song Bihai was a man of straightforward disposition, and recalling his previous harsh words to Su Chaoqi, even attempting to send her away, made him feel a pang of regret. His complexion paled slightly, and bitterness surged within him. He wished to cherish her, but wondered if she would grant him another chance. Your Majesty is right. Song Lingyu was led into Su Chaoqi's chamber. Upon entering, a maid presented a box of clothing. Golden threads adorned the hem of the dress, depicting a phoenix, its fiery red hue promising unparalleled beauty even before it was worn. Auntie, you truly have a dress, Song Lingyu exclaimed, with delight, initially believing that Su Chaoqi had merely sought a reason to escape from Song Bihai's presence. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Su Chaoqi's haughty expression faltered, and a smile crept onto her lips as she personally held the garment against Song Lingyu. Your measurements have been noted at home, but I see you've been thriving in the palace. Your face is filled out quite a bit. I wonder if this dress will fit. After all, you're a married woman. Your family should have prepared a proper gown for you, so I took the liberty of getting this ready. Seeing her aunt's proud yet caring demeanor, Song Lingyu felt her heart soften immensely. Auntie, you are so kind to me. In an impulsive embrace, Song Lingyu nestled her head in Su Chaoqi's neck. Su Chaoqi stiffened momentarily, a look of bewilderment crossing her face, though inwardly, she felt a rush of joy. You silly girl, what else with all this sentimentality? It's just a small act of kindness. Yet, despite her words, Song Lingyu felt a warm surge within her chest. At that moment, her trousers were tugged at. Looking down, she found Song Ji pouting, a disgruntled expression on his face. I want a hug. I want to be held. Su Chaoqi wore an exasperated expression as she released Song Lingyu and reached for Song Ji, only for him to swat her hand away. Extending his chubby arms towards Song Lingyu instead, shaking them in a display of childish insistence. I want sister to hold me. Song Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, utterly charmed by the little one's adorableness. All right, sister will hold you. She shot Su Chaoqi a teasing glance, as if to say, see who's winning now. Before lifting Song Ji into her arms and playfully engaging with him, Song Ji, clearly delighted, nestled against her, grinning widely, his little hands tugging at her hairpin, occasionally erupting into giggles. Su Chaoqi watched the scene, her eyes softening, and discreetly signaled to a nearby servant. Soon, several heavy wooden chests were brought in, looking remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the boxes Xiao Mo had sent filled with gold and silver treasures. Song Lingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Su Chaoqi personally opened a chest revealing stacks of silver ingots, followed by another filled with luxurious silks and finally, a thick bundle of silver notes handed to her. Drooling at the sight of the notes, each worth a fortune, she exclaimed, You call this useless? Is this the power of a wealthy merchant's daughter? One must not be too extravagant. Chapter 91, Systemic Changes. Forget it. I am the Empress. Who would dare bully me in the palace? She remarked, gently ruffling Song Ji's hair, smilingly coaxing him. Let us save some for little Ji to buy candies, shall we? Nestled in her embrace, Song Ji glanced at his mother, his round eyes narrowing in displeasure. Humph, I don't like candy. Mother, you can't give it all to sister. Song Lingyu quipped. Now you're on the same side as your mother? What about when I wanted a hug just a moment ago? She turned to Su Chaoqi, who wore a gentle smile, but as their eyes met, her expression quickly hardened into her usual aloofness. Take it if you want it, Su Chaoqi insisted, forcefully shoving the silver notes toward her, huffing as she scrutinized her. Word in the city has spread. His Majesty will soon begin the selection of consorts. With your head buried in food, how will you fare amidst all that competition? You'll need these. Don't end up like me, regretting later. Su Chaoqi's words trailed off, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features before she quickly masked it with her usual sharp demeanor. She ordered the boxes to be secured and loaded onto Song Lingyu's carriage, denying her any further opportunity to refuse. Song Lingyu parted her lips, gazing at Su Chaoqi as forced composure, uncertain of what to say. The silver notes in her hand felt warm, almost burning. In her modern life, devoid of parents and friends, the concept of family seemed distant. Yet, now, witnessing Su Chaoqi as seemingly dismissive yet genuinely caring actions, Song Lingyu felt a sudden swell of tenderness in her heart. Auntie, do you truly intend to ignore father from now on? Song Lingyu inquired, observing Su Chaoqi directing the servants with a contemplative expression. Su Chaoqi's posture stiffened, her eyelashes fluttering with agitation. However, when she turned to face Song Lingyu, her expression remained haughty, dismissing her concern. What is it to you? Focus on the selection of consorts instead. With a sharp glare, Su Chaoqi urged Song Lingyu to change her attire. Song Lingyu fell silent, realizing that regardless of gender, the proud and willful often had unyielding tongues. Su Chaoqi was unwilling to speak, and she felt it inappropriate to press further. Clutching her clothes, she walked into the inner room. Upon her entrance, the maidservants immediately curtsied and offered to assist her in changing attire. Unaccustomed to being waited upon, even within the confines of Ninghua Palace, she had permitted Chuntao and Ltiao to disregard such formalities, tending to most matters herself. After dismissing them, she carefully examined the dress Su Chaoqi had gifted her. It was a dazzling crimson, intricate golden embroidery lending it both complexity and liveliness, surpassing even the treasures found in museums. Most importantly, it fit her perfectly. It was not merely, as Su Chaoqi had claimed, a simple convenience, but rather a thoughtful creation. Song Lingyu's eyes sparkled. Dear mother, do not love so deeply. You might truly become infatuated. Such a remarkable person. How could Song Laoding bear to harm you? With a sigh, she changed her clothes and stepped out, only to find Su Chaoqi had vanished. Song Ji was obediently playing on the soft couch with a wooden horse, and his eyes brightened upon seeing her. Sister, you look beautiful. His dark, expressive eyes followed her movements. Flattered by the compliment, Song Lingyu approached and playfully pinched his soft cheeks, indulging in a fervent bout of affection. With no one around, she felt a surge of curiosity. She lifted Song Ji onto her lap and tentatively asked, Little Ji, when those two wicked women were still at home, what did father do to mother? Not out of mere curiosity, but rather to assist Su Chaoqi, who was clearly in distress, yet feigning indifference. Upon hearing her question, Song Ji abruptly raised his head. His wooden horse clattered to the floor, and his little hand clutched her dress tightly as tears began to flow unbidden. Father is wicked. He hit mother. He even called me a bastard. Song Lingyu's heart tightened, and she immediately embraced him. Though his agitated emotions calmed somewhat in her embrace, the tears continued to fall. It was the bad women who fell into the water. But Father wouldn't he listen to Mother's explanations. He not only struck her but also locked her in a dark room, and she is so afraid of the dark. Father even snatched away the token he gave to Mother, because eldest sister said it would bring her misfortune. Mother shed so many tears, and once, she even fought with Father. Song Lingyu felt a sharp pang in her heart, realizing the extent of Song Qingwu's influence during that tumultuous time. Unbeknownst to her, Song Bihai had committed such foolish acts. No wonder Su Chaoqi sought to divorce him so soon after their marriage. She gazed down at Song Ji's tear-streaked face, wishing to comfort him but unsure of what to say. However, Song Ji tugged at her sleeve, his trembling body reflecting a deep-seated panic. Sister, why did father suddenly stop loving me and mother? Will I really become a child without a father?
I don't want that.
Woo-woo. The hot tears splashed onto her hand, so real and poignant. Song Lingyu felt a lump in her throat. It was peculiar that both Su Chaoqi and Song Ji were mere peripheral characters in her narrative, mere paper figures to her. Thus, she had maintained a detached, game-like attitude, completing tasks assigned by the system or waiting quietly for the plot to unfold, as long as she survived and could eventually obtain Xiao Mo's skeleton. Yet now, the sound of the child weeping in her arms was overwhelmingly genuine, and the once briefly sketched scenes of the story unfolded before her like a vivid film, alive and tangible. As she contemplated this, an odd sensation washed over her, a nagging feeling that she had forgotten something of great significance. What could it be? Song Lingyu furrowed her brows, striving to delve into her memories. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the back of her head. A vague image flickered before her eyes, hauntingly familiar. But before she could grasp it, it vanished. She pressed her temples, the intense pain subsiding, along with that strange thought. Had her mind faltered? She mused internally, forcing herself to dismiss the notion, glancing at the now tearful Song Ji, and hurriedly began to soothe him. However, unbeknownst to her, the interface of the shop was undergoing a dramatic transformation. The panel flickered as if experiencing a malfunction, snowflake-like noise flashing wildly across the screen. The words at the top of the shop distorted, becoming blurred and reconfigured, ultimately morphing into dark splotches, with faint letters hidden within. Salvation. Moments later, it returned to normal. Chapter 92. Alarm. Regaining her composure, Song Lingyu felt her mind muddled and heavy. Upon reaching her room, she could no longer hold herself up and sank into a chair. Her body feeling increasingly unwell. Supporting her heavy head, she sensed that she had forgotten something, yet nothing came to mind. What's wrong with you? Initially, upon seeing Song Lingyu in her new dress, Xiao Mo's eyes lit up, but noticing her pale complexion, he immediately straightened, his brows knitting together. Song Lingyu shook her head, her discomfort rendering her speechless. Her face turned ashen, as if a rod was relentlessly stirring within her mind. I'll carry you to bed. Xiao Mo's voice grew urgent as he lifted her, and as they moved, the system panel suddenly flickered before her eyes. Red letters flashed urgently, accompanied by a constant alarm. Level 10 alert. Level 10 alert. Song Lingyu's vision blurred, catching glimpses of the name Song Qingwu distorting and fading, the system panel shaking violently. Lines of red numbers soared. Finally, the panel displayed a series of fluctuating values. Heroine aura, +1, +1, +1. At that very moment, outside the gates of Jinqi Pavilion, Su Chaoxi had abandoned her usual composure, crouching by the window, her ear pressed against it, attempting to discern the commotion within. Yet, she remained uneasy. If such affection were to be lavished, why then, shortly after their wedding, was there such a rush to expand the harem and conduct a grand selection? That foolish girl Song Lingyu, surely she isn't being deceived and counting coins for them? Though Su Chaoxi expressed no concern outwardly, her heart was heavy with worry for Song Lingyu. The child's mother had passed away early, and Song Bihai was. At the thought of Song Bihai, a fleeting darkness crossed Su Chaoxi's face as she pressed her ear closer to the window. If no one else would protect her, then she would. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Su Chaoxi, and she turned around, heart racing, fearing she had been discovered, only to find Song Bihai clutching his rear end, gasping for breath. Chaoxi. Excitement flickered in Song Bihai's eyes. Having just fallen from the eaves and nursing a sore backside, he momentarily forgot his pain, eager to approach. But Su Chaoxi's icy gaze halted him in his tracks. I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. I was just worried about you, Chaoxi, you're here too. Only then did Song Bihai notice Su Chaoxi's posture, his face lighting up as if he had found common ground. Su Chaoxi's expression stiffened. She had intended to distance herself from him, but thinking of Song Lingyu, she gritted her teeth and endured. Casting a warning glance at Song Bihai, she resumed her eavesdropping at the wall's edge. Song Bihai looked at her with a wronged expression, daring not to utter another word, cautiously inching closer to Su Chaoxi, peering through the window to observe the happenings inside. Thus, the general, who had sought divorce, and the woman he cherished most, were neatly crouched at the base of Jinqi Pavilion. What a picturesque scene it was. A nearby supervising eunuch watched, his mouth twitching, unable to suppress a cough as he reminded, Ahem, General. Madam, this is not a place to linger. Song Bihai immediately shielded the person behind him. Su Chaoxi glanced at him and then smiled at the eunuch. If my daughter and son-in-law are well matched, then the family shall naturally be at ease. However, if they're not. Su Chaoxi's words trailed off, leaving the young eunuch to scoff inwardly. If they are not compatible, can they really break the engagement? This is His Majesty. There is no talk of separation, only the possibility of deposing a queen. Yet, the eunuch dared not voice these thoughts. The emperor's affection for the empress was evident not only within the palace, but throughout the entire capital. He hesitated, glancing at the two crouching figures, and after a moment's internal struggle, he suddenly squatted down as well. Why not join the general and his wife? The more the merrier. And an additional blessing could not hurt. He was not shirking his duties, he merely wished to bask in the warmth of the emperor and empress's love. Suddenly, Song Lingyu awoke from her daze, her forehead slick with cold sweat. The overwhelming fear of her body being torn apart lingered in her heart. Upon regaining consciousness, her hands trembled slightly. She had no time to consider her physical state, quickly opening the system interface. The recent changes had instilled a sense of panic within her, yet she could not pinpoint what was amiss. The system panel before her attained its usual garish aesthetic. The only notable difference was that Song Qingwu's name seemed somewhat blurred. It was nearly imperceptible at a glance. Could it be a system malfunction? Reminded of the previous impact on the system due to Song Qingwu's overwhelming protagonist aura, Song Lingyu pondered the possibility. Just as she was about to explore other sections, a firm grip seized her wrist. A voice, filled with restrained fury, hissed beside her, finally awake. Song Lingyu's heart raced as she lowered her gaze, only to find Xiao Mo pinned beneath her on the bed. His clothing was disheveled, revealing expanse of honey-toned skin marred by several ambiguous red marks. His dark eyes glimmered with anger as he glared at her, tinged with a hint of restraint. In just a few minutes, had she so effortlessly pinned Xiao Mo beneath her? Song Lingyu, release your claws. His voice was gritted, punctuated by heavy breaths. Looking down, she realized she had grasped him inappropriately. Startled, she instinctively tightened her grip. Xiao Emo gasped, a deep flush blooming across his alabaster complexion. She quickly withdrew her hand, scrambling to the corner of the bed, anxiously eyeing him. I'm doomed. He wouldn't want to kill me right now, would he? Xiao Emo raised a hand to shield his eyes, his heart swelling with frustration. With a swift motion, he flipped her beneath him, truly desiring to strangle Song Lingyu at that moment. What did you just do to me? Do you need me to repeat it? The person beneath him closed her eyes in fear, which only exacerbated Xiao Mo's irritation as he forced her to meet his gaze. Song Lingyu swallowed hard. Unsure of how to placate Xiao Emo, yet her mind involuntarily wandered back to the earlier scene. Xiao Emo is indeed formidable. Though he may appear charming, he is not to be trifled with. Chapter 93, the crematorium of Song's father. Upon hearing her thoughts, Xiao Mo's body suddenly stiffened, observing Song Lingyu's flustered demeanor. But she avoided his gaze. A cold chuckle escaped his throat. How could a dignified emperor of Xia find himself in such a position? It was an indelible stain on his illustrious life. Your Majesty, in broad daylight, this is quite inappropriate. Song Lingyu watched as the man loomed ever closer, swallowing in submission. At this distance, she felt her demise imminent. Xiao Emo seized her wrist, pinning it to her head, leaning down so close that their lips nearly touched. Gazing into her flustered eyes, he felt a surge of delight, thinking she finally experienced a taste of her own medicine. A large hand gently caressed her face, pinching her chin to force her to meet his gaze. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "What of the day? I am a tyrant, unbothered by such matters." Song Lingyu thought to herself, "As expected of you, tyrant. Such words leave me no room for rebuttal." Her hands were trapped above her head, and Xiao Mo's strength rendered her unable to escape. She could only shrink her neck in defeat. "Your Majesty, I did not mean to. I was simply overwhelmed. I deeply love your Majesty, and upon seeing you, I lost myself. Please grant me a chance for amends." Song Lingyu had completely forgotten what she had done to Xiao Emo in her dazed state. Observing his disheveled clothing and the sight of him pinned beneath her, she was certain she had committed a grievous misdeed. What could she do now? One word: appease. Seeing the submissive expression on Song Lingyu's face, Xiao Emo felt immense satisfaction. He slightly loosened his grip and sat at the edge of the bed, his dark gaze coldly fixed on her. Lifting his chin, he commanded, "Knead my shoulders." Song Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. How bold. Such a simple request, yet you seem to relish it. Those who recognize the situation are wise. If kneading is required, then so be it. Humph. With clenched fists, she begrudgingly approached Xiao Emo, wearing a conciliatory smile as she began to massage his back and legs. Xiao Emo let out a cold snort, observing her servile demeanor. Unable to resist pinching her cheek and issuing orders. "Haven't you eaten? Apply more pressure." "Song Lingyu, I shall endure." At that moment, outside the door, the three individuals crouched in the corner were rendered speechless. The young eunuch glanced at the stiff-faced Song Bai Huai couple and then at the scene inside, swallowing hard and offering a strained smile of understanding. Their majesties truly share a deep affection. Song Bai Huai was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that his daughter interacted with the emperor in such a manner. Why must the empress perform menial tasks when there were so many servants available? Suddenly, he recalled the rumors circulating in the city about the emperor's preference for unconventional and stimulating intimacies. Su Chaoxi's expression was equally volatile. Initially, she felt tension upon witnessing Song Lingyu pinned by Xiao Emo, especially with the murderous glint in his eyes, recalling his tyrannical reputation. She genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for Song Lingyu, yet in a blink, Song Lingyu had donned a most obsequious smile. This demeanor did not suggest oppression. Rather, she seemed to revel in it. The three exchanged awkward glances, uncertain of what to say. Su Chaoxi fell silent, and Song Bai Huai could only awkwardly smile at the young eunuch before the three decided to pretend they had seen nothing and departed. "Chaoxi, wait for me." Song Bai Huai called after Su Chaoxi, who was hastily moving ahead, showing no sign of stopping despite hearing his voice. However, Song Bai Huai, as a renowned general of Xia, quickly caught up, blocking her path. He gazed at Su Chaoxi with a fawning expression, cautiously producing a cloth-wrapped object to present to her. Su Chaoxi regarded him coldly, showing no intention of accepting it. After hearing his words, she scoffed, her eyes filled with mockery. That hairpin was their token of love. Driven mad by the instigation of the scheming Fong Ling, Song Bai Huai had rashly taken it from her to gift to Fong Ling, only for Fong Ling to flaunt it before her the next day, even trampling it and tossing it into a slop bucket before her very eyes. When Song Bai Huai learned of this, he had said nothing and even scolded her for making a fuss over what he deemed a trivial item. Now, witnessing Song Bai Huai's cautious demeanor, Su Chaoxi felt a mix of pain and absurdity. Late-arriving affection is worth less than grass. She, Su Chaoxi, possessed too much pride to be treated as a mere plaything. Just a hairpin. If it's gone, then so be it. There is no need for the Marquis to dwell on it, Su Chaoshi replied coolly, her face devoid of any excess expression. Regret flickered in Song Baihuai's eyes as he opened his mouth to explain, but he found no words to justify himself. Those disgraceful deeds were all committed by his own hands. As Song Bihai stumbled 2 steps closer to Su Chaoshi, she cast him a cold glance before turning and entering her room, leaving him outside. The servants in Su Chaoshi's courtyard treated Song Bihai with a semblance of politeness, laced with veiled complaints. Song Bihai gazed at the closed door with a heart full of bitterness and desolation, yet a moment later, his resolve only strengthened. He would not yield. In this lifetime, he had resolved to cherish Su Chaoshi alone. Song Lingyu busied herself with kneading Siamo's legs and hammering his shoulders, managing to coax some semblance of calm from him. A servant outside came to announce that the banquet was ready, inviting His Majesty and the Empress to take their seats. Song Lingyu gritted her teeth in frustration. Siamo, you rascal. Was this deliberate? I've hammered your shoulders to the brink of tendinitis, and you're still not appeased. Is it such a crime to merely touch a small chest and give a gentle squeeze? They're not made of gold, are they? Siamo halted in his dressing, sensing the murderous glare from behind, a smirk curling upon his lips. However, upon hearing her latter remarks, his expression darkened. Was it really that serious? He glanced down, noting that the evidence of his irritation had yet to subside, and he closed his eyes in resignation. Never mind. He wouldn't engage in a quarrel over this trivial matter with Song Lingyu. The more he spoke, the more he would irritate himself. He turned, casting a disdainful glare at Song Lingyu, and instructed the eunuch stationed at the door, delay the banquet by 1/4 of an hour. Prepare water. I shall bathe. Song Lingyu was momentarily puzzled, but upon seeing Siamo's condition, her gaze quickly shifted, feeling a twinge of guilt. Well, there was nothing she could say about this. After all, it was a mess of her own making. Chapter 94. The Awakening of Song Lingyu. 1/4 of an hour later, the Emperor and Empress finally made their grand entrance. The raucous chatter of the courtyard fell silent in an instant. The man, clad in a black robe with golden borders, exuded an air of majesty and authority, each step echoing as if he treaded upon the hearts of those present. The woman beside him was stunningly beautiful, her red gown accentuating her exquisite features, and her gentle smile was utterly enchanting. Guests could not help but admire the couple before them. Their grace and beauty seemed to make them the most perfect match in the world. Whispers of admiration filled the air as the guests exchanged glances, expressing their awe and respect. As Siamo and Song Lingyu approached, the guests instinctively parted into 2 lines, creating a pathway for them. Listening to the envious murmurs around him, Song Bihai straightened his back, pride evident on his face. Though Su Chaoshi concealed her emotions, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief upon witnessing the couple's harmonious appearance, despite her lingering concerns regarding Siamo's selection. Siamo's gaze traversed the guests, discreetly observing their expressions and actions. His sharp eyes and composed demeanor rendered him inscrutable, embodying the essence of an emperor. As his gaze swept over the faces before him, Siamo's brow furrowed. Had everyone from the estate arrived? He glanced at Song Bihai, who nodded in affirmation, yet Siamo's unease deepened. He recalled Wei Ying's mention of a particular individual, tall and slender, operating in the shadows, but such a figure seemed absent from the gathering. Contemplating this, Siamo's brow slightly knitted in thought before he shook his head, dismissing the possibility as too far-fetched. Song Lingyu keenly sensed Siamo's unease and pouted in discontent. This man is always so mysterious. I wonder what he's pondering with that expression. It's best to keep my distance from him, she mused. Once the guests had completed their bows, the banquet commenced. Song Lingyu exhaled in relief, grateful for the opportunity to relax. Her gaze swept through the crowd, eventually settling on the tense Su Chaoshi and the pitifully forlorn Song Bihai, whose expression suggested his wife was about to flee. Her eyes glimmered mischievously as she casually approached Song Bihai. Father, she called, and Song Bihai, surprised by her presence, glanced at Siamo's stern face, softly reminding her of her current status. Noticing his concern, Song Lingyu sighed inwardly. Her father was a decent man, yet he had been terribly ensnared by the protagonist as Halo. No worries, we are all family within the estate. His Majesty will not hold it against me, she replied, a smile brightening her face. Song Bihai assessed Siamo, whose serious demeanor remained focused on observing the guests. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he acknowledged that Song Lingyu had a point. Wiping his face, Song Bihai pondered how his daughter had seemingly been liberated since becoming empress. She gravitated towards any commotion. Now that she approached him, what could it possibly be about? He cast a despondent glance towards Su Chaoshi, filled with bitterness. Ah, my dear daughter. You should have struck me a few more times that day, so I might have awakened sooner. Song Lingyu was taken aback. She hadn't expected her father to bring this up. It was the first time Song Bihai had been affected by the protagonist's halo, only to be jolted awake by her slap. Who could have imagined that the protagonist's halo could double in effect? Yet, was Song Bihai beginning to realize something? Dear daughter, I was wrong. Can you? His voice was thick with emotion as he grasped Song Lingyu's hand, yearning for her to speak favorably of him in front of Su Chaoshi. He could see that Su Chaoshi genuinely cared for this girl. However, this was ultimately their affair. Realizing his own emotional lapse, Song Bihai shook his head, attempting to shake off the heavy feelings. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and broached another matter that weighed on his mind. Dear daughter, I have heard that a selection is soon to take place in the palace. You need not worry excessively. His voice held a hint of concern, aware that as empress, Song Lingyu would face the court's rules and challenges. He tightened his grip on her hand, speaking firmly, no matter what happens, remember that you are a daughter of the Song family. If you ever feel wronged, you must tell your father. Even if it is the emperor who causes you distress, I will stand up for you. Song Lingyu was momentarily stunned, a warm surge of emotion flooding her heart. She hadn't anticipated her father would express such sentiments. To her, Song Bihai had always been the tragic figure manipulated by Song Qingwu in the tales. Yet witnessing the genuine concern in his gaze and feeling the warmth of his grasp made her heart flutter. Seeing her in a daze, Song Bihai's heart ached even more. He had spent too much time on the battlefield, leaving little room for his daughter in his life, and he felt he owed her greatly. A few tears welled in his eyes as he held Song Lingyu's trembling hand, his usually imposing figure now appearing vulnerable. Do you remember, dear daughter? When you were little, you always followed behind me, begging to ride the horse. Song Bihai suddenly smiled, his eyes filled with nostalgia and affection for the past. A complex array of emotions surged within Song Lingyu. She had no recollection of such moments. It felt as if these sentiments were suddenly implanted in her mind, rendering them both tangible and surreal. Images flickered in her mind as Song Bihai spoke, but an invisible force seemed to strive to erase them, creating a tug-of-war between two opposing powers. A wave of dull pain surged from her heart, an inexplicable sensation washing over her. As her complexion shifted, she pressed a hand to her chest, only to be startled as the system panel suddenly unfolded before her. The snow-like noise pulsated on the panel, becoming increasingly dense, as if protesting against some change. In a blink, the system panel returned to normal. However, to her astonishment, the name Song Qingwu had transformed into Song Lingyu. Beneath her name, the halo value was steadily rising, ultimately stabilizing at 35. System alert. Acquired protagonist halo value of 35. Complete copyright permissions have been unlocked. Memory awakening initiated. Chapter 95. The truth-infused wine. Song Lingyu's mind felt as if it had been struck by a jolt of electricity. The throbbing pain made it nearly impossible for her to concentrate as she gazed at the values on the panel, her confusion deepening. The protagonist halo value was still 35? Wasn't that what she had previously extracted from Song Qingwu's halo? However, as the system's prompt for memory awakening activated, Song Lingyu's pupils dilated, and a dizzying sensation enveloped her. The memories unfolded like a string of pearls, each image vividly presenting itself. She saw the original owner as a child, a little girl who always followed Song Bihai, her eyes brimming with admiration. She recalled the joy of running to him when he returned from the battlefield, being lifted in his strong arms, remembered Su Chaoshi sewing her new clothes, each stitch infused with care. The little chubby hand of Song Ji grasping her tightly during his birth. Song Lingyu stood frozen. Never before had she so acutely realized that this world was not the illusion she had imagined. Every individual, every emotion here was undeniably real. The original owner was not merely a tool or a disposable character in a novel. She had her own life, her own feelings, her past, and her connections. A chill coursed through Song Lingyu. Had the protagonist halo become this terrifying? Countless times, she had sensed the reality of this world. But such awareness had gradually blurred and faded under the powerful influence of the protagonist halo. A wave of dread washed over her. Would these genuine emotions be stripped away again? Would she lose her perception of this world once more? Song Lingyu glanced towards Song Bihai, whose face was etched with bitterness and regret. Song Bihai had awakened. But what about Xiao Mo? Reflecting on Xiao Mo's earlier odd behavior and his reactions towards Song Qingwu, which deviated from his original characterization in the novel, her heart raced as she hurriedly turned to look at him. If Song Laodeng could awaken, how could Xiao Mo not? Xiao Mo sensed Song Lingyu's gaze, and a fleeting, barely perceptible ripple passed through his eyes, yet his expression remained one of calm indifference. He straightened his back slightly, maintaining an air of composure, seemingly oblivious to Song Lingyu's suspicions. However, from a perspective unseen by her, his fists clenched instinctively. Could it be that Song Lingyu was about to discover that he could hear her thoughts? If that were true, where had he revealed a flaw? The more Song Lingyu pondered, the more she felt that Xiao Mo was amiss. If he had awakened like Song Laodeng, he would never allow Song Qingwu to go unchecked. By his nature, he would not silently watch as the daxia fell, leading to such a fate for himself. Yet, aside from the changes stemming from his involvement, everything else seemed unchanged. Xiao Mo was exasperated, having personally arrived at the Marquis's residence to catch the traitor, yet Song Lingyu appeared oblivious. But in the next moment, her thoughts made him nearly lose his composure. Mustn't remain passive. Perhaps I should test the waters? Simply relying on bare hands won't suffice. After all, I still have points. Let me see what suitable props are available. Upon hearing the word props, Xiao Imo felt a twinge of annoyance. Turning his head, he found Song Lingyu wearing a vacant expression, her lips curving into a suspiciously excited smile. Truth-infused wine? This one seems promising. Song Lingyu had pinpointed a prop shaped like a wine jar, costing only 30 points. The details stated that a single sip would compel the target to speak only their innermost thoughts for the next 30 minutes. Without a second thought, she clicked to exchange. Unlike past props, this time a small wine jar appeared in her hand, while Song Bihui held her, weeping inconsolably. For a moment, no one noticed the change in her demeanor. Song Lingyu grasped the petite jar, her mind already formulating a plan. She quietly approached Xiao Imo, donning a perfectly timed smile. Your Majesty, I wish to personally toast you with this wine. Since childhood, I have harbored deep feelings for you. At last, my wish is fulfilled. I am grateful to the heavens for bringing us together, and I appreciate your sentiments towards me. Her voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for those nearby to hear. All eyes turned towards them, filled with envy, as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Xiao Emo paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the cup of wine, his jaw tightening. He was aware that Song Lingyu was up to something, but he hadn't anticipated her directness. Truth-infused wine, indeed? Xiao Emo smirked slightly, lifting a wine cup of his own, entangling his hand with Song Lingyu's arm. Your Majesty, since our feelings run deep, why not drink from the same cup, allowing all to witness our affection? His voice was rich and enticing, his gaze teasing. Ah, this cunning tyrant. Has this toast turned into me drinking the truth-infused wine myself? Song Lingyu cursed inwardly, while Xiao Mo's smile deepened. Yet, she dared not show any sign of dissatisfaction. She forced a smile, her palms beginning to sweat. Should she drink this wine or not? The guests had started to applaud, eagerly watching them. Your Majesty, the Empress wishes for you to feed her personally? Xiao Mo's smile widened, watching Song Lingyu's hesitant demeanor. He snatched the cup from her hand and, with one arm around her waist, fed her the wine. Oh, how sweet. Truly, my beloved Empress. Xiao Imo was both domineering and indulgent, causing the Empress's face to flush with embarrassment. Surely, she was shy. Oh, how delightful it was to witness the bashful beauty and the overbearing emperor. Someone, please write a story about this. Below, a young maid was nearly swooning, her eyes sparkling with pink bubbles as she gazed at the pair. Song Lingyu, forcefully imbibed, it was not blushing, she was simply furious. She suddenly pushed Xiao Mo's hand away, coughing a few times. And if not for her fear of the crowd thinking she was pregnant, she would have choked right there. Ah! Xiao Mo, you sly fox. I'm going to get you. Xiao Mo, with a gleam in his eye, kindly handed her a cup of water. Is the Empress unaccustomed to drinking? This wine has a particularly fragrant aroma, unlike the drink served today. Song Lingyu's heart sank. This was a prop. Surely Xiao Mo wouldn't he discover anything. As she saw him lean in to sniff, she snatched it away, forcing a gentle smile as she prepared to embody her role. Song Lingyu. The crowd. How had she spoken her thoughts aloud? Oh no, the truth-infused wine. Chapter 96. Exiting amidst the crowd, Song Lingyu was utterly dumbfounded. Was the interaction between the Empress and the Emperor so explosive behind the scenes? So this was the charm of the Daxia Empress? The banquet was abruptly paused. Spring Peach, in a daze, stiffly turned to Green Stripe. Green Stripe felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. If I heard correctly, it seemed to be the Emperor. Song Lingyu was a flurry of emotions, especially upon witnessing the gazes directed at her and Xiao Mo, which practically screamed. The Empress and the Emperor are so in love they can hardly wait. She longed to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Hey, this isn't a deserted area. What are you all staring at? It's as if Xiao Mo and I are about to get intimate. Stop it, please. Song Lingyu was on the verge of a breakdown, her thoughts racing uncontrollably as her mouth seemed unable to contain itself. She had to cover her mouth. Casting a resentful glare at Xiao Mo's lips curled up, feigning ignorance of her expression. After all, she had no idea he could hear her thoughts. However, noticing the crowd's reactions, Xiao Mo's smile faltered slightly. Typically, these people either dared not meet his gaze or would tremble at a mere glance from him. The tyrant could silence even the cries of infants. He had certainly heard the rumors, yet at this moment, the crowd gazed at him with increasing excitement. Especially after hearing Song Lingyu's increasingly outrageous explanations, they were practically itching to rush into their chambers to eavesdrop. Your Majesty. Song Bihai cast a look of admiration towards Xiao Mo. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at Su Chaoshi, and suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. If the Emperor could do it, then for love, he too could take the plunge. Xiao Mo noticed that Song Bihai, despite being over 50, was still robust and exuded a formidable aura. Suddenly, his trusted aides donned a furtive expression, hesitantly leading him aside. Your Majesty, could you kindly inform this old minister where General Guo procured those whips for you? Xiao Mo's eyes twitched, revealing a look that questioned Guo Fei's sanity. And his expression darkened as he quickly pulled Song Lingyu away, proclaiming the gathering adjourned, and hastened towards the Jinke pavilion. The crowd's excitement intensified. It was beginning. They were witnessing the emperor's enforced affection for the empress firsthand. Tears glistened in their eyes. Indeed, the post-marriage emperor had become much more down-to-earth. Song Bihai was once again taken aback, further solidifying his resolve. He glanced at Su Chaoshi, who wore an icy demeanor and had not looked at him since the beginning. Gritting his teeth, he handed over half of his concealed fortune to his attendant.
Go.
Half of this is for General Guo as a gift. Inquire about the source of those props he previously acquired. The rest, purchase everything from that shop. The attendant was left astounded. My lord, you have changed. However, Song Bihai merely smiled coldly, giving a look that suggested the attendant should figure it out for himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo's face darkened like a stormy sky as he dragged Song Lingyu, moving with the swiftness of the wind. He wished for nothing more than to escape the banquet, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he could only imagine the chaos Song Lingyu's tongue could unleash. Hey, what do you intend to do, you tyrant? Song Lingyu, still babbling incessantly, regretted her words the moment they left her mouth. But it was too late. With a loud bang, Xiao Mo slammed the door of the Jinke pavilion shut, leaving Chun Tao and Lu Tiao, who had hurriedly followed, to choke on the dust outside.
Yet.
The two exchanged glances and smiled with satisfaction. I will go prepare hot water in the bath, one said. Then I shall gather some snacks and nourishment. They shared a knowing smile. Their empress was indeed no ordinary person. Inside, Xiao Mo wore a sinister smile. He pressed one hand against the side of Song Lingyu's face, firmly trapping her between his arm and the door. Empress, what did you just call me? Tyrant? Song Lingyu felt a chill run down her spine as she was scrutinized. Mustering a forced smile, just as she was about to deny it, what came out was, oh no, the tyrant is truly angry. He won't strangle me right now, will he? I don't want to die. I can just refrain from calling you a eunuch in my heart. Xiao Mo's expression darkened further. Song Lingyu's face paled as she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with despair. Damn that truth-telling whine. She lowered her head, unable to meet Xiao Mo's gaze, feeling as though his icy stare could bore a hole through her.
Xiao Montag chuckelt in Irritation.
Song Lingyu's candidness was far more infuriating than her silent complaints. Thoughts that he could ignore when unspoken now felt like daggers when voiced. Your Majesty, you have quite the opinion of me, he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. Song Lingyu shook her head vigorously, her mind a chaotic blur. I don't dare. This is just a playful jest. Yes.
A playful jest.
Xiao Mo's expression twisted momentarily, instinctive anger surging within him. However, seeing her eager smile and submissive eyes, he found himself stifled, wanting to laugh. After a moment's pause, he narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of danger flashing within. Xiao Mo slowly released Song Lingyu, but did not retreat far, maintaining an imposing stance as he loomed over her. His dark eyes resembled a deep abyss, seemingly drawing her in. The Empress wishes to make me appear favorable, yet we are alone here. How do you intend to play? Song Lingyu was taken aback. Instinctively covering her mouth, her mind raced with indescribable images, and under the influence of the truth-telling wine, her words slipped out. Why, of course. I would tie you up and whip you with a little leather strap. Though you often appear temperamental, and everyone fears you, it is indeed a reflection of a sovereign's majesty. A ruler cannot be too gentle. After all, you are a paragon of grace and beauty. What is wrong with having a fierce temperament? I find it quite thrilling. As Song Lingyu rambled on, she felt an urge to cover her face. You tyrant. Enjoy your secret amusement. With your piercing glares, if it weren't for my strong heart, I wouldn't have survived until today. When will the effects of this truth-telling wine wear off? Moreover, what on earth am I saying? I should be speaking sincerely. Damn it. I merely think Xiao Mo is somewhat handsome, but this is excessive. Song Lingyu was on the verge of a breakdown, glancing at Xiao Mo, who seemed impassive. She swiftly opened the system panel to examine the item. This truth-telling wine fell off. The panel unfolded before her, and upon inspection, she found that the item description indeed stated it would compel the user to speak their innermost thoughts. Then, why had she just? Confusion washed over Song Lingyu, but she suddenly noticed a minuscule line of text below. Truth-telling wine will infinitely amplify one's desires.
Damn.
I knew it. The marketplace is as devious as ever. I've been duped. Song Lingyu cursed inwardly, realizing she had been thoroughly scammed. Xiao Mo listened to Song Lingyu's thoughts, a cold smirk gracing his lips. After this ordeal, he finally understood the mechanism of the truth-telling wine. Answer any question, and it would magnify one's desires indefinitely. Song Lingyu hoped to deceive him, but fortunately, he had been clever enough to administer the wine to her first. Yet, as he scrutinized her, his gaze grew serious. Infinite amplification of desire. This implied that Song Lingyu held at least some feelings for him. Realization dawned upon Xiao Mo, causing him to stiffen. his heart racing with increasing fervor. Those emotions he had suppressed began to surge forth uncontrollably. His eyes became smoldering. His lips parted as he stared at Song Lingyu's fair face, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Could it be? Am I genuinely finding the tyrant somewhat appealing? What on earth am I thinking? With the realization of the item's effects, Song Lingyu felt a tumult of emotions, her mouth running wild. Even covering her mouth with both hands proved futile. What is so good about the tyrant? Not only is he temperamental, but he might also turn me into a wretched creature. How terrifying. Her panic deepened as she desperately tried to stifle her words, but the truth slipped through her fingers.
Reaging Xiao Mosias.
Seeing the peculiar look in his eyes, Song Lingyu was thoroughly alarmed. Shut up, mouth. Please close. She thought, overwhelmed. Damn it. I can't stop talking. I'm going all in. Determined to avoid further embarrassment in front of Xiao Imo, Song Lingyu focused on his lips, shut her eyes, and kissed him directly. Time seemed to freeze. Xiao Imo stood frozen in place. The incessant chatter faded, replaced by the sound of his powerful heartbeat. A vague sensation stirred within my heart, as if the clouds of uncertainty had parted, revealing the truth. He, with a gentle movement of his soft lips, prompted a shadow to flicker across Xiao Mo's gaze, instinctively making him yearn to embrace the delicate curve of the woman's waist. However, in the next moment, the incessant clamor of thoughts shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Damn it! The props have finally reached their time. I have sacrificed too much. This was my first kiss. Upon hearing the countdown reach 0, Song Lingyu hastily released Xiao Imo, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, as calmness settled in, the memory of her actions towards Xiao Imo ignited a wave of panic within her. She cautiously lifted her eyes to gauge Xiao Mo's expression, her embarrassment causing her toes to nearly ruin her shoes. Contrary to her expectations of anger, Xiao Imo remained immobile, his expression inscrutable. A glimmer of moisture lingered on his lips, accentuating their crimson hue, rendering his handsome visage even more devilishly alluring. Song Lingyu's face flushed with embarrassment. She had actually kissed Xiao Imo. The sensation of his soft lips resurfaced in her mind, and unease washed over her, prompting her to avoid looking at him any longer. Instead, she dove beneath the covers, choosing to play the ostrich, pretending nothing had transpired. Only then did Xiao Imo turn his head, his gaze following Song Lingyu as it fell upon the bed. Unable to resist the urge, he traced his fingers over his lips, the warmth and texture she had left behind still palpable. His expression darkened as he approached the edge of the bed. Song Lingyu felt the covers shift, and before she knew it, Xiao Imo had joined her beneath the sheets. Though they were not close, the air between them crackled with palpable tension. "Let us sleep," he murmured, observing Song Lingyu as she curled further into herself, his outstretched hand hesitating midair. In the darkness, his eyes glowed, and his voice was low and gravelly. Song Lingyu bit her lip, initially intending to offer an excuse to send him away, but the recent events left her speechless. She could only silently clutch the blanket, mentally lamenting, what a disastrous loss. My first kiss has been so carelessly given to Xiao Imo, and his skills are hardly commendable. It was merely a fleeting touch. Oh well, I suppose it's like being nibbled by a dog. My first kiss remains intact. Xiao Mo's eyes snapped open, a cold smirk forming on his lips, anger flickering in his striking gaze. Did he take her for a dog? Was his kissing technique lacking? In a sudden burst of movement, he propped himself up and leaned over her. With swift precision, he seized Song Lingyu's waist, pinning her against the bed. His lips crashed down upon hers, silencing any gasp that threatened to escape. Song Lingyu's heart raced, a primal instinct urging her to struggle, pushing against his chest with her hands. Yet, the kiss descended upon her like a tempest, leaving no room for resistance. His lips ground against hers, seemingly striving to demonstrate his prowess, while his tongue delved deeper into exploration. Gradually, her body yielded, her hands falling limply to her sides, transforming her initial resistance into a feeble cling. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breath became erratic as she unwittingly succumbed to the depths of the kiss. The following day, Song Lingyu awakened beneath the covers, her hair tousled and a few strands wildly sticking up, her gaze still clouded with the remnants of sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she felt a disarray in her mind, and a discomfort in her body prompted her to frown, particularly around her waist, as if weighed down by something heavy. The memory of Xiao Imo from the night before flooded back to her, and though they had not gone all the way, the shameful images left her cheeks burning, almost hot enough to fry an egg. Awake now? The deep timbre of a man's voice sounded near her ear, causing her to stiffen, her head turning in slow motion to reveal Xiao Imo, reclining lazily against the bed, his robe slightly open, exuding an air of inexplicable nobility. Upon locking eyes with him, Song Lingyu felt a jolt of shock. She clearly saw several vivid scratches adorning his well-defined chest, and her eyes widened momentarily before she averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Your Majesty, how is it that you are in my bed?" Faced with uncertainty, she chose to bury her head in the sand. Xiao Imo let out a cold snort, casually tugging his robe open a bit more. Last night, some wild cat with sharp claws made an appearance. His dark eyes narrowed, his gaze lingering on Song Lingyu with a predatory intensity. Feeling exposed under his scrutiny, she felt akin to a gazelle caught in the sights of a leopard. With no escape in sight. What wild cat? That's utterly unfounded. You were clearly toying with me. Don't think I didn't catch on. Yet. The look in Xiao Mo's eyes, and the events of last night. This tyrant only has eyes for Song Qingwu, right? What a collapse of character. Could he have truly awakened? If Xiao Mo has indeed awakened, what is he still playing at? Given his temperament, he should have tossed me off the bed last night. Inside, Song Lingyu was screaming in a frenzy, while outwardly, she raised her eyes suspiciously, assessing Xiao Mo's demeanor. Noting his casual posture, half-clothed, he embodied the essence of a charming tyrant. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Xiao Mo's expression faltered slightly, a storm brewing within him. Had she discovered his secret so soon? Reflecting on his loss of control the previous night, he felt a pang of regret. For now, he preferred to keep the knowledge of his ability to hear her thoughts concealed. As for her notion of awakening, if he were to develop feelings for Song Lingyu instead of Song Qingwu, that was knowledge best kept from her, lest her pride swell to the heavens. With this in mind, a faint blush crept into Xiao Mo's ears as his gaze swept over Song Lingyu's red lips, his eyes darkening. Your Majesty, what is this look? Yet, Xiao Mo was not an ordinary man. He quickly regained his composure, a playful smile gracing his lips as if the earlier tension had merely been a figment of Song Lingyu's imagination. If I were not to rest in your chamber, would I seek the guest room instead? His voice was rich and magnetic, imbued with the essence of authority, causing Song Lingyu to dismiss her earlier thoughts upon meeting his penetrating gaze. What a pity it would be if the tyrant had truly awakened to deal with Song Qingwu. Those foolish protagonists would be no match for him. A good spanking indeed, Song Lingyu thought, gritting her teeth, though she kept her expressions in check. The tyrant was truly formidable. She was merely a fragile worker in this narrative, and any misstep could result in dire consequences. Lowering her head slightly in a show of respect, she replied, I dare not. Xiao Mo found her demeanor rather amusing. As he shifted his weight, he rose from the bed. However, Song Lingyu reacted as if she had seen a predator, instinctively taking a step back, treating him as though he were a beast. Speaking rapidly, she left no room for Xiao Mo to respond, her feet eager to flee. Yet, Xiao Mo's hand reached out from behind, grasping her collar firmly. Where do you think you're running off to? He chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Am I to wait here to be dealt with by you? Song Lingyu thought silently, longing to roll her eyes at him. Moreover, she genuinely wished to visit the elderly matriarch Song. According to the original memories, after her mother had passed, the matriarch had shown her considerable kindness. Otherwise, with Fong Ling's pettiness, she could never have grown up in peace. Xiao Mo's expression soured the moment Song Lingyu mentioned the matriarch. He realized that throughout the entire banquet, the matriarch had been the only one absent. At that time, Song Bihuai had claimed she was bedridden and unable to attend. Upon learning this, he had granted her an exemption from the ceremonial greetings, considering Song Bihuai's numerous military achievements. Now, reflecting on it, the murky situation began to clear, as a beam of light pierced through the fog. I shall accompany you. Xiao Mo's eyes were cold and stern as he adjusted his outer robe and stepped outside. Song Lingyu silently observed his imposing figure retreating into the distance. Surely, Xiao Mo cannot harbor any grievances against my nearly 80-year-old grandmother? She has not left the house in over a decade. How could she have offended him? With a sense of trepidation, Song Lingyu followed Xiao Mo to the bedroom of the elderly matriarch, Song Laotai. Inside the room, Song Laotai lay on the bed, her complexion pale and her breath faint, clearly in poor health. Song Lingyu cast a glance at Xiao Mo before cautiously approaching, while the attendants in the room discreetly stepped aside and called out to the seemingly lethargic matriarch. Upon recognizing her visitor, Song Laotai's aged features flickered with a hint of alarm, and she attempted to rise from her bed to pay her respects. There's no need for that. Please rest easy. Xiao Mo interjected. Song Lingyu hesitated, her hand poised to intervene, her expression betraying her confusion. What was this tone? It felt less like concern and more akin to an interrogation. However, mindful of Xiao Mo's status and the proximity of the matriarch, Song Lingyu could only silently critique him in her mind, before taking a seat beside her grandmother and softly inquiring about her well-being, aiming to lighten the atmosphere. Recalling a childhood incident, Song Lingyu chuckled. Grandmother, do you remember when I was mischievous and unraveled all the threads from your sewing basket, wrapping them around the yard? You were so furious, chasing after me for quite a while. Song Laotai slightly opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet her words left Song Lingyu momentarily stunned. Indeed, you were so small back then. Quite the little rascal. I would always scold you whenever I saw you. A wave of astonishment washed over Song Lingyu. Has the matriarch lost her wits? In truth, it was Song Qingwu who caused the trouble and made me take the blame. Initially, she had hoped that her grandmother would correct her as she did in the past, which would have invigorated her spirit. But this? Had she truly lost her mind? Observing the matriarch's benevolent expression, a flicker of doubt crossed Song Lingyu's mind but was quickly dismissed as reasonable, leaving her with a lingering sense of unease. The icy gaze of Xiao Emo settled upon Song Laotai, who seemed to falter as she realized her words may have been ill-considered. Her lips twitched as she prepared to speak again. At that moment, Song Lingyu, wishing to demonstrate her filial piety, stood to fetch a glass of water, but inadvertently slipped, tumbling forward and landing directly on Song Laotai. Matriarch. The room erupted in a chorus of startled cries. An 80-year-old woman, subjected to such a fall, could scarcely remain unscathed. Song Lingyu herself was startled, her face paling as she felt the scorching tea scald her hand, yet she paid it no heed as she attempted to rise. What shocked her further was that her hand, inadvertently pressing against Song Laotai's chest, encountered not the expected frailness but rather a firm, muscular texture. How could this possibly belong to an elderly woman? Had her grandmother been secretly exercising? Chapter 99. The Tyrant is dead? Song Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Song Laotai, exclaiming almost instinctively, "Grandmother, how did you develop such a muscular chest?" The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted to an eerie silence, with everyone unable to believe their ears. Xiao Emo raised an eyebrow, a look of incredulity flashing in his eyes. "Grandmother, muscular chest? Perhaps you should reconsider your words before speaking." Song Laotai's gaze darkened momentarily, her former gentleness vanishing, replaced by a fierce demeanor. Song Lingyu felt a chill run down her spine at her grandmother's gaze, instinctively wanting to retreat. In a sudden flash, Song Laotai lunged forward, her hands like iron clamps, fiercely gripping Song Lingyu's neck. Xiao Emo, who had been on high alert, paled and rushed forward, yanking Song Lingyu behind him. However, this exposed Xiao Emo's back entirely to Song Laotai. A resounding thud echoed as Song Laotai, swift as lightning, brandished a dagger that had somehow appeared in her hand. Plunging it into Xiao Emo's back, he let out a muffled groan, his lips pressed tightly together. "Xiao Emo." Song Lingyu froze, instinctively calling out his name. As Xiao Emo staggered backward, he still managed to shield Song Lingyu in his embrace. They both fell to the ground, the wind rushing past their ears. Song Lingyu's eyelids fluttered, her peripheral vision catching sight of Song Laotai lunging towards them again, dagger in hand. Without thinking, she instinctively clutched Xiao Emo tightly, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Mo's expression darkened as he rolled them both on the ground, just as his shadowy guards emerged like phantoms from the shadows, swiftly converging upon Song Laotai. "Protect the master." The guards shouted in unison. Their movements were agile, quickly disarming Song Laotai and restraining her. "Let me go." Song Laotai struggled, her voice now hoarse and devoid of the frailness she had previously exhibited. This Song Laotai was an imposter. Seeing the situation under control, Song Lingyu disregarded everything else and scrambled to rise from Xiao Mo's embrace, her eyes widening in horror as she noticed a dagger embedded in his chest. Tears welled in her eyes. "What were you thinking? Why did you shield me from the blade? If you die..." Suddenly struck by the heat on her cheeks. She halted, staring at Xiao Mo's pale face, a wave of unprecedented panic surging through her. "Why do I care if he dies? Why don't I want him to die?" As she witnessed him take the blow for her heart ached. Xiao Mo, momentarily taken aback, locked his gaze onto Song Lingyu's eyes, turmoil brewing within him. He grasped the dagger lodged in his chest, shifting it slightly, producing a faint metallic sound. As he prepared to move, Song Lingyu anxiously pressed her hand against his. Her eyes, red and puffy, bore into him. "Don't move. Quickly, call for a physician." Suddenly, a maniacal laughter erupted. Song Laotai, pinned to the ground by the guards, bore several knife wounds on her shoulders, completely incapacitated, yet her eyes glittered with an unsettling excitement and malice, fixated on the dagger in Xiao Mo's chest. "I intended to eliminate this wretch, but who knew you were such a sentimental fool? The blade is poisoned. If I can exchange your life for this tyrant's, then today shall not be in vain." Song Laotai, or rather the traitor, cackled wildly. Wei Ying's eyes reddened, and with a swift motion, he pressed the blade against the traitor's neck. He longed to end her life, but recognizing her potential usefulness, he could only deliver a fierce blow with the back of the blade to vent his frustration. Song Lingyu, however, felt as if struck by lightning. "The blade is poisoned."
Xiao Montag.
Her gaze turned hollow as she stared at the dagger in his chest, tears streaming uncontrollably. In a sudden surge of determination, Song Lingyu glared at the traitor and summoned the system interface in her mind. "System. Revive item. I want to exchange." Her eyes clouded with red. "What about the points? I have amassed so many points. I will use them all." On the brink of despair, she horrifyingly realized that Xiao Mo had infiltrated her heart without her awareness. Could she truly watch him die? She could not. Frantically, Song Lingyu clicked on the system panel, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Why are you crying? I am not truly dead." Suddenly, her wrist was tugged, and turning her head, she saw Xiao Emo rising from the ground, nonchalantly dusting himself off. Song Lingyu was left bewildered. Do you possess some sort of resurrection armor? You just took a stab, and now you seem as lively as ever? Xiao Emo cast a glance at her, clicking his tongue in disdain as he tore open his tattered outer robe. A set of gleaming armor enveloped him, with a dagger perfectly lodged in a blood pouch that had been meticulously prepared on his armor. Was Xiao Emo merely acting? Song Lingyu felt disheveled in the wind as she watched Xiao Emo coldly toss the blood pouch to the ground, his icy gaze directed at the traitor.
Fool.
To use poison in my presence? Did you think I was unaware? The arrogance on the traitor's face froze as disbelief washed over him, his eyes turning crimson. Xiao Emo lifted Song Lingyu and seated her on a clean chair, casting a scornful glance at the traitor. Your leader certainly put in effort to send you here. The most skilled in disguise in the martial world went missing 3 months ago due to being hunted down, yet who would have thought you were hiding in Song Manor? If you had continued to masquerade as old Madame Song, I might never have uncovered you. But you are so foolish that you couldn't restrain yourself the moment I and the Empress made our appearance. How many more imbeciles like you are in your organization? Come forth if you dare. The traitor choked on blood, his furious. Bloodshot eyes fixated on Xiao Emo for a long moment before he ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood.
Tyrant.
Just wait. Our leader is the true master of the realm. With that, the traitor suddenly surged forward, striking his chest with a palm, taking his own life. The shadow guards who initially intended to intervene hesitated as Xiao Emo shot them a glance, causing them to halt. Such a desperate fool would divulge nothing of value. Preserve the corpse and seal the news, Xiao Emo commanded. After issuing his orders, he sensed something amiss beside him and turned to find Song Lingyu sitting dazedly in the chair, clutching his sleeve with tears welling in her eyes.
Xiao Montagfroze.
His hand reaching out to wipe away her tear stains, only for Song Lingyu to shy away. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, she murmured, her heart in turmoil, avoiding his gaze as she rushed out the door. Xiao Emo was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he hurried after her, leaving the shadow guards exchanging glances in confusion. What should we do? One hesitantly spoke, stopping at the door, their eyes wide in uncertainty. Should we follow? Wei Ying wiped his face, deeply serious as he pressed a hand on the shoulder of his companion, shaking his head. You don't understand. This is what the stories call a chase for love amidst the flames of disaster. She runs, he chases. She cannot escape. Your Majesty, they called. But she locked herself away in her room, her eyes swollen and red. The two were deeply worried, yet dared not force their way in, hesitating when another figure rushed in. Where is the Empress? Xiaomo's tone was icy as he strode forward, his brows furrowing at the tightly shut door. Green Tiao and Chun Tao immediately knelt, sensing his attitude and fearing that the Emperor and Empress had quarreled. The Empress is inside, but the maidservants cannot get her to respond. Xiao Mo's heart raced with agitation at the news. He scanned the surroundings and decisively approached the window. Green Tiao and Chun Tao barely had time to react as they witnessed their once majestic emperor nimbly climbing through the window. What a day this is, they thought, astonished to see the emperor scaling a window for love. Liao Zhong, panting as he rushed over, arrived at Jinke Pavilion only to find no sign of Xiao Mo. Instead, he saw the empress's 2 attendants gazing dreamily at the window. Where is His Majesty? Liao Zhong inquired. Both Chun Tao and Green Tiao pointed. He just went in. Liao Zhong noticed a footprint on the half-open window, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. He hurriedly dismissed the guards and servants accompanying him to prevent anyone from witnessing the emperor's indiscreet moment. After arranging everything, Liao Zhong wiped his face. Unlike Chun Tao and Green Tiao, who were buzzing with excitement. Having lived long enough, one can witness everything. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu lay on the bed, examining her eyes in the mirror from various angles before cradling her head, lamenting, what a disgrace. How could I cry in front of Xiao Mo? That scoundrel must be reveling in it. No, it couldn't be. She wouldn't genuinely develop feelings for Xiao Mo, would she? The thought filled Song Lingyu with an unprecedented despair. What good person could possibly fall for someone who tormented them daily? She began contemplating whether to exchange for a fake death potion from the system to escape the palace. Otherwise, she would be at a loss regarding how to face Xiao Mo in the future. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind her. Turning her head, she saw a man in a black robe standing quietly by the window, the light from outside casting a gentle glow around him. Xiao Mo's face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression, save for his exceptionally bright phoenix-like eyes. Song Lingyu's heart raced under his gaze, and she quickly averted her eyes. How did Your Majesty get in? She asked, discreetly wiping her tears as she noticed the tattered state of his clothing. It appeared he had rushed out after her, the fabric torn by a dagger, revealing the cold gleam of his armor beneath. Her expression darkened again, feeling frustrated at being toyed with, especially in front of Xiao Mo. Your Majesty is indeed astute. I truly admire you. Yet, what brings you to Jinke Pavilion when you should be dealing with that traitor? Song Lingyu spoke with irritation, turning her back on him. Seeing her demeanor, Xiao Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped closer. What? Does the Empress not wish to see me?
Why?
Song Lingyu felt someone approaching from behind. The next moment, warm breath brushed her ear. She stiffened as he pressed a hand on her shoulder, forcing her to turn towards him. Upon seeing her red, swollen eyes and tear streaks, he clicked his tongue and reached out with a finger. His cool fingertip gently grazed her cheek, causing her breath to hitch. Instinctively, she attempted to shy away, but he firmly held her by the back of her head. His brow furrowed down upon her. His beautiful phoenix eyes bore into hers, the emotions within them raw and intense. Why were you crying just now? You're just feigning ignorance, aren't you? You thought I was going to die. But I could never speak the truth. I, Song Lingyu, could leap from here and die without uttering a word. Song Lingyu's gaze faltered as she stammered. Ahem, I am simply timid, and I was frightened. Xiao Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Still unwilling to admit it, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I feel a surge of irritation. Clearly, Song Lingyu was worried about him. How could it be that he, a dignified emperor, found it unseemly to have someone develop feelings for him? With a firm grip, he pressed his forehead against hers. Narrowing his eyes, he threatened, I don't believe you. Change your reason. Song Lingyu. Tyrant, why have you become so overly sentimental? Is this reason not sufficient? Biting her lip, Song Lingyu suddenly recalled the moment she witnessed Xiao Mo being stabbed, panic surging within her. Yet, in the next instant, she forcefully suppressed the thought. No, no, no. I must be bewitched. Falling in love leads to nothing good. Moreover, Xiao Mo originally favored Song Qinggu. Being entangled with that unfortunate female lead could only bring misfortune. Thus, under Xiao Mo's piercing gaze, Song Lingyu struggled to shake her head. I spoke no falsehood. I was genuinely frightened, coupled with my overwhelming concern for Your Majesty, which led to my loss of composure. She lowered her eyelashes, adopting a pitiful expression. Having obtained the answer he sought, Xiao Mo realized that Song Lingyu indeed cared for him, yet he was not as pleased as he had anticipated. As he listened to her deny everything, his brows furrowed deeper. Regardless of the potential influence of the virtuous wife and mother archetype, he was acutely aware that he was invested in Song Lingyu's feelings towards him. Suddenly, Song Lingyu felt herself released. Lifting her gaze, she found Xiao Mo looking down at her from a height, his expression unreadable. Her gaze was filled with a fierce possessiveness, as if she were already his property. Song Lingyu instinctively sensed danger. She quietly shifted her feet backward, only to be lifted up by Xiao Mo without a moment's hesitation. He gave her no chance to resist. Her arms were firmly secured above her head as searing kisses rained down upon her. In Chapter 101, The Empress's New Play, the tip of his tongue was forcefully drawn into a tantalizing embrace. A shiver of electric pleasure coursed through her body, leaving Song Lingyu feeling weak. Gradually, she surrendered to the kiss, losing control and beginning to relish the moment.
Wow.
The last time I was so frightened, I didn't realize how soft Xiao Mo's lips were. They even have a sweet, fruity flavor. He must have eaten grapes at the banquet. Though his kissing skills seem a bit lacking, I almost got bitten. No doubt a novice. Suddenly, the man above her paused. Song Lingyu opened her eyes in confusion and saw Xiao Mo pulling back slightly. His face was flushed, breath heavy from the passionate exchange, yet his gaze bore an inexplicable ire. What's wrong? You've taken advantage of me and are still angry, you virgin? Song Lingyu silently mused, thinking that if he was going to stop, she should make her escape while she could. But just as she moved, Xiao Mo tightly pinched her cheek. His cool gaze swept over her, lingering on her flushed lips, pressing firmly against them with his fingers. Throughout history, countless rulers have been distracted by their infatuations, but he had always vowed to remain virtuous, never expecting to be scorned by Song Lingyu today. How many men's lips had she tasted to make such a judgment on his skills? Xiao Mo's eyes flashed with fury. Be quiet. Before she could react, she was forcefully pressed against the bed again, and the kiss was even more fervent than before, leaving Song Lingyu gasping for breath. His hands roamed her waist and back, igniting a burning desire within her, and her mind began to drift into a haze. However, when she felt something pressing against her abdomen, she jolted back to reality. Was that Xiao Mo's little friend? She hastily attempted to push him away, but her actions only incited his annoyance, and his grip tightened around her. Panicking, Song Lingyu only wanted to kiss the handsome man, not to surrender herself entirely. In a flurry, her hands flailed across the bed until she suddenly touched something cold and smooth, and without a second thought, she hurled it at Xiao Mo. Clang. A strange snapping sound echoed, and Xiao Mo froze. He touched his neck, feeling something constricting around it. Looking down, he discovered a bizarre silver necklace, its design peculiar. How had such a thing ended up on their bed? Suddenly, the silver circle around his neck tightened violently. He was pulled forward unexpectedly. His fingers caught in the clasp as he looked with reddened eyes at the only other living soul in the room. Song Lingyu had freed herself from his hold and retreated to the corner of the bed, clutching a long, slender silver chain. The other end of the chain was fastened around his neck. "Give it to me."
Xiao muss brauserovet.
Yet, the instigator wore an innocent expression, even feigning surprise at the object in her hand. Song Lingyu blinked, astonished that she had inadvertently discovered such a shocking item. Do people in ancient times indulge in such things? Curiosity piqued, she tugged on the chain once more. The circle constricted again, and Xiao Imo let out a muffled groan. Song Lingyu was taken aback. Xiao Imo was equally stunned, his usually haughty demeanor replaced with a flicker of disbelief. The next moment, a woman's excited laughter echoed in the air. So that's how it is. It was prepared by Xiao Imo himself. When one door closes, another opens, right? Tyrant. I never imagined you had such tastes in private. Song Lingyu's teasing gaze roamed over Xiao Imo. The intricate design resembled a piece of exquisite craftsmanship, with delicate carvings adorning it. Paired with Xiao Mo's imposing visage, the contrast was immensely alluring. She felt an irresistible urge to playfully tug on the chain once more. Sensing her movement, Xiao Imo abruptly yanked the silver circle from his neck with a scowl, storming off the bed. However, his retreating figure appeared somewhat disheveled. Outside, the ever-watchful Chun Tao and Green Stripe were prepared to guard the door all day when it was suddenly kicked open. The next moment, they beheld the usually dignified and aloof emperor of the Great Xia emerging in disarray, resembling a wronged little wife. Chun Tao and Green Stripe exchanged astounded glances. Then, they turned to see Song Lingyu sauntering out leisurely, her face flushed with a glow. This was not at all what they had imagined. What new game had the emperor and empress devised? Unaware of their thoughts, Song Lingyu maintained her composure and explained, "Oh, the emperor has affairs to attend to and likely won't be coming tonight." This revelation significantly dampened their spirits. Reflecting on the events that transpired in Old Lady Song's chamber, Song Lingyu reassured herself that her peculiar feelings for Xiao Imo were merely a product of her recent idleness. After a moment of contemplation, Song Lingyu turned to Green Stripe and asked, "Has there been any news from my father?" With the traitor situation, Xiao Imo was well prepared, and Song Bihuai was surely informed as well. The imposter posing as Old Lady Song was already dead, but what of the real Old Lady Song? At that moment, Song Bihuai was stubbornly lingering in Su Chaoshi's courtyard. It wasn't until a servant approached him that he finally diverted his attention. "How is it? Have they all been taken in?" Song Bihuai nodded in satisfaction, a smile concealing his triumph. Catching a glimpse of a figure, he quickly pushed the servant aside and followed. "Chaoshi, Before he could finish, Su Chaoshi shot him a piercing glare, noticing the box in his arms, her frustration evident. "Mother nearly died. You still have the heart to concern yourself with these matters." Chapter 102, a shocking revelation from one's own mother. Song Bihuai's heart raced. Hadn't his mother been bedridden? Seeing him so oblivious, Su Chaoshi seized his ear in exasperation and shoved him toward the exit. "And you say you know your mistakes?" His bewildered expression clearly revealed that he had been utterly deceived by Song Qinggu and her daughter. Meanwhile, Song Lingyu received news that the people in the front courtyard were requesting her presence, stating that the old lady wished to see her. Or else she wouldn't take her medicine. Song Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. Had her cursed luck in this ancient world suddenly changed? After the system's anomaly, she had inherited not only the original memories, but also the emotions of the original's upbringing over the years, and there was no escaping their influence. Quickly abandoning her sunflower seeds, she grabbed Chun Tao and Green Stripe and hurried to the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance, a strong medicinal aroma enveloped her. Inside, the atmosphere was solemn. The elderly Song matriarch was seated on a soft couch, eyes closed in repose. Su Chaoshi stood nearby, holding a bowl of medicine with an exasperated expression. "Mother, Lingyu will be here shortly. Please take a sip of your medicine." "Yes, mother. You've endured so much. Your health is paramount." Song Bihuai chimed in, although he knelt respectfully. The once formidable general, renowned on the battlefield, now appeared awkward and childlike before the elderly matriarch. Without opening her eyes, the old lady scoffed, extending a leg to kick Song Bihuai away. "I won't leave this world until I see Lingyu." Indeed, the spirited Madame Song from my memories. Her demeanor is unmistakable. Song Lingyu hastily entered. Su Chaoshi's eyes sparkled. "Lingyu has arrived." Madame Song sharply opened her eyes. Song Bihuai, as if seeing a savior, was eager to present Song Lingyu directly to his mother. "Lingyu, quickly, assist your grandmother in taking her medicine." "Why the urgency? Can one not survive a little delay?" With a swift slap, Madame Song struck his face, and in an instant, she was at Song Lingyu's side, warmly grasping her hand. My dear Lingyu, at last, I see you again. I have always known you were destined for great fortune. It is solely because of you that I am still alive." Under the fervent gaze of Madame Song, Song Lingyu, who had once been an orphan in her past life, felt a twinge of discomfort, but upon hearing those words, she was utterly bewildered. What did she mean by, "because of her"? "Mother? What is the meaning of your words?" Both Song Bihai and Su Chaoshi were equally perplexed. His battle-hardened mind could not comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Madame Song summoned someone to fetch ink and paper, sketching a peculiar design which she then presented to Song Lingyu. "Child, do you recognize this?" As Song Lingyu beheld the drawing, her pupils dilated in shock. Was this not the ebony whistle left by the original owner's mother? "Yes, I remember. It is an heirloom from my mother." "But why? How could an ordinary whistle save your life?" The spy's disguise was masterful, and their skills were unparalleled. Which formidable force opposed them? This detail was never mentioned in the original narrative. Noticing her dazed expression, Madame Song glanced towards Song Bihai and his wife. "You may leave for now." Although curious, Song Bihai obediently followed Su Chaoshi out. Madame Song then pulled Song Lingyu to sit beside her, regarding her affectionately for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "When your mother was with child, I vehemently opposed her entering the estate. Yet we shared similar temperaments, and alas, before she departed, I promised to fulfill a task for her, though it had nothing to do with this whistle. I merely went to a temple on the outskirts of the city to light incense before an unnamed tablet. For over a decade, I honored that promise, but unexpectedly encountered an assassin. I thought I would perish there, yet the monks at the temple descended from the heavens to rescue me." Song Lingyu furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly bewildered. This whistle was also worn by them. The shock within her was unparalleled. Did the original owner's mother possess a significant background? What sort of mysterious past did she have, never revealed before the original owner, since it had remained concealed in the past? Why had it now intervened to save Madame Song? Strangely, Song Lingyu recalled the earlier incident when she had blown the whistle. Seeing her lost in thought, Madame Song chose to change the topic, quietly signaling for food to be brought in, revealing fragrant pig trotter and roasted duck. In her youth, she adored such dishes. But alas, age rendered her unable to chew them well. Now that her health had improved, she wished to indulge. "Come, child, join me." As Song Lingyu received a gentle pat on her head, she witnessed Madame Song, without hesitation, grasping a duck leg with her bare hands, savoring it. The reigning champion of household intrigues was indeed so wild. Was this the former matriarch of the Song family? After sharing the meal with the elderly lady, Song Lingyu dared not linger. Though Madame Song appeared much improved, she was still an elderly woman, and the ordeal had taken its toll on her body and spirit. Exiting the room, she immediately spotted Song Bihai and Su Chaoshi in the courtyard, standing at a notable distance from one another. No, it was Su Chaoshi who was deliberately distancing herself from Song Bihai. The tactics he once employed during the Six Kingdoms turmoil were now entirely focused on pursuing his beloved, taking tiny steps closer to Su Chaoshi. She was not oblivious. "How is the old lady? Did she take her medicine?" Su Chaoshi approached, and Song Lingyu accepted the dress she offered, sensing that her demeanor towards her had softened somewhat. However, recalling their earlier indulgence in a whole roasted duck, Song Lingyu felt a pang of guilt. "Yes, she did," she replied earnestly, pretending the incident where Madame Song had deemed the medicine bitter and consequently spilled half of it had never occurred.
Su Chaoshi visibly dilated,
but soon resumed her previous demeanor. "The old lady favors you. Do not become too complacent. While you are here, be sure to coax her into taking her medicine." Song Lingyu, sensing the urgency, swiftly excused herself, realizing that the elderly lady was rather formidable. She could not possibly intervene. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." As she hastened away, she pulled out the pendant from around her neck. The ebony whistle glimmering with a rustic and warm luster under the sunlight, clearly cherished by the original owner, often caressed and played with. What was the connection between those monks and the original owner's mother? What purpose did this whistle serve? Contemplating these questions, Song Lingyu brought the whistle to her lips, oblivious to the dark gaze that was fixed upon her from a shadowy corner of the corridor. In that dim recess, Xiao Mo's expression was inscrutable, his eyes sweeping over Song Lingyu's hand before his brow furrowed slightly. That object seemed vaguely familiar. He believed he had encountered it in an ancient text. Chapter 103. The instant caused by the snow made one, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiao Mo's eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at the shadowy guard at his feet. "Have you discovered anything?" The guard reported faithfully, expressing lingering trepidation at the mention of Han's Han Temple. That place appeared tranquil, yet upon approaching, his instincts as an assassin urged him to flee from that decrepit temple. Xiao Mo's gaze sharpened. Hearing the name Han's Han Temple surprised him. This temple had once been a royal temple during the Six Kingdoms era, housing the tablets of numerous founding ancestors. At the end of the Six Kingdoms, due to their refusal to pay the monk tax, Han's Han Temple was stripped of its royal status, and the monks within were brutally slaughtered. To hear of Han's Han Temple in this context astonished Xiao Mo indeed. "Investigate. What is the connection between Han's Han Temple and the Marquise?" Xiao Mo commanded coldly. The guard complied, then added, "My lord, there is new intelligence from the shadows. Various factions that had long since retreated from the martial world have suddenly pledged allegiance to the Tianning Society, and there are already signs of rebellion in several remote prefectures." Xiao Mo's expression hardened. It seems Rong Jianglin possesses remarkable capability. A fleeting cold smile crossed his lips, followed by thoughts of the fleeing Song Qinggu, the so-called fortune of fate. He did not believe in destiny, nor did he fear a mere Song Qinggu. Spread the word that the Empress and I shall remain at the Marquisate for a few more days. Also, mobilize heavy troops to secure the Marquisate. The guard was taken aback, somewhat surprised. After all, their lord was someone who could infiltrate enemy lines alone in his youth. Why would he be so flustered over a mere spy? Nevertheless, the young man's countenance remained stern as he gazed into the distance, the setting sun casting a warm glow that softened his features, yet only accentuated his cold demeanor. Ever the master strategist, he trampled all opposition beneath his feet with an air of arrogance. The guards soon understood. By mobilizing heavy troops, the rebels would undoubtedly assume that the emperor was shaken by the spy, and how could they refrain from taking action? The guard glanced at the direction he was heading, hesitating to speak. Having briskly emerged from Jinke Pavilion in the morning, he was now eagerly pursuing after him in the afternoon. My lord, do not become too enamored. Along the way, she blew several times, just as before, without producing any sound. It was merely an ordinary mute whistle. Furthermore, due to her early demise, there was scant information regarding the original owner's mother, making it difficult to glean any details about her from the original owner's memories, let alone this whistle. Song Lingyu was at a loss as to its purpose. Perhaps she should go to Han's Han Temple herself? This thought sparked in Song Lingyu's mind, but upon entering the room, she was met with a burnt odor. What happened? Is there a fire? She exclaimed, but upon closer inspection, two ashen faces hovered before her. It was Tiao and Chuntao. After a few moments, Song Lingyu finally recognized that these two figures were her disgruntled maidservants. She picked up a feather duster and swept it over the two of them, expressing her disdain. Did you two blow up the kitchen? Chuntao, looking aggrieved, had a face as dark as coal, with only the whites of her eyes visible. Your Highness, snow cream. She brought over a plate, but upon seeing it, Song Lingyu felt utterly disheartened. Is this how I instructed you to prepare it? Song Lingyu picked up one of the ominous-looking black objects, glancing at Chuntao. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, and an awkward tension hung in the air. Quick-witted Green Stripe swiftly snatched the plate away. Your Highness, is your mood any better? They were unaware that Song Lingyu's emotions fluctuated throughout the day. They only noticed that in the afternoon, Xiao Imo left the Jinke Pavilion with a sullen expression, while Song Lingyu appeared relaxed on the surface, though her fidgeting betrayed her unease. They had aimed to make the snow cream that Song Lingyu often yearned for, but little did they know. They had nearly blown up the kitchen. Song Lingyu shot her a glance and laughed carefreely. Did you marry into the royal family, and your mood was off that day? As long as Xiao Imo doesn't come hovering around, I can be cheerful for a day. Song Lingyu thought to herself, disdainfully eyeing the black cream on the plate, urging Green Stripe to dispose of it quickly. Suddenly, Green Stripe dropped to her knees. Your Majesty. Song Lingyu immediately stiffened, hearing the steady footsteps behind her, her heart sinking. Why is this calamity back again? Hearing her tone of disdain, Xiao Mo's brow twitched. Did she really not wish to see him? They had only crossed paths a few times that day. He hadn't even settled the matter of the silver chain collar with Song Lingyu yet. He strode over to her, disregarding her anxious expression, and cast a glance at the plate, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You made this? Song Lingyu, eager to please, immediately picked one up and held it to his lips. Yes, yes. I personally made it for your Majesty. Do give it a taste. Her eyes sparkled with innocence and warmth. Yet, Xiao Imo sensed a hint of danger in her gaze, not to mention that the black mass emanated an unappetizing aroma. However, under Song Lingyu's focused stare, he found himself inexplicably opening his mouth. Eat up, my chubby little prince. In a flash, Song Lingyu deftly shoved the concoction into his mouth and then darted 2 meters away. The burnt taste flooded his mouth, and his face visibly darkened. Green Stripe and Chuntao were dumbfounded, trembling as they knelt and reached out to catch what he was about to spit out. To their astonishment, Xiao Imo stubbornly swallowed it down. His dark gaze locked onto Song Lingyu, sending a chill down her spine. This expression of Xiao Mo's certainly boded ill. Song Lingyu swiftly attempted to make her escape, but Xiao Imo was faster, effortlessly catching up to her with his long strides and gripping the back of her collar. The Empress's culinary skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Song Lingyu swallowed hard, her gaze unconsciously drifting to Xiao Imo's lips. No way. Xiao Mo's mouth must taste terrible. I refuse. She blinked her big eyes, filled with a plea for mercy. Xiao Imo chuckled coldly, his expression shifting awkwardly as thoughts of a forceful kiss crossed his mind, before he furrowed his brow deeply, leaning closer to Song Lingyu. In her eyes, did he see her as a wanton creature? How outrageous. Since the Empress enjoys cooking so much, let her prepare 100 of these. Song Lingyu's eyes widened as she noticed the peculiar look in Xiao Mo's gaze. Wow. He really likes it. I admire no one, except for Xiao Mo's stomach and taste buds. With a palate like his, he could devour an entire plate without batting an eye.